All right, Joe Rogan is here. And I don't know what's going on with Jimmy. He landed about an hour ago. Maybe he's stuck in traffic.
Yes, he'll be in. I'm sure. He's a trooper.
But fuck, Rogan's here. Very, very excited. This fucking guy. This fucking Rogan, man.
Joe Rogan. He's great.
He's
funny.
He's amazingly funny. I can't wait to see him tonight at Gotham. That's got to be sold out, so we don't even have to promote that. His UFC knowledge is ridiculous. He makes UFC a lot of fun to fucking watch. And then all the weird videos he's watching constantly and tweeting about are just great, too. So we're going to have a good time with Joe next. And then later on, we'll deal with Vinny Brand. So we got a lot to do today. Opie and Anthony. Fuck. I'm so fucking happy. We got Joe Rogan in the studio. And Ari. Let's not forget about Ari. Ari's in studio as well, and Norton's stuck in traffic. He's going to join the show. Very, very busy show. Of course, Joe's in town for the UFC 111, which we're all going to.
Yes.
And you're doing comedy. You got the best fucking life. You know that.
It's pretty lucky. I don't know what happened.
Very diverse.
I did something good in another life.
You fly in, you do a little comedy, which you love doing, and then you get to call these fights. It's perfect.
If I had a radio show like yours, it'd be perfect.
Yeah, but you're doing
the kill myself.
You're Ustreaming.
Yeah, we do Ustream every week. Yeah, didn't do it this week because I got a staph infection on my leg.
Oh, was that a recent picture?
Yeah.
Because I follow you on Twitter, and someone was talking about staph infections, and you're like, well, take care of it, or it's going to look like this. And then
no, that wasn't me. That was somebody else's. Mine is like little zits on my leg, and I've had it before.
Is it MRSA?
No. You get staph infections all the time if you don't wash the mats in jiu-jitsu, and you know when you're grappling you scrape on the mats, and then the sweat and everything, and then you'll notice like little weird things like little zits, and you got to take care of it right away, because if you don't take care of it right away, then it becomes like a big fucking stinky patch of herpes looking shit, and then you're fucked. Because then it spreads through your whole system, and it can become systemic, and then you have to take like IV antibiotics, and it gets real bad. It can get, but I caught it the day.
It makes you all fucking delusional too, like you're
it gives
tripping.
you a headache too. It's weird. It's a very uncomfortable thing.
Yeah, it doesn't sound fun at all.
You never want a staph infection.
I got it once before. I had no idea what it was. My friend Tate noticed it. We were at the airport, and there was some shit on the back of my leg. I just was sitting up. I had my legs crossed, and he goes, "What the fuck is that on the back of your leg?" And I go, "I don't know. There's a bunch of zits." He goes, "You better go to a doctor. It looks like staph." And then I got to the doctor. Like this motherfucker, we were playing pool once. He got it on his knee, and he's walking around limping. And I go, "What are you limping for?" He goes, "I think I got a spider bite." I go, "You got a what?" I go, "Let me see your knee." Because people who don't know jiu-jitsu, if you're not used to hearing about this stuff, like when in jiu-jitsu, people get staph infections all the time. So when I hear about someone like, "You're doing what? Your knee hurts?" Let me see your fucking knee. And he pulls his pants up, his big pus-filled staph infection right in his knee. And I'm like, dude, you could fucking die from that. Like,
I thought spiders laid eggs inside.
But Ari doesn't.
Spiders lay eggs. He's like, well, no big deal.
But Ari doesn't. He doesn't train, does he?
Yes. I
Ari,
got
you train?
a year.
I didn't know that.
A year's membership for jiu-jitsu like 3 years ago.
I just thought it was one of those things. If you hang out with Rogan, you got to get a staph infection.
I fuck them all. Everybody opens for me. I fuck them, and whatever I have, they have.
That's when you know you're part of his crew. I got my staph infection, man. I'm in, bro.
It's like a tattoo.
Yeah, right.
It's a stamp of approval.
We don't have to do a lot of UFC, man, because we did it with Dana.
Whatever you want, man. I don't care what we talk about.
I do want to. You started talking about Colorado because we were last time we saw you. We just wanted an update. You were living in Colorado and loving it, but now you said you had to get out of there.
Well, a couple things happened. One, my wife got pregnant. I shot a hot load into her and made another baby.
Were you trying?
It was on. This one is the only one on purpose. This one's on purpose.
How many you got now?
This is the second one.
Second, okay.
And the problem is, we were at 8,500 feet above sea level. We were really high up there, and if you're not acclimated to that, it's very stressful, and it's actually dangerous for the woman and for the baby. So we knew we had to get out of there then because of that. It was like every day she had the flu. It was really bad.
Wow.
Like her morning sickness was terrible, and then our dog got eaten by a mountain lion. So that solidified it. That was, and she crashed her car too. She doesn't know how to drive in snow. It was already snowing up there in October.
Yeah, and if you don't know how to drive in the snow up there, you're fucked.
Yeah, it's not good. It was a dirt road. We lived off a dirt road.
You need to get the snowcat.
Wait, you can slide off a dirt road?
Oh yeah. Well, the problem is these fucking people drive on these roads. They don't plow them. Okay, so these people drive on these roads and they pack it down because they're driving on it, and then it's just slick ice.
Wow.
And so we both slid. She was behind me, and I saw her spinning around. She panics whenever anything happens like that too. She just not good like that. And it was just too much. The mountain lion was the big one, though. I saw the fucking mountain lion in the yard. The crazy thing is I have a joke in my act about it where it was literally true, where I emailed these people, said, hey, we saw a mountain lion in the yard. Like, what do we do? And this lady sends me an email back. Oh, that's part of wildlife. Like, that happens up here. Are you going to send us an email every time you see a deer?
Yeah, what are you
So I sent her an email back.
That's a mountain lion.
I'm like, oh, this bitch wants to play. Okay. No, you won't get an email when you see a deer, because if I see a deer won't eat my baby, you fucking dumb cunt. And I sent it to everybody. This is a whole town. Like, there's like 200 people in this town. There's a town email list. So I replied all. Right. Exactly. Fuck you, stupid.
She's trying
It's
to
a
publicly
fucking
embarrass
monster in my yard. A real live monster.
Literally, it is a monster.
Fuck yeah, it is.
Giant teeth.
And they just accept it. It's like, it's a part of wildlife. And if you talk, well, you know, you can't kill it because they're part of the ecosystem and they have to kill the deer. I'm like, I'll fucking kill the deer too. What are you, crazy?
I'm part of the ecosystem.
Yeah, deer are food, okay? And they're everywhere. You could kill them too. You don't need monsters.
Yeah.
You take care of the goddamn deer.
How big was it?
It wasn't that big. The one I saw was about 70, 80 pounds. It was like a dog.
Oh, wasn't that
They don't
big,
really have to be, though.
Yeah.
They're so
80-pound mountain lion.
No, the big ones are the dangerous ones because they get too old to kill deer. And that's when you got to worry about them.
Yeah,
Then we go after humans.
Humans is so
Yeah.
easy, man.
Fleshy.
We
It's
are
so
about
easy.
the easiest prey on the planet.
Yeah.
We got nothing. We
so
can't
the-
outrun any animal.
So they get too slow and they go
Shrieks
after
is our
your...
only
Yes,
defensive.
that's when they go after humans. They get
stupid-
scared and they get paranoid, you know.
Thin flesh with no
Oh,
fur.
nothing.
We suck as far as like
we're so
without
soft.
Candy of the meat
fleshy.
world.
Yeah, without weaponry,
Yeah.
we really do stink.
We're good eats.
Lift weights all day. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
No, they were born with
You
those
just
muscles.
open up like butter.
Yeah.
Everything
Yeah.
comes hanging
Everything
out.
opens
bleeding,
up.
pouring.
You see like two animals brawling it like a bear and a fucking mountain lion, and they're going out and just ripping each other, and then they'll decide, all right, we're done, and they just and walk away.
Yeah.
Like humans don't walk away like that. They're just
We don't even
fucking
walk away when we do that to
decapitated.
each other.
Yeah, exactly.
We could beat each other up with our little fucking tiny bones and
Yeah.
smack each other in the head, and then we go to the hospital.
Guy falls down, hits the back of his head, he's dead.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, hey,
Exactly.
you could crack a bear over the head with a goddamn 4x4 pentapost, and
Yeah.
he's still going to rip you to
Yeah, a
shreds.
bear can fall off a mountain, bounce on every rock on the way to the bottom.
He'll still climb back
gets
up.
up,
hit the
Kick
bottom.
your fucking ass.
Just makes them,
Shake it off.
just makes them mad, you
Yeah,
know.
dude,
Now
they
suck.
have, where I lived, there was very specific instructions. If you were attacked by a mountain lion, you're supposed to fight back. But if you're attacked by a bear, you're supposed to play dead. There was
Yeah.
like a fucking sign in the local town, little town store.
You should never live in a town that has that sign.
Yeah, well, you think that, but I fucking loved it.
You ever
up
see
there.
bears?
Yeah, no, I never saw a bear. No, I saw the mountain lion. Saw a lot of coyotes, a
Who
lot
the
of deer.
fuck would play dead if a bear's attacking them?
Yeah,
I-
you gotta.
You know what happened?
you would fight
mind.
for your life.
I've seen a lot of shows on bear attacks and shit like that, and mountain lion attacks, and a lot of people do fight at first, and they get so fucked up that they resign themselves to the fact that they are dead, and they just go. And then I decided to just lay still and see if he would go away. But initially, it's very rare that people just go, "Oh, I got to play dead," because your instinct is, a monster's eating me.
Yeah.
I have to
There's
get
no
away.
way you're gonna play dead.
Yeah.
The thing about bears,
down to it.
bears are omnivores, the same as chimps, and they don't kill you. They just start eating. They eat you while you're alive. See, if you a predator, they're used to killing. Like cougars have to kill every day. You know, when a cougar kills somebody, they kill you first, then they eat you. But
Yeah.
bears just start fucking eating. There's a video online, a really disturbing one of a bear eating a moose, and it's eating them from the guts out.
Yeah,
and
the
it has
moose is
this
still
moose
like,
on its back, and the moose is kicking its fucking legs up in the air,
Yeah.
and the bear just ripping his stomach apart. It's fucking horrifying.
That is sick. I was saying before, too, I was watching a show called I Survived, and they have people that go through all kinds of shit and actually made it through. And there was a woman, she was riding a bike in California, and a big-ass mountain lion came out and just tackled her. And she said it felt like a freight train hit her.
Yeah, they're
She
so
just,
strong.
She's just riding her bike, and they're all muscle. So,
Yeah.
bam, she gets bowled over. The thing grabs her by the face, because these things will just take you by the throat, choke you to death.
Suffocate you.
They'll suffocate you, drag you off, eat half of you, bury you.
Her
whatever
friend
the fuck.
saved her, right? Her friend was with her and was screaming and yelling
Her friend was
and hitting her.
grabbing her leg and having a tug of war with a mountain lion that's grabbing her face. And then she said she felt half her face pull over from her ear to her nose. It just ripped her face off. And then she's thinking, well, maybe I should just die at this point. And she was conscious of her friend saying, no, let go. And she threw the bike at the mountain lion, and the mountain lion didn't even flinch. just kept trying to reposition its mouth on this woman's throat. Finally did, and choked her out. So she blacks out right when a bunch of people came up and told this other woman that's trying to pull her away to get away from her because they were going to start throwing rocks at this mountain lion. And she said, screw it, I'll still hold her, throw rocks, I don't care if you hit me.
Wow.
So they started throwing rocks, and the second one rock hit the mountain lion on the back of the head, it kind of looked up and ran off. But this woman was fucked up.
I saw her face.
Yeah,
I saw
her
the
face was like,
face.
like it was kind of melting. Like they just flapped it back.
Predators, man. Well, where I live in California, one killed a dog down the street from my house.
Yeah,
killed a
dogs are
dog
just
and,
like
and
on the
picked it
menu,
up and
man.
dragged it over the fence.
On
We didn't
the menu.
see the mountain lion kill the dog, but we saw the mountain lion, and then the dog was missing, and then we did the math.
Yeah,
it was pretty obvious.
You never found the
Figure it
dog?
out.
No,
Yeah.
the mountain lion. Well, my housekeeper had seen the mountain lion a couple days before, so it was obvious that it was staking the house out.
Jesus.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
There's something tasty in there.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm up there with a fucking baby. I'm walking around. We're walking through the woods. My wife is holding the baby. We're walking. The dogs. I had one big dog. I have one big dog that's a Mastiff, and it didn't kill the Mastiff. It killed this little Pomeranian American Eskimo dog.
That's just a tidbit.
Well, my Mastiff had a limp, and so I kept him in the house. I'm like, just chill out, buddy. Just stay. Because we're on a fucking mountain. They're running around out there. It's
Yeah.
like these dogs had a yard in California, and now all of a sudden they're on the top of this mountain completely free. Eagles are fucking flying around.
With the
No bullshit.
wildlife.
We saw eagles
That
all the
rules.
time. That was fucking awesome.
How great
I
is
loved
it to see an
Yeah.
eagle?
I couldn't believe I could actually live there. It was like I was in a park.
Yeah.
But you
I was
got to be
I can't
like a
believe you
mountain
can live
man.
here.
You got to be a personal, your own. To have a
loved it.
wife and a kid, a baby, and shit like that.
Your neighbor, how
Yeah.
close?
I couldn't see him. I'd have to go drive. It was like a half a mile drive till you saw any sort of a house.
Isn't that kind of creepy, though, to be that alone?
Yeah,
at
yes
times?
and no. We'd have to give hikers and shit, hippies. I fucking hate hippies, man. We'd have these people would come wandering up the street and like, hey, man, I just thought I'd see what's up here. You don't see these fucking no trespassing signs, you cunts?
Let's leave.
And they'd be like, oh, we've been coming up here forever. Oh, so you've been trespassing forever.
Yeah.
So you figured we'll just keep doing it.
See what's up here?
Are you
It's
going
called
to keep
a muzzle
they
flash.
were like, this was like the argument I was having with these people in the town. Are you going to keep the community from accessing the trails? I'll go, oh, you mean the trail? You mean my fucking driveway? Like, what do you the trails? You're talking about my property that I'm paying for, you fucks. I pay for it. See, I give money. This is my yard. It's a big yard, but it's my fucking yard,
Man,
Yeah. Oh, the Boulder was bad with that. Boulder, that was my number one problem with Boulder. If I move back to Colorado, I'm going to move to a more Republican gun-toting part of town. Because these fucking, everywhere you go is Obama. I mean, literally, you saw Obama stickers and posters and like it was sheep-like. It was like, this can't be everyone's opinion. There's no way. There's no way you guys have researched this and thought this out. This is just, it's a black guy. We love him.
Mm-hmm.
He's a Democrat, and they're for social issues, and we care about the environment. It was a weird place to live.
Make a statue of him.
No, they call it the People's Republic of Boulder. That's what everybody calls it. And that's what it's like. Yeah, it's really
That's okay.
fascinating.
It's spreading to the whole country.
As you get
apparently.
older, man, the hippies become less and less tolerable. You start realizing that there's a reason why people don't like them. There's something going on there. They're not doing their fair share. They're not.
And they didn't disappear in the 60s or early 70s. They just kind of mutated
off.
underground
Yeah.
thing. And
They got stronger.
Yeah.
They cut their hair and they had to get jobs. Because they wanted to get a new car.
But they're still, man.
It was very
Man. Shut up.
Joe had to leave Boulder. That kind of sucks.
I fucking hated leaving, man. I loved it out there. I loved it.
Yeah.
But it was just such a radical move, to move to the middle of the woods like that. It was crazy. Yeah.
Hey, welcome Jimmy Norton to the program.
Hey, little Jimmy.
Hi, Jim.
Good morning, Jimmy.
Fresh from California.
You're a red-eye taking motherfucker, huh?
Yeah.
That Van Wyck should be.
The Van Wyck.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I moved to the woods. I hate traffic. It drives me nuts. The whole idea that there's this many people living together, especially in California, where eventually some shit's going to happen.
Yeah.
Something's going to break. There's a tsunami's going to hit it. An earthquake's going to hit. Something's going to happen.
And when the machine breaks down, we break it. Yeah.
There's nothing there to keep everybody going. It's not like, food is being grown there. No one's growing anything in California except weed. So there's just 20 million people in California, and then there's all these fucking people driving in, and they're stuck there, and there's no water supply. They get all their water from Colorado,
Yeah.
It's a dangerous place to live. I didn't
That
like
place
it.
can easily just be cut off and turned back into the desert it was.
It's gonna, for sure. You know, it's gonna, no doubt. You know, if you go to Montana in the mountains, they find megalodon skeletons, like the teeth from megalodons, a prehistoric gigantic shark in fucking Montana.
Yeah, in Montana.
Yeah, that was the bottom of the ocean. That's some real shit, you know?
That puts some perspective on what specks of shit we are.
We were doing this Fear Factor episode once, and we were deep into California. We were in some quarry, and in the quarry there was seashells everywhere. Jesus. In this one area where they're digging up. Yeah. I'm like, what are they bringing this? This is like from some sand that they dug up from the beach. They go, no, this is some million-year-old shit, and this used to be at the bottom of the ocean. I was like, this much seashells? Like, yeah, this is the bottom of the fucking ocean.
That's why I don't buy any of that global warming shit and this and that. It's cyclical weather patterns. You know, we could have an effect on certain things, but again, we're just another organism on this planet, so whatever we do is pretty much natural.
Yeah.
We're just taking, we can take dirt and water and wood and mix it up and air and make fucking airplanes that fly.
Yeah,
you know?
Right?
So, but it's not our fault that we're able to do that. I mean, fuck it. And if a certain time comes where whatever it is deems us unfit for this planet, it will still be spinning around the sun long after we're gone. Save the planet.
We could launch every nuke that's ever been invented at each other, and a million years later, it'd be back to normal.
Something will pop up and smile.
We can't build a road from fucking Queens that gets you in less than 2 hours. Fucking JFK. I landed at 6:11.
JFK is the worst airport to land into.
I fucking hate JFK Airport.
It's the worst.
I hate everybody associated with it.
The belt isn't going to fucking move, and the Van Wyck isn't going to move.
I avoid.
He gets this going. He gets spinning.
I avoid JFK at all costs.
It's enraging.
Obviously, you couldn't avoid it because you never fly into JFK.
No,
it is the worst. All right.
Yeah, that's weird.
Bad roads.
Hey, how long does it take to get used to the fucking air in Colorado?
It's rough.
At first, do you feel like you're just gasping for air
you can't
constantly?
you walk up a flight of stairs, it hurts. You know, you walk up a flight of stairs, like, it feels like you never get a full breath of air.
I went to Aspen, and
that's about the same.
And I was like, I'm in one of these, you know, the condos and shit like that, and they got the heated jacuzzis outside, and just smoking cigars out in this jacuzzi, feeling all good and stuff. And I'm like, why the fuck am I out of breath just walking from, to a jacuzzi, sitting down in a jacuzzi? And you would get like, you'd have to take these deep fucking breaths.
That's creepy.
Well, I was living 3,000 feet above Boulder. Boulder's 5,500 feet. I was living 3,000 feet above it. And, you know, what you want to really get tired, try doing jiu-jitsu in the mountains.
No, I couldn't fucking walk to the fridge for a beer. I was like, all fucked up.
Can you get an oxygen tank, or is that stupid and just suck on some oxygen every once in a while to help you out?
I did the Aspen Comedy Festival, and they had these tanks by the side of the stage.
Wow, yeah.
In case anybody hyperventilated on stage, and
You know who needed one? Voss.
Did he?
He was this fucking panicky nobody. He had to go on. And Carlin came in to do a spot because Carlin was working on something, and fucking nervous rabbit teeth got so scared he had to fucking take hits of the oxygen
before he went up.
But he didn't perform. He had to be taken away in a fucking ambulance.
Because
wait, he was taken away in an ambulance.
Yeah, he had to go to the hospital or something.
Take me to the hospital.
There's a certain level of comic where you go on after him. It's like, what's the fucking point? You know, it's like no one's even going to want to hear anything I have to say. I had to follow Pryor for 5 weeks in a row at the store when he was at the end of his career, when he was in a wheelchair, and they used to have to walk him to the stage. He was really bad. So they would have to carry him to the stage. They would say, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Richard Pryor. And everybody would go crazy, and everybody would stand. And it would literally take 5 minutes for him to get to the stage.
Shit.
But, you know, I'm a huge Richard Pryor fan. He was probably one of the reasons why I got into comedy. When I was a kid, my parents took me to see Live in the Sunset Strip. I remember being in the audience just freaking out. But by this time, this was like the late 90s, and he was, it was over.
Yeah,
I mean, he was a shell of himself. He really couldn't communicate well. They had to crank the microphone up, so you'd hear, so he'd be on stage like, I love pussy, always love pussy. And there was nothing there. He had nothing. It was just, it was medicated, and he was also drinking, which he wasn't supposed to be doing. And so this crowd would see this for 40 minutes, and it was not funny. And they would try to laugh, and then at the end they'd say, ladies and gentlemen, Richard Pryor, and they would clap, and everybody would stand up, and they would walk him out of the room. And the way the Comedy Store works, then each comic brings up the guy after him, and he didn't bring up anybody. So the piano man man would bring you up. So the piano man, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next comedian, Joe Rogan. And I would go to the stage while they're dragging off a fucking legend. A legend who's a shell of himself.
Literally dragging him
off. There were two people carrying him out of there. And I would just eat a dick every night. I learned how to eat dicks. I learned how to just go on stage and just realize that you're nobody. You know,
that's tough to follow.
I saw him then. I was out there doing like the Louis, my first TV show. We were doing auditions or something. No, it was like early 90s. You're right. Or 95 or something, wasn't it? And that's I watched they walk him up to the stage. It literally did take him like 5 minutes.
You know what? Carlin was great right to the end.
Yeah, that's sad.
Right, he went out the right way. Still doing specials.
His last special was amazing, and he was dead, a year later?
Well, he was, Louis C.K. always talks about him, about how he learned how to, like, do a new special every year by talking to Carlin. Carlin would just throw everything out and start all over and do it every year. And because of that, he stayed fresh. He stayed relevant. He was always working. So many guys, they get to be a certain age, they don't write material anymore. They're not going to go out there and bang it out and try out new shit and bomb and know they have killer bits they could pull out of their ass, from their 20 fucking HBO specials.
People go,
and have the discipline to not
recite them. People in the crowd reciting your stuff. Oh, yeah. It's time to write new stuff.
Yeah. Well, some people want to hear your stuff too, though. They get yelled out. Why didn't you do that joke? What about the 7 dirty words?
Trying to get some new shit here, asshole.
That's a fucked up feeling for a comic to have to go on after a guy like Carlin. You're like, what the fuck?
Jimmy put it well when he was talking about how music and comedy are so different that you could watch a band do the same song 10 times live,
hear it every time.
and you're like, rock.
Yeah.
But a comic, it's different.
Well, there's some comics that I like hearing their shit over, like Brody Stevens. We went on the road with Brody. We got this friend, Brody Stevens, who's hilarious, but he's been doing the same jokes forever, but nobody cares because he's so funny. He's just one of those guys that's just naturally funny all the time. We request bits from him. Like we were doing a bit about being in the army. Yeah.
How's your grandfather been?
My grandfather's great. Thank you for asking. We'll go into his bits. Holtzman's another one, the same way. You want to hear him do the same shit over again. Holtzman, I haven't seen him in forever.
He's more at the factory.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen him in years.
But when you see, Kevin Meaney doing the We Are the World bit.
Yeah, but it's relevant again.
It's relevant again.
He waited it out, so God bless him.
He came back around for him.
Jesus.
That's hilarious.
We should take a break. Jimmy has arrived
from
that
one into the beach.
Yeah, he did.
He rode that one right into the rocks.
Why don't we got it. We'll step aside for a second. The Gotham show tonight's got to be sold out, right, Joe?
Yeah, it's sold out.
So we don't have to worry about that shit. And we're all going to UFC 111 tomorrow. Can't wait.
Yeah,
so
that'll be crazy.
We'll do a quick break, and we'll find out how LA
I called
went
up
with Jimmy
Dana White to find out what's going on with Thiago Alves, but he hasn't called me back yet.
All right, we'll talk about that next as well. Stay there.
Finally found something Rogan's afraid of.
What? Elevators?
She's falling from 50 stories.
I'm afraid of a lot of shit.
You're not afraid of heights in general, though, are you?
I mean, yeah. When I get near them, they freak me out. I mean, if I look out the window, like, I was at a hotel the other day and we were smoking weed. It was like on the 20th floor, so we had to open up the hotel window so we didn't freak out any of the guests. And we were looking out the window, freaking each other out because we were super high, like, that instinct when you look out the window and that fucking your balls start tingling and your whole body's like,
yeah, there is an instinct in man. You just don't want to.
There's 3 of us in a room, and I didn't trust the other guys. You don't trust
you fucking freak out. You decided to push me.
I don't mind heights in a building, looking out windows and shit like that, but like being up on a very high ladder. And you're trying to make those last few steps to get on a rooftop or something like that when I was in construction. Yeah. That was like scary shit.
Yeah, I did construction too, and you always know somebody who died or
fell off the ladder, fucked up. They tell you to, use some vice grips and clamp the ladder onto the side of the roof, but you never do it.
No.
And there were times on windy days where I would just hear whoosh, bang, and I'm up on the roof, and I look down, and there's my ladder. It just blew over, and now I'm just stuck on the roof.
Oh, God.
No cell phones.
But we used to do Fear Factor.
Just gotta wait. Yeah. Hey.
When we used to do Fear Factor, there was a lot of stunts that we did from roofs in downtown LA, and I would always be scared because I was like, what if one of these people is fucking nuts? One of these people I'm doing the show
just
with.
fucking grabs you.
Yeah, for real. Both of us. We're both going. Grabs us. We're both
killed
going
Joe
over the edge.
Rogan.
Yeah, and died too.
And died at the same time.
Yeah,
of course.
I would really worry about that sometimes. Yeah, especially like there was a lot of dudes that were like really borderline, you know?
Yeah.
They really probably shouldn't have been on television. They were some nutty fucking
crazy.
people, and all of a sudden we're on a roof together. I just got to keep mind my fucking P's and Q's and get ready to sprawl.
Were you ever in Fear Factor? Were you ever like in the helicopter and shit like that?
No, they never let me do anything like that. They never let me do any of the car stunts. No, no stunts at all. They wouldn't let me fly in a helicopter. I didn't fly in a helicopter until I went to Hawaii, and I hosted Fear Factor for 6 fucking years. There was a helicopter in every goddamn episode.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let me. Wouldn't let me.
That show fucking rocked, though. I love that Fear Factor.
Yeah.
Hey, Jimmy, how was L.A.? Did Leno last night? We played your voicemail about the Miley Cyrus and
nothing. I just I get pictures with people, and what a fucking creep I was lurking outside of her dress. I had to wait 45 minutes. They said they said before that she wasn't doing any photos. What happens is people bring their kids when she appears somewhere, so they got like fucking there's 300 kids. So because she had a movie premiere to go to right after, she was actually doing her makeup after Leno. She was doing her makeup right there.
You know how done she is with the kids thing.
Yeah, but
She's had it.
That's probably why they make that announcement.
Fucking had it.
But I arranged to get a photo, and I had to wait while she was doing her makeup in the dressing room. So it's just me and my manager, like 2 douchebags, fucking standing there waiting for a photo with a 17-year-old. And we're talking to everybody that walks by, so we look like fucking 2 losers. every puddle of mud guy we spoke to about fucking airlines and travel. It was really
I feel at home looking at the bathroom door going, could you get ready? We have to go out. We're leaving soon.
Is she hot in person?
Yeah, she really is. She was.
Does she look 17 or does she look way older?
Hard to say. If you said she was
older.
22, I'd believe you. If you said she's 17, I'd believe you. It's like in that
one of those. Yeah.
Isn't it crazy that Billy Ray Cyrus had a fucking daughter and his daughter became famous
The
too?
achy, breaky heart guy. Come
I thought we were
on.
done with him.
Yeah, and then he just came back.
Now he's the hip guy on a TV show. He's the dad, the hip dad.
Resurrected through his fucking daughter, man.
Bill Hicks had the greatest fucking joke about him. We talked about how he's quitting comedy because he's got a new show. It's, and then people would clap. He goes, it's called Let's Hunt and Kill Billy Ray Cyrus. Just whole bit about how they fucking chase him down until they grab him by his fruity little ponytail and stuff a shotgun in his mouth.
Travis, play that going into break.
Yeah, that's a
We have to.
great
Bill Hicks
bit.
shit.
Yeah, that was a classic.
Right. Yeah.
I was just taking a leak during the break. It's a wonderful thing. And we've talked about this before, the packaging on men's underwear in, like, real stores. Not Fruit of the Loom and fucking CVS or something. But you go into, like, the Gap, and you gotta buy men's underwear. Yeah.
Package. Yeah.
It's gay porno that you have to buy. You're buying gay porno that comes with free underwear. That's exactly how I look at this shit now. And it fucked me up because I didn't realize until I got it to the hotel that I had bought extra large. Because I didn't want to pick it up and start looking at the size. You just grabbed it. Dude, I grabbed it and fucking
ran.
turned it over against the other shit I was buying. So, like, the gay porno wasn't showing, and walked up to the counter and didn't even look at the size. I didn't even realize.
Dudes with shaved stomachs and
six-packs. And they're fucking out, and they got one leg up and
perfectly
big cock
lit.
bulge and stuff.
Little oils.
And I'm buying this fucking shit.
But wait, I don't understand. Why won't you look for the size? Do you really think you're going to be looking at the size and people are going to go, look at the faggot? No one's going to say that.
No, I will say it to myself.
You'll be
I'll be like,
affected by
look
it.
at me. I'm looking at this gentleman.
Were you worried you were going to pop a boner if you looked too closely?
You know, I don't know if someone would have seen me looking at it, or I was frightened I might pop a boner.
So what? You got giant
pop it boner. What grade
It's
are we?
funny though. It is funny though that they do that. It's always
gotten
a dude.
so
And it's like what percentage of the population is built like this fucking guy in this underwear ad?
Gay porn.
I don't see like a regular guy in his underwear. It's always like a 6-pack.
Right.
And Abercrombie's the place with the bags that they fucking put it in a bag. Now you're walking around with a giant 4 4-foot by 2-foot gay man through the store.
Well, they have greeters now where they're shirtless.
Oh, that's wonderful.
They haven't run. Do they really?
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah. Come on.
You walk in there and
they have
shirtless, like I'm nothing.
Shirtless greeters, guy models.
How about
You're
the
like
fucking
great.
smell? That place. They
cologne?
spray every 5 seconds. They spray the air.
Spray with some kind of testicular musk.
So do you have giant underpants on right now?
Yeah. So right now I look like a sumo wrestler. I got like.
Do you have a safety pin on it?
I got like underwear that are just hanging off of me, and I'm gonna have to go back now and buy regular.
Why don't you just order them
size.
online? I order everything online.
You know what it is? It was like I came into the city and I stayed in the city and I didn't pack anything, so I'm just like I'll run to the Gap. I'll buy some fucking clothes and shit. Because I'd rather just buy shit.
How come you stay in sometimes? You don't want to make the trip?
Yeah, I was like, I was getting a haircut and stuff, and the rush hour from New York City out to where I live on Long Island. If you miss by a couple of hours, you are fucked.
Fuck forever, right?
Yeah, and I cannot sit in traffic anymore.
So you stayed in the city for a haircut?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And I was,
there's something.
I was going to go to the thing.
There's other things.
No, I was going to go to the
stay
thing.
in for a haircut.
You're gonna go
I
to the
was,
thing.
but I absolutely was.
Let's
but
go to
then
break. I want to find out what the thing is.
Yeah.
Another thing was the thing we were
supposed to go to a movie premiere last night, and we got lazy.
Well, you guys went?
Movie premiere?
Well, my fucking date went to L.A., so I was going to go with Jimmy.
Why didn't you guys go to it, though?
Then I was tired. Ed Norton's latest
You know
film.
what, though?
We were invited, and we should have
I
went.
went to that in a second.
Well, you were gone.
movie
I didn't want to go
itself?
by myself.
What movie?
What is it?
What was the movie called?
Him and Dreyfus. I don't know. I would have went to that in a second.
Leaves of Grass, I think.
Yeah, well, Leaves of Grass?
What is that about?
I think so. Something grass and
Hot
leaves.
movie?
Yeah, no. About some guy. It's about mulch. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. Leaves of Grass.
It was not good?
I didn't go.
I don't know.
Didn't go?
It's based on like the novel by fucking.
By Sapphire?
Yeah, by Sapphire.
Sapphire.
That's it. It's precious. She gets hit in the back of the head with another planter and makes me laugh my balls off. It's like watching a Roadrunner, that fucking movie. Great. Nothing funnier than watching her getting clocked in the head.
I know. She opens a box and says,
watch it.
Acme retarded baby.
There's just something about it where I couldn't really garner much sympathy. I don't know. Maybe I'm a horrid racist. Yeah.
Something about it. It's called melanin.
But when that fucking Monique just consistently just throws things at her big fat dumb head, I laugh. It's funny. It's fucking funny.
I didn't watch that movie. I stopped watching any movie that's depressing. I said, I'm done with these.
Yeah, right
So
on.
did I.
Last movie that I saw that was
funny as
depressing
fuck.
was 21 Grams. Remember that?
Oh,
yeah,
fuck
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I do.
I was
What
like,
about the
I
Hurt
walked
Locker?
out.
I don't wanna watch
I didn't think that was depressing.
What?
The Hurt Locker? Hurt Locker was
Her Locker
no.
wasn't depressing.
What?
No,
That was depressing
I
at all.
get the type of movie Joe's talking
was
about.
cool. I
don't
21
wanna-
Grams
yeah.
was downright depressing.
Yeah, I don't want to watch anything where I'm going to walk out feeling like shit. And
Yeah.
what a great film. Like,
Yeah.
you didn't have to make me feel like shit. I know that people feel like shit in real life, okay? Well, I like movies like Avatar. I want to see some shit that's not real. I want to see blue people and fucking explosions and monsters.
Did you go
Those
see?
are great
So
movies.
you saw
New Star Trek.
Yeah.
You saw
I love
Avatar?
those movies,
Did
yeah.
you? Were you high?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, that would be
How
the
could you go to see
perfect movie.
Avatar not high? Oh my god.
Yeah.
I timed it absolutely perfectly. I ate a pot cookie, and by the time I put those fucking glasses on, right when the previews were playing, and they started there was a couple of like Alice in Wonderland, the 3D preview. Oh my god, I was barely able to stay in my seat.
You ate pot turkey?
Huh? Pot turkey?
What did you say? You ate pot?
No, pot cookie.
Oh, pot cookie. I thought you said
You just gave
pot.
a great idea.
I thought you said pot
The
turkey.
cookies are the way to go too, because you get blitzkrieg for fucking hours. Like if you smoke a joint and go see a 2-hour movie, an hour and a half in, you're like, I don't want to get high again. This is the end of the movie. I'm a little sober. This is getting boring. But a pot cookie will fucking keep you on the edge of your seat for hours, 5-6 hours. You're gone.
Avatar. I liked the movie, and I wasn't on the pot.
When you eat pot, people don't realize this. It's a totally different thing because it's processed by your liver and it produces something called 11-hydroxymetabolite, which is 4 times more psychoactive than THC. 11-hydroxymetabolite. It's it's present in smoking it, when you smoke it, but it's not present in doses high enough to be psychoactive. But when you eat it and it's processed by your liver, it makes this totally different thing. Do you remember when the cop called in to 911 because he stole the brownies from this guy, and he's like, I think I'm dying, I'm going back in time. Well, that guy ate pot. That's the problem. When you eat it, it's just, you think it's laced. You think it's mushrooms or acid or something because it feels like it, because it's a totally different thing.
The worst is you wake up the next morning sometimes, you're like, what's wrong with me?
Yeah, still high. Still high.
Yeah, you have no idea.
You remember Chicago?
Remember
Chicago? Oh, we went to Chicago, and this buddy of ours gave us some cookies, and we ate these cookies. And we have this fat friend, Joey Diaz. Back then he was like 350 pounds.
Fat Cuban.
A big, fat, fucking coke snorting, crazy motherfucker. And so Joey ate one and had a mild heart attack.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it was that strong.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he ate a couple of them. Didn't he eat a couple of them? Yeah.
Wow.
But meanwhile, Joey's joke was like, I'm 350 pounds. What the fuck is mild about me? There's nothing mild. He goes, they were so strong. I went to bed and I remember watching morphing cartoons fuck in my head. While my eyes were closing, I'm watching these neon lit, like, cartoon characters fucking and morphing into something else.
Fucking, like, I can't imagine you watching Avatar that high.
Oh, it was awesome. It was
like
fucking
3D.
spectacular. I cried. I cried.
He's wiping off his 3D glasses.
When his eyes opened at the end of the movie, I cried. Tears. Tears. I got Avatar depression. I wanted to move to Avatar. I wanted to move to Pandorum. Pandora. That fucking movie ruled. People are like, well, it's so predictable. Shut the fuck up. It's a goddamn comic book. What were you expecting?
Along for the ride.
Yeah, exactly. I like movies like that. Like, everybody was like into like No Country for Old Men. I was like, okay, that movie just ended. And people were like, you know what? That's how real life goes. Hey, fuckhead, this isn't real life. It's a movie,
yeah,
all right?
we want it all wrapped up nice.
Yeah, I want it wrapped up real sweet.
There are some movies.
Close it up nice.
Wrap it up somehow.
There are some movies I will sit there and if the screen kind of starts going black, I'll be like, no, don't do it.
No,
if I see fucking a credit, I'm going to throw something.
How many movies have you been at where...
I hate that shit. Credits rolling. It's like, you artsy motherfucker.
How many movies have you been at?
Movies.
Yeah. What the fuck did I just watch?
How many movies have you been at where you hear people yell, what the fuck?
Especially New York.
What the fuck?
Come on! Get the fuck out of here!
Or, that's it? Like just immediate anger.
Yeah, it's like you trust these people with your consciousness. You trust them. You're going to, take me on a ride. You're going to take me on a ride. You're going to shut it off and say, well, that's what happens in real life. I know what happens in real life, you fuck.
Live it.
I'm not here for real life. I'm here for some fantasy. I'm here for some wild shit.
Finish it up.
I like Wolfman movies and shit. I want to see some shit that's not real.
Yeah, silver bullet. He fucking turns back into the guy. He's laying there naked and dead.
That's
the end.
American Werewolf in London.
I have very displaced emotions. I like when a movie makes me cry because I find like I'm always one click off. Like in real life, like through funerals and wakes, nothing. It literally could be a Parcheesi board in front of me. But yet I'm lost when if Jack says the right thing. I'm like, fucking a one click off.
You know what gets me now that I have kids? What gets me now is anything that happens at kids. Like I saw the movie Crazy Heart with what is his name?
I didn't see that. Bridges.
That was a great movie.
Good fucking movie. I
liked him
Real
a lot,
good movie. He's a great actor.
Yep.
But that scene with the kid, with the little kid turns missing, I'm like, you fucks, you better resolve this. Don't fuck me here.
Does that happen when you become parents? It's just like
you get so soft. You become you want to nerf the world.
Really?
Fuck yeah. That's how they pass all these goddamn laws.
That's how they pass it. Yeah,
you become a dad, and you're like, we gotta save the babies. We gotta keep the children safe.
How old are your kids?
Well, there's one in the oven right now, and there's one that's 2, and I have a 13-year-old stepdaughter. So I have a gang of children in my house.
Wow, yeah.
And one in my wife is walking around vulnerable.
Boy or girl?
Baby. They're all girls.
But Joe, she wasn't believable when the kid was missing, though. She took it a little too casual. That bothered me. I'm like, really?
Well,
just gonna be
when she was sitting there with her legs crossed, I was like,
instead
no
of running all over the place trying to figure it out,
you would go into a deep panic.
That was the only part that I didn't like about the whole movie.
Did you guys see that fucking video where the nanny's beating up the baby? They just busted this lady in Florida.
I did see that.
It was Florida, right?
Yes.
Really recently?
Yes.
I can't even watch. I watched for 10 seconds and I don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
I become a murderous chimpanzee. Just thinking of all the shit shit I would do to that woman if I was in the room with her.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. No thinking, hey, we shouldn't do this. You know, this could go to jail. This could be a problem. No. Just thinking how I'm going to stomp her fucking head. Just smash her in the face, drop her to the ground, and stomp her fucking skull.
That's
just
exactly
take her out.
Why they always catch these women that pull shenanigans to get rid of their kids, murder them, or whatever the hell it is. And they can't, and they have like a press conference where they're like, and just bring her home to me because and people are like, I don't see tears. She doesn't look that. She smirked at one of the detectives when she walked away. Like everyone knows when someone's bullshitting.
Yeah, isn't that a weird thing? How you
really
can detect deception?
Yeah.
It's like impossible to describe.
Yeah, but you just know it.
It's an instinct. It's part of it. It's a survival instinct.
Odd.
There's a great book called The Gift of Fear by Gavin De Becker, where he talks about trusting your gut instinct.
Yes.
How we're taught to not trust that by being polite.
Oh,
but he's like, whenever somebody behaves violently,
yeah.
everybody goes, I kind of sense something. It's never a mistake. It's never a mystery.
I will never sacrifice my safety for political correctness or courtesy or anything like that. I am the lock my door guy. I'm the, maybe I'll wait before I go down that street, or maybe I'll just cut over a block because that situation doesn't look like something I want to even be involved in.
You don't care if they see you.
Yeah, I don't care if they see me and go, oh, look, this motherfucker thinks we're going to do, you know something? I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm going to err on the side of safety.
And the reality is, we are all thinking it.
If you don't
So then we get scared and have to lock our lock, but we're already thinking we're scared of the black man or whoever it is.
There's a certain amount of randomness to the world that if you don't address, you're a fool.
They're really a mess.
Yeah.
You're a fool if you don't address it. You know, I mean, I have a friend who doesn't lock his doors and shit. He goes, I don't feel like if you put that out there, it doesn't go. I go, hey, fuckhead. Babies get killed in drive-bys, okay?
Yeah.
You think those babies are putting that out there? You know, that's
they're putting it out there.
Yeah, man, it's the secret, bro. You just got to manifest positive energy, you know?
Positive energy.
Oh, that's dreck.
There's randomness to the world, dude.
When
There's
I hear
randomness.
beep, 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 my alarm is set at night, I'm like, yeah. Now I know when some motherfucker's coming in. No open windows for fresh air. That is the way. Every forensic files I watch, some dummy is leaving her window open to get some fresh air, and the next thing you know, there's a rape kit involved.
You don't have dogs? You don't have dogs?
No.
I gotta get dogs.
You're missing the good sleeping weather, Anthony.
You know why dogs are good? Because dogs hear shit your alarm clock doesn't.
That's right.
Dogs hear twigs snapping. And also the dogs like turn. You get a dog that loves you, dude. Get a nice German Shepherd. German Shepherds are very smart. Very smart.
I love German Shepherds, but you know what it is?
Smart. Get a
I'm not responsible enough to own a living being.
Oh, listen, you'll be fine. Listen, you would love that dog. Trust me.
What do I do?
You're a protection guy. Get yourself a nice trained German Shepherd in the back of one of those like Rob Report magazines, the real expensive magazines.
Yeah.
You get them. You can get one like a year and a half old, already been trained, listens to you. You can talk to him in German.
Oh, well, that sounds fun right there. I like the sound of that.
And nothing scares
I can dress in my costumes and talk to them in German.
Let me tell you something. Dogs are great to have because dogs, they know shit. Like when I was living in Colorado, my dogs would start growling, and I would go outside, and it was like 40 degrees in August, and fucking fog would be filling the mountain. And the dog, the Mastiff, is big. He's like 140 pounds. He'd be on the deck going, what the fuck is out here?
Something I cannot detect.
But meanwhile, I'm in my house just watching fucking DirecTV like as if I was in Manhattan. You know, it's like seems normal. Here I am watching Lost. Oh, I wonder what's going to happen this week.
And he just saw Bigfoot in the backyard or something. Walking through the fog.
Something. Right. Cats would fucking hide under the table. It was real strange, man.
That's fucking hysterical.
That's awesome.
I just don't like the idea of having to take care of something. I'm not that guy.
Hard. So easy.
You know
all you do is feed them.
But what happens if you don't go home?
When I leave, sometimes I'll go like, hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go to the Borgata for a fucking entire weekend.
Dude,
now someone's got to walk it.
No, not really. You take your pet to one of those places. They have places that'll babysit them for the weekend.
I don't want to take it.
So easy.
I don't want to go anywhere.
I'm with you.
I want to. You know what I want to do? I want to go get in my car and drive to the Borgata.
This motherfucker doesn't wash his sheets for years. Years.
Why would I?
Yeah, no bullshit.
It's just you sleeping in them.
He does not wash his sheets for a year.
Wow.
Sleeps in it every night for a year. Ari?
Yeah, and I shower in the morning, too.
Sometimes.
So it's extra dirty,
Sometimes, but sometimes you don't go showering for like 5 days, right?
Fresh sheets.
Everyone's laying
they'd
their
be
own
great.
filth for a while, you know.
Hey, we got to stop this for a second because we got a very busy man on the hotline, Dana White from the
Oh, there he goes.
Dana.
We haven't talked UFC yet with Joe Rogan, but we got the big UFC 111 tomorrow night. We're all going. Can't fucking wait. Hey, Dana.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning. Good to see you again.
Big Daddy, what's happening?
I think
What's up, buddy?
I think Joe called you this morning, right?
Yeah, I left a message. I'm trying to find out what's going on with Thiago.
Yeah, dude, everybody was blowing me up saying to call into Opie and Anthony.
Yeah, well, we kind of got some fans, you know.
You do.
We don't have as many followers as you do on Twitter, but we do okay for
Dana
ourselves.
White cracked 1 million.
Oh, my God.
That's
$1 million.
unbelievable.
Hey, Joe,
City.
you know what you got to do? You know, me and Joe have been this for a long time, and we get all excited about stuff and always get on the phone and start talking. You got to pick up the USA Today. You know, for years we've been trying to get in the papers to give us the same coverage that they give other sports.
Yeah.
Wait till you see what they did in the USA Today. It's incredible.
We're going to grab it right now.
This is a big day. Big day.
Opie's got it. What is it, in the sports section? What is it?
Yeah, go to the sports section.
All right.
of
You're
USA
legit.
Today.
You're
This
legit.
is what I've been. This is the kind of stuff I've been.
Oh,
reading
look at the
about.
back page. Well, that's a giant
Back
ad.
page, full page.
Well, you got a giant ad on the back of the sports section, but right on the front page of the sports, UFC star dives back into fray. St. Pierre fights Hardy on Saturday, UFC 111, right at the top of the fucking sports page.
That's
Then
nice.
flip in like 3 pages more, and wow, look at this thing.
All right, 3 pages.
So what is the official prognosis on
Holy,
Thiago Alves?
wait, this is worth it.
Wow. Holy shit.
It's like a full page fucking...
And right below it, it's full page UFC, because right below it's the UFC
Now
ad.
flip that page open.
Jesus,
Oh,
Dana.
now flip that page open.
We're trying to do
Look
a
at
radio show here.
Wow.
Holy shit, and then he gets another 2 pages in
Wow.
the
Holy
USA Sports
shit.
section.
Wow.
That's
Holy
pretty
shit.
fucking cool. That's the first time that happened?
Yeah, ever.
That's
It's the first
gigantic,
time,
man.
It's the first time ever.
That's USA Today, too. That's the whole goddamn country.
Yeah, you're in the fucking comics today. That's awesome.
How many hours of sleep you get last night, Dana? 2? 1? What'd you get?
3.
Nobody's runs
Like
more
traditional
than this
3.
motherfucker. He's been running on fumes for the last decade.
On no sleep.
He gets no sleep. First of all, he couldn't breathe. He finally got his fucking nose fixed. Because Dana used to box, so his nose was like mine. It was all covered with
fucked up.
scar tissue, and he couldn't breathe.
Cartilage and-
So he had to get a deviated septum because he was dying in his sleep and choking to death. And sleeping 2 hours a night. Nobody works harder than you, dude.
Thanks.
Nobody works harder than you. My job is easy as
Are
fuck.
you tired not sleeping?
He's an animal.
No, I honestly I don't require that much sleep. So a lot of people
God
that
bless
can't
you.
sleep freak out. I got to take Ambien and see a doctor. It really doesn't bother me at all.
Hey, I had the sinus surgery. It's how do you feel about yours? Like my breathing is better, but it's still a little fucked up.
Me too. It's better, but it's not as good as I thought it was going to be. I'm not crazy about it. I'd never do that again.
Well, let's be honest though. You started digging into your nose right away when you're supposed to like have the packing in there and you're supposed to do nothing. Remember when we talked about it? I started picking my nose right away.
Nice.
I was blowing my nose and doing stuff.
You're not supposed to do that for 2 weeks. You're not even supposed to touch it. I did it the right way.
It's like brain tissue
My nose
coming
is
out.
great. I'm so happy I did it. Yeah.
Mine's much better, but I still like I took I had to take Afrin the other night for the first time in a year because I just couldn't. I had like a rock on my
breathe.
face. I couldn't.
Well,
sleep.
I had a thing. I used to have a thing where I would talk, where I would I would open my mouth when I would talk, and the reason why I would do it, like I developed like almost like a tick because I couldn't breathe out of my nose. So when I would talk, I would have to.
You're
take
suffocating.
Yeah, literally. My nose was useless completely. I had only less than 20% use in one nostril, and the other one was like 2%. It was
like having a
useless.
cold all the time.
All the time. All the time.
Fuck
Just jammed
that.
up. And so many guys have it.
How'd you
ever
eat? Like I know when I have you
Or
have
cough.
a cold,
Yeah.
a real bad cold, and you're eating, you're swallowing, then you're like,
Yeah. And you sound
fucking
stupid.
exhausted.
Yeah.
So what are we asking Dana today?
So what's going on with Thiago Alves?
Oh, right, okay.
So what happened with him was he went in to do his medicals, and all the guys have to do, full medicals, and which includes, checking out their brains, and his came back irregular. So they went in, and he saw a couple of different doctors, and New Jersey pulled him from the card. So now we're gonna send him to a specialist. I'm pretty optimistic and confident that he's going to be okay. This happened, and not that we're taking this lightly or anything like this, but about probably 11 years ago when I managed Chuck. Chuck was supposed to fight Jeff Munson in New Jersey. And the day before the fight, Jeff Munson, they were saying Jeff Munson's CAT scan was coming back irregular. So they pulled the Chuck Liddell Jeff Munson fight. So Chuck couldn't fight, and Jeff Munson's still fighting today. You know what I mean?
If you knew Jeff Munson, you'd be surprised if his CAT scan didn't come back irregular. Jeff Munson's got fucking anarchy tattooed all over his body.
Yeah.
He's got a guy with a gun pointed to another guy's head on the back of his neck, and it says, underneath it says capitalism. He's fucking crazy. He gets arrested for spraying anarchy on like public buildings. He's fucking nuts, man. He's completely bonkers.
Is he a good fighter too?
Yeah, he's tough as fuck, man. He's a gorilla.
Did he fight Liddell? Did they ever fight?
Yeah, Chuck beat his ass.
So these kind of things happen, and I'm hoping that, that's the same case with Thiago.
And they spotted irregularity. What is like the definition of irregularity? Is it like a clot, or like what is it?
Or they see a little spot in there, or they see something that they don't understand, and they want to understand it before the guy gets in there and fights. So
there's no chance he's going to be on this weekend, though.
Definitely not going to happen. And we've already the fight net. So what happened was I was gonna, we scrapped the fight. I talked to Silva. We scrapped the fight, so we figure out how we're going to take care of this guy, that guy. And I end up getting a phone call from Ben Saunders, and he says, "I want this fight bad. Wow. I want to fight John Fitch." And anybody who knows anything about me, man, guys that call up and step up and want to do that. And then Fitch was so pumped up because Fitch is the kind of guy. Listen, what happens is I probably would have paid Fitch his show money anyway. Would have gave him his show money, would have taken care of Thiago, and all the other fights would have happened. John Fitch didn't want the money. He wants to fight.
Wow.
So when he was so pumped that somebody stepped up and took the fight.
What about Ellenberger? Because Saunders is supposed to fight Ellenberger, right?
Yep. So now we'll take care of him, and we'll get him slotted on a card somewhere else.
He's a fucking animal, that kid.
Yeah,
if I was Ben Saunders, I might want to fight John Fitch. Ellenberger will punch a fucking hole through your head. He's dangerous, dude. That guy punches fucking hard.
What weight
that
is
kid?
he?
He's one of those unsung guys that nobody knows about in 170 that's gonna fuck a lot of people up.
Yeah.
I was just kidding about wanting to fight John Fitch. John Fitch is a fucking monster too. It's like, we get fucked by this guy or get fucked by that guy. They're both beasts, but yeah, Ben Saunders has got a lot of balls, and I think he also wants to prove a lot. He was very unhappy with his fight with Swick, and he,
exactly.
that could make up for a lot of that. Yeah, that's a great fight.
Everybody has some excuses when they lose, but this kid seems like, he was serious in what he was saying. He was going through some hard times personally and said that wasn't me. So getting a fight with Fitch is big for him. Yeah, that's for so many of those fighters, man. People don't realize what a balance that is in your life. You have like girlfriend problems, relationship problems, anything fucking with your head, anything that's, going on inside your head, and you go in there and you carry that into the cage, that could really fuck you up.
Throws you off.
Like I've had girlfriend problems.
You think about how many people have personal problems and go in and just have regular jobs every day, and it messes with you at work.
Yeah.
Imagine going in there in your job, you might get your ass kicked if you're not.
Right.
And women will nag you. They'll know you're going to fucking do a gig, and in your case, and nag you. It's like, you fucking asshole. What are you nagging me for?
Look at his face. He's reliving moments right now. He's back in his living room in his underwear. You fucking bitch.
But I'll bet you these guys have to deal with the same nonsense that stand-ups do. It's like a chick giving you bullshit when you're going away to fight.
The last time I bombed on stage was a few years ago, like 5 years ago. I had this huge fight with my chick. She was moving out of the house, and I talked to her on the phone, and we had this like real emotional conversation. Then I went on stage and just ate shit. Ooh. Because you have this bad feeling, someone you loved, and you sleep with them, and you love them, you're living with them, and then all of a sudden they're moving out, and then you're on stage talking, you're like, I'm just a hunk of shit. I'm just a useless fucking human.
No confidence.
No, not only no confidence, you don't feel like, why should you like me? I don't even like me. You know what I mean? Like, what do you fucking, but that's just talking, Imagine if you have that feeling, and you step in and you see the other side of the cage, Anderson Silva's there, pacing back and forth like a fucking character in the Matrix.
He's gonna fucking beat my ass.
Fuck.
You don't realize how many situations I've had before big fights dealing with wives or girlfriends, man. And
I'm sure your job is primarily babysitter, right?
Yeah, dude. There was a situation with one of our huge stars where got into a fight. His girlfriend was up there basically picking a fight with him and flipping out on him the day of the fight, and she threw an ashtray at him, one of those glass ashtrays. and I was going to have her thrown off the property, and literally out of the building. It was crazy, man. But the stuff
you can't tell us who this was?
Yeah, it was Chuck Liddell.
Really?
Yeah, and me and Chuck are tight. And
is this the chick, the like before he became famous chick?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that one was trying to hang on tight.
So when when this girl was flipping out on him and going crazy on him, just picking a fight with him the day of the fight. And her and I never got along anyway, but it's so crazy. It's why the guys that are smart are the guys that say, hey, listen, I'm going into camp now. And they go and they take off and they do their thing, and then they come back home.
You got to establish strong rules very early. That's the deal.
Shit. I need to know. I assume it helped out Chuck Liddell that day.
It didn't matter. Chuck doesn't give a
I assume that Chuck Liddell
hit him right in the face. It wouldn't matter.
Yeah, I assume he really
he would just take it out on whoever he's fighting.
He hurt someone that day.
Yeah. He'd just see her, like Photoshop her head.
Fucking Liddell rules.
Chuck Liddell, that story is a very interesting story. Well, the reason why I asked which girl it was, because Chuck had this girl that was with him all the time. She was like answering questions for him, you know what I mean? Like one of those chicks. She would like, if you would call Chuck, she would answer the phone. Chuck Liddell's phone, you know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then when when it really hit, he got rid of her and then became a fucking barbarian. And it was just like, women would just funnel down onto him like he was some fucking, like a channel in a river. And like the river would come down, then they would just pour upon him. Dude, you've never seen, fuck all that rock star nonsense. People talk rock star shit.
Yeah.
No, that's nonsense. You never seen like a fighter like Chuck Liddell, like when chicks throw themselves at him. Like you've never seen anything like it. It's fucking insanity.
Crazy.
In Vegas, hot chicks, 20, 30 of them, clawing, trying to touch him, want to take pictures. Yeah, they take pictures, and while they're taking pictures, they have a hand like inside his shirt, one up his back. They're like putting their pussy on his hip and grinding up against him while they're taking pictures. They just want to be with the fucking alpha. They just want to touch that fucking barbarian. They know if it's 2,000 years ago, he would be covered in blood holding a fucking axe.
A severed head in the other hand.
They know it, man. It's just genetics. Their eggs just want him. Just give me him.
Right on.
Bring me the alpha.
Fucking right on, man.
Seriously, man. You learn so much about human nature being around a guy like that.
Yeah. Hey, Dana, I saw you tweet a picture with Brock Lesnar. He's in town?
Yeah, he's here. He's here.
Bring him by, man. Come on.
He wants to be at this fight.
This studio's too small. You're going to have to bust out a fucking wall.
Is he going to be at the fight?
What's that?
I called that.
He's going to be at the fight. Yeah, he's going to be at the fight.
Yeah, he'll be at the fight. Yeah, he wants to see this fight.
Have you guys met Shane Carwin? He's another one.
I was watching
catcher's mitts.
I was watching clips. I was watching clips of him online last night.
Carwin's a monster.
That last knockout, the short punch.
Yeah.
I forgot who he was fighting already.
Gabriel Gonzaga.
Yes. Yeah, what an amazing knockout that was.
Carwin's had 11 fights. Not one of them has gotten out of the first round.
Really?
Yeah. He hit so fucking hard. He was fighting Neil Wayne. I will not forget this. And he took this dude down, got on top of him, and was grounding and pounding him. I'm sitting cage side. I can feel it through the floor. And I'm not bullshitting you. These fucking boom, boom. These fucking cinder blocks are dropping down on this dude's head. And I swear, insane. You can feel it through the fucking floor. Wow. He's pounding on this dude, and the echo through the fucking cage, you literally feel in the floor.
Holy shit.
Dana,
that's getting your ass kicked.
Oh, that's dying.
That would kill the normal person.
It's like, you think what it would be like if someone took like a telephone pole and like, put it straight up in the air and then picked it up about 6 feet and then dropped it down the ground. That's the kind of noise it's making when he's pounding on this dude's skull. Just removing all of his memories.
Dana, I think Joe Rogan's losing the passion for this UFC. I really think you got to find a new guy because he's losing a little bit.
Me and him get on the phone sometimes. Yeah. We're like fucking little kids, man, on the phone.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we'll be 3 o'clock in the morning. My wife will come into my office going, "What the fuck are you doing? Everyone's asleep." Like, oh, sorry.
We're just talking about fights and stuff. Hey, I mentioned the Brock Lesnar because in the picture, he obviously looks like he's in amazing shape.
He's in great shape.
Yeah.
He's seriously, he's changed so much since this thing happened to him, and he's changed his diet. A big part of what was wrong with him was his diet. Mm-hmm. So he changed his diet. He's changed his lifestyle, and he's very appreciative and grateful that he's still able to compete. So he's pumped up, man. He looks great, feels great, and And
if you guys don't know what the problem was, this is how fucking crazy that guy is. His problem was he's such a fucking monster that he wouldn't eat vegetables. All he ate was dead animals. He was just eating meat. He's a hunter, you know, and he's eating meat and meat and meat, and that shit just packs up inside your intestine, and it creates like abscesses. It is called diverticulitis. Yeah. It's like from having excess protein. Like literally, he doesn't eat fucking vegetables. He's like,
there's nothing to clear it out.
He's a fucking bear. He's a monster. He's just eating flesh. Just fucking naked in his house in Michigan.
He's that bear eating the moose.
Yeah, pulling fucking meat off the bone that he just shot this animal in the head with an arrow 20 minutes ago.
Gotta eat it raw. It's the freshest.
It's a hunting show. There's a hunting show online that you could watch Brock Lesnar. He shoots this deer with a bow and arrow and then picks this fucking deer up by its antlers and is dragging it through the woods, like carrying it back. I mean, it's
man shit.
That's fucking heavy. You know, this is like a 150, 160 pound animal he just shot with a bow and arrow, and he's dragging it like you would take your jacket. Like, you know, just dragging my jacket with me.
Unbelievable.
Just dead weight.
Brock smash. Brock get deer.
It looked like he was almost smiling in the picture that Dana tweeted too. So maybe he's starting to eat some vegetables.
That's a scary dude. The scariest fight ever with him was after he beat the fuck out of Frank Mir. He gets on top of Frank Mir, smashes him, and then Frank Mir's his face is covered with blood. He was just completely unconscious. And then Brock screaming in his face, "You want to fucking talk shit now, motherfucker?" And you're like, whoa.
But Mir didn't learn his lesson because he said all that shit about hoping that Lesnar's the first, you know.
Well, I wouldn't say learn his lesson.
But Mir's still talking shit.
Because Mir really was never the same guy like that he is now. He's a different human being because of this obsession with Brock Lesnar. First of all, he's packed on like 25 pounds of muscle. No bullshit. The dude does powerlifting every day because he knows that he can't compete with that kind of strength that Lesnar has. So now the dude he's training with Mark Filippi, who's one of those strongman dudes. He's doing fucking powerlifting every day. He's training hard. Like, he's way more disciplined than ever before. Ran through Czech Congo in his last fight. He was a tough motherfucker. He drops him with a punch and then gets on top of him and chokes him to sleep. And all he thinks about is Brock Lesnar.
So do you want the third fight?
I don't know, man. I want to see what happens. I don't give a shit. If you know what, I want to see this fight because I'll tell you what, man. It's a fascinating fight. Brock Lesnar, or rather, Frank Mir has more ways to win, but Shane Carwin is such a fucking gorilla. He's such a freak. It's like you zig when you should have zagged, and you wake up with a flashlight in your face. I mean, that's what happens. No bullshit. It's that kind of dude you're dealing with. You're dealing with a dude who can knock out any man.
It's a win either way.
Yeah.
For the people that don't know, Brock Lesnar is obviously going to fight the winner of that fight.
And even then, you still got Junior Dos Santos, you got Cain Velasquez. The fucking heavyweight division has never been more exciting. There's so many good fighters now. It's like, and they're all building up because they realize there's so much hype and there's so much intensity that everybody's seeing like these intense performances, so everybody's rising up. The training is ramping up and the fighters are getting better. How fucking good is Cain Velasquez, Dana?
Yeah, no, he's awesome, man. And Junior Dos Santos.
Oh, yeah. Junior Dos Santos just crushed Gabriel Gonzaga. There's so many good fighters now. It's it's insane right now. This is the perfect time.
So fucking exciting to watch, man.
Really is.
Yeah.
I don't know how anybody can watch baseball after you watch the UFC. I really don't understand it.
I have a tough time watching baseball.
Yeah,
I've been out for a few years now.
High with a Walkman on, scrolling the net on your iPhone.
You need a Sudoku puzzle if you're sitting there.
Vibrating cock ring on.
A New York Times fucking crossword puzzle, something else.
Don't underestimate, though, the tension when there's runners on first and second and nobody out, and that man has to bunt those runners into scoring position with a sacrifice.
I like it. I like the way you think.
Dana, good job.
So what else is going on, Dana? Give us some gossip.
Well, I was going to tell Dana, good job on Red Eye. Now, you know, he's becoming...
you were on Red Eye?
He's a media darling, this fucking Dana White. He's everywhere now.
He is everywhere. You just got back from Canada, right? Did Marty get back in the country?
Oh, yeah, Marty's back in the country now.
Oh, yeah. Did you leave him behind? We were talking to Dana about that 2 days ago.
If he fucks up like that, you just leave him.
Who's a former pro baseball player, went to Canada without his fucking passport.
Yeah.
Knucklehead.
And we got stuck there. I waited for him. I should have made him fly back to the United States commercial, but I didn't.
Of course.
Commercial, like it's like a plague.
Yeah.
You're not even on a private jet, you faggot.
That is funny.
Enjoy your peanuts, you fucking homo.
Any other guy would have done that, though.
Yeah, well, you want a Diet Coke? Here, you can't even have the whole can. How do you like that? How do you like that, stupid?
Wait on the security line for an hour. I'm out of here. Go fuck yourself.
Take your shoes off, stupid.
Yeah, really. I don't have to.
That's how you know you make a lot of money, when that's the worst punishment you can inflict on someone.
You're flying coach.
Fucking.
Or commercial, not even coach.
It could be first class.
First class.
Big
It
pimpin'.
still isn't the private jet.
Yeah, Dana, give us some gossip.
Yeah,
man.
what else you got, man?
Give us
Come
something
on.
good. Give us something good today.
What else is going on?
Yeah, what do you got for us?
What gossip do I have?
What's up with that Fedor character?
I got stuff that I can talk to you guys about offline, not on the radio.
Come on, let's make some fucking headlines today, Dana.
Fedor, if he better fucking sign sooner, he's going to be irrelevant.
Yeah,
At
What do you
this
think,
point
he's
in
not
time-
signed?
No, I mean, he was with Strike Force, but nobody gives a shit about those fights. You know, he's going to have fights for Fabricio Verdum, and they're kind of interesting to watch Fedor perform, but, you know, you want to see supposedly the best guys against the best guys. And that's not happening over there.
Are you saying we have a shot at getting Fedor
Well, this guy,
in the
the
UFC?
problem is these guys in the UFC are getting so fucking good and so scary. It's like people aren't as interested as him anymore as they were a couple of years ago. It's not as important.
I wonder if his people knew that, because what is he, 33 or 34?
Yeah, he's up
I'm
there.
wondering if they were worried about these guys and then just kind of found a way to sidestep a possible disaster.
Well, there's another thing. No, I don't think that's what it is. They're just crazy. I mean, Dana will tell you the whole story. But I think the other thing to think about is the size difference. I mean, at the end of the day, Fedor really is a 230-pound man who's got 25 pounds of fat on him. I mean, he really does. No bullshit. I mean, he's a small guy, 6 feet tall. You know, I mean, you compare like the size of him to a guy like a Brock Lesnar, who's like, this is what I say about Brock Lesnar. If he died and 1,000 years from now they find his bones right next to David Spade's bones, they'll go, well, clearly these are two different species. This is a different thing.
Or they'll think it was a husband and wife.
Yeah, this was his.
We're probably making that exact mistake right now when we're digging up all these bones.
Two different species. This was obviously the stronger of the two, and probably caused the extinction
One
of
probably
this
feasted on the other.
puny little.
This was the female with the Tommy
This
Boy
was his
CD on her.
manservant.
Hey, Dana, are you doing anything in New York just for fun? You taking in, I don't know, anything else besides just UFC?
No, I haven't done anything.
Nothing?
I've just been working, just that and going to dinner and then start all over again.
If you know Dana does a job of 5 people. For real.
Yeah.
No bullshit. But the problem is the 5 people wouldn't do it like he does it.
Yeah.
That's the reality.
He's one of those
Right?
guys
Yeah.
committed.
Yeah.
Committed to the cause.
Oh, fuck.
Sleeping 3 hours a night.
Obviously, the UFC 111 sold out. How's that viewing party going?
Good. Yeah, very good. You know, the thing sold out so fast that...
Oh, that sold out too?
No, I'm saying that the fight sold out
Okay.
so fast that there was some, a lot of buzz and people wanted to go. So we were able to pull it off for Radio City Music Hall to do this viewing party. And the guys from Madison Square Garden have been so cool and so supportive of the UFC. So we're really pumped about that.
Now, Dana, let me ask you something. Are you going to go into the 3D world? Because because 2 nights ago, I was actually at the game live. The Islanders and the Rangers played. It's a who gives a shit game if you're an Islander fan like me, because we're way out of it. But they had a 3D viewing fucking party at the Felt Forum, and it went extremely well.
3D hockey?
First time. People,
I went to the Sony
fucking
store.
loved it.
I went to the Sony store the other day and
Saw
they had
the 3D
3D
TV.
TV.
Check out the
Holy
3D
shit,
TVs.
it's fucking awesome.
It's a
That's
great
fucked
question,
up, huh?
man. Everything's going through
Yeah, I know it's a
3D,
great
and yeah,
question.
we have too. We've been.
Really?
Hey, Craig, when do you think we'll do our first 3D event? I mean, we've shot how many? 2 events now in 3D. Yeah,
You shot him already in 3D?
yeah. We're gonna do it. He just said we're gonna do a 3D special. Yeah, we've shot 2 fights in 3D.
Wow.
But you do that viewing party in 3D. I'm telling you, it's made for you. It's made for you.
Well, that's another thing people need to know. The UFC is in movie theaters now. We were at a movie theater recently, and there was a preview of it. How many theaters are showing the UFC this time, Dana?
300 theaters across the country.
Yeah.
Are showing it in the theaters. Yeah,
That's the way to see it, too.
Saturday you can go see it in the movie theater.
Because the movie theater, seeing it live is you can't recreate that feeling of being, 16,000 people and screaming and everything. But, unless you get those little radio things, you don't hear the commentary, you don't know what's going on. But it's more fun to watch fights like with a lot of people. Like I like to watch fights the best at home with like 20 friends. You get a bunch of people over. You know, and everybody's fucking
then you get
screaming.
to see everything, different angles, replays, you know.
But a movie theater, that would be fucking intense.
Yeah.
IMAX? Holy shit.
With the avatar glasses?
You'll leave fucking actually beat up. You're fucking bruised.
Take a couple
What
punches.
happened to me?
Everybody's wiping their nose, blood coming out of their fucking face.
I actually got beat up.
Yeah.
But there are no movies in 3D yet. You gotta buy a 3D TV and go, all right, how many fucking times can I watch Alice in Wonderland?
Well, that was the case with HD. Remember? There was nothing in HD, and look what it's going now. You know,
TV shows are going to start doing it. And
it's going to take over the world now.
TVs are still pretty fucking pricey, but
Dana,
they come down.
Pricey.
I got to ask you about an old friend of ours. And you could say no comment, that's fine. But it was very suspicious when Shane McMahon left the WWE. Is there anything you could say about that?
Yeah, I thought, actually, to be honest with you, I thought it was crazy too. I didn't see that coming. But, Shane is, a friend of mine. I like and respect him very much. Same thing as Vince. I mean, I have a good relationship with Vince too. And, I talked to, Shane came in and talked to Lorenzo and I, but, I don't think it was suspicious. I think he just got to a point where he wanted to go out and try to do his own thing. Mm-hmm. And he loves MMA.
Yeah, we all know that. That's why I'm asking it. I mean, is there a place for him down the road if he wants it?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked to him. I don't know exactly how we would work with him, but he's a good guy, and we like him and respect him. And
it takes balls that he left the WWE. That was his.
We're convinced Vince has him under a no compete.
Yeah, we talked about this morning that Vince is holding him to a no compete.
I don't care, you're my boy.
I think
you
after a while,
working for 3 years.
No matter how much money you have, after a while, that fake wrestling shit's got to get boring. That's the bottom line. After a while, you're watching a shitty TV show.
I disagree. The Iron Marauders fighting this week. Oh,
I loved it when I was 14. When I was wrestling in high school, and we would watch the Superfly Snooker.
Yeah.
We'd get on the top rope.
Superfly Snooker.
Okay. Bob Backlund, when he had that weird posture. Come on, dude.
It was real wrestling. He was like a real wrestler.
Real wrestler. He fucking, to arm drag you, take you back. You know?
Oh my God, King! Look what he's doing to him.
Half the old school guys looked like they were constipated when they were walking into the ring.
Oh, how great is an Iron Sheik as the guests?
Was
one of your guests?
Damn.
Oh my God.
Where he made wee-wee in his pants.
Yeah, he pissed his pants?
Yeah, the poor little sweetie. He made it single.
Did you guys put a picture of that online?
Oh, yeah, we did.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, Dana, Iron Sheik was in here drinking beers and he fucking peed his pants right in front of us.
Well, a lot of people don't appreciate how hard it is to be a professional wrestler and how difficult it is. But that's as difficult, if not more, than fighting. Because these guys, they tour like 300 fucking nights a year, slamming each other. And, a lot of those guys have serious pain issues.
Yeah.
A lot of those guys are serious fucking athletes, too, like Brock Lesnar. Look at this motherfucker. This guy's only had 5 MMA fights, and he's a UFC heavyweight champion. How crazy is that?
Came right out of wrestling.
That is crazy.
And, just a gigantic power wrestler, and it just shows you how strong that is. Like as a base for mixed martial arts, there's a lot of those guys that are looking at it right now.
Well, Dana, anything else? I'm sure you want to go do something else.
You guys cracked me up, man.
Joe's just killing for us today.
Glad I called in.
No other gossip? Nothing we can pull out of you?
I don't.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Wait. How about this? You can answer this question. You got some good stuff, though, don't you?
What's that?
You got some good gossip.
Oh, he's always working.
You got some good stuff, don't you? That would blow us away.
I've got some stuff that I'm. Rogan's been telling me we got to talk. We got to talk about what's going on.
Okay.
We just haven't had the chance to hook up yet. Yeah.
All right.
He works more than anybody. Hardest working man in show business, right there. Dana White, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Dana. Thank you, brother.
See you, man.
Later, Joe.
See you later, buddy.
We'll see you tomorrow night. UFC 111 going down. All right, Dana.
The weigh-ins are in a few hours. I'll be hosting the weigh-ins.
Where's that at?
It's at the arena.
Oh, you have to go there for that?
Yeah, as soon as we leave here, we go straight there.
Aren't you going to sleep?
Fuck sleep, you faggots.
That's a great line from Kiss of Death. Sleeping's for squirts or snips. You ever see that?
No.
I ain't slept in 3 days, Richard Widmark, when he pushed the old lady down the steps.
Yeah, you old hag.
You lying old hag. Wraps her up in a fucking cord.
I can't even say the word faggots without thinking about Jesse Ventura and Predator. Bunch of slack-jawed faggots.
Good old Jesse.
Nothing was funnier than you fucking clowning him.
Oh,
I loved it.
Wow. And he won't come back.
Of course
on
he won't come back.
Yeah.
You exposed him.
Yeah,
you exposed him for his bulliness.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah. We could talk about that after the break.
Oh,
hey, Travis, you find that Bill Hicks bit?
The Billy Ray Cyrus one?
No, it's not into it.
Fuck, it
What
is
the
a great
fuck is
bit,
wrong with
too,
you?
man. I think that was off Relentless, right?
It's one of the first tracks.
On Relentless, I believe.
I think it is.
All right, Joe Rogan. We're going to continue with him for a little while, and we got Vinny Brand.
Ari Shafir's here as well.
Ari, of
Powerful
course.
Ari Shafir.
That's the other voice you're hearing that we didn't really...
The deep voice of God. That's me.
Yeah. All right, quick break. We'll continue. Got a full house today. Joe Rogan, of course, just killing for us today. Ari's here. He's doing very well as well. Yeah, you're doing a set tonight, right, Ari?
Yes, sir.
You'll be in front of Joe at Gotham?
Yeah, should be a fun crowd.
I think that's a sold-out show, too, so Joe doesn't even really have to be here for anything. He just likes hanging with us. And in the corner, we got Vinny Brand from the Stress Factory joining the program.
Specifically to hang out with you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Specifically.
That's so cool.
And the gig.
I don't. No, I know the gig, but I don't.
but he
The
could
gig.
be
I have to go to New Jersey, do the weigh-ins, then come back to the gig. We
he
came to
didn't have
Manhattan.
to be here. He could just be sleeping
Yeah,
in
the show
or
was sold out a
fucking
few days
eating,
ago.
It was a good egg.
I
eating
love you,
pot
bitches.
brownies. He doesn't have to be here whatsoever.
Do you know what was true? We forgot to mention because I don't know what happened.
Oh, what?
But at 10 o'clock, my Seattle tickets go on sale for the 28th on
Forgot to
Ticketmaster.
mention that?
I forgot to mention
Whose
that.
fanny pack is that over there?
Mine.
Good for you. You wear that?
I've proudly.
Fuck you. Give me some knuckles.
I actually wear it under my shirt like
man.
tits.
I wear a fanny pack everywhere.
Fanny
Whenever
packs
I
are
go to
fucking
travel,
the best.
you take it off, you throw it through the fucking on the tray, put it through security.
Oh, look at you. You're not emptying
easy.
your pockets or
Yeah,
anything.
it's
Phenomenal.
awesome. I love them. Yeah, people go, oh, it's so gay, it's so
Well, no
faggy.
one's going to fucking goof on you.
Yeah, no
Yeah, who
Sure,
exactly?
I goof on
Yeah.
you.
What
I
a
don't care.
faggot Rogan is.
I goof on me.
Beat you to death with my fanny pack.
Joe would beat you with it. You're right. How degrading would it be to be beaten with a fanny pack?
Joe
that you make
probably
fun of
has
it?
Pull a little
brass
tissue out of it
knuckles in
here.
Brass knuckles.
They probably have man things in them.
No, I
Condoms,
have-
big magnums.
He's the only
Gum.
one in the room that can pull it off. He's the only one.
Listen, nobody
Who's he
can pull
kidding?
it off, but it doesn't matter.
Nah,
if
you
you're not
pull it
trying to get laid, who gives a fuck what I wear?
Oh.
You don't like it? The guys go, what do you really wear a fanny pack? Like, what do you give a fuck what I wear?
Well,
Who
everyone
says
else
that
is
to
wrong
you?
with you.
Does someone really say that to you, or do they just go,
people
that's a nice
give them
fanny
shit.
pack?
Yeah, that's
Girls
good.
especially. Are you really wearing a fanny pack?
Look what I have in my
The
fanny
fuck
pack.
I am.
I have my little eye patch.
You are
sleep
a
with those
faggot.
I do. I have a little eye
Nice.
patch in case baby boy gets tired.
Like one of the Kennedys of Massachusetts.
He's
got
got
an
like
eye
one of
mask.
those masks that,
You
what's
got
their
your
name, wore on
sunglasses.
Green Acres.
You got Ray-Bans from like the fucking...
They're awful.
From Risky Business.
Yeah. And I have my
God.
eye drops in case baby boy's eyes get dry on the big shiny airship.
You are a little woman.
I have my Dramamine in case Sweetie gets nauseous.
God.
The
nice.
plane hits the little bumps.
Got a little Midol in there, Jimmy, do you? Take care of your
And I
cramping.
got my keys, and I also have less drowsy Dramamine in case I have things to do.
Yeah, the less drowsy formula. That's awful.
That's hilarious.
That's my bag.
What's in yours, Joe? I'm sure it's a little different than what
A
Jimmy
knife.
just pulled out.
Survival kit.
Brass knuckles, an illegal gun,
Pockets for
50-pound
money.
dumbbells,
strips.
and I have
pot brownies.
Rolling papers.
Needle and thread to sew up wounds.
and
Treasure
some
map.
C4 explosives.
fucking.
What to do if attacked by mountain lion? It's written on a piece of paper.
I forgot we talked about so much stuff during the commercials. We talked about the priest touching kids.
Oh, yeah, we talked
We're
about
trying to turn me on to this documentary now. I got to go find
Deliver
it.
Us from Evil. It's
Deliver
all
us-
about how the Catholic Church took this one guy who had fucked, like, literally fucked babies. He fucked a 9-month-old baby, this piece of shit.
Jesus.
And this guy's still alive
Whoa.
and still out there, you know, wandering around. And they did this whole documentary on him about how the church shielded him and took him from place to place. And hundreds of kids were molested. And not only that, they say that 80% of all child abuse is not reported and priest abuse. So there's been... The Catholic Church is responsible for at least, there was something like 500,000 or some insane number of molestations that were reported by the Catholic Church. So they don't know how many the real number is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fucking bananas.
It's one of the biggest scandals,
Yeah.
I think, in the world
it's
history.
incredible. If it was
they
that
try to
many
cover
it
NASCAR
up,
drivers,
too.
Yeah.
NASCAR drivers were fucking kids like that.
Yeah,
Holy
yeah.
shit, it would be huge.
Just
Yeah,
take
but you know,
any other people.
It's
Yeah.
so much worse with priests.
Yeah, no,
They're
it's worse with
positions of
any
authority.
religion. There's
like
all religions are doing it. The Catholics are just getting a bad press.
What are you talking about? That's so not true.
No, the reason why I think it's true. You don't think that's true in the Muslim religion?
Celibate. No,
are you kidding me? That's absolutely true.
No, Rogan's got a great point on this.
They have to be celibate.
Yeah, they have to be celibate.
Yeah, there's a lot of other religions they allow them to marry.
Well, not only that, they're all gay. You know, they didn't always have to be celibate, but they were fucking all the women. You know, like when a long time ago, priests were like rock stars. You know, there was no movies, there was no TV shows, and the priests were the ones who had the direct connection to God. And if you understand the way the Catholic Church works, I went to Catholic school when I was in first grade. You have to be subservient. I mean, this is really simple. It's like they talk, you listen, you do what they say, period, and that's how the whole religion is set up. And these guys were just fucking everything, just stuffing their cock in every chick who came to confession. And finally they had to say, listen, no sex. You can't have any sex at all. And then it mutated and became this gay thing.
Yeah, because now the only people that would want to join the priesthood, I think, are a lot of people that are maybe a little confused about their sexuality. People that don't want to accept the fact that they're gay, so they enter the priesthood going, all right, I don't have to have any sex, but then the temptation, gets
the best of you.
There was a kid that I grew up with.
Once you get to interview your first altar boy, all right.
Well, not only that,
I'm not sure I can give you the big Sunday gig unless you do a little something special.
When you talk to the other priests and they tell you how the whole scene works, and you see like the evidence of abuse going on left and right. I mean, it's fucking rampant.
And then they just, with impunity, they just move them around then. Where do you want to go to molest people?
I mean, when a new priest comes, the other priest have to go
I have a yen for German boys.
All right, we'll send you to fucking
That's
Germany.
probably how it went.
But the Catholic Church is the one with the biggest problem.
Give us your top 3 choices, and we'll...
The outgoing priest tells the new guy who the tattletales are.
I want to go to other countries where they don't even speak my language.
Well, now they got the Pope, right? The Pope knew. And did you talk about that? I was on the train. I couldn't listen.
The Pope had to know something.
Of course he knew. Not only they know, they're all involved. I mean, this is the organization that there's no doubt about it. They all know what the fuck is going on. If you know about it, you don't think they know about it?
You're the big boss. You're like the Pope.
But I'm also going to say this. I think all religion, I'm telling you, all religions are like that. They're just...
It's just not true.
I think they are.
Well, you can think
all religion is worthless.
I agree that all religion is worthless. It's all just an operating system. That's all it is.
It's a huge cash cow.
It's a way to think. It's just a way to... More mistresses, Jesse James. Oh, Jesus, coming up.
I love this guy and his big cock. What a
He's got a big,
he would have been such a good priest.
Cock.
Yeah,
he would have been a great priest.
You know what I love? I love that
the question is
it chicks that are so fucked up they have like writing tattooed on their head.
Yeah, on their forehead. That girl has, what was it?
Pray for us sinners.
Pray for us sinners.
She was
fucking
See, right back to religion.
Yeah, see that?
Pray for us.
You think more girls come out for Jesse James than Tiger?
No.
I'm going with Jesse.
I'm going with Tiger.
I'm going with Jesse.
I'm going with the black guy.
Tiger. I go Tiger.
He was away from his wife more?
But then again, though, man, this guy probably didn't operate with the same discretion Tiger did because he's not as famous. He probably just stuck his dick in all these calendar fucking hose bags.
Probably had a lot more waitresses than Tiger had.
Tatted up whores.
Yeah.
Oh, she's so skanky. You know, my tattoo artist did her tattoo. Her right arm is done by this guy, Aaron Della Vedova, who did my arm. And, you know, he told me she's fucking crazy. He said she tried to fuck him. He said, she was like, come on, I want to tell your wife. He's like, get the fuck out of here, crazy bitch. Yeah,
well,
she's trying to cover her whole body. She's got her face covered. She's got like parts like stars on her face and shit. Like,
all right, we got someone
that gets dark.
Something a little, that's something a little odd.
We got to go to the phones. This guy is a little mad. Corey in North Carolina. Corey, go ahead.
Hey boys, what's happening?
What's up? Joe Rogan and the gang in studio today.
How you doing, Joe?
Hi, Corey.
Hey guys, I'm not mad. I mean, no one hates this fucking priest bullshit more than me. I mean, I'm an atheist.
No one? No one?
You guys I bet there's some little boy victims that might take umbrage with your statement.
Unless you have a sore hiney.
Unless you're pooping out blood.
Probably in the
I question what you just said, sir.
The victims, maybe. All right. Yeah, he got me there. But what I was just going to say is just that if, you know, you were saying, Anthony was saying that,
you're panicking, sir.
Actually,
were you listening to the show, sir?
Sexually confused people end up going into the priesthood, and I was just saying that just because someone goes in who's gay doesn't make them a child molester.
Not saying
that's true.
Or confused.
I'm not saying that, but I think the chances that you're going to have those kind of situations are a lot greater if you get somebody that's confused about their sexuality and really needs to work it out. in their own head, and then has this opportunity to do horrible things with impunity.
And doesn't have a fucking, I mean, there's no one looking out. There's no one overseeing.
There's no accountability.
And you're not allowed to masturbate. If you're not allowed to masturbate, you're going to go fucking bananas.
That's a very tough crime to prove.
You gotta get that out. You gotta get that out.
But you have that guilt. That post-nut guilt.
Yeah, it's not just that they're gay. It's that they're child molesters.
I have post-nut guilt, and there's nothing, nobody stops me from jerking off.
I only do if you try one of those fun, like, different jerks. You use something, you're like, let me use it. And then, like, you use it like
off with butter.
Some kind of vibrator under the head of your dick, and you're stroking with some lube.
You know what I did the other day?
And then you come and you're like, now I gotta clean this stuff off, and I just feel like an asshole. I should have just jerked it 2 fingers dry.
What I did the other day, it felt good, but it felt creepy at the same time. I jerked off in a hotel room by putting my balls on the cool counter where the sink is. My balls were sitting on the counter, and I was like, this feels cool and good. And I beat off into the sink. But it felt good, but it felt creepy at the same time.
The traps in those hotel sinks must just be a fucking mess.
Yeah. You gotta tip that maid, no doubt about it.
Just a thick paste.
Oh, God damn,
fucking
man.
dead babies.
Let's get Dana back on the phone and tell him that story, Joe.
Yeah, I tell everybody. I don't give a fuck. That's the beautiful thing about being a cage fighting commentator. You don't have to watch your ass like you do if you're a color analyst for baseball or something like that. You can say that kind of shit.
Bob Kelly used to lay down in hotels on the counter with the sink in the bathroom, the whole counter, and then put his hand in the sink and fuck his hand, like moving his hips and everything, so he could come, and then we'd come in the sink.
Wow.
Yeah.
He was fucking sinks.
Wow.
We call it, he was fucking a sink.
Yeah. Brian fucked would you fuck a cantaloupe or something like
He fucked would you fuck?
Heat up a cantaloupe in the microwave.
Yeah, get on mic there.
I've heard about that one.
Get on the mic.
You've done the cantaloupe thing? We've all heard that.
Yeah, I tried it once.
Isn't that dangerous?
How was it?
It was all right.
Microwave
You gotta
heat from
stick
the
your
inside.
finger
It felt good.
You gotta test it
Just
first.
make sure you put it on
like
warm
baby
and
formula.
You don't just jump in.
The hardest,
wrist.
the main thing is to make a smaller hole, though, and it will just kind of grow into the size that you need. Don't make it too big.
I've done this more than once.
He wants a tight cantaloupe.
That's all it got.
Cantaloupe pussy.
I mean, if you get a fucking cantaloupe, it should feel good, right?
Right.
You don't
Is there some type
fucking
of melon
sloppy
that
loose
works better than
cantaloupe.
others?
I think it looked
You
like
whore.
a bowling ball when he was done. 3 holes.
Cantaloupe, sloppy whore cantaloupe.
Fucking stretched out piece of shit.
You fucking cunt. Who are you fucking before me?
Can't buy produce without feeling a little just, now they're looking at me.
I could fuck this. I could fuck this cantaloupe.
It was all right,
Three
though.
babies.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It was actually a lot better. And then my friend told me to do a banana, too, but that was awful.
Wait, how do you do a
I
banana?
tried a banana. You fucking hollow it out.
Yeah,
and then
needle dick?
you duct tape around the outside of it, and you fill it with warm water. I read that in a porn magazine, and my fucking boyish limp dick just kind of sat in the warm banana water.
I'm not
Nothing
gonna.
happened.
I think you got some sort of a fucking tropical fruit infection in your cock because of that.
Yeah.
Plus, that's just too much work. If you want to jerk off, you don't want to have to first find duct tape.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying before. It's when you do those things that are a little just different than just jacking off to get rid of it. You feel all fucked up afterwards. It's like, what was I
only
thinking?
rarely use
Pervert.
like lotion. Rarely. It's always just dry jacking.
Oh, yeah, same here.
Yeah, because I never commit to jerking off. It's always like, should I jerk off?
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, you're like rubbing your dick a little bit. Like, I should jerk off. Next thing you know,
Squeeze it a couple times.
I used to do a joke in my act about getting busted by my girlfriend, which is totally true. With my pants down by my ankles, sitting in front of the computer, holding my balls with one hand, my dick with the other, and she would just walk through my office with my pants down by my ankles because I couldn't even commit to the fact that I was going to jerk off. It was just slowly. I started, flipping through like my email, and then you go to some porn site. Next thing you know, you're beating off.
3 clicks away, always.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what I'm looking up.
What is
Ari
your
has a bit about that, about how he can't. He writes at Starbucks because he can't write at home.
I just beat off constantly. Can't stop.
So you figure
always available.
You figure if you're in public, all right, I'm jerking off. Hold on. What did the girl say though when she caught you?
Oh, she got mad. She
got
said
mad?
this. She goes, "You did this while I was at home." And then the joke was, "I do it. We're sleeping right next to you." She's sleeping naked, inches away, and it's more exciting to just sneak off a little. Sneaky, tiny strokes. And the joke is that I would put a glass of water on the bed, not because I was thirsty, because I would want to make sure I'm not making any ripples. Just a little tiny. No, Chen, I'm sleeping. She would move and I would panic.
You look for that Jurassic Park movement in the water to see if you're jerking too hard.
This actually, I haven't jerked off with her, but one of my exes, I actually did that. I used to jerk off with her, and then I finally had to move out. I'm like, I am jerking off. She's naked.
Yeah,
she's 21 and hot as fuck. And she's so annoying. She's right there sleeping.
She's so
and
annoying.
I would rather beat off.
You just don't want that mattress moving too much. I've been there.
There's a certain pleasure in her just being asleep. And not talking.
It's just doing something you're not supposed to do. We like doing things we're not supposed to do.
Yeah, you're not supposed to jerk off with a naked chick next to you.
I think it's just that you want to jerk off, and you're like, all right, she's here. What's the difference? I want to jerk off anyway.
There's a little bit of it was I didn't want to get caught. There's a little bit of a fucking Mission Impossible.
I bet I could do this. I bet I could do this.
It's nice you can fantasize, too. You don't want her to lean over and ruin it with her mouth and face. You're like, oh, it's you.
That's a better use for duct tape, Jim, right there.
But it's annoying. That's what kills it.
I forgot you're here.
You try to pretend it's somebody else.
Is that what you do?
Of course, that's what you never jerk off thinking about the person you're with.
Yeah, man, you gotta fucking use your fucking Rolodex every once in a while.
Yeah. Unless it's them being brutally fucked by
I always
others.
fantasize about cantaloupe.
What?
Yeah, you're just fantasizing about fucking a cantaloupe.
Vinny, any jerk-off stories?
No, what is there to style? You go in, you jerk off, you're done. I've never done a cantaloupe. I never duct taped a banana.
Oh, you gotta get creative sometimes.
Vinny sticks to grapes and blueberries.
You have a little dick.
John,
hysterical.
John in Boston.
John lost that guy. What was his fucking point?
I don't know.
That guy had a point.
I gave up on about
Yeah, he did.
Not all priests are confused.
Yeah. We got into just a big jerk off.
No, the rest of them are dumb.
And this
You're
guy's
either
gonna
gay or
continue
you're
that.
dumb. Okay,
John,
how about that?
John in Boston. John?
Not all priests are gay.
I was going to say that Pam, that olive oil shit that you spray on your pans, you like cooking eggs and all that shit. You masturbate with that. It's like all sticky and looby. Before you know it, I'm done.
How about you use palm olive and hopefully Max will grab it?
Try a little WD-40 next time, sir.
Why would sticky be good?
He's gone.
Good.
Oh.
I have a question about your cantaloupe. What about the seeds? Aren't you afraid a seed might slip in the head there?
I didn't even. I've only done it once, but I didn't have any problems with that.
He doesn't get deep enough to hit the seeds.
Yeah, that's that.
He's
You're
only
just on the outer crust.
banging the outer crust. Exactly.
You're not in the magma.
The mantle.
The mantle.
How deep was the hole? Was it like a 6-inch hole?
I just took a butter knife and kind of made like a small insertion, and it was a rotten melon or a cantaloupe too. The only reason I fucked it because I was like, all right, I could either throw this away or fuck it.
That's such a guy thing right there. That's such a guy thing.
That's actually the way you should look at women.
No chickens ever looked at a cucumber and went, wow, this is starting to go bad.
Right.
Should I stick it up my ass or just throw it away?
But guys will...
You'll never have a woman cleaning out a fridge thinking, I want to fuck that.
Yeah, we got a woman on the phone. Well, Corinne, she's a regular from Jersey. What's up, Corinne?
Hi, guys. I just wanted to say one night I woke up because the bed was shaking so hard it felt like one of those magic fingers beds.
Yeah, see.
And I look over and my husband is just cranking it. And I was just so tired. I just looked at him and rolled back over and went back to sleep.
Wow.
That's why he's
That's why you got to do the water thing. That's pretty smart, Joe.
It's not real. I didn't really do it. It's just a joke.
That's too bad. that actually seems like it would work.
Just beat off like a little prisoner.
Like,
just try not,
not
to
wake up your
the
cellie.
guards or my cellmate. Yeah.
You don't want to do that, man. I don't know.
It's just such a weak feeling when you nut and you're just lying there going, what the fuck is wrong with me?
Too.
You can't make that noise, too.
Go
And
to
then
sleep.
you don't even like, when you come, just like, and then you roll over in your own jizz.
It's got to be just that through the nostril. Heavy breathing. Bury your face in a pillow.
What's worse? Because my
Shoot it
bedroom
underneath
door,
your shirt.
my bedroom door faces my bed. So if my girlfriend's in the other room, I have to jerk off. I have to prop the sheet up into like a little triangle in case she walks in. She won't see me cranking. Because if she walks in, there's no chance for me to hide my cock. Because it's like door open. Life is on me.
Oh, that's
so
it.
I have to put a sheet up. So I have like maybe a millisecond to just like stop moving, like I'm sleeping on my back for the first time.
With your legs up.
With your legs.
No,
like you're in stirrups.
No, my
at the
legs aren't up. I'm on my back, and I'll just try to tent the sheet a little bit.
Oh, gotcha.
Almost like a fucking cobra's neck.
Yeah.
Cobra's neck?
Some air.
I know what you're saying.
Cobra's head.
Yeah, so you have space.
Yeah, so I have
without
space.
the sheet moving.
So I can't jerk off against the
Little
sheet.
air bubble.
Little
in
air
there.
bubble.
Yeah,
With the grain.
And what do you do with the load?
A little biodome.
What do you do with the load?
I fucking, I'll just usually dump it right on my stomach and then just fucking grab a napkin.
I use a sock, so it just comes off
I
easy.
used to, but I
It's just,
stopped.
Really? Why?
Because they were just creepy. I would always be fucking
The
pulling them
sock
inside
is so
out.
fucking 13.
It's just so common now.
Yeah.
How many guys, especially get a nice silk sock? Oh, yeah. Nice. Slippery.
You can only use the sock for right when you're ready to nut, though, because if you use the sock the whole jerk, it's going to chafe you.
I used to have this bit about how there's a safe zone in my body where it's okay for my loads to land, and that's between like my solar plexus right down to about an inch above my dick. Anywhere else it feels uncomfortable as fuck. But a load will land right there, and I'll just go back to sleep. I don't give a fuck. I'll do a little gator roll in the sheets, and I'll go to sleep.
Are you serious?
Yeah, but if I got a load on my shoulder, I would fucking panic. I would never go to sleep. If a load hit me in the neck, if I shot a load on my own neck, I would never go, there's a load on my neck, and I would go, I gotta get this off. But a load on my stomach, or who gives a fuck? And I'll just go right back to sleep.
Really?
Yeah.
Out of bounds
Safe. This area is safe.
I can't do that.
That's funny.
You gotta clean it off?
I do. If it's on your shoulder, you feel like it's tapping you all night.
Crossed up in my stomach hair. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Go to sleep. I'm hairy as fuck, too. If I don't shave, I look like a gorilla. All this shit is all hair.
Get it on your arm hair. Hey, Keith in Middletown. We got two really good phone calls coming in. Keith, what's up?
Hey, man. I thought you guys were, first off, hello, boys. Aren't you guys rich and famous? And, you guys are supposed to be rock stars here. What the hell are you worried about jerking off and your girlfriend's catching you?
Because you're human beings.
Yeah, we're still fucking...
You live with a chick, all that nonsense. Look at Ozzy Osbourne. He gets yelled at by his wife. Right. It's all the same.
Yeah.
It's all the same.
Still just a guy.
But I can't imagine, you guys are supposed to have a life, man.
We're killing your fantasy. I understand.
You think Obama...
man, just like you.
You think Obama jerks off?
I think Obama's wife fucks him with a strap on.
I
think Obama's wife
does
fucks
all the time.
With 4 AIDS and a security clearance first.
Michelle
Absolutely.
just fucking with those big arms.
White rubber dick. A white one. Big white. It's molded after Ken Starr's dick. It's just 3 times larger.
You think while we're peacefully sleeping, Obama's jerking it sometimes?
He's got to beat off. I would like to look at his fucking history. Like to go look at his website history.
Oh, yeah.
On
And
his
that computer
laptop.
that's
Like,
not
look at
his.
that, fucker.
What turns you on, motherfucker?
Yeah. I mean, come on, man. If you're Obama, you got to be very careful what you beat off to.
Yeah.
Paper trail.
Yeah.
Everything.
Fucking egg.
All right, we got Joey.
That's when you realize how
yeah.
fucking crazy Clinton was. He was having chicks suck his dick in the White House, and they were
Oval
like
Office,
20.
right there. Yeah.
Like
While
20.
Yasser Arafat waited outside.
Yeah, there was that one time.
There was fucking Arafat and somebody else were
for
waiting
him.
outside.
I like
And
that
he's
story.
just like,
He's such a lokester.
He was just trying to get the edge off. He's looking at
look at
a
that.
little peace negotiation. Take the edge off.
When you're that sick, he must still be doing this.
there's no cure for that. Stop.
No, he's got that sickness deep in his fucking DNA.
Yeah.
It's deep in his cells.
I love right after it happened. We prayed. I prayed with my minister, and we said, "Get out of here."
You look back at that, that's such lies.
It
Just
is.
straight lies.
Of course.
You got
how
caught,
about the
and you
fuck
got to
when-
say something.
How about when he got on TV? I did not have sexual relations
Just
with that woman.
blatant
Wow.
lying.
Wow.
And then trying to say that blowjobs aren't sex.
Yeah,
and
that's what he
the way
meant.
it was defined
No
to
one's
me.
worse than John Edwards, for Christ's sake. My wife's getting chemo. Come on over here.
Oh, yeah.
She's wrapped up today. Any chance you can meet me at 6? My wife's going to be really out of it.
No one is smarter than John Edwards because he knew exactly where she was going to be. Well, she's getting the drip from 7 to 10.
And he denied the kid. John
Something
Edwards is the
about
worst.
she's getting the drip just made that so ugly.
I know.
Let's go to Joey on Long Island. Joey!
What's up, fucksticks?
Hey.
Listen, the most embarrassing thing, dude, my wife bought me one of them Jenna Jameson ass pussy combo things. It's just like an ass and a cunt. And fucking that thing, dude, afterwards, rinsing it out in the fucking sink is so degrading.
What does it feel like? Does it feel like you're having sex with a pussy, or does it feel like you're just fucking a rubber dead thing?
I don't know, dude. I really tried. And finally, I got it out after like 3 minutes.
You should have read the package. Those are disposable.
Yeah, more importantly, how did you clean it out? How did you clean out the holes?
I tried rinsing it out with hot water. I just wound up fucking throwing the thing out.
Soap, hot water, and shame.
You
shame.
this thing?
Soak in shame for half hour.
Clean out with own tears.
You say your wife bought you this, man?
That's a cool wife.
What's that conversation like when you open up that package?
Wow.
Well, I can't fuck you again. Try this.
What happened?
Yeah, it came up in a conversation. She surprised me with it, and it was either that or one of them fucking flashlight-looking things. So
the flashlights.
God,
and you know the bathroom sink's always got a fucking mirror over it, so you gotta kind of look at yourself. You gotta look at yourself like you disgusting,
cleaning out a rubber asshole.
Ass fucking.
I wound up throwing it out of my neighbor's garbage can.
That's hilarious. Have you seen that one that guy came up with? It's a robot. It actually talks to you, and it's like a robot sex toy.
Really?
Yeah, it's like one of those real dolls, but I guess it can like
kind
communicate.
It's
like a few
talking.
things that it says to you. It responds to voice commands.
I've seen those real dolls at the sex shows and stuff like that. The Javits Center when they have those
are creepier
things.
than just being
realistic.
They really are just like. You're fucking carrying dead weight around. What are you going to do?
Well, there's a lot of guys that have those, and they have like websites dedicated to them as their girlfriends. They dress them up in different outfits.
Yeah,
it gets strange.
The whole society.
Program it to say, I'll finish myself off.
I wrote an article about that. I wrote a blog entry about it, just goofing on it. And this guy emailed me, and he was angry. So I emailed him back. I go, listen, dude, I mean, I'm just a comedian. I'm just making fun of things. And then he tells me, listen, if you really want to know, I was heavily scarred when I was younger, and I've never had a girlfriend. I've never had sex, and it's the only sex I had. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. And I looked at the email. I thought about asking him questions. I go, fuck that. I didn't want to know.
I'm not going to get into it with that motherfucker.
Poor dude. I mean, I feel for him, but
he's all scarred.
Like a rubber doll.
He got scarred up when he was really young, and he's never had a girlfriend, and
I probably got burned.
Painfully shy. I don't know. He didn't go into depth.
Did he had an accident?
Something along those lines.
Let's. You got to hear JD.
Got the custom-made real doll with the eyes shut, so they don't look at him because he thinks it'll just make fun of him.
He puts glasses on it, and pretends she's blind.
It also has a burn victim wig.
Looks just like Laura Dern in Mask.
Yeah, he shaved her head and just covered her head with pantyhose and pretended it's healing gauze.
Yeah. Nothing worse than a burn victim wig. Looks like a thumb with a little hair on it.
Let's go to JD in Jersey. JD!
How do they talk?
Hey, Bubba Boys.
Hey, man.
What's going on? About a year ago in college, I had two roommates, and they went out. And so I decided I'd try to get a little, her. So I started whacking my bag, and they came back early. And they're opening the door, so I panicked, and I pulled my pants up, and I turned the monitor off, and they walk in, and they said they didn't catch me. But I passed the point of no return, and I jizzed in my pants.
I just stare at your
while they were
roommates.
there in panic and fear.
I was just standing there looking into their eyes as I came in my pants.
You're just twitching. They wonder why you're twitching and your back is arching.
It was awful. It was awful.
That's classic. Thank you for that. Tom, what's up?
Hey, good morning.
What's up, Tom?
What's good the fuck is a nice big Halloween pumpkin, because it kind of looks like a chick's dumper. You know, you bore a little hole in the back of it. Makes good sex.
What kind of chicks are you fucking?
Yeah, no kidding. That's like a saggy ass.
Their ass looks like a pumpkin?
Right.
No, it's big and round like a dumper.
So you're
gonna fuck a cantaloupe. I got a pumpkin.
You fucked a pumpkin.
Yeah, but no one's looking at a cantaloupe going, wow, that looks hot.
Yeah.
It's just a hole that you can stick your dick in.
The feeling of it. It's grabbing it and then humping it.
Okay.
Oh, you like the feel of like something bigger, like a pumpkin. That's like an ass.
Whoa.
Like
Sarah Palin's going to be on a reality show on TLC. They just had a
Alaska,
thing
yeah.
about Alaska. Jesus Christ. Here's Alaska. Run! Bang, bang. Why are you here? Hiding from cops? What about you? Hiding from the mob? Another bear. Run! Who's got meth? I do. That's Alaska. You want fish? They're everywhere. Fucking Alaska.
Shit. You ever been?
No.
No.
It's not attached to America. I'm not going to pretend it's America. Anything that's not attached is just some shit we stole. That is just a frozen Puerto Rico. And that fucking crazy bitch needs to shut the fuck up. You're not even American.
Oh, fuck.
Why would you live in somewhere you could die outside going to the mailbox? You could freeze to death going to the mailbox. I know a dude who lives in Alaska, and he told me that he can take a bucket of warm... He's a a pool cue maker, and he told me that he can make take a bucket of water, hot water, walk out the door, and throw it in the air, and it will freeze before it hits the ground.
That's
90 degrees below zero.
Why?
90.
Why?
Exactly.
Why would you do that?
Exactly.
If an alien sent a probe and it landed there, and they were our type of life form, they would be like, wow, this planet's just fucked.
No hope for life.
It's crazy.
Uninhabitable.
It's uninhabitable. It's too cold.
Very dangerous.
Yeah, this must be what the whole planet is like. I like when we do that with probes, and we're like, well, the temperature is this and that. Not thinking, where did it land, motherfucker? Go to the equator of that planet and see what it is there.
That's one of the most amazing things about life is what a small window there is. You know, it's just like if the Earth moves just a little bit further away from the sun, we're fucked. A little bit closer, we're fucked.
Yeah,
and it's just right there for us.
But is it that it's perfect for us, or we're just perfect for the situation?
Yeah, we probably grew into the situation.
Well, for sure, there's got to be other ones.
We'd be like these heat motherfuckers.
Yeah.
If we were closer to the sun, it would be like, oh, we're a whole different type of animal.
Well, that's the thought about alien life, is that if there really are, aliens from another planet, the likelihood of them being even recognizable.
Yeah.
They're probably so alien you can't even recognize them. You don't even know what the fuck they are.
You wouldn't know they were living if they didn't have hats on.
You probably can't even perceive them. I mean, there might be intelligent life that's made out of shit that we can't even see. You know, it's very possible.
Why always, it just makes us feel better to see two arms, two legs, the head, the eyes. It's like, oh, that's the basic fucking model of a living being. No.
There's sounds that we can't hear. You know why? Because we don't need to hear them. They're not important for us to survive.
It could just be foam. There could just be foam on a planet that is super intelligent foam.
Well, there's a lot of people that believe the idea that planets are actually super organisms with their own intelligence. That they actually are conscious. That a planet is a conscious entity. It just is incapable of movement.
Really, the planet itself.
Like the idea of life being the only thing that we define life as, well, the ability, like especially like plants. We don't think plants are the same as us because they can't move around. It's like the reason why we treat killer whales the way we treat them. Killer whales are fucking incredibly smart, but we don't understand what they're saying. So when they're complaining, like, let me out of this fucking swimming pool, like, I don't know,
here's a fish. Dance.
Flip, motherfucker. But if killer whales figured out how to talk and they started talking like, hey man, get me the fuck out of here, we'd be like, what?
Or that girl looks delicious.
No, not gonna let you out. We're making money off of you. There's intelligent life. There's got to be intelligent life that's not. It doesn't apply the same restrictions that we have. Movement and
we need
narrow parameters.
We need things to have opposable thumbs and be able to tell a joke or this you look at like dolphins and killer whales and things like that. They could be very intelligent, but we don't think so because hey, make a car, motherfucker.
Yeah, you can't change your environment. We know that.
Yeah, makes you wonder what that cantaloupe was thinking when this guy was fucking it. I'm a cantaloupe.
Probably had a lot to say.
Get me out of the microwave. Don't you know? Shame.
Big fuck. Shit.
That's some good pot talk right there.
It's true, man.
Chasing this poor little coyote around too.
If you do any serious drugs, like that's one of the thoughts about mushrooms is that mushrooms are actually from another planet and that they're a life form from another planet, and the only way that this life form can communicate with you is if you eat it. That's one of the thoughts because we know that Earth
I'm sure
was
someone
seeded
came up with
life.
that thought after they
dropped the mushroom.
After they ate the mushroom.
Well, it's also scientifically based because what mushrooms are, psilocybin is 4-phosphoryloxy N-N-dimethyltryptamine, and it's apparently the only compound we know about in nature that has phosphorus in the 4 position. There's no other related compounds like it. And the idea is that spores come from asteroids because we know that like amino acids and all sorts of like life supposedly was seeded from asteroid impacts on Earth. And the thought is that spores also came from another planet, and they are literally an alien life form that has landed here, created mushrooms. People eat these mushrooms and come into contact with these aliens.
Can you imagine just minutes ago we were talking about different ways to jerk off?
I like that.
Well,
Giving me the chemistry.
If you've eaten mushrooms before,
mushroom.
one of the things that happens when you eat a lot of mushrooms is when the big heavy mushroom experiences is like you're getting a lesson from something far more intelligent than you. I mean, literally, like you feel this connection to the world. You feel this, this real sense that everything is intertwined intertwined and interconnected. All your actions and all your energy and your thoughts, that it all like manifests itself in your daily life. And it's all this weird, like an intelligence is communicating with you. That's what it feels like when you're on mushrooms.
That's fucked
Joe,
up.
if you keep talking like this, you're going to lose your job at UFC.
Not at all. Not at all.
My
That's
job,
amazing.
I am the bridge between the meatheads and the potheads. That's what I'm here for.
I love that, man. That's a great theory.
It's an interesting theory. There's a guy named Terence McKenna that believes that human beings evolved from monkeys because they ate mushrooms. And it's based on climate. It's like a scientific theory based on, first of all, the doubling of the human brain size is like a giant mystery, because the human brain size doubled in a period of 2 million years. It's like the biggest mystery in the entire fossil record. And some people believe it's related to the throwing arm, that we figured out how to throw rocks at shit and kill things. And that's what started this brains. And then also there's another theory that we ate a lot of protein. We were eating more protein. But that doesn't make sense, because, tigers still have little fucking brains.
Yeah.
That's all they eat is protein. So his theory is that the primates, when the rainforest receded into grasslands, these primates, because when the environment changed, these primates had to change their diet. They started experimenting with other things. And one of the things they do is they flip over logs and things looking for beetles and grubs and worms to eat. Well, they flip over cow patties too. Like the baboons are observed doing that in Africa all the time, because like grubs and shit grow underneath them. But there's also these psilocybin mushrooms that grow in cow shit, and that they eat these mushrooms and then they have these insane experiences. And these mushrooms make these monkeys start being self-aware, and they start thinking about more things, and then they evolve. Also, the mushrooms, when you take them in low doses, they increase visual acuity, they make you see better, and they make you hornier. So you would have more efficient hunters, because they could see better, hornier, so they'd fuck more, and make also more monkeys that were also aware of the mushrooms, and this would like snowball, and the mushroom eating monkeys would be more intelligent than the rest of them, and they would evolve quicker. And this is his theory, that over a period of 2 million years, that's how human beings literally came out of lower hominids.
You could get high just listening to Joe.
I feel like
I'm listening to Joe.
Contact buzz right now.
I swear I was getting high just listening to him.
Smoke.
If you ate mushrooms, it would all make sense.
No shit.
I think
it would.
I think when they eat mushrooms, they just see yellow or bananas.
Bananas, so yellow.
Well, ancient cultures, that's one of the biggest things in ancient cultures is cattle worship. Cattle worship is, there's an ancient culture called Choctaw Hyuk. It's like one of the oldest known civilizations.
Klingon.
Yeah. It's like 7,000, 8,000 years ago, and they worship cows. Fucking cattle
because
everywhere. Because the cow shit, they would find they didn't have microscopes. They didn't know that spores are
microscopic. They were just shitting out this magic stuff.
That's why there's a reason why in India everyone's fucking dying of starvation. They won't eat cows. It's because of mushrooms. Guaranteed. The root of it is the reason why cows are holy is because mushrooms shit and or mushrooms grow in cow shit, and they eat these mushrooms and they see God. So they think that mushrooms are coming from these cows. So these cows are like vehicles for God.
That's
for sure.
That's way better than going to church on Sunday.
Why the fuck else would anyone worship a stupid animal, a big dumb animal that creates giant shits? Why would you think that that's God? Why would you think that that's
the
holy?
answer is right there in front of you.
Exactly. It's a direct connection. They have psilocybin mushrooms growing on them. You eat that, you have insane experiences.
It makes
Joe,
sense.
you had one of those mushrooms?
No, never. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm just making shit up. Of course I have.
Yeah, you have.
Of course.
Oh, jeez.
Joe's tried a lot of stuff.
Who the fuck hasn't? You haven't tried mushrooms.
Mushrooms
Man,
are everywhere.
I haven't done mushrooms in a long fucking time.
I just bought some.
Ari's got them.
I didn't bring them to New York. But
Yeah, wink, wink.
Yeah.
There's no way we would
Make some
travel.
cheese sandwiches. Let's go old school.
Cheese sandwiches.
Get out the
applesauce. So horrible.
Chop it like a little mescaline.
Our problem was we always had the horrible
laugh.
cheese that we made the cheese sandwiches
Well,
because we were so poor.
There's a dude who got arrested recently. He was, I think it was called Bouncing Bear Botanicals, something like that. But his business was he was selling psychedelic plants that are legal. They were all legal, but it was like this weird loophole. Like you could buy the San Pedro cactus, and that's where mescaline's from. The peyote is from the San Pedro cactus, and you could buy them at fucking Walmart. Okay, it was a real cactus that will put you on Pluto. You know, but it's legal. So there's like this weird little loophole, and this dude was selling all these other plants that have like DMT in them and salvia and all these different things, and they just arrested this dude for distribution of weird shit.
And figured some way to get
him. Took all his money away, so he doesn't have any fucking money for legal. legal funds.
Yeah,
that's the way they fuck you with shit like that.
We should get Dr. Michio Kaku on the phone.
Why?
Because some of these fucking theories, we throw it by Michio.
Unless he's had psychedelic experiences, that's out of his realm of understanding.
Yeah, but it would be...
he would understand.
He would certainly understand.
I want about the pores and...
He's a physicist. Spores.
Spores. Excuse me, sorry.
Yeah, that's what they believe that life came from. They believe that life comes from amino acids from outer space.
Try to get him on the phone real fast. Why not?
That's what happens all the time. You know, big rocks slam into other rocks.
Yeah. And things mix together, and there's...
That's one of the creepiest things about Earth is that Earth has been hit by planets before. You know? Not just by like a rock. Like there's... The motto of Earth is Earth 1 and Earth 2. And Earth 1 was an initial planet that got hit with another planet, and it created the moon.
Yeah.
Like, it was so fucking big that it smashed us and made another planet that's a quarter the size of us.
How's it all round?
It spins, it's gravity, everything eventually rounds out, you know? I don't understand it. But it's not, everything's not round, like Uranus or Pluto or I think Pluto.
Yeah,
Pluto's not round.
Pretty fucking thing.
That's true, but you don't see any square planets. There is something to be said for that.
Well, they start out all
hexagons.
fucked up, but they eventually smooth out.
A sphere is the most, the easiest shape to hold. Because it's, you know.
Where are you getting
especially like Jupiter is like mostly gas, right?
Yeah.
And it's a sphere. That's crazy.
Yeah, it happens. That gas swirls around and then it coagulates.
And gravity is pulling equal in all directions.
Recent asteroid impact that they didn't even know it was coming, and it slammed into Jupiter and made an Earth-size impact. Gigantic.
Shoemaker-Levy?
No. Very recent, like within the last year. Another one they didn't see coming. An amateur astronomer in Australia pictured it. He was like staring at the images on his telescope of Jupiter, and all of a sudden there's this big fucking spot that wasn't there before. He's like, oh, look at this.
Yeah, we could get taken out any moment.
Yeah, well,
and just whack the Earth and it's done. That's why I stay 1 month behind on my mortgage payment at all times.
Jupiter protects us. If it wasn't for Jupiter, we'd be fucked.
A lot of good. All the planets are, you know, without any one, it fucks up everybody else's little trip around the sun.
And they've all been fucking nailed. Every single one of them has been nailed. I mean, they're always finding new impact craters on the Earth they didn't know existed
before. You ever see the
before.
Great Meteor Crater out there in Arizona? It's like a mile across, and it's a fucking crater like you see on the moon.
And it's nothing.
No,
the one that in the Yucatan, the 500-mile fucking wide impact crater that killed all the dinosaurs.
The fucking Gulf of Mexico is supposedly a crater.
Yeah. That's the one that killed the dinosaurs. Yeah. And that's a 65 million year one. There's another one 250 million years ago that's even bigger than that. Another mass extinction.
Yeah, and that one it broke up right over Siberia.
Yeah.
And just took out like everything.
Yeah.
Took out fucking everything.
Like 100 nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
Boom!
Yeah.
Just flattened forest and shit.
But no one was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no one was there.
Luckily.
So did anyone really hear it?
That shit could happen anytime. There's always ones that we miss and they fly between us and the moon and nobody sees it till it's too late. And it's just a fucking civilization destroyer. Just one big rock that makes us fucking rub sticks together, start fires, huddled up in caves.
Bring it.
All over again.
God, I would love it.
Really?
I'm so ready for just complete anarchy.
How many bullets do you have?
A lot.
You're going to need a lot.
I have
a lot of lighters.
I have a closet.
Nice.
I took a walk-in closet, and after got rid of the girlfriend, her walk-in closet turned into my armory. It's got magnetic locks on it, a separate alarm, and anytime I go to the gun store or the range, I usually buy twice the amount of ammo I fired at the range, and just keep stacking it.
Wow.
Keep stacking it.
Are you hoping for shit to go down?
Not hoping, but it wouldn't bother me. At this point, this fucking whole place has just gone to shit, so...
You know, people have always
felt that. I'll play the game, I'll come in, I'll work, I'll fucking pay my taxes, I'll do everything I'm supposed to do, but the second this machine breaks, forget about it. Fucking, I'll put a brace on my leg and fucking... You need a rig that'll hold that tanker?
You put some stuff in your little fanny pack.
I'll be one of the first ones taken out. Who am I kidding?
You drop your gun.
Do you ever think about being off the grid? Do you ever think about being off the grid? About being having a place out there?
I'm too entrenched in the internet. Yeah,
but that's all going to be gone. If it all falls.
Unless you have Carbonite.com.
You know, that's one of the big
even during an apocalypse. Well, it backs up all your shit.
Nice. It's important to have your data.
To sponsor.
You know, that's one of the big theories about civilization is that there's been massive cataclysmic disasters several times over history, and that's the reason why human beings are so advanced and we advance so quickly is that we're basically relearning things. That's like the reason why Machu Picchu and all these there's a bunch of different civilizations that they do not understand, like how they move these stones and got them into place. They don't know where they came from. And the idea is that civilization has existed for way longer than people think, not just 5, 6, 10,000 years, but hundreds of thousands of years. But that periodically we get hit by meteors, Yellowstone blows up, there's some shit happens that just fucking kills like 80% of us, and the rest left are just retarded. Yeah. And we have no idea, and we just fuck, and we hope we stay alive, we live to be 30, and die off, and then it starts all over again. And that's one of the big theories. There's a guy named Graham Hancock who's got books, and he's dedicated his whole life to this, like showing that there's these advanced civilizations that created these structures that are virtually impossible to do with our technology.
But how come the records aren't there? There aren't
wouldn't be any
records.
The thing is, there wouldn't be any. What would be left of us if you went 30,000 years from now?
Okay.
Nothing. Your cell phone disappear, absorbed by the earth. Everything in the studio gone. What would be left? Stone.
I'm trying to think of
Not much.
some type
But
of.
I mean, fossils survive.
Yeah, but you know how hard it is to make a fossil? You know, when you die, you're not making a fossil, stupid. You're going to die.
You just rot.
You're just going to rot and disappear. The way you have to get caught in a fucking mudslide under the right conditions, and most things don't fossilize.
Yeah, but no car fell into a tar pit?
Dude, cars would disappear. Cars would be gone. Cars would be gone in 1,000 years. Cars wouldn't even last 1,000 years. They'd be gone.
rust away.
Yeah. I had a 1970 fucking Barracuda that was falling apart, and it was only at the time it was not even 15 years old. You know, it was 1985.
They never found anything like a crock pot. I think they would have found a crock pot.
They found things, but the things they found are all stone. Yeah. You know, they've never found anything, you know, other than that, but nothing would exist. Nothing that we have would not be absorbed except stone. You know, stone buildings and stone constructions, they would stay. But
so then people would look at certain monuments and just be like, wow, who made this and where did it come from and how did they get this from point A to point B?
Well, I think there's a lot of structures like that out there that people just moved into. You know, they found them that, like the fucking pyramids. You know, there's a giant controversy about the dating of the pyramids. There's a guy named John Anthony West that has dedicated his entire life to trying to say that the Egyptian culture is tens of thousands of years older than conventional or paleontologists or archaeologists believe it is, and that he is like shown that he's brought in geologists to show that there's water erosion on the Sphinx that shows that the Sphinx has been weathered by thousands of years of rainfall. But the last time there was rainfall in the Nile Valley was 9,000 BC. So there's thousands of years before that. They believe that the pyramids were built somewhere around. Conventional thinking is 2,500 BC, and this guy is saying it's like 9,000 years older than we think it is, and that's just where it might be. It's probably older than that because it's been rained on for thousands of years.
Hold that thought. We got Dr. Michio Kaku. He actually called us. This is awesome.
Fuck yeah!
Hey, doctor.
Hi, I'm right here.
All right, we got Joe Rogan in the studio. He's an amazing stand-up comic, but he also knows he has a lot of theories and stuff, and he threw a few at us, and we want to throw them at you now. So I'm just going to give you Joe Rogan for a minute or two.
What do you think about do you believe that life and amino acids and stuff have come here from asteroids and seeded the Earth?
Well, there is a panspermia theory that says that, the aliens are here already. Look in the mirror. You're seeing an alien in the mirror right now because we're made out of spores and DNA that landed from another part of the galaxy. Fred Hoyle, the cosmologist, believed in that theory. He said that very soon after the oceans formed, life gets started. And it just happened too quickly. There's not enough time to get DNA off the ground. So he thought it came from outer space. I'm not so sure. I think that, a volcano vent on the bottom of the ocean, they would have plenty of time to get DNA off the ground. But it is a legitimate area of dispute.
Is it possible that it's both, that not only have life existed because of volcano vents, but also because of, it comes from everywhere. It comes from Earth, and it also comes from outer space.
That's right. There's some people who think that life started multiple times on the Earth, and perhaps there are germs all around us, some of which came from outer space, some of which came from, indigenous forms. And, where are they? Maybe they're in your nose. Maybe they're in your lungs. They could be everywhere, hidden, and we have yet to scratch the DNA of all the germs on this planet. So there is a theory that says that some of the germs probably came from outer space, and some of them may have been homegrown on the planet Earth.
we haven't analyzed all the germs yet.
That's why it's really spooky when they talk about taking a probe and putting it on Mars and then bringing it back.
Yeah,
Whoa,
that gets a little...
What are you bringing back with it?
What's coming home?
Yeah, tell them about the pyramids, too, there, Joe.
Oh, are you familiar with the work of John Hancock, or Graham Hancock, rather, or John Anthony West?
Well, I've heard some of it, based on erosions of the Sphinx and the pyramids, right?
Yeah,
well,
Ron Schock, the geologist from the University, Boston University, is the guy that has kind of spearheaded the geologist perspective of it, that there's thousands of years of erosion from rainfall on the Sphinx and the Sphinx enclosure.
It's hard to say because, like 10,000 years ago, we had the Ice Age. And when the Ice Age melted, we had lots and lots of water that created the Great Salt Lakes, the Great Lakes near Michigan. A lot of the rainfall and the lakes of the earth were created after the Ice Age ended. So it's kind of hard to turn the videotape backwards to see what Egypt looked like at the end of the last Ice Age. So there could have been massive flooding in the area, which, sets the geologic time clock askew. Because of the melting of the glaciers and the formation of the Great Lakes.
Well, that's one of Graham Hancock's theories coincides with the end of the Ice Age, because the end of the Ice Age and the extinction of woolly mammoths and saber-toothed tigers came very abruptly. And there's actually, they've found like dead bodies of woolly mammoths, like thousands of them, all in one area. And the idea is that something happened that created this mass extinction, maybe a meteor impact or something, and it also coincided with the abrupt ending of the Ice Age.
Well, it's hard to discount. However, I should point out that the earliest forms of writing, the earliest forms of science, the earliest forms of technology come from the Mesopotamian area.
Iraq, right?
And you can date them, again, till after the end of the Ice Age. So you would have to assume that civilization speeds up real fast in order to get the Sphinx and the pyramids to be built.
Right.
Most people would give it a much slower time frame, given the fact that it took time for primitive people to figure out how to use architecture and how to build stone monuments and things, because we were coming out of the Ice Age when we were like nomads, scrounging like a wolf pack.
Well, that's one of the interesting things about that area, Iraq, which is where Sumer was, which is the oldest known civilization, first written language, first mathematics, first astrology, astronomy. They had a detailed depiction of a solar system, including Pluto, which we didn't discover until 1970, and this is 6,000 years ago in Sumer.
Well, I would tend to doubt that they would get Pluto. The ancients didn't even get Uranus, Neptune, and the outer planets. The ancients only got up to Saturn. And
well, no, there's an actual clay tablet. There's a clay tablet that depicts the sun, and it depicts the planets in the correct size and the correct orbit. You can find it online, and it's from 6,000 years ago from Sumer.
Yeah, well, again, it's a question of interpretation. People interpret these stone tablets in a lot of different ways. But, even modern telescopes have a difficult time seeing Pluto. You need the Hubble Space Telescope to get, even good glimpses of what Pluto may look like.
No, I agree with you, but this is a really obvious image. I mean, it's a sun, and there's spheres that surround the sun that are the exact same number as we have planets in our solar system, and they're the exact same size in the right order.
Well, I'll have to see it to believe it.
It's pretty trippy.
Gone onto the calendar very early because it meant that you knew when to plant the seeds, harvest. The calendar was very important for agricultural societies in order to know when to harvest the plants. But to go past to Pluto, when they didn't have telescopes, is kind of a stretch, I think.
Well, how about any planets when they didn't have telescopes? To look at Mars when they didn't have telescopes is a big stretch, no? I'm not, look, this is all just...
It's quite red. You can see it in the ecliptic plane. You can see it tonight.
Yeah, you could see that there's something up there, but you can't see what orbit it is and where it surrounds and, what other planets are around it and Jupiter and...
All the planets lie in the ecliptic plane. So the ancients were pretty smart. They figured out that all the planets lie in a straight line that cuts across the southern sky called the ecliptic plane.
Yeah, but to look at it without a telescope, and to figure out what size it is and where the orbit is, that sounds almost impossible, doesn't it? Sounds pretty crazy.
They figured out the size of these things. They just did the relative orientations and the angles of these various planets.
Do you have an internet connection? Do you have an internet connection right now? Are you online?
Pardon?
Are you online right now in front of us?
Filming something.
No, I'm on a cell phone right now. We're filming sci-fi science for the Science Channel.
Oh. Yeah. I would love you to look at that image and see what you think of it. It's because it's pretty trippy. It's really a star. It's a sun, and it shows these planets around it. Who knows what the fuck they did know?
There is a danger that Westerners put too much into indigenous culture's accomplishments. For example, the Mayan calendar. I think that the Westerners have hijacked the Mayan calendar and created all this mythology that doesn't exist concerning the Mayan calendar. The Mayans did not know where the center of the Milky Way galaxy was. They didn't know the orientation of the Earth, so on and so forth, with respect to the galaxy. These are Western refinements imposed upon an indigenous culture's astronomy.
Yeah, I always thought that it's very interesting that people look to the Mayans to figure out when the end of civilization is going to come, when they couldn't even figure out when the end of their civilization would come. I mean, they disappeared over 1,000 years ago. Not only that, they were playing soccer with human heads.
It was meant to be the beginning of a new cycle.
It's a new age, yeah.
It was meant to be celebration rather than doomsday.
So the end of the long count.
Doctor, what you're saying basically is that the ancients were a bunch of boobs who got lucky with a few charts.
They did predict that movie.
No, the ancients were very good with their calendar. They were able to get out the Saturn. They had the eclipses correct. They were very, very good at the Saturn. But beyond Saturn, you need a telescope.
What do you think about these ideas that all these ancient cultures talk about a previously existing, much more advanced civilization that was wiped out, like Atlantis, and they talk about it in Sumer, another civilization? What do you think about these people that think that there have been many different stages of humanity and that we've been wiped out by cataclysmic disasters and then had to rebuild?
Well, the flood mythology goes back to the tale of Gilgamesh, which goes back to the 27th century BC. It's perhaps the oldest epic story of all time, and it talks about a great flood, the search for immortality, the great flood, and this, of course, then takes us back to before the Bible. And many people think that perhaps the Bible's talking about the great flood comes from the tale of Gilgamesh. So, yeah, I mean, there are tales of these things. And also, if you go to the Caspian Sea, at the end of the Ice Age, there was a massive breakdown of one of the lakes after the end of the Ice Age, which could have created the legend mentioned in the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Right, but it is also possible that we have been almost wiped out many times in the past by giant meteor impacts and things of that such, right?
Well, if you take a look at the fact that all humans are almost all the same, any two monkeys are quite different, any two foxes are quite different. We are almost the same genetically speaking, which meant there was a bottleneck. About 70,000 years ago, some people think there was a volcano that erupted in Indonesia that wiped out most Homo sapiens, leaving only a few hundred to populate the entire Earth. So there is a theory that's pretty much accepted by many people in biotechnology, that only a few hundred people survived the cataclysm. We don't know what. Perhaps a volcano.
There's so many things that could jack us. That earthquake in Yellowstone that's had 2,000 fucking earthquakes over the last since January. There's a gigantic caldera volcano in Yellowstone National Park, 600 kilometers wide.
That's about to blow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it erupts on a scale of a few 100,000 years, and
600,000 to 800,000.
We are overdue for another eruption.
Yeah.
But there is a super volcano under Yellowstone,
and it's a continent killer, right?
It would it would rip the heart out of the United States if it erupted.
Wow. It's a continent killer, literally, it kills everything. Gophers live.
That's why I have property in Canada.
And it's happened in the past.
Yeah.
It's not science fiction. It's happened in the past.
Yeah, every 600,000 to 800,000 years it blows. I mean, they only figured it out that it was a giant volcano really within the last couple of decades, right? It was like satellite imagery, wasn't it?
Yeah, there are a few supervolcanoes that in principle could wipe out the United States. Yellowstone is one. Another one is in the Canary Islands. If an island there collapses, it'll set off a tsunami which will inundate most of the Northeast. And so these are very, very credible dangers that we have to worry about. But again, on a time scale of thousands of years. But it's something that, it does give you pause knowing that if Yellowstone blew up, it would rip the heart out of the United States of America.
It's, the way I look at it is human beings are we live in an anthill. There's an anthill that's in the middle of a field, and the ants in the anthill, they've only lived for a couple weeks, and this is all they've ever known. The anthill's always been there. Yeah. And one day some little fat kid comes walking through the field and just stomps the shit out of that anthill. And you know what? It just happens. They never saw it coming, and life is forever changed.
Joe, you're hysterically funny. You're very bright. Listening to you, I just want to go home and weep. I just want to sit in a corner and just weep.
It just makes you appreciate the time that you have here.
Yeah, I love this stuff. The mushroom.
By the way, can I say something?
Yeah.
It was mentioned mentioned to me that you had a discussion about a living planet, right? If you take a look at the movie Avatar, many people miss this. Sigourney Weaver warns the troopers in the movie Avatar that the planet is alive, that it has a central nervous system, and that's why everyone has a tail. The tail connects you to the central nervous system so you can upload.
Yeah.
You can upload and download with the planet. And that's how at the end of the movie, the planet is able to coordinate an attack against the Star Troopers. So here is an example of a living planet with the nervous system that is capable of coordinating an attack. Now, whether or not evolutionary biology allows this, of course, we can ask James Cameron if he thinks it's plausible. But it is a mechanism that they use in the movie Avatar to show how a planet could be alive.
Well, if you do mushrooms, the planet feels alive. Have you ever done mushrooms?
I can't hear you. I'm in the line.
I love that. That's the answer.
We were asking you if you've ever done mushrooms.
Well,
no.
Psychedelic mushrooms, they would help you so much.
I'm a physicist. I like to keep my head as clear as possible.
Oh, it'll clear it up.
Well, Joe's got a theory on cows and mushrooms.
Well, it's not really my theory, but there are theories that mushrooms are literally life forms that have psilocybin mushrooms that are life forms that have come here from another planet, like on an asteroid, and that's one of the reasons why they have this profound effect on human beings. That when you're eating them, you're really taking in some sort of an alien consciousness.
But if you sequence the DNA of the mushroom, you find that the proteins and the nucleic acids are the same ones that are found in your body. So believe it or not, you and a mushroom are made out of the same basic stuff.
Well, it's very similar to brain chemistry. Well, mushrooms, the compound in psilocybin mushrooms is very similar to actual human neurochemistry, right? The chemicals produced by the brain, the dimethyltryptamine is produced by the brain, and mushrooms are 4-phosphorylloxy-N-N-dimethyltryptamine.
Well, the reason why psychedelic drugs work is because they're able to go past the blood-brain barrier, and they're able to set off the synapses between the neurons. So basically, you're short-circuiting the brain. So think of a computer, and you set off every single circuit inside the computer. You fry it, right? Well, that's cocaine. That's what drugs do. They basically either set off all the neurons simultaneously, giving you the high, or they can be a depressant like heroin. But, my personal point of view is, why do we have to get a high artificially when we can get a high on life? In life itself,
life can't get you as high as mushrooms. If you're doing something in life that's getting you as high as mushrooms, you need to write a book about it because it's not the same. But I understand what you're saying about heroin and cocaine. These are very destructive, but psychedelic compounds are very, very different than narcotic drugs. Very different reactions to the body, very different reactions as far as like what you learn from them. When you have psychedelic experiences, they're very eye-opening, very, very awakening, and they're a lot of people believe that they're agents of evolution, that they actually help you evolve.
Well, my attitude is that we have virtual reality. That is, we can create artificial worlds, but afterwards we turn the computer off and go back to living again. It's like an amusement entertainment, right? However, with the psychedelic drugs, you don't know what it does to the brain. It has remnants, it has lingering effects, and plus, it doesn't necessarily give you deeper insights into reality. It's just another reality. Now, I'm a physicist. I want to decode our reality. And to do that, my brain has to be as clear as possible in order to understand.
You're acting under the assumption that psychedelic drugs somehow do not make your brain clear or fog it up somehow or ruin it.
Well, I don't want my heart surgeon on mushrooms when he's walking into the room. That
That's
I can tell you.
That's a good call. But, mushrooms only last a few hours.
But remember, no great scientific principle is discovered by somebody high on drugs.
Is that true? Didn't Crick, who was the guy that sequenced LSD, or the guy who was on LSD when he figured out DNA?
No, Francis Crick and James Watson were not on LSD.
Yeah, there's something online that you can read that about that.
But Joe,
he admitted that when he was dying.
No offense, but anybody online can.
In order to decipher the DNA molecule, it had nothing to do with drugs.
Well, there's something I don't have the story in the top of my head, but I do know that John Lilly. You know who John Lilly is? The guy who's a pioneer in interspecies communication. He did a lot of work on dolphin communication. Yeah, dolphins. He was a guy who did a lot of work with dolphins, dolphin communication, deciphering dolphin communication, and he was a big fan of acid. And he said that he used to. Dr. Doolittle? He's John Lilly.
That's the point, right? If you're on acid, you can speak to anything you want. You can speak to the chair if you want.
Now we're talking.
Chair.
Maybe the chair is
no way.
Not now, not ever.
But you're such a fascinating guy. You're so intelligent, and I'm a huge fan of your work, and I love watching your specials. I would love to get you high on mushrooms.
Okay, so, anyway, like I said, I'm a physicist. I like to be as clear as possible, discovering the secrets of the universe.
Well, let's let the good doctor go.
Yes.
He's in the middle of filming his show. So.
When can we see the show?
It's coming out in winter. Right now we're talking about colonizing the galaxy. We have a whole program about what it would take to terraform Mars, what it would take to leave the Earth and leave the solar system and begin the colonization process of the Milky Way galaxy. Of course, centuries from now. But this is, of course, sci-fi science on the Science Channel.
Awesome.
Of course.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your insight, sir.
Thank you, Dr.
Very much
Kaku.
appreciated.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you for humoring us. Is what I want to
It's
say.
so ironic that this guy doesn't do drugs because so many people do drugs and watch his show.
Yes.
I mean, that guy doesn't smoke pot. You know how many people smoke pot and watch that guy and go, fuck yeah, I love this dude. He's going to freak me out.
Would he be the big get to do drugs with?
Oh, yeah. If I had a show, I wanted to do a show called Let's Do Mushrooms with Joe, where I just get famous people high on mushrooms and just, when you're really blasted on mushrooms, you can't pretend to be anything other than who you are.
You ever Ustream on mushrooms?
No, never have. Always on the pot, but never on the mushrooms.
Pot, right.
I love the when he's talking about things like what his show's going to be about, terraforming and stuff like that. It just reminds me of Paul Reiser in Aliens pointing to the big machines going, we manufacture those, like so pompous. They're terraforming the fucking planet.
Reiser was
the company
best.
manufactures.
He was one of the best weasel douches ever in that movie.
I've never liked him in anything. And Aliens, he was such a fucking pricky weasel.
He was awesome.
Hey, kiddo, you got to get back on that horse.
How do you go from that to Mad About You?
I know. It was great.
I guess you got to get paid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But fuck,
your agent calls you and says, "Here's the money."
How great would it be to have a guy like Kaku around all the time just to ask questions?
Just to ask questions.
We have him. He calls right in every time we ask him.
He's in your building.
Yeah, and he simplifies it a little bit. We make fun of that. But
he has to.
Yeah, he knows he's talking to baffled. So. Matt in Jersey's got a question for Joe Rogan. Matt.
Hey guys, what's up? Happy birthday, Jimmy.
Hi, fella.
It's not Jimmy's birthday.
Hey Joe, I just got a question, man. You smoke a little weed, you take a little mushrooms, you sleep in a weird bathtub, and you got all these insights. But don't you think it's a little coincidental that we just happen to be the perfect distance from the sun? All these natural coincidences that are just awesome. Do you believe in God? Do you think they could be an act of God?
Well, I don't think it's a coincidence. I think life forms in the environment that it can form in. I mean, life forms at the bottom of the ocean in these volcanic vents that we didn't even know could support life. And they have all these little weird fucking creatures living around there. I think we adapt to the environment and we have evolved to be what we are. As far as
the other way around, I think.
Yeah. As far as whether there's a God or not, I am not smart enough to answer that question. Who the fuck knows? I don't think there's a guy in a robe in the clouds, but to think that there might be one gigantic thing that is all things, and that's much more plausible to me than this is all random. It's much more plausible to me that there's like a purpose that we're all moving towards. I mean, it seems, if you look at like human beings and you look at like our obsession with technology and innovation, it seems to me like we're moving and building towards an event. And it might very well be that bees make honey, and they make honey, they make, fucking beehives, and ants make anthills, and human beings make insane technology, that we literally create something that changes our world. I mean, that might be what's going on with the Large Hadron Collider. It used to be that we were obsessed with innovation because that can improve the quality of our life. Like, cavemen figured out if you put a pointy rock on the end of the stick, you can kill shit that's over there.
Yeah.
And you don't have to run up to it and kill it with your face. You know what I mean? Like, that made life easier. Well, it might get to a certain point in time where, where we're at right now, the things that they're working on right now, the peak of science, has nothing to do, it's not going to trickle down. Particle physics and smashing atoms, that's not going to trickle down to your fucking cell phone. Like, they're working on some shit right now with the Large Hadron Collider and the experiments with time travel and stuff they're doing right now.
Yeah.
They're working on some shit that is just so beyond helping us. It's just, what can we do? Can I press this button?
Can
what
we
happens when I
bend
do this?
some space?
When they first blew up the first atomic bomb, there was a very real concern that it might kill the entire entire Earth because it would start a chain reaction that would blow up and it would eat up the entire atmosphere of the planet and kill everybody. And they said, well, what's about
we had to give it a whirl anyway.
I think that we...
Try it on the Japs.
I think we have this obsession. The reason why we have this obsession with technological innovation, and even the reason why we have an obsession with material items and new things, I think it's because we're supporting what the human organism as one gigantic superorganism is doing.
It's almost instinctual in us that we have to build things and make things, technology. I've said it. I said it just before. It's just amazing to me, and people take it for granted. You look around, and there's nothing that you can look at, no matter how technologically advanced it is and cool it is, that didn't just come out of the ground.
Yeah,
and
dirt and rocks.
Pull that shit out. It didn't come from
natural.
You know, nothing came from a fucking, a TV factory in space that some aliens gave it. We had to figure out how to take dirt and wood from the trees,
silicon
and plants and sand and
plastics and
oil
and
all
turn
that,
into things
and melt it and put it together and mix it and do that, and then you can make a television.
Yeah, how about you can make a fucking thing that you can shoot into the sky and it can take pictures of planets fucking millions of miles away flying through the solar system.
See, that to me is amazing.
I get amazed at my Easy Pass. I'm amazed at all of it. It's fucking incredible.
I think that we look at the behavior of other animals as natural. We look at the behavior of wolves. The wolf, the alpha forces the beta out, and the beta has to starve to death. We go, well, that's natural because you have to have strong genetics to survive in the wolf world. But we don't look at our world as natural. We don't look at our behavior as natural. I think it is.
That's what I bitch about all the time. People try to put us so far above the animal world. We're just another fucking thing that's occupying space on the planet at this moment.
We're dressing it up. That's why
we are the animal world.
We're changing it. I think that our behavior is natural, and that our lust and our obsession with material possessions and our obsession with technological innovation is completely natural.
It's not all natural. You've been to Camden, New Jersey? It's not natural.
That's natural too. You ever been to the Congo?
That's going back to the animal kingdom. That's natural too. Some crazy shit going on there, my
exactly.
friend.
I like that thought.
Yeah, I was born in Newark.
A lot of people saying you held your own with Dr. Kaku, so congratulations.
Of course. Oh, there's no held my own. I mean,
you held your own,
just
brother.
asked him questions. But the picture of the solar system, he's completely wrong.
It's not like to say
that they're...
I don't think he saw it, though.
Yeah, he hasn't seen it. If he did see it, you would see it's a fucking sun.
Can we see it now?
Joe, where do you see it? Yeah, put it up.
Dr. Steve hates Dr. Kaku.
Somebody find it. Look up. Someone look up Sumer, S-U-M-E-R. Look up the solar system image or something like that. Google that.
Don't you love how Dr. Steve hates Dr. Kaku?
Dr. Steve
hates him.
Who's Dr. Steve?
He makes shitty wine and he gives us ambient one.
He's also got a big physics background.
Why does he hate Dr.
Kaku is a physics hack.
He finds it to be a hack and a fucking idiot.
Really?
Who knew there were physics hacks?
Well, there's a lot of debate in the physics community whether or not to even take any of this string theory seriously. Like a lot of people say they talk like cultists and this is all nonsense and none of it's proven. So there's a lot of weird shit going on with the whole string theory thing.
Let's go to DK. DK.
Hey, Bubba Boys.
What's up, DK?
I got two quick things. One, Rogan, you're fucking a genius, dude. I love you.
I'm not listening. I'm far from a genius. I'm a pothead with free time.
But no, it's impressive how you spit out that shit like it's nothing.
That's because I'm a fucking retard. Try to ask me how to count. Already seen that. I'll fucking go to a check. I try to add 20%. I freeze trying to count numbers.
There are a whole civilization dedicated to 20%.
I understand certain things.
But that part of your brain is being used for something
I know the right
else,
position to put your arm to choke people unconscious. I know a few things that I've memorized.
All right, DK, what do you got?
I was wondering if he had actually like a list of the books he's read, if he's put them up on his website or anything.
You should do that, Joe.
Well, the other one is all that shit about mushrooms. All that stuff is all Terence McKenna's theory, and there's a bunch of really good ones. The best one I think is Food of the Gods. But any of the old Terence McKenna books, the Invisible Landscape, there's a bunch of different books by McKenna that are all. McKenna was a genius who spent his entire life doing mushrooms and studying psychedelics and studying the idea that psychedelic drugs are literally agents of evolution, that they help you evolve, and that they are the reason why human beings have evolved from lower animals.
Joe, is there any part of you that thinks that maybe this guy's just fucking crazy?
No, because when you look, I know that I'm a very different person because of psychedelic experiences that I've had. They've made me very different.
But what I mean is, like, okay, so this guy does a lot of mushrooms and write the book. That's just, I mean, that's what happens when you do mushrooms. Weird shit comes out of your head.
It's not
that's the point
simple.
of doing mushrooms.
He was
why
a
can't
scholar.
it be deeper than that?
But this guy is a scholar. He's not just a guy who did mushrooms. He's a guy that like studied archaeology and studied the history of, like he's gone into these indigenous cultures and taken ayahuasca with them and fucking traveled into spirit worlds with these shamans. I mean, it's a little bit deeper. I think we like to look at drugs as being something that wrecks your life and ruins you, which in most of the cases is true. But we throw this big blanket over all these compounds that affect your mind. We call them all drugs. They're all very different. Like there's a fucking drug. I'm drinking coffee. Cigarettes are a drug. There's a lot of drugs.
Don't pick on my particular drug of choice.
I like it.
I think Vinny is pointing out that also one of the guys from Pink Floyd took acid in like 1965 or whatever and just never came back.
That is true. Let me tell you something. I had a DMT trip 3 years ago and I haven't done it since because life got real slippery for like 2 weeks.
Slippery? In what way?
Well, I did a big dose and I had life-changing revelations and I changed the way I think about people, the way I look at life, but after it was over, it was so mind-blowing. The thing about the DMT experience is that it happens in literally like 15, 20 seconds. Like you smoke it, and then it's like you get shot through a cannon to the middle of the universe.
What's
and then
DMT? I don't know what DMT is.
DMT is the most potent psychedelic drug known to man. It's called dimethyltryptamine, and it's made by your own brain. And the crazy thing about it is it exists all over the place. It's in a bunch of different plants. You can extract it from thousands of different plants all over the world, not just in one little island that you have to fucking travel to, and you gotta go to Borneo and fucking go into one part of the mountain. No, it's everywhere. It's in grass.
So, Joe, if it's in grass, right, now that to me would make me think that maybe grass thinks, but we can't communicate with grass. If it's in your brain, too, that's the only part, and I've never done acid or mushrooms or pot.
Yeah, maybe. Outside and talk to grass.
Fucking who knows?
We're communicating with an ass.
That's you, Billy. That's you.
Exactly.
I mean, we don't know.
Pile of weeds.
Take a dump so we can grow some mushrooms.
Just because the plants can't communicate with us doesn't mean they're not somehow or another consciousness. They don't have some sort of consciousness.
Joe, but I want to slow you down. The DMT thing. What you learned that you're willing to share that
it's not. It's
trips you out.
Well, one thing that you feel first of all is that if this can happen so easily and you can literally disappear so easily and then you come right back and when it happens it's so fucking mind blowing and it's so close. You smoke it and you're there. I mean, and this is the same compound that your brain produces when you're going to die. The same compound your brain produces while you're sleeping.
Why would you do that?
Well, why would I smoke it? I want to see what happens. I mean, you're going to die no matter what. I want to, if there's something that allows you to take a peek over to the other side, hey, there's a little door. Look through it. You want to see God? Look through the door real quick.
Just try divorce. Get you there.
I don't think that's going
to smoker to kick in.
It takes 15, 20 seconds.
And what do you learn about people?
Most. Well, you learn about the way you interact with human beings, that it directly affects your own life. You learn that, you can spread as much positive energy. If you spread as much positive energy as you can, literally, you can affect people like a ripple. Like, the more loving and friendly and nice you are to people, the more loving and friendly your own life will be, and theirs as well. Like, you literally have a direct and profound effect about everyone you come in contact with.
But that was on DMT, you did that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you feel it, like, in a very literal, real sense. Like, they explain it to you, and the way I describe it is that DMT, like when you're communicating with what I describe as complex geometric patterns that are made out of love and understanding. Like literally, it's the most profound. You feel so exposed, and you feel so full of shit, and you feel so everything. You feel just so foolish
Joe,
when you're in this experience.
But wouldn't that affect different people different ways? Right?
No, that's the crazy thing about it. Everybody has the goddamn same experience. Not only do that, it's very difficult to discern because people describe it. But when they come back, they all say like really similar things. They all have like one of the things that people say is that these entities, whatever it is.
Sorry. Jimmy keeps looking back at Vinny Brown and just laughing at him.
I'm just listening to Joe, and I'm wondering what drug Vinny took to put those shitty high water jeans on.
He's just laughing at him, and Vinny's flipping Jimmy the bird, like, and Jimmy just keeps turning back and looking at him and totally fucking with him.
It's uncomfortable because he's looking right in the crotch area as well.
Stand up then, man.
Fucking
let your balls breathe.
White Pollock socks.
I like this.
You were talking about that guy from Pink Floyd. The guy from Pink Floyd that took acid and never came back.
Sid, right?
Sid Barrett.
Is that what his name was? Yeah,
it was Sid, right?
Yeah, I think that definitely can happen. I think you could definitely blow your brains out, and especially with acid. Acid apparently is pretty abrasive.
Now, some of that stuff you were just talking about, are you into yoga?
Yeah, I do yoga.
The yoga and the meditation, you get some of that. Some of that shit going on.
Yoga, what yoga is a way that people have devised to like use your body to relax it and to like take away a certain amount of stress and increase your understanding. Increase your understanding, increase your connection with other people. Whenever I leave yoga class, I always feel so much nicer. Like just a nicer person, more relaxed, easier to, whenever I had anything stressful, anything important, like a big gig that I have to do, or I'm going to tape a special, I always do yoga.
If you didn't have all these experiences with, your psycho drugs and your fucking yoga and everything, do you think you'd be an angry person? Do you think you'd have an anger problem? Are you an angry person?
Genetically,
yeah.
And just the way I grew up.
We have to end the show this way today. Ira, say hi to Joe Rogan. Get on mic over there.
What happened?
Hi, Ira.
Good morning, Joe Rogan. Good morning.
Good morning.
We're going from Dr. Michio Kaku to Ira, Joe.
Who's Ira?
Ira, why don't you introduce yourself to Joe Rogan?
Joe.
Who are you?
I'm the weatherman for Jay Thomas.
Who's Jay Thomas?
Jay Thomas. He's on Sirius 108 and XM 139.
The lesson here is that this is a broad spectrum of human beings.
Yeah, you can really,
spectrum.
And you can go from one to another in
like that
split second.
Did you do too much acid at one time?
You ever do drugs, Ira?
Never.
Never?
Nothing?
Never.
Just high on life.
Why do you talk so slow?
And loud.
Break him down, Ari.
Really?
It's weird.
Break him down, Ari. Go for it. Take him. He's yours. Take him. It's a clean kill.
We'll give you a kitten next. If you want to,
what's his deal?
If you want to strangle a kitten, we'll let you do that too.
You got any retard babies I can hit with a rock?
You ever fuck a cantaloupe?
Never fucked a cantaloupe.
Oh, but Joe, he likes the hookers, right, Ira?
Yeah. Oh, I love the hookers. If a hooker would call up right now, maybe I would go out with a hooker.
You're like a hooker right now?
Oh, yes.
Do you use a service, or do you get them walking the streets, or do you go online? What do you do?
I meet them downtown someplace.
Time machine.
So you go
Bobo.
and get the street girls.
Somewhere nice.
He's just time machine Bobo.
Maybe a kosher deli.
Like the time machine.
He's a total ass.
Wow. He's exactly like Bobo, only like if Bobo...
If he survives that long,
Blue Oyster Cult, Don't Fear the
Bobo
Reaper is playing
did
in my
not
head.
know nothing whatsoever. I know more than Bobo will ever know.
Are you trying to be the president of the retards?
No.
All right.
Yeah. I got it too. All right, let's go. Let's go with this.
Got it?
Yes, I do.
Hit it.
Let's play a little Don't Fear the Reaper.
I don't know
for
why.
Ira.
But it's all connected somehow or another.
Ira, all right. I don't think you have
I want
anything
to
else.
get Ira high on mushrooms.
You want to do some mushrooms today?
Anything else would imply that he's done something.
Well, listen.
Yeah.
Bobo wasn't that great. I'm greater than him. I am a legend.
Who has a bigger cock, you or Bobo?
Good question.
I got a bigger cock.
Let's see it.
You want to see it?
Ari wants to see it. I bet Ari's cock's bigger than yours. I bet Ari's balls are bigger than yours. For sure.
You want to have a ball off with Ari?
No, not right now.
Oh, don't be scared. Don't be scared.
I'll put $100 down if you can beat Ari.
I got 200 on Ari. I'll give you 2-1 on the money.
How
about that?
Ball length.
Here we go. I got.
How about that? How about you put up $10? I'll put up 100. How about that?
That's right. What do you think?
You can win $100 if your balls are bigger than ours.
You know, your name is my name spelled backwards. If that means anything. You're like my misaplex.
Yeah. You guys are yin and yang.
This is Ari and
Misaplex. Dude, you get fucking brownie points for using misaplex.
No shit, this was meant to happen today.
Come on.
Pull out your ball bag, Ira.
I'll give you 100 to 1 on the money. I'll give you 100 to 1 on the money. You put up $1, and if your balls are bigger than Ari's, we will give you $100.
My balls are bigger.
All right, well, if Ari does it first, will you feel comfortable?
If he does it first, I'll do it.
There you go.
All right, let's get some money.
Here's $100. I just need to see a $1 bill from you, sir.
Oh, look at faggot Kenny peeking.
You know what? I'll trust.
Oh, we just found out what Kenny likes.
I'll trust that you have the dollar.
Come on, open it up. Open it up.
Here he goes.
All right, this is
open it up. That sounds like he's talking to the hooker.
Yeah.
Open it up.
You gotta stretch your bag out first.
I have horrible
Only the shaft inside. I'm only bringing out the
baby
balls.
thumbs.
You're only bringing out the balls?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
That's just one.
Ay.
There's
Here
his
it
balls.
is, fellas.
Here we go.
All right, wait.
Here it is. Here it
He's
is.
gonna pull out his
Here
balls.
it is.
No, he's got gravity has been yanking at his balls for
That's
decades
true.
longer than yours.
Oh, look at this.
That's just your penis. That's just your dick. I'm gonna take that as a win.
Where's your balls?
You owe me $1, motherfucker. You don't even have
Some
balls.
sort of weird shame now. He just pulled out the smallest head I've ever
Oh,
seen.
his is bigger than mine.
Yeah.
Exactly. Give me $1. Give me $1. You had a chance to win $100.
Not at all,
You owe me $1,
We can't hear
sir. You know what? You can keep that $1. How about that?
Yeah. Buy yourself a
I'm just
dick.
gonna take the picture.
Anything else, Ira?
That's it.
That's all you got today?
Listen,
Yeah.
before I leave,
Yes.
I want to wish
proclaim
Opie
before
and
he starts
Anthony a happy Easter. The show is wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank
Thank you for showing us your cock.
And listen, if you want me to fill in a few times,
I despise
I will
his little
do
feet.
it.
I'd like you to fill in a cemetery hole.
I despise your son.
You're the greatest. You're wonderful.
I loathe
Yeah, all right.
I loathe you.
Wow.
All right. Thank you, Ira. We got to go back
Thank
to
you.
some...
Thank you.
Thanks
You better not. You've had your fingers on your
That's the beautiful thing about this show.
Yeah.
Maybe
Ira,
I had
to do that to you.
Remember the last time I was here, remember when Marion Barry came in?
God, that was
That's
fun.
right.
How's it going?
Good to see
They
you.
were mad that we dragged him in here.
We dragged him in. We were talking about him. He came in to defend himself.
It was fucking great that day.
That was the best. We talked to him about crack, and he's like, "No one went in that pipe."
He is the walking reason for anti-Semitism, by the way.
Ira.
It is just, he is every stereotype. That is a poster in 1935 Germany.
Listen, I just want to tell you, you do a good job. Listen. I'm going to proclaim something.
Loves the hookers, huh?
Loves the hookers.
Apparently he
Supposedly.
does.
We don't even
Street
know.
hookers.
Oh, yeah. He goes
Yeah,
old
that's
school.
old school. Where do you even find a street hooker these days, Jim?
They're not around that much. You gotta go on
What was the most shocking thing about Hugh? A buddy of mine ran into a chick that he used to date. She was a street hooker.
Really?
Yeah.
That would turn me on like a light.
Tough life.
E-Rock, what do you got?
Ira's walking down the hallway and he does Jay Thomas's show with this other girl, Madison.
Right.
So he sees her in the hallway and he goes, "Hey, Madison." She's like, "Hi, Ira." And he goes, "I just showed my balls."
He didn't even show his balls.
What did he show?
He doesn't know what his balls are and what his dick is.
No, that was the head of his dick.
All right, let's go to Paul in Pittsburgh. Paul.
Not impressed either.
Hey, Hey, what's going on, boys?
Hi.
I wanted to ask Joe, have you heard of this JWH-018? It's supposed to be a synthetic marijuana that comes in powder.
Is that also called K2?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, K2, K2 is like a herbal thing that's coated in that, but you can get just the straight JWH-018.
Yeah, I have heard of that. You know how like that Balco thing, they were doing steroids, and what they were doing was they were making a steroid that was not recognizable in the test because it was like one molecule different or somehow or another they were engineering it. Well, they're doing the same thing with marijuana. They've made marijuana you can smoke and it has the exact same effects as marijuana, but it won't show up in a drug test.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried it?
No, I haven't. Well, I live in California, and you know you can get pot everywhere there, and it's basically legal. They just put it on the ballot for November. It's going to be legalization is going to be on the ballot.
And then
Straight ahead.
are they going to just sell it and tax it and fucking
Yeah, well,
get
that's
the
what they
state out
fucking
of,
should have done a long time ago.
They zone it though, right? You can't just buy it everywhere. They're
Well,
like cigarettes.
they zone it now. I mean, supposedly they're supposed to shut down a lot of these pot dispensaries because they're too close to schools and residences and all sorts of other things.
Does that ever really fucking matter if things are close to a school?
Maybe it does. I don't know. I don't mind as long as it's available somewhere. I don't mind.
Yeah, you're right. It's just some dumb law.
I don't think it's well, it can't be within such and such of a school. Like, who cares?
I do. I wouldn't want my fucking kid going to kindergarten and some douchebags getting baked like right next door.
Well, don't get baked next
Okay,
door.
kids,
Buy
you
your
want
weed,
some?
but you know.
The problem with pot is the problem with society in general, is 80% of the people are fucking retarded. And if you get 80% of the people high, and then you go, oh, well, that's what potheads are like.
But
Well, no, that's retards high.
You can have a CVS that sells liquor, like near school,
It's true.
can't you?
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
What about booze, man? You know, Matt, I know they were trying in Nassau County to put some law on the books that there couldn't be a gun store within a certain distance from a school or even school bus. And it's like a gun store isn't a school-like bus stop. They were trying to get this gun store shut down. And it's like, you don't buy a gun and then walk out of the gun store and just start, yeah, like shooting it up in the air like Yosemite Sam when you leave the place. That to me is just a cop-out thing that politicians use too much. You can't be close to a school. Wow.
Yeah, like you're going to shoot up a school.
Think about how many gun ranges there are and how many gun stores there are and how little crime occurs in these places.
Yeah.
You know?
Not only that law is designed to stop people from buying a gun and then go shooting up a school. If you're going to shoot up a school, the distance from the gun store isn't going to stop you.
Really
I can't get all the way across town to do this.
It's ridiculous.
And strip clubs is another one. Now, you don't want a strip club right next door to the school, but when you say like 1,000 yards from a school, and the strip clubs are just not open during school hours. You know, when the kids get out, maybe they can go in and see
the town's not as good as the night.
They get the day strippers. They got the day strippers. C-sections.
Unless you're in Vegas. In Vegas, we went to the Spearmint Rhino at 9:30 a.m. on a Thursday, and it was mobbed.
Great as that.
It was mobbed. We had to wait to get seated.
Wow.
It was crazy. Couldn't believe it.
Thursday morning.
It was so gross. We were driving there, and it was me and my friend Tate, and we were in the car, and like the hot sun is hitting the windshield, and I'm like, I should be asleep. This is so
what
retarded.
Am I doing?
Or at a job
pathetic.
somewhere.
And when we got there,
something industrious.
It's ridiculously packed.
Reading another theory about mescaline.
You're making fun of him?
Yeah.
Why are you making fun of him?
I don't. Joe
this is
actually
some good talk. Sometimes you got to expand your brain and see maybe there's some other shit out there.
Joe impressed
I don't think
me.
you like
Very
to.
well read.
I don't think you'd like to see if there's other shit out there, Betty.
No, I do listen to this shit, but I don't. I don't necessarily want.
Some of the shit might just be right.
Listen,
who knows?
There's a reason why they put blinders on a horse. Okay, there's some shit they don't need to see. Just keep moving, stupid. Get on the track.
Straight.
Wow.
Do you expand your mind?
That was awesome. I had to ponder that for a second.
No, I don't.
Yeah, Vinny's very different than Joe.
Yeah, I'm amazed though.
I like that. I like to think it's not just this horse shit that we're looking at every day, that there might be some different looks
There's
out
a
there.
lot more.
Yeah,
There's a lot more.
I like to think that.
I like to think that too, but I don't necessarily want to dig into a pile of cow shit and eat something off of it to find out.
You don't have to.
You ever
get
get
it from my
mushrooms?
friend
No.
who grows it in his closet.
I don't even know the difference between mushrooms and acid and.
Well, I don't know. I don't either, but
There's a lot of differences.
Joe, what's the difference? Is a LSD is a psychedelic,
Well,
right?
there's a bunch of psychedelics that affect your brain in different ways. There's salvia. There's the cactus, the mescaline. There's a bunch of different things that have a bunch of different.
And they're
effects.
all different.
They're all different. Yeah, it's the way people look at it is like it's like you're visiting different neighborhoods. And each one of them has a completely different feel, different vibe to it.
It's like drug Epcot. Every neighborhood's got a different thing.
I'll let that sit out there.
Sorry.
Wait, hold on.
I'm doing well right up to that point. Right up to that point.
Everyone was.
Right there, I
We
stepped up.
really haven't had any good bombs today.
That's a good one.
What is it? Fucking drug Epcot. I didn't like that you put a B in Epcot.
Thank you, Jim.
I want to hear fucking Kenny be a DJ.
Oh, you want to hear some of that? We are running out of show, unfortunately.
Fucking howling when I heard that. I was in Colorado on the mountain, and it was all that connected me to civilization.
It was a good bit. We forgot about it.
Sirius XM and the O&A show.
He loves the strobe, so he played DJ for.
I fucking love this. If there was a real station and Club Soda Kenny was the actual DJ, and he got to do these rants, it's fucking genius.
Who would not listen?
Michael Jackson, what a goof. It's me, Lean Mean Club Soda Kenny, the dancing machine, on the strobe, XM83, Sirius 81, and coming up next are my hairy bush favorites, the Weather Girls. It's raining men, y'all.
And have we got
Come on, how great would that be?
Who wouldn't listen to that?
Fucking
Kenny, that was hilarious.
genius stuff. Is there another one?
I hated that song. This is a great song on the Strobe XM83, Sirius 81. I'm Lean Mean Club Soda Kenny, the dancing machine, and we're going back to the good old days before AIDS was invented. Back when you could bang any $4 Coke whore you wanted, no matter what he looked like. It's We Are Family by Sister Sledge. I got a few more seconds to kill, so listen how terrific I am, because here's the song now.
Come on, man. What fucking people would not like that? And who out there is scouting talent for DJs?
That isn't hiring him like in a second.
If I ran Sirius, he'd be the first motherfucker I'd call.
Would you listen to that guy's entire
this
show?
This always brings a tear to my eye, this song that you just heard. But I'm Lean Mean Club Soda Kenny, the dancing machine, taking you back to a time. Play the music. When there were more disco balls than the ones in my pants. It's Gloria Gaynor, I Will Survive, on the Strobe.
I love how he doesn't hit his mark.
No, he don't care. No, the post is
talks
just
right over the fucking singing.
How your nicknames last for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You just keep adding.
Disco in my pants. It's the Strobe, XM83, Sirius 81. I'm Lean Mean Club Soda Kenny, the dancing machine. We're getting ready to hit the town in our favorite pair of crotch huggers. And if you run out of moose, just drop a load in your hand and slick back your hair with that. It's Staying Alive by the Bee Gees.
The song is over. He's still talking. He's the fucking best.
A load in your hand.
Come on, that's the greatest DJ ever.
It's brilliant.
I love Diana Ross. I really love her. I'm Lean Mean Club Soda Kenny, the dancing machine, here on the Strobe, Sirius 81, XM83. For all you rope wranglers out there, here's the Militant People with Macho Man.
He knew the vocals were coming in.
He's hitting it hard, hitting it fast.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's the best.
I'm coming out of the closet. Hey, Zone A Zone Clubby, the disco baller, on the Strobe, XM83, Sirius 81. And this next one reminds me of the movie Boogie Nights. You know, I'm hung like Dirk Diggler when he was 8.
Fuck. It's a combination of bad jokes and just fucking over-the-top confidence.
A horrible Frankenstein voice.
Over-the-top confidence.
Yeah, it's the same stupid joke about the dancing machine over and over. It doesn't matter. It's
way more confident than he should be. Yes.
You got like a bit of dice in there.
Stinks. I'm on A Zone, Clubby, the disco baller. I'm on the Strobe, XM83, Sirius 81. And according to Wikipedia, disco originated in the Afro-American and Hispanic communities. Apparently, no one told Casey and the Sunshine Band. Let's give this white boy a listen anyway. Here's Get Down Tonight.
Well into the vocals.
We could do it all day.
Back in the old days, when they were real DJs, they were really allowed to talk in between songs and had personalities.
They could choose the songs too.
The boss jobs. Yeah, that was the big thing. Choosing the songs, man.
That's long gone.
Yeah, that was like an art form in and of itself. You like certain DJs because they had certain music that you enjoyed.
They had their taste.
Bingenheimer's the only one.
Goddamn corporations.
It was their own music,
Motherfuckers.
We got to call it, man. Vinny, why did you come in today? I don't even know.
Because I'm at the Stress Factory tonight.
But that's your place.
You own the place?
Yes, I do.
You
And
do it all the time.
but I'm doing my show.
At my house.
But you do your show every night.
No, I don't do it every night. Every night I just fuck around for a while. And then
so
tonight
you
I'm doing an hour.
Well, you're on the stage there every night, though, right?
Yes.
All right.
It's like being home, but it's fun.
Yeah, I want to promote. I'm going to be at my house tonight, too. So, there you go.
Everyone's going to be where they own.
These are plugs that really help me. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so glad I got up at 6 o'clock. Thank you. Don't bother coming this weekend, because I'll be there next weekend, too.
No, Vinny Vinny's doing his full show tonight at the Stress Factory, the place he owns, which I all kidding aside, is one of the better comedy clubs in the area, if not the best.
I've been there in so long. I was supposed to be there sometime a long time ago, and it got canceled out.
Joe, I have tried so many times.
Yeah.
Like, just nonstop. But you're busy as shit. But you should really come in and
I
do
would
it.
love to. I know I was supposed to do something. It was a couple years ago, and something got switched around.
Did you come in with Kevin James one time?
Long time ago, yeah.
It was Kevin, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we did a weekend together, right?
Yeah, you know what's funny?
Yeah, sure.
Someone was telling me that they said, I guess Adam, Bald Adam saw you and said, go do the Stress Factory. Oh, yeah, the place with the phone call, which I haven't done in forever. That's how I'll be known forever.
Which I haven't done
That's like
forever.
if Jeff Dunham cured cancer. Oh, you're the guy with the puppet, right?
Yeah, you're the guy with the terrorist
Hold
puppet.
on, not to interrupt you in your long shorts. We have to be out of here in a second because
long short.
What time do they shut the thing off?
In any minute.
You know what fucking drives me bananas? I can't get up early enough to listen to you guys.
We're 10 minutes over.
Because on the West Coast, at like 9 o'clock in the morning, if I'm up at 9, it's already changed over.
Yeah. We're already into Ron Fez time.
All right, real quick. My Seattle
we
tickets go on sale and 10 o'clock West Coast time. I fucked up before. I said East Coast. I'm fucking stupid.
All right. We're already into Ron Fez time.
Follow me on Twitter. I'm so close to 100,000. I'm at 99,400 something.
You fucking leapfrogged ahead of all of us.
No, I'm going nowhere. Listen, fucking that
100,000
Ashton Kutcher faggot's got like 4 million.
And his tweets are shit.
They're boring as
terrible.
fuck. He's so conservative now. He's panicking.
Yeah.
He realizes he's got too many people.
Today I smiled.
He's going to get in trouble.
What is that?
This is awful.
Just a shitty tweeter.
God damn that motherfucker.
Right.
4 million though. 4 million
I know,
people.
that's ridiculous.
If I
Whatever.
could just get him to retweet one thing.
Rogan, we're going to go party at
Could hit
Gotham
100
tonight,
grand.
even though you don't have to talk about that. And UFC 111 tomorrow. Can't
111 tomorrow.
fucking
Can't
wait.
fucking wait.
Ari, we'll see you tonight doing your thing too. Ari, very funny comic as well.
Thank you very
And
much.
who is the dude with the cantaloupe? Does he
that's
get a
my
plug?
friend Brian. Brian Redband.
All right, what's up, Brian? Nice to meet you.
Follow him on Twitter too. He's very, very paranoid about his Twitter number. Very insecure.
How many do you have?
What's your number? 194? Something like that?
That's right.
Aw.
Doesn't
Look at
matter.
him laughing at you.
Redband, Redban. Follow that shit.
There you go.
And I'm
You get a few more.
JoeRogan.net, DOTNET, spelled out.
Joe's one of the best ones to follow.
I'll post
He tweets some good
weird shit.
Yep. All right, we're out of here. Ron Fez is going to kill us. See you Monday. Have a great weekend. Blah, blah, blah. All right, let's do this. Very busy show. Jay Moore in studio playing Gotham Comedy Club tonight, and then Saturday, right? You're taking Friday off?
Take Saturday off.
Thursday,
Take Friday,
Saturday off.
Sunday.
Good move.
Thursday, Friday, Sunday at Gotham Comedy Club. Got it. Jay Moore.
Yeah.
And then Levy. Anything?
I will be at the Morgan's at Molkino, Illinois, Friday, April 16th.
Let's say hi to Joe Rogan. Joe.
What's going on?
What's up, buddy?
You cut off Bob Levy in the middle of his fantasy.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you
I
should
did him a
fucking know
favor.
it by heart. Does he know where he's performing? He's
No.
got to read it off a piece of paper
He
like
wasn't
a stooge.
prepared, you know.
There's very few shows where you could be on hold, and while you're on hold, you hear Bob Levy talking about Ashley Dupre getting raped by black guys.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
That's a great line, Bob Levy.
Beautiful to hear first thing in the morning.
You should have got a solid plug for that line. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but
We'll get back to your plugs in a bit.
Hey,
off all
the
his
Times
plugs.
Cinnamon with Tusa, Wisconsin Saturday.
Joe
Who
Rogan
cares?
is the Vince Scully. Joe Rogan is the Vince Scully of mixed martial arts. My
Yes,
friends.
he really
Joe
is.
He is
Rogan
the
knows
man.
more about mixed martial arts than I know about anything.
He's the best.
Hey, Joe, it's Joe DeRosa here. How are you?
Yeah, Joe, I know you retweeted it yesterday. How'd you like seeing Norton get in an armbar from BJ Penn?
Well, the weird thing was how casually he did it, like from the chair.
Yeah, he's sitting down in a chair and fucking could have just busted Norton's arm off.
Yeah.
I wanted to
Yeah,
see what the position felt like, because I know it's obviously painful, but it's like you watch guys doing this, and I didn't realize he was going to put his legs around my head and face.
Yeah, he did.
That's
it
extra.
It came.
He said,
The white stuff is extra.
BJ Penn said afterwards that he couldn't find Jimmy's chin.
Yeah,
He really said that, yeah.
He wanted to lock his foot in under Jim's chin.
He said he
but
couldn't find it.
You'd be a champion in there, Jim.
yeah, I said that every time that they would try to submit me, I would just weasel out like a ghost.
Hey, Rogan, did you see the guy in like the Today Show? BJ Penn took him down, and then he fought for like a minute like a
Fox
jerk
News,
off.
yeah.
What a
His
dick.
tie was flapping around. It's like you can't be in a
That guy
suit
was
and tie.
trying hard.
Yeah, it's like, you're the news guy is going to neck bridge BJ Penn. What is this, fucking Verona High, 1987? Neck bridge, left under right. Get out of there, JJ. Watch the wizard.
It was pretty fun how he was spazzing out.
What do you think that is, Joe? I'm sorry, Jimmy. I only did those wrestling things to impress Joe.
Yeah. Do you think that that's like one of those guys who actually really thinks he has a shot? That guy, that type of shit's annoying, right?
It's a little annoying, but, you know, I think that's what they planned in the first place. I bet he probably felt like he could just freak out all he wants and BJ would still get him, so he just tried really hard.
Yeah.
What did you think of, I loved your announcing during the Silva, Damian Maia fight, because you have such a fucking great way, like you were saying, I've never seen a guy clowned like this. And that was exactly what it was. It was like, I've never seen a guy, even after Ali did it to his opponents, I've never seen a guy try to humiliate an opponent so badly.
He just ran around for
It was very strange. I think that guy's having a meltdown. I really do.
Silva.
I think Silva. I think there's a certain amount of pressure involved in being the very best in the world, and I think, like Matt Hughes, when he lost his title a long time ago, I'll never forget this. I asked him, you know, how he's feeling right now, what's going through his mind, and he goes, I'm actually relieved. He goes, I'm really relieved. He goes, the pressure of being a champion is just it's really too much. It just really gets to me. And I thought about that when I watched that fight. I was like, I think Silva's having like some sort of a mental breakdown. Like he's screaming and yelling at the guy about, you know, like being disrespected. That guy didn't disrespect him. He didn't do anything. That guy's like a really polite guy. It was a really weird situation. But I think the pressure is just making him nuts.
Do you think Silva's angry at Dana and wants to be fighting guys that he deems more worthy or bigger names?
No, they were excited about this fight. He was scared about, well, I don't want to say scared, but they didn't want to fight Vitor Belfort. Vitor Belfort is a very dangerous striker, and that was the original guy that he was supposed to fight, but Vitor tore his shoulder and had to get surgery on it. So when Vitor stepped out, they didn't have anybody else that could step in, and Damian Maia took it, and they were excited about the fight because, you know, frankly, they knew that Damian Maia was never going to be able to get him to the ground and was never going to be able to stand up with him. It should have been a rout. So that's why Silva came out clowning him like that, is because he knew he could do whatever he wanted standing up.
But didn't he get hit by a good shot once by the
did.
And
the
then
fifth round after he was tired. See, what happened was we were fighting outside.
Oh, yeah.
The fight was outside, so it was really humid and really hot, and it was in Abu Dhabi. You know, so it's not like fighting outside in, you know, like 70-degree weather. It's pretty warm. And, you know, you exert yourself that way for the first two rounds, and you're going to get really tired. And that's what happened. The third round, he slowed down. And in the fourth round, it started, you know, Damian Maia started coming after him, and Anderson was just kind of like running away.
I tell you what I thought. I thought Damian Maia was very scared of him and deferred to him too much. And it happened in the very, very... Me and Bob Kelly watched it, and Bobby noticed it. You know what, dude? You hit each other, you sweat, but you know what, dude? The amazing thing was when Silva got down on his knees and he bows to every corner of the ring, when Damian Maia did that and misunderstood it, it was almost like he was allowing Silva's ritual to dictate the way he behaved in the ring. And I thought he should have stood there and done his own thing, but that immediately told me he's way too impressed and way too frightened of Silva.
Well, I think he was trying to be respectful, but I've never seen Silva bow on his knees to all corners like that. I've never seen him do that either. I really think he's losing his mind. Damian Maia had to be respectful because Silva, when he's hot, like in the early rounds, when he charged at him like that and just landed, he threw a flying knee like a regular person throws a jab.
Yeah.
He just flew at him. You know, I mean, he's incredibly talented, but I think he's losing his marbles. That's what I think.
Wow. Hey, did you like Abu Dhabi there, Joe?
It's very strange, dude.
It is, right?
Very strange. First of all, it's flooded with whores. They're everywhere.
And that's
Russian
a problem.
Whores.
Go on.
Russian whores. Go to these places, and there's like hundreds of them just staring at every man that walks in. It's very strange. They build everything out there. They have an infinite amount of money. They're literally trillionaires. So these guys, they make like man-made islands and shit, and gigantic hotels, and everything's brand new and spotless. Everywhere you look, everyone's driving a Mercedes. It's like one of the craziest places I've ever been.
Did you feel unwelcome as an American, or you felt welcome?
Very welcome. They love tourists. They're trying to make Abu Dhabi like sort of like and Dubai. They're trying to make both of them like these places where people can go.
Where is Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, where is it, Joe?
It's the United Arab Emirates. It's like east of Africa.
The UAE?
UAE.
I can't even get the fucking ice stink. Sorry.
Is it one of the? Is it really expensive? 'Cause I heard Dubai is really like almost unpleasantly expensive. How bad is Abu Dhabi? Like if you want to go take a trip, stay in a nice hotel,
or get a hooker.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure it's expensive. I'm sure. I really don't know. It's just like Dubai. It's sort of the same thing.
Did you get time to move around a little bit?
Not really. No. Yeah. I mean, it takes almost 20 hours to get there.
Yeah.
You know, you get there, you land, you get off the plane, you try to recover, you eat. Next thing you know, you're at the fights.
What the fuck do you do for 20 hours on a plane?
Have you guys seen the YouTube video that Rogan put up of the guy at Jiu-Jitsu that stares at his cock? It's fucking hilarious.
Wait, there's a guy. You're fighting him?
No. It's just some kid. Well, go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry.
Well, there was a dude that was in my jiu-jitsu class. He got kicked out for staring
for staring at cock.
The crazy thing is the dude didn't even go there for jiu-jitsu. He just went there to get his ass kicked. He would go there and just sort of resist for a little while and then give in.
And he would stare at your cock?
Oh yeah, like you could like count on him, like Old Faithful. Every time he would go to the locker room after training, this guy could have been done working out like a half an hour ago, but it didn't matter. He would wait around.
Norton did that at Woodstock.
I would take my pants off. This dude would be staring at my hog.
Did you say anything to him?
Yeah, many times. Like, dude, stop staring at my dick. Like, what? I was just back here. I didn't know.
Where do we find this video? Everybody wants to see this
YouTube.
now.
Oh, it's online. If you YouTube Hogwatch.
Yeah, Hogwatch.
Yeah.
First, you might want to put Rogan's name in it.
Yeah, Rogan cock. That should pop up.
Fucking
Bob, help us out over there. You're next to the fucking.
He doesn't know how to type.
I don't know.
You don't know how to type?
Fuck.
A computer? What the fuck is that?
It's got 3 G's in hog.
He did it to a bunch of UFC guys. He did it to George Sotiropoulos, a guy who fights in the UFC.
Well,
and George got fucking crazy. He started yelling.
George,
out of here! Stop looking at my dick.
George asked for that. You know.
I'd look at certain dicks, like Liddell. I'm wondering what Liddell is packing.
Just like Liddell.
He's probably got just a fucking alligator in his pants.
You think?
Yeah.
He's got like a 2-way. Like
I bet he's shortchanged.
Yeah, me too.
I bet he's shortchanged.
Me too. But if he was here, I would say it was huge.
You really think that he's shortchanged?
Yeah, I think he's probably shortchanged a little bit. Like
that guy is.
'Cause he's angry.
He's fucked more women than probably everybody. You, me, everybody in Seriously here right now.
Do they have a choice?
That happens when you hold them down.
Everybody in that building, probably. Everybody. I really believe he's probably fucked more women combined than everyone in the building you're at right now. That giant skyscraper. He's probably fucked more women than everyone in there.
Does that count prostitutes, though?
I don't think he has to go to prostitutes.
No. But if I could put my prostitute numbers against his regular girl.
No, I don't think you can.
Prostitutes don't count, Jimmy.
You ain't gonna make the Hall of Fames with that.
First of all, look at Rogan's body in this fucking video. Rogan should be in fucking.
Oh, hold on. We got
Hogwatch with Joe Rogan.
Hogwatch with Joe.
Every time I change, I come back here, and dude is back here, staring in the mirror, looking at my dick. I mean, he could have been done.
He's got black eyes and everything. He's fights for real, Joe.
Wait until I'm changing, and when I'm changing right here, dude will be standing right here, and he'll look at my dick.
I think Joe's teasing him.
And it's got so that we crack jokes about it.
Did you grow that beard in
He's got the Abu Dhabi beard.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Fucking chic.
I can't get on the plane.
I need a male assist.
All right, so where do you put the camera?
Adam Cowboy.
Look at the body on Rogan.
Look at the guy
Jesus
over here.
Christ.
And look at this
You're
guy.
a beautiful man, Rogan.
This guy's just hanging out.
Oh, the casual glance?
He's been dressed for 2 hours, that guy.
Watch this. He sees the camera, too. He doesn't give a shit. Now Joe turns and faces him. Fucking Joe.
The camera's there. He wants
Guy's looking at his dick.
Holy shit.
How does he not know what you're doing?
He knows.
He doesn't care.
He knows. He doesn't care. He's a fucking freak. There's something wrong with him.
Look at him just looking down.
Joe's naked flexing into the camera, and the guy's getting a fucking sweatsuit boner.
He's fucking laughing. He's
I
like
hope he
smiling.
paid
Eddie
the full
Bravo
month.
with a cameo. At the end. Was that Mr. Bravo?
He's smiling.
Now he's fixing his hair after.
No, he's not. He's looking at his dick in the mirror.
Look, he is.
He's making believe he's fixing his Jufro. You don't fix a Jufro. Look at him. You just pat it. And now he's looking like at his feet, and then he looks up at Joe's ass crack. Rogan,
he's going by. Let me see
Rogan,
what's
how
over
often
here.
do you work out? This is crazy. You look like Tito
3 or 4
Santana.
days a week with jiu-jitsu.
Jesus, dude.
You're fucking ripped, Joe.
You think you could take Jimmy?
I'm scared of death. I'm trying to stay in shape.
I'm scared.
There's not a soft cock in this room right now.
Fucking dick. That's who you should be scared of. Here's another guy looking at your dick came by.
No, it's not, Bob.
Club Soda Kenny.
Hey, Joe, if you want, I can get you a Starbucks downstairs.
Joe, would you pin me by the neck and face?
Have you ever wrestled an angelfish?
Hey, Joe, what did you think of? I thought Gracie looked very, very sluggish. You think so too? Like I was surprised that everyone stood up. Nobody got on the ground.
Yeah, that was a weird fight. That was a real weird fight. Henzo hadn't trained apparently for like 2.5 years, and then he just did like 6 months of training to get ready for that, and he just really never got in the right kind of shape. The kind of shape you have to get into to fight in MMA is just the build-up takes years. It's insane. It's insane the kind of cardio that you have to have.
Do you think that I thought there was almost too much respect between those guys, but I kind of got why they were doing it. What do you think of if Silva goes down to fight St. Pierre?
He's not going to. The next fight, he's going to fight Chael Sonnen. They were going to set up the Silva-St. Pierre fight, but the last fight was such a wreck that they don't want to do it. They don't want to give him the opportunity to have another fight like that. So they're setting him up with this wrestler, this guy Chael Sonnen, who's this. It's really kind of funny because he's a good old boy Republican from Oregon. And he talks a lot of shit. He's like he's like probably the best shit talker in MMA, and he's going to drive Silva crazy.
Really?
And yeah, he fucking talks so much shit. Like he's just going to say everything and anything about Silva and get him nuts and then attack him. He's going to go after him.
Hey, Joe, it's
Chael Sonnen's fights are.
Joe, it's Jay Moore. I'm at Gotham Comedy Club tonight at 8 o'clock.
How come you're taking off Saturday?
I got a benefit in Jersey. I got a question for you. Do you think at this point Dana White is rooting for Anderson Silva to lose?
Yes. If I had a guess.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's
He's not happy.
Count on him
That's it. I'm
What,
out of
Joe?
here.
You can't count on him to perform. If he feels he's ahead, he'll coast. He doesn't give a shit.
Like Roy Jones.
You gotta appreciate the fact that the guy takes 0 damage. I mean, he got hit more by Maya in that fight than like any fight that I can remember. You know, the guy, he doesn't get hit. He just keeps moving. He doesn't give a shit if people boo.
Why didn't Maya go after him, like try to? Because he's one of the best jiu-jitsu fighters. And do you think this wrestler you're talking about, whose name I don't remember, will try to put him on the ground?
The wrestler will, first of all, Chael Sonnen is nothing like Damian Maya. He's a way, way, way better wrestler. And he's way more aggressive. He's way better at taking guys down. Like, he took Nate Marquardt down like a rag doll, and nobody does that. And he beat the shit out of Marquardt.
And Joe, this is Bob Levy. I'm at Morgan's in Mokina in Illinois on Friday. I was wondering, do you think Goldberg will come back as strong as he was, or do you think he's going to get fucking taken out?
Goldberg?
Who's that fucking crazy Jew?
Goldberg.
What Goldberg? Who's the wrestling guy?
Fucking Brock Lesnar.
Brock Lesnar, I meant. That's what I meant.
Bob Levy, please report to the front office. Your mother is here with your snow pants, you dizzy fuck.
That's a good question.
I got the answer.
That's a great Goldberg question. You want to answer the Goldberg question, Rogan?
Yeah. What
Do you think Bob Backlund has a shot against?
Bob Backlund's got the best posture in MMA.
Yeah, he definitely does.
Do you believe Bob Backlund's squat thrust world record will hold up?
It's got to. If it doesn't,
I thought
things will happen.
Fucking Lesnar is going to be just
I thought
fine.
it was unfair that the WWF banned Don Morocco from using the Asiatic spike. Joe, your thoughts?
Yeah.
I agree with you. I'm with you 100%.
It's Larry Merchant. Joe, in Brock Lesnar, we see a man who had a staph infection, but it seems as if with Anderson Silva, the UFC has an Anderson Silva infection, Joe.
That might be the best Larry Merchant impression on
It's
the planet.
amazing.
And only.
Yeah, that's the only
Who
one.
else does Larry Merchant?
Joe, have you heard my Harold Letterman?
No.
He always does a scorecard like he's
Who
on
is
the
he? Who is
fucking.
he?
He's the guy that like they go, let's go now to Harold Letterman, see how he scored the fight, and he's always on like the Ho Chi Minh Trail in '68. So he's like, okay, Jim, I got the fight 4 rounds to 3. I got it all De La Hoya. It's like, how do you have it all De La Hoya if you just said it's fucking 4-3, you moron? I got 4 rounds to 3. Okay, Jim, everybody get down. Dump all your remaining firepower within my compound. For the record, it is my call. It's a hell of a war. In the meantime, you two will cease fire. And if I find out there was an illegal killing, I will court-martial your ass. I got it on De La Hoya. 5 rounds to 3. It's a shutout. Jim, Oscar De La Hoya is a man who's going to get tired. You know, the best Larry Merchant ever is when George Foreman knocked out Michael Moore, because Larry Merchant was so offended that George Foreman was even in the ring. So the second voice I'm going to do will be Jim Lampley. He goes, George Foreman is a man who has always called his jab the Big Bang. Well, in order for George Foreman, who has been outclassed, outboxed, and outmaneuvered in this fight, in order for George to win this fight, The Big Bang itself. Moore is down! Moore is down and he's not getting back up! Okay, Jim, I got Michael Moore. He's gonna stay laying down. He went to bed. I got Moore winning the fight in the landslide. Everybody get down. Don't fucking pick up the teapot. This is gook stuff, man. Let's get out of here.
Jay Moore, ladies and gentlemen, Gotham Comedy Club.
Absolutely.
No, this is important, Sal. This is important. Look, Maps.
No,
but they didn't actually say that was in Platoon. That's not what the guy said.
No, literal Jim.
Joe, where are you this weekend?
River dancing with no arms.
How great was that?
Where's Rogan this weekend?
Yeah, Rogan, where are you this weekend?
Nowhere.
Just hanging? Why are you calling it?
Everybody's
I mean, we love
somewhere.
when you call the show, but are you promoting anything?
I got a DVD out. My DVD just came out.
What's it called?
Talking Monkeys in Space.
Okay.
You can get it on Amazon and all that good shit, iTunes, all that stuff.
There's like 6 comics that I would actually go watch.
Rogan rules.
Joe's the one.
Rogan's 3 of them.
Rogan's also one of 2 guys in my life that if I had a bat that had the first shot, I would lay the bat down at their feet and walk away. I saw Rogan in April Foolishness. I was fucking nervous talking to him. Like, I hope he doesn't like take anything the wrong way and hit me.
Who's the other one?
I wouldn't do that.
Chappie.
Chappie?
You know Kevin Chapman from Boston? Just an old...
But Joe's like one of the
You can't
nicest
teach
guys
hate.
out there.
I try to be.
You are, bro.
Joe's a good. I'd be nice too. If guys were...
Jesus, oh, yeah, what was that awful comment? You know, not Joe. He loves kids. Shut up.
I'd be nice too if I had guys staring at my cock every time I went to the gym.
Absolutely.
Do you think that kid's going to kill himself soon from looking at the cock and it's going to be all over the fucking internet?
That kid's probably got more dick from that video than anything else.
He loves
he's
the
ever done in
cock.
his life.
I picture Rogan's cock as being girthier than it is long. I don't know why. I picture you with a Flintstones cock.
That's not what Julie Bean told me.
It's pretty fat around the, but it's pretty. It's not definitely not normal width.
Normal way.
You got a thick one, Joe.
Well, yeah, everything about me's thick. My head, my dick.
His dick ain't bright.
I take big, thick shits. Everything.
How's your nose now, Joe? Is everything all better?
Fantastic.
I've been following you on Twitter.
You see my boogers?
Yeah, I saw the photos.
Yeah, we
of
saw
your
the
snots.
boogers.
The greatest thing I've ever done. I had a broken nose my whole life from like when I was a little kid, so I could never breathe out of my nose. And years of martial arts, getting kicked and punched in the face, it's always been fucked up, but now it's fixed. I could never breathe out of my nose before. Never.
That gives me anxiety. When I'm on stage with a stuffy nose, I start having a panic attack.
Really?
Yeah, how do you talk, Joe? How do you talk when you know, I can't do it, I can't fucking take a deep breath?
I needed juice.
It was bad for a long time. I couldn't do it. I mean, I could talk, but I would have to take breaths. Like, I would run out of gas sometimes on stage. Like, I would be in the middle of a rant or something like that. I would have to breathe because I couldn't get any air out of my nose.
Do you ever feel like you couldn't feel? Me and Anthony put it best as he always does. It's like, sometimes I feel like I can't get the click when you're taking a deep breath. Like I can't fill my lungs.
Yeah, you want?
Yeah, it's terrible. The deviated septums are fucking horrible. You know, the nose is a fucking shitty design. It's just so easy to break. You know, you just slap someone in the nose, and their nose will break, and then their eyes will water.
Joe, what are your thoughts on the trachea, Joe?
I'm
Justice God made me.
People think it is.
I thought it was the most vulnerable. It's like
You can punch somebody in the neck, and if they're strong, they're just going to get mad. It doesn't hurt you nearly as much as people think. Like, you ever see karate movies where a guy chops a guy in the neck and the guy goes down?
Yeah.
Your neck kind of gives in.
That would
it's
be
kind of
me,
like it like gives. It goes in and comes back out again.
Hey, what do you think? When do you think Lesnar's fighting Shane Cohen?
Well, the tentative date is July 3rd. That's when they're trying to make it. But the UFC is still trying to get Fedor. And if they got Fedor, if somehow or another they got Fedor out of his contract and all that jazz, then they would set up probably Fedor versus Brock Lesnar first.
Jesus.
You think would they fight Fedor or Lesnar first? I mean,
right away.
Why not?
Because I think a lot of guys could beat him. I think there's a few guys in the UFC like Cain Velasquez. I think Cain Velasquez might be able to beat Fedor. You know, there's a couple other guys that might have a chance. You know, Carwin has a chance.
Yeah.
You know, and Brock Lesnar has a chance. I think the best thing to do would be to just throw him to the lions right away.
Because this way that the invincibility factor is still there, as opposed to if he loses badly to one guy.
Now we're because he's worth so much money. He's worth so. I mean, to have like the most mysterious heavyweight fight the biggest dog in the UFC, you got to do that right away. Because anything that fucks it up, I mean, you could really hype it up and make this a gigantic fucking fight. But if he stepped in and like say fought Cain Velasquez first, there's a very good possibility that Cain could beat him. You know, the UFC guys. One thing is important is they're way bigger. Like, Fedor walks around, he's 6 feet tall, he walks around at like 230 pounds, and he's kind of fat. I mean, he's a fucking awesome fighter. The guy's a machine, but he'd be giving away at least 50 pounds to Brock Lesnar.
Wow. Now you're talking like this is going to happen. You have confidence that Dana's going to make this happen?
I don't know. You know,
what are the odds? What are your odds, Joe?
I would say it's probably 50-50.
Still
Who the
50-50.
fuck knows? Anybody else, I would say, is 100% because Dana's going after him.
Yeah.
But the fact that these Russian guys they're nuts. They want to co-promote with the UFC. They want to basically own half of the show.
Why doesn't Dana tell Fedor to go fuck himself? You don't need Fedor to keep UFC afloat. Fuck Fedor.
Because I think he wants to prove a point. Because all these hardcore fans keep saying, like, hey, if Dana cared, Fedor would be in the UFC right now. And he's trying to make a deal to, satisfy all the fans. The guy is, fanatical about satisfying the people that support the UFC.
Well, then why not put on, when I watch UFC Fight Night, can I get something past 2006?
Can you get something past 2006?
Every time, I got the TV up in my garage and I watch the fights when I'm on, my treadmill trying to get the Joe Rogan body, and it's like, we are live in Colorado Springs. Mike, 2-0, Mike Zwick versus... It's always fights from 2006 on Fight Night on Spike.
I never noticed.
Well, it's because you're there at the real stuff. What's going on with Junkyard Dog? Or Kimbo Slice? Is he coming back? Nothing going on?
Junkyard Dog. Oh. He's fighting Matt Mitrione next month in Montreal.
How's that going to work out? You said it best that, I think it was actually on Twitter you said it, that, what the fuck is it? Kimbo Slice should just spend a year at Fairtech Gym rolling around, not even come out of the woods for a year just doing jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, but the problem is these guys don't make enough money to do that, and the way he lives, Kimbo's he likes gold chains and shit, likes to drive nice cars.
We know exactly what kind of a life, what kind of rich you mean.
What would you call that, Joe? What kind of rich?
There's a word for it. I can't remember.
What's it rhyme with?
I heard it growing up a lot in my household.
Shit, I hate when this happens.
Yeah.
That'll be, if you heard it a lot growing up, that'll be crybaby faggot rich.
That's true. I certainly was.
Not Anthony. Anthony was out in California fucking shooting deer.
Yeah, I know.
That's after
what
I grew
a weird
up a little.
life.
Hey, what,
Yeah.
Fucking you and Fred Wolf.
what weight is Silva going to fight at, this wrestler?
How'd we get back?
185.
So I'm going to keep throwing in fucking UFC questions.
I had one, and I wanted you.
Let me just touch you right here. Here's the thing: is Bob Kelly right? Because Bob Kelly is so. He's got some pretty good guns on him. Bob Kelly thinks he knows everything about the UFC. Do you have to be the same weight at weigh-in?
No.
Bob Kelly stinks.
Why does Bob Kelly's Facebook or whatever his fucking Twitter photo look like a wax portrait of himself?
No, it's Rampage Jackson yelling at him.
No, it's this.
I know, this is a new
Oh, the one with the
wax lips.
This is what Bob said to me, because I said Fedor fights at 230 and fucking Carwin and it was 265. So what are they gonna have to do? And Bob goes, nah, dude, they gotta weigh in at the same weight.
No, they don't.
No,
Hey, Joe,
they
what is
don't.
catch?
They weigh in.
We all know that. We don't even have to spend time on that. Joe, what does catch weight mean?
Catch weight means if a guy can't make the division weight, or they decide to fight at they agree to a fight. Like say if two guys they normally fight at 170, but they don't want to fight at 185, they'll agree to meet at 175. That's a catch weight. It means an in between weight class.
But why would?
Okay, Joe.
could they just weigh in?
Better impression in the world, right there.
Hey, could they just weigh in at different weights if they wanted to? If they agreed to it?
Yes,
okay.
If they agree to it. Yeah, but they have to be one of them. They have to be within a certain weight class. I mean, you can't have a guy who's 170 fighting a guy who's 265. You can't have that.
Could a 235 guy fight a 265 guy?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
good.
it's 205 to heavyweight is 205 up to 265. So you could literally be any weight from 205 up.
Even light heavyweight, really?
Is the cup still here?
The what?
As long as you weigh more than 205. If you weigh more than 205, then he's a heavyweight.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well,
yeah.
All right, so fucking Liddell could fight, or not that it's going to happen, but he could fight Carwin.
Easily, yeah.
That'd be bad.
That'd be a bad move.
Yeah, that'd be
Chuck
bad.
Liddell's part.
He's like 230.
Who's
we love
230?
Chuck, but Jesus, I don't think he wants to fight Carwin.
Yeah, Carwin is fucking
don't
frightening.
do that.
Don't do that to Chuck.
That guy's horrifying.
Yeah.
Carwin, that guy has literally, his hands, his fists are maybe 2.5 times the size of mine.
Yeah.
Like when you shake his hand,
saw, remember that?
It's like shaking a giant's hand. It's
what
ridiculous.
about Chuck? Chuck's not fighting Tito anymore, right?
No, he's not fighting Tito, and I really don't know why. Something happened on the show, and Tito's not fighting. I don't know what happened.
What, did he hurt himself?
I don't know. They won't tell me. They hide all the information because they're worried about people leaking it on the internet. But we know now that something happened because they had to schedule a fight in Vancouver for June. They had to start promoting it. And Chuck is going to fight Rich Franklin in that fight.
Huh? Weird.
Wow. Yeah, Chuck's not drinking anymore. He's been training nonstop, like a madman, trying to actually make a real run at this.
Right.
Yeah,
so we'll see.
We had him in 2 weeks ago. He looked great.
Yeah, but what do you think, Joe?
You know what? There's a certain time when the body just doesn't want to agree with your desires anymore.
Right.
So the body just doesn't want to do it anymore. I don't know if he's reached that time or if he was just partying too much, and maybe he can come back. He's taken a long time off, which is good. Give his body a chance to heal up. Who knows? You never could say no. You can't. It's so difficult to tell whether or not a guy's done.
Right. All right.
But it's ugly when you
if
find
you think
out
that's difficult, go see Bob Levy at Morgan's Thunderbolt in Mokina, Illinois.
And at Time Cinnamon,
I know, but kid, just one at a time, Bob. Look
Take
at me.
it easy, Mo.
Tonight I'm at Gotham. It's easy.
Right,
Rogan's got the weekend off, and Jimmy's going to be at some island in Florida. We're all caught up.
No, I'm not.
Just calling to get more Twitter friends. Please, people, follow me on Twitter. JoeRogan.net. Spell it out. D-O-T-N-E-T.
You're bragging now. You got more followers than
Joe,
anyone.
why don't you tweet that they should follow me? A little follow Thursday.
Follow Jay Moore, please, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll tell you, Joe, here's
Jay
a man
Moore
when you follow him on Twitter. I got nothing.
That's funny. When is that? I heard.
Jay Moore. I see that fucking Ashton Kutcher with his $4.5 million. It's my brain.
And he says nothing.
It proves that it doesn't work, because if Ashton Kutcher, if half of his followers saw his movie, opening weekend would be like $30 million.
Right.
I was saying this to Rob Riggle. I said, you got 1.5 million followers. This show should be a fucking smash hit, you dope. I'm like, you got over 1 million fucking followers, and you tell them all, watch Gary or Married tonight. I go, can't you say that when you're not on the fucking show? You're just a fucking hoarder. You just got to hoard all the fucking tweets.
Wow.
Sorry.
Good point, man.
Hey, is UFC going to be in Pittsburgh the 29th, 30th, or the 1st of May?
No, who is going to be in Pittsburgh?
I'll be there. So at the Improv, so I thought maybe I could go.
Are you really going to be there?
Yeah, at the Improv.
Jimmy Norton is a man.
Sounds like suicide.
Yeah. Jesus, Jimmy.
I went to the Pittsburgh Improv once, and I was so happy when I got out of there.
Really?
Oh, I'm not a fan of Pittsburgh.
You don't like Pittsburgh?
I feel like everybody just wants to get out of there. They're all stuck. Like you go to Philly, everybody's having a good time. You go to Pittsburgh, and everybody has this look on their face like fuck.
Hey Joe, would you and Jimmy agree with me? I mean, Bob doesn't know. He doesn't really travel to the country much to do comedy.
Yeah.
Would you agree that Denver, for some reason, it's like they were all on fucking Paxil coming into the crowd. They were the happiest people I've ever seen in my life.
Denver's awesome. I fucking love Colorado. I lived there for 4 months till my dog got eaten by a mountain lion.
Well, it's one way of looking at it.
What, you don't live in Colorado? Joe, you're not in Colorado anymore?
No, he. Maybe you weren't here when he came in.
Yeah, I was.
He told the whole story.
Fucking dog.
Yeah, he's back in L.A.
Oh, I didn't know that, dude.
Yeah, he's out.
Yeah, I had to come back to L.A. My wife got pregnant and my dog got eaten, and that was a wrap.
Well, yeah. One for one.
I fucked up and I tried to move my wife into the mountains. Because I really secretly want to live there and wait for the apocalypse.
You had a whole blog about like you heaven on earth up in the mountains. I'm so depressed for you now.
Because he had to move back.
What kind of dog
walk
did you
the
have?
leash.
I have a teacup.
Now you're funny. You've been here 2 hours, you fucking stuttering prick. You motherfucker. You fucking been here 2 hours, you fucking prick. Bob Levy, you motherfucker.
Levy's has some strong lines today. Strong.
Shay wasn't here cock-a-blocking all my fucking time.
Cock-a-blocking?
Yeah.
Don't
I learned that in Uba Duba, where fucking Joe Rogan was, all right? Joe Rogan.
This guy talks like he's got a whole bunch of lips.
Hey, Joe Rogan, this is Bob Levy. I'll be at the Plymouth Memorial Hall in a couple of weeks. Was there a lot of black people in the audience for the first time?
Where?
And where you just had to fight?
Hold on, Joe. Say the name of the town.
Not that many. No, in Abu Dhabi, very few.
Where was it again?
It was in Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi. Same fucking thing. It's right next door.
Hey Joe, if you ever need someone to do Harold Letterman and Larry Merchant with you and Goldberg, please call me because his partner.
I would love that. If we did that,
I thought no, it's Goldberg.
I thought you were goofing
Mike
on dummy.
Goldberg, right? I didn't get it wrong. I'm all about it.
We were going back to Goldberg with Levy.
Oh, no, I meant Mike Goldberg, Joe's broadcasting partner.
I gotta admit, I got confused, too.
I got one more.
The Rick Monday to Joe's Vince Scully. So, if you ever, God, man, if you ever take a sick day, call me, for crying out loud.
Fucking Jay would do a nice set with you, Joe.
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
That'd be a good set.
Too bad he won't be doing one at Gotham tonight.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm kidding. Take it easy, Jay. Take it. I'm your buddy. Take it easy.
You fucking
Your
creep.
fucking hair plugs are flying in the air. Take it easy.
How's Howard Stern, faggot?
He's doing great. Faggot.
What started this? What Bob said? I didn't hear it.
What's wrong,
No,
Bob?
he started from the beginning.
I
It's
started
clear. Yeah, oh, yeah.
Nothing going on?
That's right. You heard me. More.
Nothing going on?
Boy, it sounds like these two. Sounds like these two got a whole good thing going.
Joe, you gotta understand, Bob Levy keeps telling me I got a wig and or hair plugs. Meanwhile, his hair is like fucking Pacino's orange hair in 88 minutes. And his explanation is, I lost a bet. Like, what are you, like a fucking Freaky Friday? Like a
We
guy
were doing it on Miserable Men.
Did you really lose a
British
bet?
show. Yeah, it was.
That's like what the guy in khaki pants says at fucking Bennigan's in Wayne, New Jersey. Hey, I lost a bet. You fucking.
No, they tricked me. They said it was going to be. They said it was going to be brown. We were going to dye our
Are
hair
you a
brown.
fucking civilian? Like,
What kind of a fucking asshole?
It's a horrible bet.
And if you lose the bet, you dye your hair.
No, it wasn't that. We were supposed to dye our hair the same color, and they fucking tricked me.
If you lose the bet, you dye your
assholes.
hair brown. That's a horrible bet.
No. We were supposed to both do it the same color and see who looked better, and they fucked me up.
No, I thought you said I'm all right, Spider.
I said no. I thought you were good.
No, I'm all right, you fucking dizzy prick. Get my fucking drinks, you motherfucker. What, Joe?
I said, why don't you two just use Easter egg dye and dye your cock?
It'll give that kid something to stare at.
You lose, we have to dye our dicks blue. Oh. It's ridiculous.
That's
Joe
10:43. All right.
One of my favorite
we gotta
comics
get
in the
out of here.
world.
Joe's the best.
All right, Joe, we got to let you go, buddy.
JoeRogan.net. Great blog, too, everybody. Go read his blog.
Fucking the
Thank you very
podcast
much,
and everything,
Jay.
Joe's
Take care,
doing?
buddy.
I love you, motherfuckers. Thank
love
you.
you,
See you,
Joe.
Joe.
Later,
Joe Rogan is the greatest.
He really is the best fucking announcer, honestly, in sports.
asshole.
He's phenomenal.
What a great phoner with 5 guys in the room, and Joe's just killing on the phone.
Yeah.
I just want to be like a little kid and ask fight questions. He's great.
He's awesome.
I was happy to see the kid watching his hog. That was the fucking
I
weirdest
know.
fucking video.
Who
ever
wouldn't look at Rogan's cock?
strange as
I like
that.
to
I'd
fault
love to
that
see
kid.
Rogan's cock.
Yeah, welcome to the fucking club. We should start one.
Well, you're like you're way down Tranny Street more than me, but like I'm straight, but for some reason I'm
just like, what? Yeah, this guy's is straight. He's crooked like a $3 bill or something. Oh my God.
I would totally look at fucking Rogan's cock. Out of respect.
You got to take a peek.
Out of respect.
You got
It probably
it.
looks like fucking Luca Brasi with a fireman's hat.
I was on mushrooms once, and the guy I was with said, "What if the tip of everyone's cock, the head of your cock, had the same face as you?" And I was like, "Oh my God, it was bad."
out a little
bit.
Just picture a little Chuck Liddell fucking head of his cock.
Fucking Rogan's on the line.
Whoa.
JoeRogan.net on Twitter. What's up, brother?
Gentlemen, what's happening?
Hello, Joe.
I'm still awake here in Los Angeles for some strange reason, and
Still
I heard
awake.
you guys were talking about Twitter or about Strikeforce, rather.
Well, we also were talking to Dr. Michio Kaku. You ever get into him or what?
Did I ever get into him?
Yeah.
Well,
no,
not literally.
he's got some good shit to say, man. He would blow your mind. I think we put him on the phone with you last time.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We talked to him. Remember,
Yeah,
we
I
talked
forget-
about
I just remembered. Yes.
life being seeded on Earth from space and all kinds of other. Crazy shit.
Yeah, he's talking about this volcano in Iceland, and
That's scary shit, dude. The real scary one is the one in Yellowstone. There's
Yeah,
a
he was just
caldera
talking about
volcano in Yellowstone that's 600 fucking kilometers wide.
Yeah, he was just talking about that one and how, in time, you don't know. It could be thousands, hundreds, thousands, million, whatever it is. But eventually, that whole center is just going to explode out of this country.
taking out most of the United States.
Yeah, it's a continent killer. It blows up every 600,000 to 800,000 years, and the last time it blew up was 600,000 years.
All right, let's fucking
wait. We're
set your
way
watches,
overdue?
kids.
Oh, we're overdue.
Oh, that's
anytime.
wonderful.
It's literally, and they've had
Pass the
over
fucking
2,000
joint.
earthquakes there since January.
Can't they just drill a hole and vent it? Just fucking pipe it into the ocean as I'm sure.
They've had 2,000 earthquakes since January in
Yeah,
Yellowstone?
more than that. More than 2,000 earthquakes since January there.
Is that normal?
No, it's not.
Oh, good. Thanks, Joe. Jesus, thanks.
Just send Rogan there to kick the volcano's ass, bro.
Man.
Man.
What's your take on the strike force thing? We all know what your take would be, but not good for the sport, not good for strike force, right?
Well, it's not bad. It's getting people looking at it. So anytime people are looking at things, it's good for them because, they need ratings and everything. But I heard you guys thought that it was fake.
Yeah, kind of something looked a little WWE about it.
Definitely not fake. Definitely not
really?
Fake. I got a phone call from Mayhem's manager, who's a good buddy of mine, and Mayhem's a good buddy of mine as well.
Mm-hmm.
And they're really freaking out about it because they're worried the strike force isn't going to use Mayhem anymore. And, Jason stepped into the octagon because he had a previous fight with Jake Shields. It was a real close decision, and he felt like he didn't fight it to his best. And he wanted to challenge him to try to get a rematch. And so he picked a really shitty time to do it, like right after the guy won, had, the toughest fight of his career. He got knocked down and really badly hurt in the first round. There was a lot of emotions going on, and his whole team was there. And, of course, everybody got in Mayhem's face, and they started pushing, and then a brawl broke out. It was definitely not planned.
Oh, okay. Well,
that's good to know. Well,
I'll take Joe's word for it.
The announcer sounded a bit fake, man.
The announcers sound fake. The announcers are terrible.
Yeah, they're well. That's
Shamrock is good. Frank Shamrock, I think, is good. But the guy who's like just the sports guy, Gus, whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah.
Those guys, they're killing my ears. It's fucking death. He doesn't know anything about MMA, and I'm listening to it, and I'm like, and he's saying like, oh, this kind of stuff happens in MMA. Fucking when? When have you ever seen shit happen in the UFC? Ever? It doesn't happen in MMA. It happens in unorganized Bush League events where they don't control the fucking cage, and they let 20, 30 guys from the camp get in there, and they let Mayhem walk up and grab the mic. You can't do that in the UFC.
Mm-hmm.
They have the cages locked up. You can't get in there. You can't just walk in the middle of a fucking national broadcast on CBS and get on camera. That's just Bush League bullshit.
Yeah.
That's the real problem, is they let that happen, and they let this brawl break out.
Yeah, that did seem a little like irresponsible. If like I was saying, that's why I thought it was fake too. It's like, how does this happen?
Exactly.
How does this happen?
They're
Meanwhile,
just really badly organized. I have friends that fight for those guys, and they all complain. It's very poorly organized. It's very difficult to pull off what the UFC pulls off and make it look easy. And these guys, they see all the money that's involved, and they say, "Fuck it, let's get in on this." And so they throw a fuckload of money at it, and they try to put it together, but it requires a lot of getting things right. And the UFC has gone through a lot of trial and error over a fucking decade to figure it out.
Yeah, obviously. And it's true. You watch UFC and you see a professional organization at work, and you assume that anyone can just do that, and it doesn't work out.
Yeah, the ratings were not.
One thing you can never do is you can never let all those fucking psychos into the cage after the fight.
Yeah,
you can't do that.
Psychopaths.
You're only supposed to have the coach, the trainers, like two cornermen, and one support guy that's allowed into the octagon. You're not allowed to have 10, 15 fucking guys in there. That's nonsense. And when the decision's being read, they have fucking security at the sides of the cage. Always. You don't let just people just run in there and fucking grab the mic and go, yo, when am I going to get the fight? That's ridiculous.
Pull the fucking Kanye on the motherfucker. You didn't even let him fucking enjoy his moment.
Exactly.
At least he took on another man instead of
a little blonde-haired girl.
Right, exactly. Strike Force, the ratings weren't kind for that Strike Force.
Well, they were okay. I mean, the real problem was that the show went way over. They went over an hour over their allotted time. So they went right through the news. They went a half an hour through the news and a half an hour into CSI. So the only way that I got to watch it was that I was watching it live, because I have friends that set their TiVos for it, and they got fucked. They didn't even get a chance to see the main event.
Oh, wow, that's not smart programming at all.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's all Bush League across the board. The entire production's Bush League.
Right on. Hey, what else is on your radar while we have you on the phone, Joe? Anything?
I don't know. I'm just wondering why I'm still awake.
I know. That's
really.
Weird.
What the hell are you doing?
I'm cleaning out my office. I'm organizing my office, so I'm obsessed.
Good luck with that.
Well, I'm doing my weekly podcast, and I decided to turn my office into like some sort of a studio, and so I've just been throwing everything out and just cleaning it up. Very boring stuff.
Dude, your podcast is taking off, man.
It's fun, man.
Yeah,
I mean, I started doing it just as a goof, and now it's like the #8 comedy podcast on iTunes. And so now I'm actually putting effort into it.
Yeah, give it a try.
It's fun. I mean, fuck, I've wanted to do radio forever. I always love it when I do your show. But it's like, to actually get a radio show is it's a goddamn fucking pain in the ass. It's so much fun to do, but it's so difficult to pull off. But
what happened with our boys talking to you?
Oh, we're going to do something. I'm going to do something once a week for 6 weeks for them. And we're going to do like a trial run.
Is it going to be on our channel, hopefully?
Hopefully.
It better fucking be.
What channel they're going to put it on.
We got you guys together. I mean, Joe Rogan's perfect for this Sirius XM
I would
thing.
love it.
Perfect.
I would love to be on your channel. That would be the shit. It would be fun.
That would rule.
And expect to be paid in the tens of dollars, my friend.
That's right.
I'm fucking fired up for that. I told them I'd do it for free if I could just put it online.
Oh, boy.
Why would you do that?
Must have lit up there.
Why would you do that? Because that's basically what they're going to offer.
But it's all I'm doing it for is just to advertise gigs and to show them that I could do it, and
quid pro quo.
Yeah, it would just be so much fun to do. I mean, I would get so jealous every time I listen to you guys. Like, it just sounds like so much fun.
You could so do this.
Oh, hell's yeah. Hell's yeah.
All right.
Mr. Rogan, thank you.
Yes. Well, thanks for having me on. I just wanted to clear up the whole Strike Force mess. It definitely wasn't fake. And any questions?
That's good. Coming from Joe Rogan, I'll absolutely buy that.
Yeah, and if you guys ever have any MMA questions, feel free to email me.
Well, the WEC thing happened.
That's this weekend. I'm actually commentating on that.
Are you? That is going to be amazing.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun pay-per-view. The lighter guys are always the most fun, and Jose Aldo and Uriah Faber is the main event, and that's a sick fucking fight. That if you've never seen Jose Aldo, he's probably one of the very best pound-for-pound fighters in the world. He's like a small Anderson Silva, but he doesn't have all the psychological issues that Anderson has about like finishing fights.
Yeah, the buzz on this fight is going through the roof. So
yeah,
I'm gonna check it out. Definitely,
it's pretty sick. Uriah Faber is a bad motherfucker too, so it should be real interesting. And Aldo is a freak, man. He's like literally one of the best Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu guys in the world. He's beaten like top-notch Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu world champions in straight grappling competitions, but he's won like almost all of his fights by knockout. I mean, he's an incredible athlete. Really like a freak prospect, and he's became the champion beating this guy Mike Brown, who's the guy who beat Uriah Faber twice. So it's a pretty fucking intense fight.
Now I'm confused. Why doesn't Dana bring the lighter guys into the UFC?
Well, what happens is they bought the WEC, and they have network obligations and all sorts of other things. They own the WEC as well as the UFC, and the WEC is right now they air on Versus.
Okay.
So they really kind of can't do that as of right now. But, they can't just start the new weight classes. But who knows what's going to happen in the future? Well, I'm just excited to be able to do commentary on these guys because I think they're underlooked. I think they're probably some of the most exciting weight classes in the world.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that. And if you got an Aldo fight, I'm thinking, man, that would be great to be part of UFC pay-per-view. You move those guys up.
Want those guys to get more attention too because the WEC just doesn't have the same cachet, it doesn't have the same value.
I don't know shit about the WEC, but
yeah, it's a problem with the UFC now. The brand is so huge that people just associate the best fighters in the world with the UFC, and you hear the WEC and people just go, well, what is that? It's such a small percentage of the people that actually know, which really sucks because some of the fighters are fucking incredible. I mean, they've got a bunch of great fighters over there.
Well, this pay-per-view this weekend is going to help that, so get a little more exposure for the WEC.
All right, I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. JoeRogan.net on Twitter, man. Follow him.
Joe.
He's
Take
a great
easy,
follow.
Thank you, gentlemen. Later.
All right, Joe Rogan.
Rogan rules.
I think we just talked for an hour and a half.
Fucking guy. The fucking guy.
Oh!
Yeah.
It's breaky time.
Breaky, wakey.
The Tender Trap down there in Huntington.
Wow.
Oh, the Tender
Oh,
Trap.
yeah.
I used
They
to
had
go
some
in
nice
there.
specials.
You'd just give the girl $1 and she'd fucking just shake her shit all in front of you. You could grab her ass. Fucking tits. You could grab them. They didn't
But
care.
it's when rich guys came in, make it rain and all that. I reckon we should all get together and go, look, let's fucking tip them with coins. Let's just put the ball back in our court.
Flick a quarter at her and go hit the road.
Just see their gusset just chinging along as they.
We got Joe Rogan now on the phone.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Wow.
It's an all-star fucking radio show today.
Joe
Joe.
Rogan.
How are you, sir?
What's going down, boys?
What's happening, man?
Just talked to your boy Dana White.
Oh, yeah?
Talking about Chuck Liddell and UFC 115. But what are you calling about?
I'm calling about that, I guess. Steve told me to call. I'm on my way to the airport.
Oh.
When did you talk to Steve? He said he's unreachable.
Yeah.
He Twittered me last night.
It said call the show?
Call the show.
Yeah,
There's
he
not
gave me a
enough
number and
guests.
everything.
See, I can even fuck things up when I'm not here.
He wants an oversaturation.
Yeah, it is oversaturation today.
Hey, what are you going to Vancouver right now?
Yeah, I'm in a car on the way to the airport right now.
Have you been to Vancouver before?
Oh, I love it up there.
I hear nothing but great things about this damn city.
They have outstanding weed, and it's everywhere.
And Joe
strippers.
would know too. That's like that's a great endorsement.
But you don't smoke before the announcing, do you?
No, that's the one time I don't get high. Because when I'm high, I will start. Most of my jobs that I do, it like almost requires me to have like loose thinking and just start rambling about anything.
Yeah.
You know, like being on stage, that's a good thing. It helps you ad lib.
Yeah.
But on doing UFC commentary, that's a terrible idea.
How many
Because,
hours? Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, because some fights could be boring, and in the middle of the boring fight, I might just start talking about space or something.
You go off about that shit.
You know what?
I don't trust myself.
You got to make a deal with Dana and where he allows you to do that one time only.
Yeah.
that would rule.
Trust me, it's not a good idea.
How many hours out?
Fighters.
Okay.
You know, those fighters, I was just going to say, those guys, they train for 6 weeks. It's just a huge event for them. They got some fucking stoner talking stone pot talk about the universe while they're fighting their heart out. Disrespectful.
Yeah.
God damn. It is.
Joe would be in there, hey, man, why do they have to fight? You know?
Yeah.
Why can't we all just kind of hang out?
Yeah.
Make peace, not war.
Really stupid. Like, eventually, these guys have to realize, man, that this is, like, affecting the way they think forever, man.
Yeah.
Joe,
I'm becoming a fan of your podcast. You tweet that shit, and then I sit around going, God, when is he going to start this thing? And then all of a sudden he's like, well, I was going to start at noon, but a piece broke, so I got to go down the street. I'll be back in an hour. A piece
broke.
Oh, yeah.
Not nearly as professional as Anthony set up.
It's so it's frustrating, though. You're sitting there like, okay, it's showtime, and no, Joe's at a Radio Shack because something broke.
I just, I'm going to start doing mine again real soon. I just got a new thing. It's called live text. Specifically, I got it just so I could put a scroll on the bottom that'll say stuff like, caller is a shithead. And it scrolls like the news. Like, I'll spend $1,000 so I could just put, the caller's a dick. I just keep buying broadcast quality stuff to do dick jokes with. Asshole.
What is the name of the piece of equipment that you use to work your green screen?
Oh, yeah, it's a TriCaster Studio. The thing's fucking amazing. It's a television studio in a little box. Fucking, I have my whole one room in my basement painted chroma key green, and I can make it like I'm anywhere in the world.
Yes.
Or I'm sitting at a fancy fucking studio desk.
This way you can have 10-year-olds in little green outfits and no one can see them.
One of the best times was when Jimmy fucking took the green screen that I used to have before I painted the walls, and I have a screen, so it was just laying on the floor. He covered himself with it completely, so he was invisible, and just stuck his bare ass out.
Oh, yeah.
So it was just Jimmy's floating bare ass around the fucking studio.
That's a scary thought.
Oh, it was great. And then I fucked it.
Yeah. And then we just threw the thing down and realized it was me, so it wasn't gay. It's not gay if it's for the laugh.
I was going to get one of those TriCaster things, but that's like $8,000, isn't it?
They're pretty expensive, yeah. I usually every couple of months I go for the big buy. This month it was a 50 caliber M107 Barrett rifle.
Yeah, I saw the photos online. That thing's ridiculous.
Yeah, there's no reason to have this thing, none whatsoever, except that it's very loud and you laugh when you shoot it.
But what if you want to shoot somebody across like Long Island Sound?
I could probably fucking reach Connecticut with it. Yeah,
Just some dick on a yacht.
I never saw it coming.
Yeah, it's got like a mile and a half range. People have been killed a mile and a half away with this thing.
Yeah, but that's one of those things. Like, you're probably the only guy on Long Island that has one. So I saw one of those first 48. Some fucking idiot got a 50 caliber gun and shot somebody with it.
Oh,
they
found
Desert
Eagle.
Yeah, they found him in like 20 minutes.
Yeah,
They're like, okay, how many people own one of those?
Yeah, you don't want to commit crimes with like the only weapon in town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking rob a bank in a Duesenberg.
Fucking
Hey, shit.
Well, Vancouver awaits, Joe.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm fired up.
And-
It's an awesome town. I was going to go there if the United States got too hairy after 9/11.
Oh, really?
If war started breaking out here, that was my plan B.
Oh,
right to Vancouver.
Please, run to my house. We'll have a pisser. Forget about it. I'm waiting for anarchy to kick
I know
in.
you are. I'm running as far away from your house as possible.
Anarchy or zombie invasion, and I'm fucking...
You're ready.
I'm giggling my balls off.
Yeah, he's gonna be like Tom Cruise at the end of what the fuck was that? Taps. Yeah, it's fucking beautiful.
man. It's fucking beautiful.
We're gonna be at the we're gonna be at the end of your block waving wild T-shirts. Friendlies.
Yeah.
Same side. Same side.
Yeah.
Coming in.
Friendlies with a wild shirt.
What's the
food and water stored?
Just in my gun closet.
and a pool in the back to drink out of?
Yeah, why not?
A pool to drink out of.
I could store some stuff. I got plenty of beer. I got a couple of kegs downstairs. It's great. That's all I need.
Yeah.
Get drunk.
Now,
and
you got the
shoot
munitions.
at
You go
people.
out, you'll take the food.
That's it. Exactly. I'm the one that gets the food from the other people.
Right. First thing you do is you shoot the neighbor's pet just to set the tone.
Set the tone.
You ever seen that show? You ever seen that show on Alaska where these people they're forced to live in like a cabin together?
Yes.
And they have to forage for their own food.
Yeah.
And there's fucking nothing to eat. They go out all day and they shot a squirrel, but it fell into a hole and they couldn't get it, so they starved.
Yeah, it's great.
Sounds like a great
You realize how fucking hard it is to go get your own food.
Yeah. It's a handful of ice with piss in it. It's a snow cone. That show is really fucking creepy.
Yeah, it's scary as shit. It's scary as shit when you really consider what would happen if the supermarkets closed down.
Oh man, we talk about this all the time. Like if the power went out, we were talking about how long would it take if the power went out, like all over the whole world, for it to completely break down, for the system to just fucking break down.
2 days.
I said 2 days. I said the same thing.
They would
said
wait
like
a week.
a week.
They would
And I'm
wait a
like,
week
no
and then realize,
fucking way
oh,
it's going a
fuck.
week.
Not a week. 3-4
People
days.
would lose their mind in 3 days at
The
most.
first people to go nuts would be bachelors because they got nothing in their fridge, right?
So they start starving.
Yeah, once they eat their moldy cottage cheese.
No, the
fucking
first
bullshit.
people that would go nuts are the people with kids. Because let me tell you something. If you're hungry, that's one thing. If my baby's hungry, I'll fucking kill someone, bring back...
Yeah,
the
parents would start going crazy, but they don't have that fucking killer instinct. I don't know.
You don't think so?
The kids,
Are you
let
kidding
them
me?
die
My-
first.
My
We were
killer
here.
instinct has kicked way in more since I've had kids.
You would just go crazy because you can't plop them in front of TV. Those won't shut up.
Yeah,
talking.
I can't put in a Disney video. Fuck.
Yeah, fuck.
This kid won't shut up. I have to talk to him.
I don't plop them down in front of the TV unless I really, really need to relax.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah. Wait a few more years. You will be doing it soon.
What, being
he's a good
stoned
dad.
12 hours a day isn't relaxing enough for you?
Sleep.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. I bet he's a good dad. Little spinning back kick if he opens his
I'm
mouth.
amazed how good I am at it, or how much I enjoy it, actually. I love it.
Yeah,
It's really,
all the
it's really
guys.
pretty incredible.
I've seen that shit. Like my brother, he just turned on a dime. He turned into daddy guy.
I was saying
Because it's your kid. It's because it's your kid. Anybody else's kid is annoying as fuck.
Joe, I said that.
When it's your kid.
I said
Just
that.
said it.
I said that exact thing to Anthony before the
just
show
said it
today.
this morning.
I still hate everyone else's kids, but man, I'm all in with mine. All in.
Until you find out they're not really yours.
She's killing.
She's killing.
Are you taking notes?
Or he'll kill you.
It's too sappy
Yeah.
for me that daddy talks.
Yeah, you don't like kids there, Dr. Z?
Okay, I had two my almost the time when I kill them.
Oh, you've already got 2.
Yes.
You're in good shape for a woman who's thrown 2 out. Well done.
They're still alive. They're still alive.
Yeah.
They're still
alive.
How old are they?
7 and 3.
I assumed you hadn't killed them.
Years.
Yeah.
I didn't think you'd go, I have 2 kids. One of them's dead.
Yeah, no kidding.
Surprisingly,
It
yes, they're still
only
alive.
lasted a month. Cop death. What do you know?
Although there was no
people you
TV,
guys
not
have in
sure what I
studio?
did.
Joe,
I told you,
it's
Joe.
pandemonium
There's
in here.
at least 10, maybe more. 2, 3, 4.
All right, well,
yeah, there's
it's
like 10 or
ridiculous
11.
having someone on the line then.
That's
So
all right.
I
That's
love
all
you
right.
guys. Love listening. Always good talking to you. I'll let
Absolutely,
you guys go.
Joe.
And next time I'm in town, Anthony, I'm going to do your show. I'm going to come over.
I would be fucking great, man. Come over. We'll pound some down and have some fun.
And let's fucking shoot something in the water.
No problem. 50 cal right into the pool.
Nice.
Take care, guys.
See you later, Joe. Have fun in Vancouver. Joe Rogan.
I like Joe.
We couldn't be happier. Joe Rogan in studio.
Yes,
our
finally.
pal. It's been a while. And Ari, of course, to your right there,
What's
Joe.
going on, sir?
Ari.
Powerful Mr. Shafir.
I was telling Joe before he came in, I feel like I know what he's up to because of this new world we live in with the Twitter and the podcasting and everything else.
I follow the Joe. Got to follow the Joe Rogan.
Joe's got the best podcast out there.
He does get some good. I like your tweets where I look and go, wow, he is up really late, man. and they're usually the most abstract ones when you've been up really late. Because that's another thing. People know what time you're going to bed. Yeah. It's not just what you're saying. They know where you are, what you're doing at any given moment, which is kind of odd. So, because we were talking about this, I get a lot of this shit. If I tweet something at 1 a.m., I'll get like, go to bed, you got a show to do. What is it, worse stuff tomorrow? You should get some sleep. I'm like, you don't know that I slept from 10:30 in the morning till 8 at night. I'm fine. Don't worry about, me getting enough sleep. But yours where, you're just... He's pontificating about some new mushroom, and it's 3 a.m. California time.
You can tell when I get out of the tank, too. Those are the really weird tweets.
Oh, out of the tank, yeah?
Out of the tank, yeah, because usually I'm too high when I get in the tank to really tweet anything coherent.
Yeah.
So I get in and then level out and think things over and then get out with a bathrobe on covered in salt from the Epsom tank.
Yeah.
And then I start surfing. And that's the real weird tweets.
Starts checking out some shit, finding stories deep in the internet, and then it's like, oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, if you see something about somebody living in the Amazon, and it's like 4:30 in the morning, I'm high as fuck.
I'm the spider.
Guarantee you.
No shit, man.
Hey, we should get the plug out right away. Joe Rogan's gonna be at the Gotham Comedy Club. Oh, fuck it. All right, then we don't have to do any business.
Changed everything. I don't have to do any more business
amazing.
anymore.
That's
right. It's way different now.
We should
it's really easy.
We got to ask Joe about the supermoon. He knows that shit.
Yep.
We were trying to figure it out on our own right before you got here.
Well, we know that the moon affects tides, and it's closer than it's ever been before, or as close as it ever gets. 220,000 miles out, as opposed to like at its peak, I think it gets like 250 something.
How long ago was that? Like, what's the time difference?
It's a good question.
Millions of years, or like a couple years?
No, well, it goes in cycles. I mean, it's not. I don't know. It's just really close.
Just say a few thousand years ago this happened.
The moon has
you can't say that anymore.
Orbit.
You used to be able to talk shit like that. Just pull a figure out of your ass.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Now people get online and they're like,
they get mad at you.
Full of shit.
And we say something on the podcast, because podcast is just like the radio. It's a conversation.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're not entirely accurate. You're just trying to remember. Like, what the fuck did that guy say? That's exactly not what he said. 100 Twitters from Johnny No Right.
You can't really paraphrase anymore. It's like, no, here's the exact quote, dick.
It's good and it's bad, It's good, though. It's good that you can get that information right ahead,
It's true.
You got any ridiculous haters that are just like that? Just
I don't even bother them anymore. I don't even respond to haters. I used to respond and like fuck you, go back and forth.
That's kind of what I was getting at, is how you respond to them, and it's kind of the point where you just gotta not even deal.
Yeah, I just completely ignore them. I block them, ignore them.
Yeah.
It's pointless. I mean, if someone has a legitimate criticism or they have a point, and it's not like douchey, I totally respond.
Or if it's a joke, like when people goof on me or something, or it's a joke, that's fine.
I'll retweet a good one.
Retweet the good insults.
You can tell, sort of, even though it's in text, you can tell when someone's being a shithead and someone's just
the
funny.
difference.
Yeah.
And then just the other day, somebody tweeted me, or actually got through me on Facebook or something, because it wasn't tweet because I had blocked him. And he goes, dude, what the fuck? He goes, I was just making a joke and you blocked me? And then he copied a picture of his the tweet he gave me, and I read it, and there was no sense of sarcasm or anything. He's like, I was just kidding. And I was like, asshole, out of all the tweets I get, how am I supposed to pick yours out as the one that is just like, oh, I was being sarcastic, when there wasn't a hint of sarcasm? It's like, of course I'm going to block you.
Yeah.
Like fuck you, I hate you.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. It's like, dude, you suck. It was something about my fucking webcast sucks. and this, and it's like, all right, well then fuck you. How's that? I'm blocking you.
Joke?
And he's like, dude, I was kidding.
People
Oh,
are
really?
just happy to get your attention, though, and a lot of times
I know,
that's the
yeah.
only way they can get it. If they say, Anthony, you fucking rock, you ignore that.
Yeah, you don't.
You get 100 of those.
That's true. I do go off on my drunken retweets and follows, though, sometimes. Like, it's Saturday, 3 in the morning, if I'm putting down a few, people just go, and retweet? I'm like, all right. And then once you do it once, it's just like, bam, a bunch of men, I'm going, bam, 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 just hitting retweet everybody.
You lose 100 followers.
Oh, yeah, because they're just pissed off that they're reading through my drivel.
You watch your numbers go down if you're tweeting too much.
Oh, I know. I don't care about that. Like, it's like the stock market.
And then
it
you
goes
chill
up
for a
and
day
down.
or two, and the numbers go back up.
Yeah, that's all.
You got to find that balance. Hey, the supermoon, what is this supposed to do, though?
Well, it's just, they're not exactly sure. Some people think it's going to cause cataclysmic disasters.
Yeah.
Tsunami?
It's close to the Earth.
What, earthquake, tsunami, things like that?
There's another one in
Shouldn't it
Chile.
happen already?
There was another earthquake.
Boulder Dash.
A small one in Chile just happened.
Yeah?
What's small these days?
5.5.
Yeah, now 5 is like, come on.
Suck it up, losers.
Now that
high
we've
8.
seen a 9.
Yeah.
Officially a 9.0, right?
Apparently, there was a 9.2 in Alaska in the 60s, and the aftershocks hit San Francisco. You could feel San
Really,
Francisco.
yeah. Wow. And nothing was going on in Alaska, especially in the 60s.
9.2.
Yeah, 9.2.
Lasted for 4 minutes.
Ugh.
This one lasted for 5 minutes, which scares the fuck out of me.
Could you imagine that? Like, because you think it's just going to rock you a little, and then, all right, stop. After, you know what a long 5 minutes is when you're in an earthquake? That isn't 5 minutes of fucking getting your dick sucked.
No.
You know, that's a hard 5 minutes,
That's
man.
like 5 minutes of Brock Lesnar on top of you, hammer hitting you in the head.
It's like, how long? This has only been, what, a minute and a half?
I got 3.5 of this to go.
I still got this.
What scares the fuck out of me is these nuclear reactors. That's what scares the fuck out of me.
Yeah,
they didn't know you can't just shut them off.
You can't shut them off.
That's the most ridiculous shit ever. When the power goes out, you have 8 hours of backup.
Once
so you
you
basically have enough to get on a plane and get the fuck away from there. That's about it.
Mm-hmm. Once you start it, that's it. How we thought this up and it was going to be okay. It's like, yeah, we start this reaction and we could vary it to a certain extent, but we can't really shut it completely off. Oh, and by the way, if it isn't cooled all the time, it's really going to fuck things up.
Earth will die.
It melts down and eats a hole through the planet and everyone dies.
Yeah. It's like,
It'll hit water eventually, right?
Oh, yeah. And fucking send a
It'll hit
plume
lava.
of death up.
Yeah, and the gas will kill every bird in the sky.
Yeah, instead of the few that have
dying.
been dropping dead. What do you make of this, Joe? You're
Joe tweets about this a lot.
I try to be as objective as possible, but the last thing you want to do is be the guy that says, there's no apocalypse while the earth is cracking between your two legs and spreading them apart and Satan sticking a pitchfork up your asshole. At a certain point in time when enough fucking things happen, you got to go, wow, is the apocalypse just really slow?
Yeah, maybe it's a slow thing that takes some time. You always think it's just going to be a quick action movie thing, but it's a slow kind of. Disasters get a little worse. The hurricanes get a little bigger.
It's fun to watch, though.
Yeah, front row seat.
Is it that? And the other part of me goes, well, maybe is it just that we have more access to information, so we're getting all these stories?
Of that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like there's a lot more shit happening.
10,000 people died, right, in Japan? That's a lot of people.
More than that.
Oh, look at that. They're saying, look at the evacuation area, 13 miles.
Yeah.
50 miles, no
U.S. military without special clearance.
Oh, God. Turns to U.S. for help. What do you want us to do? Drop a bomb on the nuclear problem?
Yeah, just blow it up.
This is scary shit, man.
That's some, what they did at Chernobyl, before, they didn't tell anybody around the area, so they ended up with some problems there. Some issues. But they just wound up dumping concrete and sand and actually lead. They took fucking lead, giant bars of lead, helicopter loads, and just dumped it on top of this pile. And it looks like that's what they're going to have to do with this shit.
In Chernobyl, they did that?
Yeah.
But it's still eating through all that shit.
Oh, it's still underneath all that. It's still glowing.
Well, it's got a half-life of 20,000 years.
20,000 years, so it's just sitting there.
Well, we were talking about, Ant and I were talking about this off the air. There's an article that I was reading that was saying that some of the uranium that they used was plutonium-enriched uranium that's 2 million times more radioactive. Now, I don't know if this is true. I just read it on one science site. I have to go back and see if there's other ones. But that's fucking terrifying. 2 million times more radioactive than the normal shit.
That's
what the fuck.
And why are they using that in Japan?
Apparently, it works really good. It gives you a lot of energy.
I guess it does. You would think, though, because they're pretty anti-nukes over there.
Yeah.
You know, considering they had a little issue back in World War II. But, yeah, I don't know. They have a lot of nuclear power. And this plant is just really fucked.
It seems like nuclear power is almost like a car that they figured out how to get really fast, but never figured out how to stop.
How to stop it? Yeah.
They weren't ready yet. They weren't ready to put it on the road. They're like, we got an engine. Let's just go.
Let's just go with
How
this.
are we gonna stop this?
Just keep driving it around the track. We don't know what to do.
A rock attached to a rope. We're going to throw it out the window.
And hopefully that stops.
It's like some Fred Flintstone shit. You can turn it on, but you can't turn it off. What the fuck, man?
It really is amazing.
That is kind of creepy. They didn't figure that part out.
Well, not only that, it really hasn't really progressed. I mean, they haven't come up with any much better alternative.
Right.
No,
there should be a way to cool it down within a day.
Yeah.
About ever.
A year?
How about ever?
Yeah.
For the rest of time.
Yeah, forever.
Yeah. Well, long past, like, think about, like, 5,000 years ago was the dawn of civilization. Okay, that was, like, the first written language, the first mathematics. It's like 6,000 years ago. This shit will be radioactive way longer than that.
Way longer than we've even been, an intelligent.
way longer.
Leaving history. And,
exactly. What is all that shit that they bury in Nevada when they have, like, they make deals so that they can fucking have casinos and hookers. they let them fucking do tests and bury shit in the mountains.
And all those spent nuclear rods, they got to go somewhere. And they load them up in a truck, and in the middle of the night, they fucking drive them to the Mojave Desert and Nevada and whatnot, and bury them underground.
What a crazy idea!
And just hope the record of where that is kept for some length of time.
Yeah, because if society falls apart, if we have some sort of a massive, super volcano eruption, half the population dies. No one's going to know about that shit.
And the other half has to rebuild, and then
they start digging
rebuild
there randomly.
Yeah, and it's like an 1800s style life that we have, and then people just say, "Oh, let's start digging. I think there might be something good here." And they hit this shit.
Let's put our well here. This is where I get water from.
It's getting very hot as we're digging. I just stand this.
Is it just me?
Why are clumps of your hair falling out?
People are so goddamn ridiculous.
Yeah,
That's so ridiculous.
We reach back, and like I said, we haven't really improved upon the basic gist of the reactor. Or the automobile, for the most part. It's still an internal combustion engine. It's better economy-wise, and they look cool and everything, but it's still a piston banging up and down in a cylinder. Once we find something that works, we leave it until we run out of what that shit works on.
Yeah.
And then we have to come up with something. That's why a viable alternative to fossil fuel, it ain't going to happen until that last drop of fuel is gone. And then the next week, we'll have something great that'll work. Because we've always done that through history.
Yeah.
We find
need to
shit.
Be forced into a
we
corner.
need to be forced. We're lazy motherfuckers for the most part. And until we turn on the water and it doesn't come out, then it's like, where's the water? All right, we got to work on this. And then the next day, see, the water's back.
The laziness is part of it, but also, the fossil fuel and the companies that own it and sell it, they have so much power.
Oh, yeah.
There's so much power as far as, like, getting things pushed through and you
can't. Yeah, they're the guys that they can make politicians do things.
Yeah.
They mold the world.
Between them and Monsanto with their genetically modified food, and the Monsanto thing is the scariest thing about Monsanto is there was a lot of speculation that they bought Blackwater. It can't be proved.
Wow, that's an
because
interesting.
Blackwater was sold, and it was sold to a third party, and they know that Monsanto was interested into it. Now,
why would Monsanto need a fucking what amounts to mercenaries security squad?
Countries. They're selling their genetically modified foods into other countries, and they're trying to do the same bulldog tactics that they use on American farmers. If you don't know what it is, essentially Monsanto comes up with genetically modified food and a genetically modified seed that when farmers buy it, the shit gets in the air and it cross-pollinates into other people's farms. Guys that didn't buy their seed. Well, they come over and say, well, you have our shit, and we're going to sue you for it. And then they sue these poor farmers and they fuck them over.
Sue the bees, motherfucker.
Well, it wasn't me.
I
mean, there's something to be said for some genetically modified foods. It's easier to grow. More people, can have food. Less people starve.
You see corn on the cob these days, Joe? It's fantastic. It's giant, golden. Every fucking little kernel is perfect.
Yeah.
You know what corn looked like back in the 60s and 50s? It was awful.
Maize. You remember that shit the Indians used to have to hang on our door?
All different kinds of colors and shit that you put on the door.
Homeless teeth.
Looks like rotting teeth. Fuck.
Now it's just this big and chicken breasts. Holy fuck!
Well, one of the things
hormones?
about WikiLeaks was that WikiLeaks released cables showing how much influence the genetically modified food people have in foreign countries, and how the United States is aiding them, and the government is actually pushing these things through, and even imposing sanctions on countries that don't accept this stuff.
Wow.
So if you hear about them now buying, supposedly, allegedly buying Blackwater, like they have their own fucking army, and they have these evil seeds that they're selling everywhere.
And is it just to sell their seeds?
To fucking run all the food. They want to run everything.
Yeah, that's a big business.
Yeah,
I was just wondering what the end game is in
controlling
their
the
minds.
world's food
Controlling the world's
That's
food.
a big business.
They patent pigs. They patent pig parts. I mean, they literally patent everything they could possibly patent. They want to be able to control the entire population of pigs and corn.
And what are they
everything.
going to do after that? Are they
Just
going to
fucking
enslave
run
everyone?
shit. They're gonna whip their dicks out and slap farmers in the face. They're running things.
Wouldn't it be interesting if some of that genetically altered food has something in there that they can, from some remote location, just shut off, and your entire farm dies? Like they just some kind of
that's the movie
key.
version of it.
Yeah, some kind of key where it's like, well, this guy, we need some famine in this area. Click, bam, instant famine. That is, I mean, come on, why not?
Are you smoking pot?
It's possible.
No, you get close to Joe and you start having that.
That would be the movie
Get a
version.
contact buzz.
Thing. It's a contact
buzz. Joe's giving us a contact buzz. Joe, you tweeted a fucking video of how small we are in the universe.
Oh, yeah.
I'm still
Did you watch that?
Yeah, I retweeted that fucking thing.
With the music? It's the one with the fucking, dramatic.
Yeah, we put it on our Facebook. We're giving you credit, I hope, because that's...
Man, if that doesn't just make you want to jump out a window.
I didn't realize...
It's just
small.
I didn't realize objects got that big in the universe.
Well, how about the one where you get to the largest sun, and if you were flying over it in a jet, it would take thousands of years
just to make
one circle.
Yeah.
Wow. That's the largest star.
You see that, Ari?
And it's so big. You still can't comprehend it. Yeah. As it's going on, as this video's playing, you can't wrap your mind around size that big, because it just... the Earth becomes invisible.
Yeah, you can't wrap your head around it.
You can't. That's nothing compared to the entirety of it.
Yeah.
The really crazy thing that the quantum physicists have theorized lately is that inside every black hole is another universe. They know that inside every galaxy is a supermassive black hole that's 1/2% of the mass of the galaxy. The bigger the galaxy, the bigger the black hole. But now they believe that inside every one of those black holes is another universe with hundreds of billions of galaxies, each with black holes, each with hundreds of billions of galaxies inside of them, each with black holes. Infinite forever.
Infinite is very hard to kind of wrap your mind around, and you could just go off and not stop.
It seems like there should be a wall somewhere, or you come back to the first point at some point. You can't
There's got to be something weird.
They're planning it now on this
Neptune,
little video.
And
it's just
and it just keeps going. Wow, that's big.
You think Jupiter is huge, and then it's then the sun
pops
out.
Our sun,
which is a little bitch.
The sun is a little bitch.
Gets owned by these fucking things.
Sirius A just dwarfs the sun, and then just keeps going and going and
now you can't even
trying
see
to
Earth.
wrap your head around the size of the universe is trying to pick up the ocean in your hands. Like
it's just
you're not
even a piece of it.
You don't have it. It's not going to happen.
So of course there's life out there. Of course there is.
With infinite, there has to be.
There has to be.
With no end ever, there has to be.
Well, I think we have a very narrow idea of what life is.
Yeah.
Our idea is just biological, carbon-based life. And that's where the only information is being traveled back and forth between participants. I think it's really possible that there's some other forms of life that we can't even tune into. Life easily could be like a radio. There could be a full spectrum,
right?
And we just can't tune into whatever their life is. It's like it could be. They've theorized about light-based life.
Right. So how would you communicate with some light-based life form that you don't even know existed if you passed right through it.
Right, or it could be right here with us right now in another dimension, just like another radio station that you can't tune into. You sit here, tune into 103.5, and 107's right there. You just don't get it somehow.
Yeah, you don't get it.
It's right there, same radio. You could get it if you just turn this knob, but you don't get it. It's right here all around you all the time. Crazy music.
Yeah, crazy music. It's all around you.
We were doing dick jokes 20 minutes ago.
Well, you know,
Holy shit.
when Christianity, when they had to convert pagans and when they had to convert the Irish, is when they invented, St. Patrick actually invented the idea of purgatory. And the reason why they had to invent the idea of purgatory, because the Irish, who were intoxicating, obsessed with being intoxicated, and they have a long history of taking mushrooms and, and believing in elves and fairies, they had to convince people that the land of Fae was purgatory. They had to say, well, yeah, it's another thing. It's a new thing. And they had to that's how they brought them into Christianity, by convincing them that there's this land around you filled with souls all the time. That's an ancient Irish belief.
It's, that we were talking about religion sometime last week.
We had a good discussion about it.
Yeah, it just gets to the point, though, where some people don't want to hear anything different than what they believe in, as far as the, textbook Bible religion of Catholicism and Judaism. They have theirs. And you start going off and talking about the fact that, this book was written a long time ago and not by God. It's by people. You know how if you try to tell somebody something and they tell somebody else something, it gets all fucked up in the translation. So, and they're like, no.
Well, that's in one language. I mean, look, Ari studied the Torah for years. Ari was seriously religious at one point in time. Lived in Israel
for a couple of years, and that was an oral tradition for a long, long time. Just hoping nobody fucked up.
No
the
one fucked it up as they went along history, telling the story.
Well, not only that, the original Bible, the ancient Hebrew version of the Bible, trying to decipher it is it's code. It's just numbers and letters are the same thing. Like the letter A is also the number 1.
Oh shit!
So words have numerical value, like love and God have the same numerical value, and all that is lost when you translate it to Latin and Greek.
Yeah.
And also, they had an editor, right? There were other stories.
Oh, sure, but when the New Testament, when you go with the New Testament, there was a lot of shit, a huge amount
I want all the info, not just part of the info.
It doesn't matter. It's all written by people. It's so obvious.
Yeah.
It's really obvious. The really interesting thing, a lot of scholars have been talking lately about one of the things about Moses, and that they believe that Moses was doing psychedelic drugs. And that the whole thing about Moses and the burning bush.
Yeah.
Well, one of they believe the burning bush was the acacia tree, and the acacia bush or tree or whatever the fuck it is rich in dimethyltryptamine, a really potent psychedelic. So the idea of this burning bush being God, literally, could have been God.
He might have,
literally. I mean, he might have had these crazy psychedelic experiences. That's what a lot of people believe, that all of these ancient religious stories, the roots of them are all in someone finding something that makes you trip balls.
There were plenty of narcotics just growing around. I mean,
still are, yeah.
Yeah, there still are. No laws against them back then.
Yeah.
You just chew on a leaf, and all of a sudden you have this vision. You write it down, and people aren't just going to go, that guy was fucked up. You go, really? You did? You saw God? Put it in this book.
Well, they used to try to hide them from their enemies. The
hide the
book,
psychedelics.
Yeah. The book, The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, is by a guy that was one of the scholars who was the main guys of deciphering the Dead Sea Scrolls. This dude named John Marco Allegro, and he was the only one in the entire Dead Sea Scroll deciphering committee that was an agnostic. He started out, he was an ordained minister, but as he was studying theology, he's like, well, this is all horseshit. So he starts studying it, and he got into this Dead Sea Scrolls, which is 1,000 years older than the oldest version of the Bible. It's old as fuck. Written on animal skins in Aramaic, okay? He deciphers the shit for 14 years and decides that the entire Christian religion is a massive misunderstanding. What it's really about is the consumption of psychedelic mushrooms and fertility cults and fertility rituals. And the whole religion was based on these stories were meant to hide all the knowledge that they learned from taking mushrooms.
Holy shit.
It makes sense. It makes a lot more sense.
And they create metaphors intentionally to try to hide it?
Mm-hmm. Huh. He traces back the ancient word Christ to an ancient Sumerian word that means a mushroom covered in God's semen. Yeah.
Try selling that to the Catholic Church. Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck changing everybody's mind there.
Yeah.
But you bring this up, you piss off a lot of people.
Yeah, but they pissed themselves off. You're being silly. Why would you believe that other people are full of shit and that story sucks? It's that simple. If it came out today, if the Bible came out today and just the story of Adam and Eve, you would go, what the fuck are you talking about? So they made kids and their kids just started fucking each other? Like, what are you talking about? They were the only two people and their kids fucked each other, or they fucked their kids and make more kids?
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? And then what happens? Noah comes along and then we start all over again? Noah fucks his kids because he's the only guy left. So that's only 6,000 years ago that this has happened?
There's a lot of kid fucking going on.
Well, the scary thing is 50% of the population of this country in a recent Gallup poll believes that the Earth is less than 10,000 years old.
It's up to 50%.
That's crazy shit. I mean, how do you just deny the science that is behind the fact that this Earth is a lot older than that?
Said, no.
Confirmation bias. You just go on enough websites that say that the science is bullshit. You can find 100 dudes on YouTube that would tell you that evolution is a myth and that there's science behind it not being real. You can find hundreds of guys. And if you just only read their stuff and listen to their stuff, you'll start believing it.
When I see those paintings that they have in books of Jesus with a dinosaur, they show like Jesus lying peacefully with a velociraptor.
There's an ancient fresco in France with with Adam and Eve surrounded by giant mushrooms.
Really?
Yeah, and it's ancient. It's like 1,000 years old. And there's a ton of those. There's a bunch of ancient religious artwork that deals with mushrooms. A lot of it.
Let's go to the phones because Tom, very upset. Tom in St. Louis. Tom
in St. Louis. I'd be upset if I lived in St. Louis, too.
What's up, Tom?
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's going on, buddy?
Gotcha. Go.
Hey, Joe, I'm a big fan of you, but your information on Monsanto is way off.
What's off about it?
Well, you're spewing stuff that you've probably read on the internet or something like that.
I watched a bunch of documentaries, too. I watched the Monsanto documentary, Food Inc. Well, tell me what I'm wrong about.
By the way, this is Tom Monsanto calling.
Probably king corn as well, I'm guessing.
Right. What are we wrong about?
Well, the one thing you said, you first of all, you talked about how they spread the genetics across the country, and then
No. That's not what I said. I said farmers that are next to people that have genetically modified food that gets called cross-pollination. And those farmers have been sued. That's a fact.
It's actually happened for one person. It happened for a guy by the name of Percy Schmeiser out of Canada. He got sued over having canola.
It's only one guy?
Yeah, that was his claim. That that Monsanto's genetics wound up in his field because of the birds. That was that man's.
Man, are you sure this is only one person? I don't have a computer in front of me so I can look this up. But this is the only person they've ever had a lawsuit with? Is this one guy?
But it's definitely not the only person they've ever had a lawsuit with. But Percy Schmeiser is the main guy behind it and I believe it's in Food Inc. They bring him in, and possibly King Corn as well, but I can't say for sure on that.
All right, well, what's your beef? What is your issue? You think Monsanto's good?
I think they do I think they do some wonderful
Do you work for them?
I mean, yeah, I do.
You do? Okay. Yeah, you do. Get the fuck out of here, you creep. You genetically modified creep.
He's a little biased.
Listen, you're eating some bad potatoes that are making dick fall off in 100 years. There's going to be no dicks. 100 years from now, humans will have no penises.
By the way, I loved Journey Through Inner Space. Monsanto put it on at Disney. It was fantastic years ago. Remember, you would shrink and.
What do you do for them, dude?
Did they really put that on? Oh, Monsanto used to fucking sponsor this big thing. Brought to you by Monsanto. Voyage Through Inner Space.
Oh, that weird thing where you would watch like the human body, like the bloodstream.
And you'd shrink.
Yeah.
You'd go in the little car and you'd go in. It's like, whoa.
You get to go through the human body.
And the microscope, and they'd show some mechanical eye.
Is he still on the line?
Yeah, Tom.
If the company fires you, are you willing to spill the beans on the Opie and Anthony show about how things really go down?
Yeah.
Can we count on you?
In accounting?
Because you know there's some evil shit. When you're trying to patent pigs, you're an evil fucking company, pal.
Well, I don't know if I totally agree with that because I mean, first of all, they don't own their pig line anymore. They
listen, fella, you're trying to patent pigs, okay? That's some creepy god shit. You can't patent nature.
Wait a minute, Joe. If you do the research to come up with the technology,
you just said a bunch of nonsense.
If you do the research for the technology, for instance, behind the corn, behind the pig development, if you do the research to come up with the genetics that make the corn better, shouldn't you be able to take advantage of that research?
You don't think that there should be a line that you can't cross where you can't patent life?
Apricots, right?
You really think that it's okay to patent life because you guys have done the research? That's horseshit, pal. If you want to do something like that, you should be able to profit from it and it should benefit mankind, but no, you can't fucking own it. All right, you can't own life. You can't sue people for having your life. You don't own life.
What is the what is the reasoning behind your thinking there? Because
because I don't want creepy cunt companies owning the world like that. It seems kind of fucked up, don't you think? Were there companies, multinational conglomerates that own life?
But they do the research behind the genetics. I mean, it's not like it's not me.
You don't see any problem with that? Do you have a problem with them owning Blackwater? What if that's true? Is that true? Can you tell us? You work for the company.
Yeah. That was the first time I'd ever heard that when you said that.
It's online, fella. If you're going to be the guy that's running around Johnny Save-A-Ho defending Captain Monsanto.
I haven't seen anybody in black coats and black sunglasses.
You might want to look in your back window right now because they're probably monitoring you because of this call.
Someone's got crosshairs on the back of his head right now waiting for him to say one word.
Right now you're being a good soldier, sir.
What do you do there for Monsanto?
I work in I'll just say I work in finance.
Finance.
Okay. So you're a bean counter.
Yeah,
you're a genetically modified bean counter.
Yeah, and you shut down farmers, go down and steal all their fucking money because they have one ear of corn that's mutant Frankenstein corn. All right, buddy. It was good talking to you, brother.
That's it.
Take care, Joe.
Hey,
the second he hangs up, there's one crack of a gunshot, and the back of his head explodes.
Bammo. Hey, someone tweeted the Adam and Eve mushroom fresco.
Yeah, okay. Isn't that strange? That's
shit. And that's from 1291 AD.
Yeah.
I'll retweet this thing. That's creepy. That looks like fucking mushrooms to me.
Yeah, it is mushrooms. There's a lot of ancient
and then there's
religious
a few
artwork that has to do with mushrooms.
Here's another one.
Yeah.
From the same tweet.
You see that red and the white? That's the Amanita muscaria mushroom. That's also the colors of Santa Claus.
And so they knew about that in 1200s?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, these are
we've lost a lot of that information.
That's
because
from
people don't
1192
talk about
AD.
it now.
1192 AD, and then you got this one. Oh shit! I just lost it. Oh, whatever. I'll find it again. Yeah, but
there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that.
Wow, I learned something new today. I didn't know.
There's a guy named Jack Herer that was this big hemp activist that was writing a book about it before he died. But his book was all about ancient religious artwork and how much of it had to do with psychedelic drugs.
And what, they just bury this stuff? Because you don't really see it anymore.
You do see some of it is also in, even in ancient Catholic stuff. Like if you see like some of their artwork, like you see the pine cone all the time in ancient Catholic, like in ancient Catholicism and Christianity. That pine cone represents the pineal gland, and that represents the gland that produces dimethyltryptamine and psychedelic drugs. And there's a lot of the doorways that are shaped like mushrooms, and that's supposed to be symbolic.
Jesus, that's fucked up.
Yeah, it makes sense. But the idea behind the sacred mushroom and the cross was that all these religious people hid all this information, and that it also was hidden by the bishops and by the higher echelons of the church would hide it from the peasants because they didn't want them becoming enlightened.
Right, yeah.
The original halos. The original halo wasn't a circle like on the top of your head like a hula hoop. It was a mushroom cap. Like the behind your head was a mushroom cap.
I remember seeing some of those, like
literally with the spines like a mushroom.
Yeah.
Like that was because you were supposed to be holy. You were fucked up on shrooms and you saw some things.
So fucked up.
You were connected. You were connected to God.
Everything I know is wrong. Here's one from
everything you know is a lie.
22th century BC.
Yeah, there's so much of it. There's a lot of it.
I'd never seen this shit before, Joe.
Yeah, you just
and the artists were aware of it. Whoever was painting these things were aware of it.
Obviously.
Yeah. Well, it was a much more commonly known thing. Especially in Europe. I mean, consuming mushrooms goes back, there's a long, long history of that.
God, they're fun.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about people that lived thousands of years ago with no knowledge of science, and all of a sudden they're starving and they stumble across these mushrooms, they eat them, and they trip their fucking balls off, and then they have these incredible experiences and rethink society, and then everybody comes closer together, and a better sense of being connected, and you go, we got to keep this from other people, and then that's where it all goes astray.
I just retweeted that Opie Radio. If you want to see the frescoes that Joe turned us all onto. Joe turns us onto some great shit.
Because they wouldn't know about why they're feeling that way.
Yeah,
like they wouldn't know the science behind it. They would just know the spirituality behind
Honestly,
why they
even
feel
to
that
this
way.
day, the science is very screwy. It's like, what is really happening with mushrooms?
So it might be some type of divine.
What it might be,
connection.
What it might be is a life form from another a planet that only communicates with you by eating it.
Holy!
the way you describe
Joe can just fuck with you.
But why aren't you writing movies?
I don't want to write movies. Between doing the podcast and doing all the
Joe,
shit that I do.
Tell me that wouldn't be a great plot for a movie, right?
Well, there's
you
a
just
guy named Terence McKenna who theorized on it, that he believed that mushroom, there's a theory of Panspermia, I think that's how you say it, where life came from asteroids, and there was like the controversial NASA scientists recently said that they found some evidence of
fossilized
life
on,
which is disputed, but a lot of people believe that. I mean, we talked about that with Michio Kaku last time I was on the air, the idea of life coming from another planet.
We hung up on him right before the
I
earthquake.
heard, I was listening, I was laughing my ass off, it was great.
Who knew that the next day we would need him, man?
I love when Dr. Steve gets mad at
Yeah.
him.
Oh, yeah. Well, Dr. Steve just texted me.
What'd he say?
And because he's listening. He goes, the difference between Joe Rogan and Jesse Ventura is Joe Rogan's conspiracies are cool.
The government is out there. Don't deny it. You deny it was a Navy SEAL? Then shut your mouth. That thing with Little Jimmy and him was
one of the
fucking
best
brilliant.
moments,
That thing
man.
won't go away.
It won't go away.
That
It
shit
shouldn't
won't
go
go
away.
away.
from Rocky Horror
He was
hairdo.
exposed for being a knucklehead.
Yeah.
He was exposed for being do you deny that the government has JFK and the Warren Commission?
And we don't
the
have
missile hit the Pentagon?
We don't have it on video, but the reason he got up and left was he was in over his head.
Yes.
He couldn't argue anymore his point.
Well, Jimmy attacked him.
But he had nothing to back it up.
Yeah.
And
What are your facts? Anything?
Huh?
Do you have any facts? Or are you just like going off?
he just
From
goes.
an
he
intelligence
goes off.
standpoint, he got his ass kicked, and he knew it. And the only thing he could think of was to just get himself out of the situation.
He's used to
Unfortunately, we
going
don't
on-
have that on video.
He's used to going on these radio shows and TV shows where they don't challenge him. They allow him to be the eccentric.
Right.
Comes in with these controversial ideas. Yeah, like a hard-hitting show for him is going on The View.
Yeah,
sure.
And Sherry Shepard goes, "That didn't happen. No, you're wrong." And like that's the controversy.
Well, if you want to believe it.
She also thinks the Earth is flat.
Yes,
let's not forget.
I'm sure she thinks
created
Christianity
114 years
predates
ago.
everything.
Yeah, we love playing that audio every once in a while. I want to ask Joe one thing. What set you down this road of collecting all this knowledge and thinking differently?
Well,
what
being
started
a comic, being a comic, having all day.
But I mean, way before a comic, when you were growing up, what got you where you're like, you know what, I got to do my own research now.
When I was 5 years old, my father beat the fuck out of my mother in front of me. And for no reason. My mother came home with hamburger, and my dad was mad that that's what she got for dinner. So he slapped her in the head and knocked her down and just screaming. And yet my father was a very bad person and he's a very violent guy. And I'll never forget that. Being 5 years old saying, even my own dad is a piece of shit.
Oh,
like, wow.
At 5?
At 5.
Oh, you're supposed to realize that later. Damn, man.
Wow.
Well, I started.
hamburger sucks, huh?
That started. I guess hamburger gets your ass beat. Don't bring home hamburger for dad.
Learning something.
I think, that was it. And then moving around a lot. I lived in San Francisco from the time I was 7 till I was 11, then Florida from 11 to 13, Boston from 13 to 24. There was a lot of moving, so there's a lot of being forced to be, to come up with your own opinions instead of just adopting the opinion of a group that you're hanging around
That's
with.
the fucking, that's very similar to my lifestyle.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I have the spaghetti hitting the wall story. And
My dad wasn't into throwing things except fists.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is he still around?
I don't know. I don't talk to him. I haven't talked to him since I was 7. He's got my name, too. His name's Joe Rogan.
Really?
Yeah, that's his punishment.
So what, your mom?
His punishment.
Your mom
My
obviously.
mom remarried, a great guy.
But your mom got you out of the situation, obviously.
That's why we moved to San Francisco. Is one of the reasons. Wow. Because I wanted to be with him, and this is a lot of dangerous shit.
Yeah.
He was a cop, and he was a crazy guy.
Oh, really? A little high strung.
I don't remember much of my childhood, but I remember a lot of beatings. I didn't take any, but I saw him beat the fuck out of my cousin. Saw him beat the fuck out of my mom a couple of times.
Really?
Yeah, he was crazy.
Never hit you, though?
No, he loved me.
I wonder why.
Because I was nice. I was a little boy. I was a little 5-year-old.
I used to get smashed with the belt, though. I used to get the belt.
He wasn't into hitting me. He probably would have eventually kicked my ass.
Wait till you can fight back
when
a
I
little
started
bit.
talking shit and
then you would have
learning how to
probably
wrestle. Becoming a threat around the house.
Got to keep this kid down.
Young lion has
Maybe
to
at
be
like
put in his
12.
place. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? I mean, maybe he would have never, but he liked to beat the shit out of my mom.
Wow.
But so I think at an early age I had to start questioning things. I was terrified of all the possibilities. So that's probably what started it. And then when I was a comic, you have all this time in the day, especially when all you're doing is just driving to gigs at night. So you have literally like 20 hours in the day to do whatever the fuck you want. And when I was probably 22 or 23, a buddy of mine gave me this book, this David Lifton book called Best Evidence, and it was all about the JFK assassination. And David Lifton was an accountant, and he was assigned to do something with the Warren Commission. And as he was writing a piece about this Warren Commission report, he literally researched the entire book and found all these inconsistencies and all these places where it contradicted itself, and realized that this was just a book that was sort of calculated to achieve a goal instead of designed to sort of really get an accurate description of the events. And so I started reading this, and I started getting into all kinds of fucked up things, and it became a huge problem. I remember the day I got the book, I fucking bombed that night on stage because I read the book during the day. I was in Philadelphia. I was working for Andy Scarpati in the Comedy Cabaret, and I'm in my fucking hotel all day reading this terrifying book about how the government was taken over in a coup by the CIA, and
you went up there,
Kennedy, and
bummed out and
totally bummed out and ate dick on stage. Then I had to come back. That was like Friday. I had to come back and redeem myself Saturday. Saturday I just beat off and watched cartoons.
Right.
Got my mojo back.
Bring yourself down a little bit.
Yeah, man. You can fucking that's the problem with guys like Alex Jones who'll tell you about the New World Order. You hang around with those guys and you're convinced that the sky's falling. Like we were talking about this before the show.
Yep.
Like, is the apocalypse here? Is it just moving really slow? Like,
that's it. Because you see shit happening, and then you start thinking though, like, all right,
nothing's happening to us.
Just pick it's like this is kind of cool.
But I mean,
I'm going to turn on the TV and just fuck around, watch dumb shows and shit like that.
Better off. You're better
it's
off.
Still there.
You can find suffering everywhere in the world if you look every day of the week and decide to suffer constantly. All you have to do is just tune into the Africa channel. Just whatever you want to just watch everything about Africa.
BET,
and you'll see people.
Right.
Wait, okay.
I don't think that's the same channel.
Oh,
you turn off that news though. It's a nice place.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's pretty peaceful out there.
I don't watch the news.
You don't watch the news at all.
At all. I don't bother with it at all. People are like, oh, aren't you going to die of radiation in California? I'm like, maybe.
Well, the radiation's hitting.
Maybe.
We'll all die. What do you want me to do?
Radiation's hitting California today?
Is it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Is that the truth?
Well, get your pills.
Little bit.
If I'm less fertile, it's only good for me.
California though, we have built up a resistance from using cell phones all the time that I think we're going to be okay.
Going to be fine. Yeah,
it's like
slowly built up resistance.
It's like vaccines. It's like a vaccine for radiation. Cell phone and Wi-Fi. It's everywhere. You're going to be fine. Our Wi-Fi will kill that radiation. Cheap ass fucking radiation.
I know when you sit there sometimes and think how much shit is going through you when you're just sitting here, like in the 1800s, I guess, and before, they just had whatever cosmic shit was floating around, natural stuff.
Full ozone.
Yeah, shit
Zero
like that.
holes in it.
Now, you're like, all right, now we got radio. And all those radio signals, it is radiation. It's just fucking radiation.
We're wearing radiation right now.
Going through you. Yeah. Right on our head.
How do we know
we
this
put
is...
headphones on that fucking have magnets that are being fucking
we know this is okay.
It's changing our brains. I bet it is. I bet it's rewiring our brains.
Who knows?
It's gotta be. And at any given, just think of all the different frequencies that are being used and stuff. All those signals just fucking permeating you.
Yeah. Wi-Fi, cordless phone.
Yeah, there's just more being added every
GSM signal, CDMA, all combining.
Everything just... and what's that doing?
We're not going to get the tumors in our head anymore because we don't use our cell phones for phone
you're going to
calls.
get like finger tumors from texting. Texting and tweeting.
Extra joints.
We should take a break. We got Joe Rogan in studio with Ari. And does this mean anything? Because this might be my tease. Bath salts.
Oh, yeah. You know
after
what that is?
After the break?
Yeah. Well,
if it's not worth bringing
explain
up.
it. Yeah, no, it is.
And Ari's shit-covered, deformed asshole.
Oh, yeah. We can talk about that.
That's from the podcast?
Yeah,
I missed that episode?
For the folks, Jew Clam. Google Jew Clam.
Jew Clam Uncensored.
Yeah, Jew Clam Uncensored.
What is that? You got it online?
Oh, yeah, his asshole's online.
I can't wait. All right.
And
a
Liddell's
cheeseburger.
here.
Is Liddell here?
Yeah.
Is he here? Beautiful.
Where the fuck is he?
He's in the office.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chuck. I didn't even
Pacing.
see you.
Beating the fuck out of
You're
Roland.
going to beat the shit out of somebody now.
Story,
All right.
they wouldn't let him in the St. Patrick's Day parade with his fucking green mohawk. They made him wear a hat to cover his green mohawk.
Why?
They have a no hair dye rule.
Green mohawk's against the rules.
They have a no hair dye
You
rule.
can't dye your hair. Yes. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes. Reed Harris from the fucking WEC told me yesterday.
Why couldn't you tie
the fuck
Ridiculous.
is wrong with people?
Silly.
Regulations.
Green for the St. Patrick's Day.
But everyone watching the parade is shit-faced.
Yeah.
Almost getting hit by cars, getting in fights, puking all over the
You
place.
can't dye your hair, though. You can't Hulk out.
That's so stupid.
Hulk out.
Oh, there it is. All right.
Oh, God.
All right, they're going
That's
to watch.
Ari's butt.
That's fine.
Get ready.
We'll check it
watch
out
that.
after the break. Opie and Anthony. We're back. Just did 20 minutes for everybody. For people in studio. We got Joe Rogan, we got Ari, and now we got Chuck Liddell.
The Iceman. The Iceman. He was confirming the story. They didn't let you walk through fucking St. Patrick's Day parade with your green hair.
Yeah, they gave me a great green beret. Knitted beret. It looked great.
Because that looks normal.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, that was much better than having
I've been sitting there for 2 hours waiting to get on and walk in the parade, and then at last minute I'm walking out, and the guy's grabbing me. You can't walk on the parade. You can't walk like that. And
Why?
Well, I don't know, because I got a mohawk and it was green. I don't know which. That's one of the two. I don't know what.
Green
It wasn't
mohawk.
Catholic enough or something. I don't know.
So
That's what they told me.
Yeah, apparently there's a no hair dye rule.
Ridiculous.
I never knew that. Yeah.
I had no idea. No one told me.
If I was asked, I would have said, yeah, there's plenty of people with their hair dyed marching in there, but I guess not.
More government intruding into the man's life.
What happened with the whole gay thing with the parade?
What was
like
the
that
gay
used
thing?
to be it used to be a big issue that the gays always wanted to march in the St. Patty's Day parade.
Really?
And every year it was a giant issue. Like, no, we're not letting it. If you're gay and you want to be in the parade, you got to be in as part of this thing and just be a gay guy marching with this group. But they wanted like the gay group to march, and it was always a big thing. But now that just kind of went away. I think the gays just gave up. Just gave up on it.
They realize
Fuck
how
it.
ridiculous it is.
Yeah. You go in as a gay contingent.
Yeah, well, the whole point is St. Patrick's Day. It's not whether or not you fuck guys.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense, so I guess they gave up. Fuck them.
It's also St. Patrick. The church just doesn't want you.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
it's pretty
it
clear.
really
They
is.
don't want you guys.
Yeah, regardless of, you could say what God's intent is with the gay guys, the church doesn't like you.
Yeah.
You can really just say that. I don't know what God's opinion on gay guys are, but the church hates you. It pretty much does. Not very open-minded when it comes to that.
It's funny how many fucking gay people there are in the church, though. That's
I
what's
know.
really weird. You would figure that they would make it kind of easier on gays.
In my opinion, if you want to take a vow of celibacy, there's got to be at least some confusion as to your sexuality.
Yeah.
If you're saying I think I could go my entire life with no pussy, what's
going
I think
on
you're
there?
denying what you want, and you're in that middle ground of. I don't want pussy, but I better not jump on the cock. Let me
who's
go
that?
become clergy.
Controversial priest. Who's that controversial priest who's really, really popular in Miami? Really, some charismatic young priest. They caught him with a woman, and he's in a lot of trouble because
woman?
of that.
Wow.
So he left the Catholic Church. Yeah, they frown upon that.
Wow, yeah.
They should keep that guy.
And he gave a speech about it. He was like, "Look, they're all gay." He's like, "The priests are all gay. Like it's a huge contingency of gay people, gay people and kid fuckers. That's what it is. I mean, that's really what it is. It's ridiculous that it's even controversial to say that.
I know, yeah, because you say that and you think, oh, am I going to get? But come on, look through history.
Could you imagine if NASCAR drivers fucked as many kids as priests did?
They would shut down NASCAR.
They sure wouldn't be riding
Heartbeat.
anymore, right?
They wouldn't just move them to another state. You're gonna have to race in West Virginia now.
Fucking, the cars, all you'd see is a paint job on them. There wouldn't be one sponsor sticker on anything. Anything.
It's amazing, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that is just a
bunch of pink cars going around in circles.
They can just keep doing it. Wow, look at that. They got a Geiger counter on some kid's head in Japan. They had some kid at the airport, and there's a guy with a big glove
with that
on.
shower head thing they've been fucking just scanning people with?
They scanned his little head.
His little head.
To see if he's radioactive.
Well, they're saying they can't really tell if you've ingested anything radioactive by putting that fucking detector by your head and by your body. They can tell if you've been in a radioactive surroundings, but they can't tell how much you've ingested, how long you've been in the area. I was talking before, it's Shep Smith, Shep Smith on Fox News. He's going to glow in the dark. The guy has been there since it happened. He's constantly right near the reactor.
Wow. Even Anderson Cooper isn't going to Japan.
No.
No, he was there.
Was he?
Well, but
he goes everywhere dangerous.
He was there. No, they had a video.
I think he came back, though.
They had a video of him going, "Should I leave?
Should I get out of here?
Should I get out of here?" Because new info was coming in, and he just broke character. Like, should I be here?
What happened to that chick in Egypt that got beat up and sexually assaulted? Did they release the story of what exactly happened?
You won't see her no more.
Yeah,
I don't know. She just went away.
She got pinched really hard was one of the descriptions.
Pinched in her vagina?
I guess.
I think her nipples. I think they were doing things to her nipples
really hard.
They were biting her tits and
really?
fucking.
Oh yeah.
They said it went on for like a half an hour too.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
That means a few guys.
Isn't there a sick party that hears shit like that and goes like, "Wow." like every
you had the folks listening at home. You had to see Anthony's face. There was a bit of nostalgia in his eyes.
You might want to explain a little bit, a little further.
I would never make light of the horror that this woman went through, and that other women go through when they're being sexually assaulted. But when you just read the story and take the humanity out of the mix, I don't know who this person is. I just know it's female A and male B through Z. Doing things. It's just this twisted kind of perverse, sick, and there's something titillating about it.
You want to bring it down to caveman shit.
Yeah, caveman
there's
style.
No fucking laws or anything.
Doesn't matter.
But it's not caveman shit because it's a suppression shit. You're not supposed to be doing this shit. It's not like a nature shit.
No, it is. You're not supposed to be doing it. It's very bad. It's an evil
nature's
thing.
a one-on-one.
But did we just
fuck you, shoot a load in you, and make a baby? That's natural.
But did we decide it's nature? You know what I mean? Or is it nature shit where you're supposed to just fucking be an animal like that?
Well, there's a lot of that.
Did we
left
decide
over.
that it's not okay?
The real reality of human bodies is that we have the same genetics that they had back when they were running from saber-toothed tigers and fucking stabbing woolly mammoths with sticks.
But we like to think because we've got more knowledge
because we have smartphones that we're different.
We're fighting it.
We're
still
basically
have fighting those monkey
that urge.
instincts.
We call it the perv switch.
Yeah, it's
and
in
some
there.
guys lose the fucking battle with the perv switch.
Well, nature and the perv switch are two totally different things. A lot of the perv switch comes from suppression.
Yeah.
A lot of it comes from this sort of rebounding. It's like Catholic school girls. When I was in high school, those freaks, they fucked like
most,
crazy.
Yeah.
The craziest chick I ever dated was when I was in high school. It was a Catholic school girl. This chick fucked everybody who asked. Anybody who tried to fuck her got to fuck her. If you dragged a dick on the ground across her, it would be like a kitten with a ball of yarn. She would just dive on it. She was a fucking whore. By the time we were like 20, she'd already had 3 abortions.
Wow.
Oh, this bitch fucked everybody.
Catholic girl, huh?
And she couldn't help it. She couldn't help herself. She had a look in her eyes like she was hypnotized.
It was, and it was the suppression of.
She fucked her. I was dating her, and she fucked one of my friends. I came home. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning. They were parked in front of my house, and my buddy was fingering her in the car. And I slammed my hand on the hood of the car. I go, "What the fuck?" And then I got in my car and I drove up. Fingering her in the front seat. This bitch was crazy, and it was all Catholic school. Just fucking wonked her head. Her whole family was everything. Every time if somebody sneezed, there's fucking everybody made the crucifix sign.
Yeah.
A car honked its horn. Oh Jesus! Everybody was.
I knew a family like that, and it was a lot of girls, sisters, and all raised like strict Catholic family. Where when we wanted to go to the movies, we couldn't just pull up to the house. We had to come in the house. We couldn't pick the girl up just by beeping the horn and stuff. Had to come into the house. It's the mother and father there. And then they asked what movie were we seeing, and they would look in the Catholic Digest to see if the movie was rated by the Catholic Digest, and some of them were rated condemned. Like the movie's fucking condemned.
Like the
so we couldn't
Exorcist
say
or
it. Yeah, something like that would be just condemned. So we'd have to say we were going to see a movie that was rated within, the parameters that they wanted. Yeah. And the fucked up thing is we never went to the movies. We go park behind like Leahy Junior High and just fuck in the car and get blowjob and then come home and like we'd have to get a synopsis of the movie and yeah, it was great and time it out right and get home. But like you said, just the most whorish. They would send us up and the parents were oblivious. They thought, because they were raising them like this, that they were perfect. Me and a bunch of my friends would go out with these sisters, because they were all sisters, take a station wagon upstate New York to a cabin that the parents owned, and the parents wanted an equal number of guys to girls. They said, no, you can't go unless there's another guy, which was the oddest thing. It's like, why would you...
That doesn't make sense.
You're just gearing up for a good fuck fest with your daughter. And it was. We would go up there and they would be like, it was. It's a great place. Yeah. Oh, it was just, you're out in the middle of nowhere. No one's going to fuck things up. That was like when you, in your youth, you'd stay up all fucking night. If you were in bed with a chick and like, you knew nothing was interrupting it, you'd stay up all night because you were just like, I don't want this to fucking... This is great. It's like 5 in the morning, the sun's coming up, and you're like, motherfucker, why can't it be fucking midnight again? Yeah. It was just the greatest thing. Then you'd have to get up and go back to fucking not getting laid for a month. It was tough growing up. Fucking tough shit,
I had a 6-month dry spell when I was 19.
Oh.
It was very scary. Very
wow.
scary.
You just kind of come to the thing of like, am I ever going to get laid again?
It's never going to happen again.
It's terrible.
And when I finally got it in again, I lasted a half a second, maybe. And then I was like, is this the rest of my life? Because I was out of school.
Yeah. I'm going to be premature ejaculation guy. Great.
Like, is this what I have to look his life over? Is it really like a John Cougar Mellencamp song?
There was a girl that didn't want to fuck once. I was spending the weekend with her, and we were in our late teens, and the first night, she was like, yeah, we could sleep together and stuff and get all naked and stuff, but I wanted to fuck her. And she was like, no, I don't know and stuff. So I just had fucking mega rod all night. All night. It's fucking dripping crazy glue all fucking night long. Just a wreck.
Turgid.
Pulsating teen penis that I had. It was great. When that ligament is all tight up top, back in the good old days.
Like anime?
It was fantastic.
Was it like anime cock?
You couldn't even push it down like a quarter of an inch.
Jesus.
I think it was just wow. And so the next day I wake up blue balls like a motherfucker. I couldn't even walk. And then the next night we're in bed again, naked, and then she's finally had enough drinking, I guess, where she's like, okay, let's do this. I'm like, oh. Dude, it was saved up now for a whole fucking night of having a rod and not being able to come. And then that, I swear, the head touched the fucking lips and just gone all over. I fire hosed her.
The good news is you're good to go in another 20 minutes.
Exactly. Not even. I don't even think I lost my rod. It was just like, fuck you. You're fucking.
Back in there.
Didn't worry about anything either. No rubber, no nothing.
There's a couple times in my life I've gone 2 loads with 1 rod. It's a very rare occurrence.
Yeah, it's going on here. That's got to be like a brand new girl.
Very excited.
You got to be really excited about what you're doing.
Well, that's not some 20th anniversary shit.
Yeah. That doesn't come with one of those anniversary cards where it's like, I'm sorry I don't tell you I love you as much as I should. I love the apology cards. Those are great. I don't say it as much as I should, but no, I love you. Here, I'm giving you 2 fucking orgasms with 1 rod. Ain't happening.
Liddell's enjoying himself today. Chuck, you have anything to add or what?
I'm just entertained.
He's just happy he doesn't have to wear that goofy hat from yesterday, man.
Can we get back to that video, Ari's video? Do we have someone that
what was that?
Ari's butthole?
It's called
Chuck
Ari's.
Doesn't need to see that.
Shit covered, deformed asshole.
Yeah. Chuck's a sensitive guy. He doesn't need to see this.
No, I wouldn't.
Can we get one of the guys to pop that up for us? Is it right there?
No, it's not here. I'll look for it.
All right. Well, I mean,
So everybody knows about the UFC Strikeforce buyout, right?
What do you think about that, Joe?
It's pretty amazing. It's good.
Exciting,
I like it.
right?
What I like is that these guys are going to get to fight.
Right.
It's like it's going to take a while. They're going to have to figure out. The contracts have to run out on these fighters, and and Showtime and all that, and work all that stuff out. But now all the best fighters are all under one organization.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, you get some of those dream bouts you wanted to say.
Well, the fans always win when that happens.
Yeah. Who are you looking forward to seeing fight that wasn't able to?
Alistair Overeem. I'm looking forward to seeing him fight as a heavyweight. Chuck knocked him out, though, back in the day.
Thumbs up.
Back in the day. That was a great fight. That was a great fight in Pride. That was a fun one, you know? Alistair's a bad motherfucker. He's ever since he got to heavyweight too, he's been doing much better. He's huge now. He's like 260, 255. He's enormous. But he does very well. He won the Grand Prix, the K1 Grand Prix. So as a striker, he's like one of the top strikers, like as far as like, being successful as a striker and as a mixed martial arts guy. He's the heavyweight champ of Strikeforce, and he won the Grand Prix for K1. So that's a big deal.
Shit.
He's the one I'm most excited about seeing. Gilbert Melendez, another one. Nick Diaz.
Fedor, where we at with that?
I think Fedor should be fighting at 205. I mean, Fedor's smaller than Chuck. I mean, Chuck, obviously long-time 205 champion. I mean, you walk around like, what, 225, something like that?
230.
Yeah, that's what Fedor fights at, but fat. And Chuck's not fat walking around at 225, 230. I mean, frame-wise, the guy could be a middleweight, right?
Yeah.
Wow. You see some of the guys like Rich Franklin, a guy who cuts a lot of weight to get down to 185.
Yeah.
Physically, he's probably bigger than Fedor, But Fedor's he's a bad motherfucker, no doubt. But he's too small for the biggest guys in the division. That Bigfoot Silva fight proved that to me. I mean, that fucking giant motherfucker got on top of him and was hammer-fisting him into oblivion. And I was like, like this is a mismatch weight-wise. There's no way. This guy, we got one guy who's cutting down from 285, 290 to get to 265 weight class, and you got another guy who's fat at 230. It just doesn't line up. He's just too. After a while, I mean, in the old days, you could pull that off. But when it gets to a certain point, the competition gets fierce, you have to be as big as you can for your division. You have to be, as in shape as possible. You can't be walking around with a big belly and, it looks great. It's kind of fun that this guy with a big gut was knocking everybody out,
Right.
When he fought Brett Rogers.
Why don't they add a middle weight class?
They should. I agree. I think maybe they will eventually. I think somewhere around, what do you think, like 225, 230? Think that's a good idea?
Yeah, I'm not sure. So they could do that. They do that in
there's some guys that are, there's you see like stand next to a guy like Brock, and you see Brock next to Fedor. That's a different weight class.
Sure.
There's just a different weight class. No question. But then a guy like Cain Velasquez is only about 240, and and he beat the shit out of Brock.
Yeah.
So
nice guy, by the way.
Yeah,
great guy.
We liked Cain.
He's a motherfucker. He's a motherfucker.
Really nice in person.
That guy, they were talking about that guy for years before he broke out onto the scene.
He's got like creepy conditioning for heavyweight.
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense.
Just doesn't get tired.
He outworks like middleweights, lightweights. I mean, he's like the most conditioned guy in the gym apparently.
So he can
he's
a lot of stamina. He could.
Yeah, it's funny. His trainer. They said this after the Ben Rothwell fight. He fought Ben Rothwell, and Rothwell was upset that they stopped the fight. He was just getting the fuck beat out of him. I mean, Cain Velasquez is just all over him. And then Javier Mendez says, "Well, they were probably thinking that the storm was going to end eventually, but the storm never ends with Cain." Just the fucking thought of the storm never ends. Never stops fucking punching you and kicking you until you're
beating the fuck out of your head.
It doesn't get tired. I've never seen a heavyweight that has that kind of conditioning.
Wow.
What about UFC 128? What do you like? We talked to Jones on the phone. He was a cool guy.
He's it's very interesting. He's got more hype behind him, I think, than anybody I've ever seen in the history of the division. Like young contenders coming up, with a limited amount of fights. I mean, when Chuck was a contender before, Chuck was the uncrowned champion before. I mean, everybody always, although people behind the scenes knew that he was going to beat Tito when he fought him. It was always known that eventually one day they're going to have to get him together. So it was like Chuck had so much experience before he got there, but John Jones has only been doing MMA for 3 years. Wow. That's the ridiculous thing. Huh. I mean, he's just gone from the first fight with Andre Guzman all the way through to the last fight with Ryan Bader and never been in a tiny bit of trouble.
Well, they learned on the shoulder, you guys, who had to pretty much learn on your own what the best thing to do, best training, best mixture of martial arts.
It was creative back in the day.
So and it was trial and error kind of a thing, You realize you can't just go in there knowing one thing because this guy's going to come in and fucking put you on the mat and kill you. But now I guess these guys are getting better in a shorter period of time, which will give them, I guess, longer careers.
Well, they see right away when you enter into the sport right now, you see full, complete mixed martial artists, and those are the guys that people are imitating. Like, and kids from now, like there's this commercial with these kids that train at the Tap Out gym. These kids are like 7, 8 years old.
Yeah, yeah.
You ever seen that commercial?
I've seen that shit.
These motherfuckers.
Fucked up, man.
Hitting flying arm bars and high kicking each other, and they're little kids. You know? They're learning MMA from the beginning. You know,
7, 8 years old. Can you imagine? Jesus.
I was there for Chuck's debut. What Chuck was different. The difference between Chuck and all the other guys before him is that all the other wrestlers were trying to take the fight to the ground, and they would get on top of you and pound on you. But what Chuck did was make guys stand up. That was like the first time that anybody ever done that.
I always said, when I came in, when you came in, there's 3 different elements you had to learn. And most people came in with one and learned the other 2. I came in with 2 and had to learn one. I had to learn jiu-jitsu. So, I mean, I had that advantage in the beginning, and I was able to keep guys they were wrestlers striking with me. They weren't comfortable, and plus it puts them somewhere where they're uncomfortable because they're not used to striking. They're not used to being there, and it frustrates them that they can't take me down.
I was there for Chuck's debut, and the funny thing was they found out that Chuck was a wrestler right before he go out. Tell him, John Peretti.
Yeah, John Peretti comes up to me. I found out I was a wrestler before I go out. He's like, if you want to come back, you need to keep this on your feet. So I'm fighting a boxer. I'm like, okay, I'll try.
Yeah, they used to make guys do things. They used to make guys stand like this. This was famous for the Elite XC, that company that went under that was banking on Kimbo Slice and all.
Oh,
that.
right, yeah.
They used to have a ground clock where if you were on the ground for like 30 seconds, a little alarm would go off and they would stand you back up.
They made you stand up?
Yeah, it was famous. Gary Shaw would tell people backstage. They reported on it. They would tell them, keep this fight standing. We want to see a good knockout.
I remember a lot of times I saw when Chuck would fight, which always perplexed me. You'd get a guy, he'd be on his back, and you'd be smashing him in the face, and I'd be like, this guy's done. And then you'd back off and let the guy get up. And I'm like, why are you letting him get it? You fucking have him.
I'll be on top
I want to play with him
and I'm trying to put him away, and I have him hurt. I figure out he's not quitting right now, and I just step back because I figure I can hurt him better standing up.
Jesus.
All right.
It's a calculated maneuver.
I guess so, because I was always like, oh, he's pounding him. This guy's just got him.
He's fighting enough so they're not going to stop it. All right, get back up because I've got him hurt. I don't want to let him rest down there.
You're probably thinking about the Jeremy Horn fight.
Yes, he was laying down there, and you were pounding his face. Yeah, because I guess now he's got to stand up, and now he can't just lay back and worry about. Now he's got to worry about his legs and everything.
Yeah, sometimes when guys get a guy hurt and then they get on top of him, the guy can grab a hold of you and wrap a hold of you even from the bottom and save himself.
Yeah.
And just kind of clear his cobwebs out as first if he's actually standing up with you.
So Chuck was just like, all right, get up, motherfucker. Oh, shit, I'm going to punch you standing up.
Yeah, I got someone hurt. I figure I can hit him harder standing, so get him up. I'm accurate, so.
Well, it works.
So you're obviously taking Shogun over Jones, huh?
No, I'm not. No, I don't know.
I misread what you were saying.
No, I just said there's an amazing amount of hype behind this kid. I mean, the reason the hype is behind him is because he's incredibly talented.
Right.
I mean, I always describe him as like an insect, and not in a bad way, but like, you ever see an ant move like something big? They do it like effortlessly. That's what it's like with this kid. He tosses people around, and he does it like effortlessly. It's like it's weird how strong he is. Like he does this he does this thing where he gets guys in double overhooks, and he flips them through the air where their feet are over his head. It's a lateral drop, but the way he executes it, it's like hardly anybody does that in MMA, and not the way this kid does it. And he does it on high-level guys and sends them flying through the air.
And it doesn't even look like he's straining doing it.
He takes everyone down. I mean, no one had been able to control Ryan Bader, the last guy that he fought like that. Right. He just takes him down, gets on top of him, squashes him, chokes him.
Who do you want, Chuck?
I'd like to see both the guys. I think it's gonna be a good fight. I don't necessarily want it one guy or the other. It'd be interesting to see. I mean, it's a test for Jones, but he's a tough kid. I've only seen a couple of his fights, but he's a tough kid, man.
He's physically so talented, but Shogun's an assassin. Shogun is a real professional. Like Jones got in his face at the weigh-in. It was or at the press conference, kind of interesting. And he got like right in Shogun's face, and Shogun just turned away.
Like, really? I'm not going to play this.
I don't want to deal with it.
I'm not going to look at you. I'm not doing this.
Shogun's been around a long time.
Yeah.
You just made that fight even more interesting.
Shogun's an assassin.
What other fight you like Saturday? Tomorrow, I guess, already. Wow.
What else is on the card?
Uriah Faber.
Uriah Faber and Eddie Wineland. That's a great fight. Eddie Wineland was at one point in time the 135-pound champion, and he's trying to get back to it. And Uriah dropped down to 135. Uriah's a fucking beast at 135.
Yeah.
That's a great fight. What else is on the card?
I don't know. I got to look it up.
The fuck, Ari?
I don't know.
I had one.
I don't know. I gotta look it up.
What else is on the card, Reed? What's that? Oh, yeah. Jim Miller and Kamal Shalaroos. Jim Miller from New Jersey. He's a fucking animal.
Jersey guy, huh?
That kid's a savage. I love that kid. Him and his brother, Dan Miller, and Dan Miller fights Nate Marquardt. There's a lot of good fights. It's a good card.
Yeah.
Where's Dana? Why didn't
He's probably busy with the
hiding?
merger, because they just bought Strikeforce like a couple of days ago. So it's just, I think it came out on Tuesday. Is that what it was?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. I heard.
Were there any differences though with Strikeforce, like that they might have? Yeah, that they might have trouble incorporating into.
Only elbows. They didn't allow elbows.
They didn't allow elbows. Okay.
How do you feel about that? Some guys don't like elbows because they think that it stops fights because it cuts. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, I don't like taking anything out anymore. But I mean, I thought when they took knees to the head on the ground out. I think if you're going to take one out I think they should have left that in and took elbows.
Take elbows out.
Yeah.
The knee to the head. That one, I remember seeing those and just going, well, you don't. But it was great to watch.
It used to keep people from shooting. Though. You land a few of those the first shot, and the second, I don't know if I want to shoot again.
Did I hear that right? Chuck is bummed that they took the knee to the head out.
Yeah, well, you don't know. Chuck fought old school Valley Tudo.
I know.
No gloves. He fought Pele in Brazil in one of those old school Valley Tudo tournaments where they fought in a ring and the bottom rung of the ropes was a net so that you couldn't slide out under. So Pele is stuffed into the corner in the net and Chuck is just smashing him
through the net.
It's one of the most brutal fights ever.
I got to see that. Is it online still?
Oh, yeah.
All right, good. I got to check that out.
Chuck Liddell versus Pele.
One 30-minute round.
Yeah.
Really?
Wow.
30-minute round.
Wow.
Bare knuckle.
Wow. That's just like,
that's soccer kicks, everything.
That's Fight Club shit.
Oh, yeah,
it is.
And it's in Brazil. No
one's stopping that.
His manager was the referee, by the way. I walked out.
Oh, no.
Come on.
What is that? Fucking WWE? What the fuck is this?
Some WWE shit.
Yeah,
you're right.
You want to hear some spooky shit about Brazil? Brazil has a very high rate of infestation of a toxin or a parasite called toxoplasma. And it's a cat parasite. And listen to this shit. There's a parasite that affects rats, and it makes rats sexually attracted to the smell of cat piss. Where they lose their mind, their balls swell up, and they can't wait to get around cat piss. They get around the cat piss, and obviously there's a cat there. The cat eats the rat, so the cat gets it. And then the cat gives it to people. When people touch cat shit, or when the cat shit in the grass, and then, somehow or another people get in contact with it. Well, when it affects human beings, it makes men more aggressive, it makes them jerks, and it makes them more sexually active, and it makes women more promiscuous, and it makes them more sexual. And it literally has infested 66% of the population of Brazil. I mean, if you look at Brazil, you look at their culture, that is Brazil. Yeah. The men are fucking animals. They're crazy. And the women, they all have big asses, and they're all sexual and promiscuous.
Half naked, walking around.
The fucking culture of Brazil is shaped by a parasite.
Based on fucking rats and cat shit.
It's crazy. Not only that, but they're also making a direct correlation between successful soccer teams and higher rates of infestation of toxoplasma because it makes the men more reckless. And
Can they test for this?
They're more aggressive?
Yes,
they can. So they know for sure that people have this.
A lot of people have it. 66% of the population in Brazil. 50 million Americans are infested by it. Especially places, rural areas where there are a lot of wild cats.
Yeah. Hey, oh man, I never heard that.
Pretty fucking nuts, man. But when you look at Brazil, you go, why is this one country so wild and crazy?
Yeah.
It's a fucking worm in your brain.
There's the explanation.
Literally. That's nuts, man.
That is fucking nuts.
It's fucking really nuts to wrap your head around that, but it makes sense if you've been to Brazil and you see like how those people. It's a wild ass place.
Is it as wild as they say? I've never been.
I've been to Sao Paulo. I got slapped by a transvestite. in a car. I was trying to take a picture of him, her, whatever.
Yeah.
She reaches in, smacks me in the fucking face, and starts screaming, and starts shaking the door. And I'm in a car with like 10 trained killers. We're all leaving the Abu Dhabi the tournament. It was Mark Lehman's in the car, Big Country's in the car, and I get bitch slapped. Big Country had a great picture of her.
Bitch slapped by a fucking tranny.
I mean, she just had to make like a face, like this crazy made up face, and she was a tranny. Like they're fucking nuts sexually.
I'm sure the guys let you alone after that, right? They didn't bother you about what happened.
Oh, we were all laughing for days. It was hilarious.
They fucking didn't let that one go.
I mean, she was begging for money or to suck cock or whatever. I don't know Portuguese.
Something
I don't know
Portuguese.
She wanted some form of attention.
Something to do with the cock.
Yeah.
Hey, one more UFC question I wanted to ask Dana, but we don't have him today. New York, what the fuck?
New York's a mess, man.
It should have been done already.
Yeah, well, it's political. You know, I don't know what it is, but everybody knows.
Is it the boxing thing? Is it way too strong?
I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know the root of it all.
Now,
I don't know.
Well, the people that are making that decision, of course, trying to get UFC in New York, would they go to Jersey to check out how it's run and how it's handled? Just
I don't
to get
know.
it.
You know, you would think
a good
so
take on
if it made
Yeah,
sense.
They would have done plenty of that by now. I mean, it's been there enough times.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, we've been coming to Jersey.
Could you
for
imagine
10 years
you guys
now.
going to fucking Madison Square Garden?
Yeah,
One
it would
of
be
these
huge.
days. How
It would
great
be
would that
huge.
be?
That would be great.
And it should be. You know, it
Yeah.
should be. It's all guaranteed. It's all corrupt politicians.
But
That's
last
all
time
it
we
is.
had Dana and it's been a while now. He was convinced it was right around the corner.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's not.
Didn't pass last time. You know, I don't know. I don't know how all this stuff
What's
works.
left? New York and what else?
There's a few other states,
as far as the
right?
They're
biggies.
talking about there was 3 big ones. Was it Connecticut and
We did Connecticut in the casinos, but that's an Indian casino.
Oh, right. Okay.
It's different. you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Right.
Don't have
They
to
did-
pay attention
yeah,
to white
they
man
listed
law.
them off yesterday. I don't know.
But New York, it's
You got
ridiculous.
Boston,
the fact that you have
right?
boxing,
You got Boston.
Yeah, boxing here. It's like
the fact that there's boxing is legal, but MMA is illegal. That's
that-
just ignorant.
We
They
say
don't
that every
understand.
time when you get into the UFC a little bit. It's tough to watch boxing. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It really is.
It is. Although, you know, I do still enjoy a good boxing match because, you know, it's like I like a good jiu-jitsu match. You know, I like watching a good wrestling match, you know, but there's the big picture of MMA where it's all together is more exciting than anything.
Yeah.
That's the
Hard to
big
argue
ball
that.
of wax.
Hard to argue that.
But, you know, like I watched the Miguel Cotto, Ricardo Mayorga fight last weekend. It was a good fight. It was interesting. It was good boxing.
Yeah, but like Ope says, I find it hard to even tune into boxing anymore. It's because you know what, you really don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can get the most boring fucking fight.
It's a
man.
lot
It's
of
like,
boring.
What do you think
come
happened to
on with
boxing?
stop clinching, you motherfuckers.
Too many
Hit
belts?
each other.
That's
When
definitely
we were
part
growing
of
up,
it.
we're all more or less the same age. When we were growing up, boxing was like, fuck.
It was also because there was no MMA back then.
True.
If it was MMA back
Yeah,
then, it would have
yeah.
taken over just like it take over now.
You think Muhammad Ali would have tried some MMA?
He did. He fought
He did.
Antonio Inoki. He
Oh,
fought him
no,
in
that's
some
when he was just
crazy
on his
fight.
back the whole thing.
Well, he
the
kicked the
wrestler
shit
was.
out of his legs.
The
yeah.
wrestler was. That's
It's
right.
a smart move. What do you want to do? Stand up with
You call
Muhammad
that?
Ali?
No.
Would you call that? You call that he was trying MMA?
I don't know. I mean,
that
it was
kind
something
of
different.
That was kind of
you know?
a spectacle.
Yeah, it was kind of a spectacle.
The wrestler just stayed on his back and kicked the shit out of
I
Ali.
think if there was a situation like this now, if it was in the 70s where there was like some guy like Cain Velasquez that was getting real popular and he was a heavyweight champion, and then there was Muhammad Ali who was the heavyweight champion of boxing.
Yeah.
Ali probably would have had to do it. He
Yeah,
probably would
yeah.
have been full. I mean, he's had such an incredible ego.
Yeah, to be the greatest, he would have had to.
Just learn how to sprawl, you know?
Yeah.
Go down the pit, do a little training with Hackelman, work on some techniques.
We're going to take a quick break, and Ari's asshole awaits. It's right there on the screen.
Oh, great.
He's in mid-wipe, so...
You don't want to see it. Jew Clam,
It'll stay with you.
uncensored, online. Google it.
You don't want to see it, really?
Yeah, you do.
You want to see it,
can't-
Chuck, after the break?
You can't unwatch it.
It's not
Remember,
good.
you
Chuck has
cannot
done worse to
unwatch
people.
it.
You're talking about a guy who fought bare knuckle in Brazil. He'll,
Yeah,
he'll check it out.
exactly.
He'll look at some assholes. Go ahead, throw it up on the screen.
All right, more with Joe Rogan. Are you
Wouldn't even
promoting
flinch.
anything, Joe?
No.
Joe Rogan
Here
on
to hang
Twitter,
out.
but you have
I'm just
plenty
happy to
of-
be here, man. Just
plenty
happy
of
to be here.
followers. And Chuck, you promoting anything?
Not really, no.
Just hanging. I liked it. I like when guys just come by to hang. Penn might come by and hang today.
Yeah, we'll see.
You like Penn?
Yeah, very
Penn
much.
rules.
Penn
man.
He's a good dude. I like that guy.
All right.
He was on Fear Factor.
Was he?
Yeah, him and Teller.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you ever on mushrooms
damn,
on
Fear Factor? No, just the weed.
And I
I
saw
never
the
did
weed.
did it on the mushrooms.
You ever done stand up on mushrooms?
No. Yeah, but not real high.
you were coming down from it.
I mean, I can't really
No.
say. I mean,
Yeah.
I was able to talk, so it couldn't have been that strong.
And did I see you on Dave Chappelle doing a street? bit for him?
Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was
I saw that the other day,
Yeah.
an old rerun of Chappelle, and you're like handing out like gift certificates or money or something.
I was
I forgot what
walking
it
down
was.
the street. I was playing at Caroline's, just randomly walking down the street, and
And he
Dave
grabbed
Chappelle
you.
is there with a mustache on.
Yeah,
And I
okay,
go, what
yeah,
are you
yeah.
doing? Hey, Joe, I'm handing out things for New York boobs. You want to be on my show? And I was like, yeah, sure, man. What do I have to do?
Was it buttons or something?
Yeah,
if they had
buttons.
nice boobs?
You got great New York boobs.
Right. And all of a sudden,
so-
Joe Rogan is handing the button to Chappelle's character or something. Like, what are you doing?
He's such an eccentric guy, man. I really wish he would start like really touring. He basically sort of shows up at places and does sets.
He brings a band with him now.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, brings a band with him, some weird bluesy jazz
To
band.
walk away from what he had going is
Not just walk away from
amazing.
that. He's one of the greatest comics of our generation. You
Yeah,
know?
yes.
I mean, there's a few guys that you look at and you go, well, these guys are like at the top of the heap. You
Yep.
know, and he was one of them.
Absolutely.
And he just walked away.
And he had a
from all
really
that.
good gig. It wasn't
Yeah.
like a 2.5 Men situation where maybe creatively you're a little embarrassed, but
Well,
he was doing some good shit.
Oh my
when
God!
I did his show, when I did the Fear Factor thing, he was telling me that they were giving him a hard time. That they would tell him like how many times he could say nigger, and they wanted him to
Really?
stop saying nigger, and they start fucking around because they think they can look.
What
if you're
idiots.
if you got a hit
Idiots.
show and you got a bunch of people that are saying, look, we want to advertise, but we want to ensure that our product is not being misrepresented.
Yeah.
Do you think you could tone down the blackie? Do you think you could figure out a way to get him?
Make it just as funny. Keep doing
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
But do it by those rules.
Make it funny. Keep it funny, but we could fit within these parameters so we could advertise. We'll all make money, and it'll shut up.
Suits, bro.
Oh, they're
Suits.
the worst.
And when you're trying to like figure out what's funny and what's not funny, you can only leave that to comedians. You can't Suits. You can't look at it and go, if I water it down, it'll still be funny,
No.
but then it'll be more lucrative, and let's figure out a comfortable medium, because it won't be funny and it'll piss off the comic. Right. And Chappelle just wound up getting tired of it all.
That's amazing, and the dignity to walk away from that and say "fuck you."
He clearly doesn't give a fuck, because he could be
Yeah.
touring and selling out stadiums, and instead he just shows up at comedy clubs like unannounced.
Yeah.
Fuck it, and does like 5-hour sets.
Yeah, and he's happy with that.
Really, all the time.
We need a Chuck Liddell for these meetings with the suits.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You'll see it our way.
That's oh god.
Chuck's too friendly.
Yeah.
Chuck's intimidating as fuck, but then when you get around him, you're like, God, he's so normal and nice.
So nice.
Yeah,
Nice guy, damn it.
You need some fucking brooding Mike Tyson character that might bite somebody's ear off at any moment.
We have a short list of guys that scare the shit out of us the first time we saw him, and certainly Chuck. It took a while for us to relax around him. Because the first time you came in, you were breathing like a bull and had that look, and we're like, fuck.
Well, do you find yourself more easygoing now that you've retired?
I guess, probably. I mean, it just depends. I mean, I think other times I come in, I had a fight coming up, so I was kind of in fight mode, training.
Yeah,
mode.
yeah.
Training
You don't
mode.
have to be in that.
A little. It's always a little more. I never noticed it, but all my friends always did.
Oh,
I
fuck
just,
yeah, man.
A little more on edge, a little more like, what? What'd you
That's it. That's exactly what scared the shit out of us.
What the fuck was that? Yeah.
We got a couple of those looks. Nothing.
We were in Vegas once, and I don't know the particulars about it, but there was two tables going on. There was our table that was over here, and then there was a table that was next to it. And at our table, Chuck was there with a couple of his friends, and there was some dude. It was like some drug dealer type character or something. I don't know who he was. And then it was some large black gentleman, and the large black gentleman got quite mouthy, and he got
boy.
yelly, and he was screaming in someone's face. And Chuck stepped up around behind his buddy and stood right in front of the black guy and started talking to him. And the dude literally turned 2 shades lighter color. Like, you could see the look in his face. He was like, what the fuck have I gotten myself into? Chuck Liddell is literally inches from my and I don't know what Chuck was saying because it was loud. That's all you could do. But you could see Chuck looking at the guy going like this, talking to him. And the guy was shaking his head, talking at the same time.
Oh, man.
Wow. It was terrifying.
You remember what you said, Chuck, or no?
Yeah, I mean, I just was.
Do you remember the situation?
Yeah, I remember. He had a problem with some small guy. I mean, I don't know what happened exactly, but it was like basically I was just letting him know you're not going to do anything. Just sit down, go back to what you're doing. We can be cool.
The dude's
but
mouth
you're
opened.
You're not doing anything.
Yeah.
You could tell he was having a hard.
any further.
You know what I like about this? This is the nice version where
he was having a hard time getting oxygen to his brain because his mouth opened in the shock because he was all angry and aggro, and he was doing this thing that a lot of dudes do where they get their knuckles above their head and then they come down with their fingers and start pointing. He was doing this, and then when Chuck showed up, the hand dropped and his mouth opened. Well, you could tell he was like having a hard time getting in air. He's like, "Oh Jesus, I gotta stay calm."
Because that's like the worst situation you could be in. It's like, this isn't just any schlep coming over that you're like, yeah, I might be able to take this guy. He's getting in my face. It's like, no, it's Chuck Liddell.
Yeah, and it's not confusing. This fucking tattoo on his head, and the mohawk.
Yeah, you know what you're getting.
And he's staring at you with that 100,000-yard stare.
Yeah. That is brutal, man.
It was funny. We're gonna take a quick break. I just want to see if Penn's here. So
yeah, cool.
Quick break, and he is here. Oh fuck! This show is
Shazam.
All right, just continues. All right. Penn, and is Teller here too? Just Penn.
Just Penn.
All right, we'll wrap up next with Joe Rogan, Chuck Liddell, Ari, and Penn. Stay there.
Let's talk about it.
Now I gotta see that.
Now we got to talk about it on the air.
That sounds great.
So we got Joe Rogan, we got Chuck Liddell, and now we got Penn Jillette in studio. And he already knows what you were going to say live on the air because of his damn Twitter.
The Twitter, they tell you everything, you know.
Yeah,
they talk
really
to you
do.
on the Twitter. They send you stuff, and they said, and I apologize so much. You just, you're absolutely right. Whatever happened is true. I apologize for it.
You know what I just realized? Penn has some parts of his voice sound a bit like Jesse Ventura.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the libertarian parts.
No, there's something about his voice, and I was just thinking, well, what a great combination to be bullshit and bullshit. You know, your show, which is calling out bullshit, and his show, which is embracing it.
Complete
and
bullshit,
loving it violently.
It could be a complete symbiotic relationship.
It'd be amazing.
Just completely cycle it right through.
Talking about thermite paint. Thermite down the trade centers. Really? Did they paint the walls while people were working in there?
Free ball, false speed.
Have you ever seen a crew come in to destroy a building with the work that has to be done before they actually press the button and bring it down? You're telling me they did that while people were working in there and didn't upset one cubicle? Really, Jesse? Well, I was a Navy SEAL. I know. Whatever.
I served my country.
Did you? Glad, proud of your service. No, I didn't. I'm sorry, but that doesn't mean I believe that fucking someone went in with a paint roller with a fucking coyote from the Roadrunner paint and fucking brought down the trade center. You fucking nut. Thermite paint.
What's your Navy SEAL physics and chemistry change?
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. I was a demolition man.
In Vietnam.
Demolition man.
Really?
We played this. We did this like Q&A thing in Florida State University, and it was where the don't tase me, bro thing happened. It was in the actual room.
That's great.
Did you feel it in the air?
And the guy that booked us was the guy that told the police officer, go over there and shut that guy up. And it was great because the culture of tase me, bro, don't tase me, bro, is national.
Right.
But at this particular school, this guy stood up and, the first question of the night, he stands up and 3 video guys stand up with him. And he goes, I want to ask you a question, Mr. Gillette. And I go, sure. And he goes, you did the bullshit show without watching Building 7 go down. I'm calling bullshit on you. The 9/11 was a conspiracy. And he goes on yelling at me. And the great thing was the audience, 1,200 people. Tase him. Tase him. The chant just starts, and it's really hard not to laugh your ass off. And he finished his point. I said, no, I haven't watched. I certainly saw the video, but I didn't watch it in detail. And yes, I've read some of the stuff you said, but certainly not all of it. How can you go on TV without reading everything about it? Then no one can go on TV about anything ever. But no, I am ignorant of some of this. But the whole time I'm talking to this guy in like a standard kind of Q&A thing, the audience, tase him. Just fabulous.
Those 9/11 truthers, some of them are so fucking crazy, you almost wonder whether or not they're government agents designed to make the 9/11 conspiracy look ridiculous.
Yeah,
to make it look silly.
Like Joe Rogan.
Yeah. Really? Some of them are so over the top fucking crazy. witty about it.
I read this thing, and then I haven't been able to find it since. So it's possible when I say I read this, it means I made it up. But the Lincoln assassination, the Kennedy assassination, any big sort of huge tragedy, it seems like 15 years later, 10 years later, you get this whole conspiracy thing that pops up. It seems to be just part of the way human beings deal with things. 'Cause it's so hard to believe that Lee Harvey Oswald, one loser nut, changed the world that much. And it's so hard to believe those 9/11 people did that much to everything, that much.
You believe Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone?
Yes.
Really?
I'm not sure. There's stuff up there, but the thing that convinces me the most is the Luis Alvarez, who won the Nobel Prize physics in like the 60s, who was JFK's really good friend. There's a paper that he wrote in the Physics Journal that just came out in 68 or something. Luis Alvarez, that is very compelling. He does the sound stuff and that kind of things. Although I've heard people very knowledgeable debating this. So
I've heard arguments on both sides that make me lean one way or another, back and forth.
Yeah, but you go back and forth and go,
Depending on what
I
you read.
absolutely believe it's a conspiracy.
Yeah.
Wait, I absolutely believe it was one guy.
What I think about is the emotional thing. I so desperately want to think it was a bigger cause than that.
Right.
That I fight against it a little
bit. I think that's the whole gist of the conspiracy and why people embrace it. It's because you want to feel like you're safer than just a few guys that can do what they did on 9/11. You want to think that it took some massive conspiracy. No, it took a few people that really hate us to do that.
But
and that's it.
Evil is so rare. Evil is so rare. You never encounter it. You encounter people who are wrong all the time. You encounter people doing stupid things all the time. But someone choosing to do something evil is so rare that I don't think we're good at processing it.
Yeah, and I think we want to be part of something bigger.
Sure. It's better to have an evil God than no God to some people.
Right.
It's, chaos is so frightening. And the fact that we're all struggling desperately to do our best and we still fuck things up is to some people a horrifying thought.
Weren't we all under the impression that the White House and the Pentagon and everything had these missile banks that would come up and shoot anything out of the sky that was trying to come toward Washington? And then you realize, no. It's just like any gig that you have, any job you've ever had. Yeah. People just fuck shit up. They drop the ball. They don't listen to the guy next to them. And that's exactly what happened.
But even worse than that, they do the best they can.
Yeah, and that's the best they can.
That's the scary part. There are times when I have done all my homework, all my preparation, been focused, worked hard, and still been a devastatingly incompetent fuck up.
Yeah.
And that's what terrifies me.
Not on the bullet catch. That would be tragic.
The people that don't prepare and don't listen to the guy next to them, that works into my worldview. It's the guy with a good heart, who's smart, working as hard as he can, that then fucks up my life.
Just missed something.
Sure. Doing his best. Doing his best and a better job than I would be doing, and he's fucking it up.
There's something intoxicating about secret information, about uncovering secrets and uncovering UFO shit. I have friends that are just fucking obsessed with UFOs, and they're did you see the newest video? No matter what it is, they just...
There was a great quote from Spielberg, which was just this fabulous quote where he said, "I'm so surprised that with all the video technology everybody carries with them, we're not getting more UFO video."
Yeah.
And I was kind of wonder why that could be, Steve. Let's think about that. Every single motherfucker on the planet has video running 24 hours, and no more videos coming out of UFOs.
No matter what happens, someone is videotaping it. Yet in the 50s, 60s, 70s, we were getting these still photos, Polaroids, UFOs all over the place. Now everyone's got it. The phones are cameras, and we don't see shit.
You don't see much.
You see some great CG work that some people do in their basement. You're like, wow, that looks pretty good. But it looks too good. I've seen a few of those where it looked like a genuine some type of alien flying device.
I think the idea of something from another planet that has to come here in a big metal ship is just so archaic.
Yeah.
If there is something that's so advanced, whether or not they've been around, maybe they're in a solar system that doesn't have asteroidal impact issues, and so they've been allowed to evolve for 1,000,000 years ahead of us. They can probably just go wherever the fuck they want.
Fog bank.
Yeah,
they arrive in a fog bank.
And they look like a tree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I mean, why do they have to be a metal ship?
Evolution is not going toward intelligence or exploration. Evolution is a crapshoot. And you can be very highly evolved, like a cockroach, and not go to another planet. So another million years of evolution without the savannah, without the looking for 3D vision for fruit, without the walking upright, without the campfires, without all of that stuff, you get an entirely different outcome. So you can evolve
if it
forever
goes in that way and it doesn't go to intelligent life. Right, I guess.
But it can also go intelligent and not exploratory.
Yeah, why does interplanetary exploration have to be the be-all, end-all of intelligence? It's like, well, they're so intelligent, of course they'd be able to travel here. It's like, maybe that isn't their thing.
Or maybe they don't want to.
Maybe they don't even want to. Yeah.
I think
there are things that I'm smart enough to do that I don't do.
Because you don't want to.
There are things that I'm smart.
Right.
Even a guy like me, I'm smart enough to do certain things. I don't do them.
Yeah, I bet given the instructions, I could defuse a bomb. I choose not to.
Yeah, I saw Hurt Locker. It doesn't look that tough.
No, you put the suit on, you go in, you snip a few wires, but you know what?
Don't
not
cut
me.
that wire.
It's always not.
Yeah.
Right.
Blue or red, blue or red.
Too late.
I don't know. It probably feels pretty great when you defuse a bomb.
You know what? It
feels
probably
pretty
does.
fucking
I'm
great.
sure it does.
I mean, it feels awful great. awful. Which you know, for sex, a lot of times it's like that. awful great.
Same feeling.
You know?
Hey, Penn, what are you doing in town? We know, but for the radio audience, because you saw something last night.
I saw. Well, we did Jimmy Fallon, which was exciting because I got to be in a room with Leon Russell. And the incredible thing is, we walk over to Leon Russell, just to blow him. He's the greatest guy in the world.
I don't know who he is.
Leon Russell, piano player for Joe Cocker, but he's also just done an album with Elton John. But he played piano for Sinatra, Phil Spector.
Everybody.
Long gray hair, long gray beard. You've seen this guy.
Nuttier than a shithouse.
Yeah, you've seen this guy.
And he's in like a wheelchair with a cane, just being so much
What do you
cred.
mean a cane with a wheelchair?
Well, no, he was in a cane to get to the wheelchair.
Okay.
But he's got this beautiful
Sticking
long
the
white
spokes above the
hair, and
wheelchair.
just crazy. And we walk over to him, and I just go, "Hello, Mr. Russell. My name is Pan." Teller goes, "Hi, nice to meet you." And he goes, "Glad to hear you talk, Teller." And all of a sudden, it washed over me that he knew something about us. And I'm like going, why are you wasting your time watching Penn and Teller when you could be playing the piano? But then I went after that and saw Book of Mormon, Trey and Matt's show.
Yeah.
And I think it might, present company excluded, it might be the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Wow.
I could not believe how it was so, art, the purpose of art is to inspire. And then it gets to a certain level, and it makes you want to give up. You listen to Bach and go, I don't have anything to add.
Am I going to pick an instrument up and really try to be proficient at this?
Yeah,
no.
And, this is so good. It is a moment without even a moment of cynicism. It's pure. It's beautiful. It's just loving. It's funny, and it takes apart religion in a beautiful way, but replaces with that this kind of love and beauty. It's the greatest thing ever. They've been working on it.
That's a fucking
They've been working on it 7 years. And
7 years.
Yeah, and afterwards I saw Matt and Trey and just said I just couldn't. And they, I was so effusive that they thought I was bullshitting them.
Oh, really?
You cross over that
it's
line.
Wait a minute, I think he's fucking with us.
I said, Trey, that's the greatest thing I've ever seen. And he went, oh, I was hoping you'd like it. I said, no, it really was. Because you go, it sounds like bullshit. There's so much Hallmark card shit out there. And I have seen, it's true, I have seen a zillion shows and gone up and said afterwards, that was great.
The episodes that they did of their show where they were drawing, where they had Muhammad, and Muhammad was in a bear suit.
Yeah.
That was one of the most bizarre moments in our culture, that this is tolerated. That this nonsense is tolerated, where you're not even allowed to draw this guy.
The
and
figure
you're gonna, on
Muhammad,
Comedy fucking Central, you're going to go along with that and censor this?
But there's the cartoonist in Seattle who did Draw Mohammed Day, who was put into witness protection, not witness protection, wasn't a witness, but put, underground, changed her name and everything with no money from us. We gave her no money whatsoever. She did it on her own dime, lost, her whole career, which was a cartoonist, which is a hard career to get, and people want that a lot. Took all that away from her because she did Draw Mohammed Day, and people were saying, well, what could the government do? And I said, Obama could go on and say, I have respect for religion, I really like it, I respect everybody's right, but we have freedom of speech here, so I'm going to draw Mohammed. And while I'm on the subject, I have 75 FBI guys who have volunteered to draw Mohammed with me on camera, and there's their name. And by the way, they're all packing.
Yeah.
And they're all happy to do that. So these people you need to go after, too. Because I think you can show respect, but you should not force people to do something out of fear.
Yeah.
And respect and fear are two different things.
Well, they just take it to the deepest level possible. If you even draw our dudes, we'll kill everyone.
We'll kill you.
You're not even allowed to draw our guy.
And that doesn't seem like just some radicals saying that. That seems a little it creeps into the mainstream part of that religion. I don't know.
Yes.
Or at least the mainstream part of the religion isn't saying, hey, don't go killing people for drawing Muhammad. They're like, well, you shouldn't draw him.
Yeah.
I'm not going to kill you, but you'll probably get killed.
Salman Rushdie still has to hide.
Yeah.
He's still hiding. And that was in the 80s, right?
Yeah.
Well, Jan Hirsi Ali, who wrote Infidel, who's I write her email now and again through incredible number of remailers. I don't know what she was.
Really?
And she says stuff like, when I'm in Vegas, I like to come visit you. And I always write back and go, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe you could just see my children and not me. But, I don't know if you read the book Infidel, but it's amazing. Her death threat, Theo van Gogh, the filmmaker in Holland, in broad daylight, stabbed through the heart. With a note that said, someone's going to kill Jan Hirsi Ali. So getting a threat that is pinned on your friend's chest through his heart and kills him, how do you live with that kind of terror?
Yeah.
Just horrible. And she lives with this all the time. I mean, Salman, they've backed off on a little bit, but Jan Hirsi Ali, I was talking to a security guy that was handling her speaking and said, we just finally gave up. When she's going to appear, the death threats are so constant. She was supposed to speak on this cruise, a skeptic atheist cruise, and they just finally said, we can't have her on the ship.
What was her, what is Infidel?
Infidel is her autobiography. She's Somalian, and she went from being religious and beaten by her father, and her clit slit off, cut off and shit, and all this stuff, to being an outspoken atheist with everybody in her family and many people in the world trying to kill her. She went to the Dutch Parliament and so on. And the story of Infidel is amazing because it showed you, do not ask the American military to do something you don't want them to do. They called the U.S. and said, we can't protect Jan Hirsi Ali. She just got this knife. We're scared. We can't protect her. Can you guys do something? And then she writes about how she's in her apartment the day after. Special ops guys from the U.S. just show up, wreck her cell phone, take her out. She can't tell any friends, put her on a plane, fly her to Logan, then get her, a military plane, fly her to Logan, and then drive her to Maine, and then put her in a little hotel where they rip out all the phones and everything and put a guy sitting next to her with an automatic weapon and a guy out front and say, now you're safe. And she goes, no, I want to talk to my friends. I want to do something. They go, our job is just to keep you alive. Wow. We don't care about anything else. And the whole book is, her sitting talking to the guys going, but I need to have some sort of life. And he goes, hey, you're not dying on my watch. Can I go out and get something to eat? I'll send someone to get you anything you want. All I know is you're not dying on my watch.
Yeah. So she just basically outlined, she told the story of her life, and yet that was enough to...
Well, no, she also
criticized the religion.
Being an apostate is the worst thing you can do. It's worse than being us. It is being a member of a religion and then leaving it. And she was a devout Muslim, and now she is an atheist, and you can't do worse than that.
Wow.
And she's a woman, which is another.
That's the first strike against her. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's and she got this award that we got. We got it one year, and she got it the next for this free thought type award. And we had to do this video that congratulated her and kind of gave the award over to her. And I said, we're completely behind you, Jan. Unless by being behind you it means a fatwa is on our heads, in which case we think you went a little too far. And she is also unbelievably hot.
Really?
So she is smart, brave, and sexy. Without a clit. But really,
Yeah,
who needs
yeah,
it, right?
that thing.
That doesn't help me.
But she's an amazing, one of the true heroes of our time.
And you keep in touch with her.
Well, not much. I mean, I don't.
We're never in the same state at the same time. Close to
Don't
each other.
try to get through to her through
But I mean, if you want her on your radio
No, that's
show,
okay.
she will come
We got
on,
Joe Rogan. We're
and
good.
she will come on and she'll do it free, but it is something like $150,000 of security.
Wow.
And then once you have her sitting at the mic, everybody is trying to kill you. Well, actually, they're not trying to.
That's fucked up.
What a crazy fucking religion. Do you really think that the way to combat that is for someone like Obama to get on TV and actually say something like that and draw a picture? I mean, how do you somehow or another calm down that storm?
It's the question is whether you want, and I don't know the answer to this except for myself, which is I won't. But I don't know whether it is better to show respect or whether to stand up against it. I mean, when the Danish cartoons came out and American papers wouldn't print them, I mean, that's a very big decision. And they say they didn't print them out of respect.
But it's fear. There's a difference.
Yes, that's the whole argument.
Yeah.
I mean, if they printed them out, if they did not print them out of respect, that is a defensible position. If they didn't print them out of fear, then we got to rethink that Home of the Brave thing.
Well, you know what? I've seen pictures in the paper of Piss Christ, where it's the crucifix and urine in the jar with the light behind it, and
Maplethorpe, right?
And no, that's
Sarin.
What the hell was his name?
It begins with an S.
Maplethorpe do? Didn't he do
He's like
something
that
like
wacky
that?
guy. Then there was
didn't do that one.
He didn't do Piss
there was
Christ?
the
but it was the same time.
Mary made out of elephant manure. There's another one.
You don't say shit.
But
You're unserious.
Manure. Shit. But they put that in the paper. Now, out of respect for the religion, because they knew Catholics were very upset with this, they probably shouldn't have put that in. But they know that the place isn't going to get firebombed for the most part.
A bit about how you never see a Catholic suicide bomber because none of us believe in it that much. Catholics are like,
I'm not really sure. Right.
We did bullshit.
It's out in my head.
We did bullshit for 8 years. And we were, just last night at Book of Mormon, I had a chiropractor come up and start hassling me,
giving you a little shit,
for that. But it's amazing. People say, why do you guys pick on Christians, and why do you not mention Islam? And the answer is very simply because Christians do not hurt other people overall. I mean, we have abortion. That anti-abortion people have killed some people, and that is unforgivable and horrible. But the fact is that I am able to say whatever I want about Christianity without fear of violence. And one thing I learned on bullshit was incredible respect for Christians. I mean, I go to bat for them all the time because I would get letters saying, it's nice to see you stating your opinion passionately. I believe in Christ. I'm praying for you. And I love your show and you do a wonderful job. Stuff like that. I mean, just if you want to talk about the purity of the marketplace of ideas, Thomas Jefferson's dream, I'll tell you, the Christians in America in the 21st century have got it fucking down.
And
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I believed in my heart that abortion was murder. I don't know if I would have the restraint that so many people have on that. And of all the shows we did, we get asked, who gave you the most hassle? And the answer is the 9/11 conspiracy people.
Yeah.
They're the only ones that showed up at our offices and threatened people there and called people who worked on the show at home.
What do you think happened to Christians to make them the calm Christians that they are today? Just that it's so successful? Because if you go back to the Inquisition, Galileo,
they did go through their phase.
You couldn't even say that the Earth wasn't the center of the universe.
Yes.
They threatened to burn you if you fucking said the Earth wasn't the center of the universe.
I think one of the things that happened to them was the Enlightenment, and another thing that happened to them was America, which is a really, really good idea.
Some girls jumped.
I guess she's engaged.
Oh.
Are you engaged?
Yes, I just got engaged a second ago.
Oh, congratulations. Look at you.
I know.
Oh, man, it's a mashup marriage.
Where's your guy? Congratulations.
Hey, there you go.
Nicole from the Morning Mashup.
Very good. Congrats.
Yeah, weird timing, but congratulations.
That's how important marriage is to them. I know. We're in the middle of talking about religion and freedom and people dying and what happened in America.
Look at the precious. Look at the precious.
She held that ring up.
We all had to pretend that we cared.
And we didn't get the same.
Has it?
We didn't get the same reaction from the guys. Like,
yeah, he was just like,
Also, we were really good at reacting, weren't we?
Hey, congratulations.
She felt so entitled. She opened up the door while a radio show was going on.
Yes.
Had no idea what we were talking about.
Going deep.
And led with
the
her ring.
magic
She
ring.
led with her ring.
Yeah, it came in first.
Yeah.
Precious.
Holy shit.
That was really weird.
I'll tell you a marriage story.
The answer is...
Enough of that. Yeah, take a seat.
Listen to Uncle Anthony.
Yeah,
He's going to set you
I'll
straight.
spin you a yarn about marriage.
It's a little thing called divorce.
Yeah.
and we can even spell it because it's country western music.
We still haven't seen Ari's asshole.
Oh, great.
What are we doing, Joe? You want to see? You want to see Ari's asshole?
Yeah, sure.
Hit play on that thing. What is this called again?
Jew Clam.
Jew Clam. Yeah, you can go to jewclam.com.
No, I think it's already up here. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
Well, let's show.
There
You
it
got
goes.
any sound?
I don't know.
You don't want to hear anything. You just need to see it. Watch. He shows it. He threw toilet paper at him. He's gonna turn and show his asshole as he's wiping. He's taking a shit with the door open.
At color commentary.
This is thank you. It's natural for me. This is the Austin, the Cap City in Austin, the green room, and now here Ari's gonna.
We figured we had it dumb the showdown.
There it goes.
What's he doing? Why?
Oh my God!
He's got hemorrhoids.
You got hemorrhoids, Ari.
I got a piece of shit sticking out of my ass.
It's precisely as advertised.
Listen, I'm not one to sell you a bag of fake things, false bill of goods.
No, this is exactly what it's supposed to be.
Is that it? You think?
Well, you can.
Or we go close up. Oh no, there's too much time left in this video.
We have another minute to go in the video.
Oh, his pants are up. That's not a good sign.
Oh my God, you had girls lick your ass before?
One girl lived it. She was.
Now it's recapping.
Yeah.
I wasn't into it. I was like, this is like licking my knee. This doesn't do anything for me.
His asshole's calloused up.
Yeah, that really is.
Wow, Ari.
He said he doesn't like having his ass licked. It's like,
When it's mid-inflamed, it's bad.
really?
Yeah, it is.
That was a bad one. Wow, you really aren't shy when it comes to things like that, huh?
I thought it was shit sticking out of my ass. I didn't realize that it was an inflamed hemorrhoid. I thought I just hadn't gotten it all the way.
So you wanted a second opinion on the internet?
What's 8 months later all about?
That'll follow you.
Oh, we took a picture of it 8 months later because he wanted to let us know that it's all healed.
Oh,
Jesus,
God,
that looks like Homer's mouth.
That really is kind of disturbing.
Now this is much later. He's going to show you that it's all healed up.
All right,
much better.
Oh, infrared.
That's crazy.
What's wrong with you guys?
We got issues.
We're bored.
Being stand-up comedians, man. Not having boundaries isn't always good.
Yeah, that's true. You kind of do.
JoeRogan.net.
Go off.
So a little advertisement.
Sure.
Let people know where to look at Ari's asshole.
Yeah, well, you got that. Oh, yeah.
And then his big ball bag.
Going on here?
Yeah, Penny's got a huge ball bag too.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, he's
Book
got
of Mormon, one of the greatest works of the
Yes,
of the
yes.
century. But
Book of Mormon.
Right next to
Right up
Joe
until
there.
this.
When does Book of Mormon open up?
I don't know when it opens.
I gotta
oh,
fucking
yes, I
see
do.
that.
Tickets
Yes, I do.
cost $519 for Charlie Sheen.
What?
up to.
Wow.
Sold out New York City shows. What is he going to do?
Next week it opens. It opens next Thursday, I believe.
Next Thursday, I'm going.
You need to go. You need to go.
I'll go.
What is?
It's a play, right?
It's a musical.
A musical.
And a musical, you will actually... Did you like Bigger, Longer, and Uncut?
Yes, loved it. Loved it.
I believe it's better than that.
Whew,
and it's live, and it's amazing.
Team America is the funniest thing. I never laughed harder in a movie than
I believe
Team America.
it's better than both of those.
That's
and I love them
incredible.
both.
That's incredible. Well, why don't they put it out like as a movie? So,
Well, I mean, when you see it, it's the perfect form for it.
Oh, really?
I mean, one of the cool things about it is that it's not a movie. You know what I mean?
Oh.
They're actually doing it. They're there in front of you, and you have all the actors really doing it in real time is great. And, another thing, if we're going to rave about the United States of America, and the audience is just out of their minds cheering. It's as purely blasphemous as it could be, with a humanist, just love everybody point of view, and the audience is going absolutely crazy. If you have any cynicism in you, like everything on Broadway is shit, and they just do this fucking Spider-Man garbage all the time, this will just wash that away. Not only will you love Trey and Matt and everyone in the cast, you will also love everyone in the theater with you.
When you say blasphemous, though, isn't Mormonism in and of itself blasphemous?
Well, not within the Mormon church. But this is blasphemous to whatever supernatural beliefs you have. They are contradicted in this shit.
Have they taken any shit for this?
I believe none, because we're living in the fucking United States of America, where you're allowed to say what you want, and you know something? We really believe that.
Mormons are pretty relaxed about it.
Yes, Mormons are
I've
amazing.
had a bunch of Mormons come up to me and say they thought my Mormon jokes were funny.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I used to do a bit about, the reason why Mormons are against gay marriage is because if someone can talk you into being a Mormon, they can probably talk you into sucking their dick. Like, they have to be careful of that shit,
God damn, Joe.
And I've had a lot of Mormons who come up to me and they think it's funny.
Man.
Yeah,
that is a fabulous joke.
It's true. That's why they're scared of it. That's why they're spending so much money. They don't know. They don't want to all of a sudden find themselves in love with a man and not even know how it happened.
But there you've got a religion that is completely whack job.
Yeah.
In every single way, and yet when you point out that it's whack job, they do not hit you.
Yeah.
They do not threaten you.
Right.
It is astonishing.
You don't have to worry
They don't
that
even
you're
do
gonna get
economic
beheaded.
boycotts, really.
They're very nice
just
people.
Very nice. And they kind of win you over by just such politeness, so nice in every way. Because I've never had a drink of alcohol in my life, and I've never had any recreational drugs, which I know you don't approve of, Joe, but you're so tolerant.
Disturbing.
You're so tolerant about it. And I will go to every
things
doctor.
I could show you.
Every doctor in Vegas is a Mormon,
Really?
Oh yeah, it's a huge number of Mormons. And I'll go in and they'll go through the whole thing and go, "Oh, you must be a Mormon." And I'll go, well, except for that, believing in God thing. We kind of fall down there. Yeah, but you got everything else. Just one little step. It's not one little step.
That's a pretty big
go
step.
from not drinking coffee to believing a guy got golden tablets from Jesus in the 19th century in upstate New York. That's a really big step from
Not
just
only
like
that, he was 14. Who's not full of shit at 14? Everyone's a goddamn... Joseph Smith found these things at 14, and when they said, well, where are they? Oh, the angels came and took them away.
Yeah, he took them.
He had a magic rock, a seer stone that he would use to look through to see these golden tablets to read them.
You just held up your iPhone, which you can't see shit through. Very bad example.
That was a pretty bad example.
He just
tried to do it through the case.
He held up a glowing rock. He said he thought he had a rock, but he could see things, and then he held up something that you could see things in. That's your whole argument.
Almost proving the point that he might have seen something in that.
Well, Joseph Smith's a known con man, too. That's the most amazing thing.
Yeah.
I mean, much like, the guy who created Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard,
was
was
just
a fucking science fiction
mediocre
author.
science fiction writer.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, the whole thing with Scientology. I finally, I had heard about it so much years ago that I was like, I want to know what this is. And as I'm reading it, I thought it was a goof on the religion. I actually thought I was reading a parody of the religion. It's like, wait, this is really it? Thetans and fucking holding on to the sensors, and you have to drink, and there are actual aliens and the battle and the throwing the fucking people into the fire. And what the fuck? Yeah, Xenu.
Yeah.
I was in Germany, and they had a 24-hour camera that was trained on Mecca. And I'm watching this in my hotel room. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's 24 hours. They have this, and there's this building, a square, look like a shed in the center with it's very fancy, and everyone's milling around this center, and they all have the same outfit on, this very traditional white robe, and there's thousands of them, and they're all like one of those ant swarms. They're going in a circle. And I'm looking at this. I'm like, if this was a new thing, if this was something that someone had just invented in Ohio. Ohio, and there was a new religion that just started, and they all had to go around this box and circle it, people would be fucking tripping out.
You're nuts.
They would be freaking out. They'd be scary. It'd be dangerous.
That's the amazing thing about Scientology is we watched it grow. I guess not literally in our lifetimes, but pretty close. It didn't start much before we were born, and it's amazing to be at the birth of that kind of thing, and then to imagine how much more powerful that stuff is if you don't have mass media. I mean, we have video of Elvis Presley. We have film of Elvis Presley. We have audio recordings, and yet you hear people say Elvis didn't do no drugs. I mean, even in with evidence that we trust, people can say Elvis is alive. Elvis did this. Elvis did that. And Elvis was alive during our lifetimes, and people can still make up shit when nothing in the scriptures was written until 300 years after supposed Jesus Christ. You've got to say 300 years and they got everything right, even though we can't get things accurate on Kurt Cobain. You know what I mean? We fuck up and we can write. We can write Kurt Cobain. You know what I mean? He wasn't really that good. You know, we can write that down and remember it. But you know, it's just astonishing. So if it happened present day, I mean, we're seeing the crazy shit of Scientology. And granted, Scientology is not that successful. Both the people against it and the people for it pump up the numbers. But even having over 4 people believe in Scientology.
Wait a minute. You say not that successful. Well, first of all, they're the second largest real estate holders in Los Angeles, aren't they?
Is that true?
They're trying to separate Hollywood so that they can own Hollywood.
Really? They have a tremendous amount of money and influence. And, you know, anybody that's ever tried to criticize them, I mean, wasn't there someone who was trying to write a movie about them, a parody movie, and the guy got attacked, and they threw rocks through his fucking window. They
used to have, I think they used to have some pretty hardcore lawyers that would go after anybody that said anything bad about Scientology. It seems like they calmed down with the litigation thing.
They kind of have to. That's a really, for PR purposes.
That's a really good point, Joe. I mean, when you talk about Hollywood, I think there's a huge influence. I'm not sure, and I may be wrong about this. I'm not sure if in mid-America they have much.
They won't even let them in Germany. Germany is illegal. Yeah, Scientology. They're like, no, we know where this is going.
We've seen something like this before. We've seen the previews.
Get the fuck out of here, boy. Let me go. Master race, rockets from the sky. Yeah. We've been here.
Fuck that. Monsters from the sky.
I mean, nothing is more futuristic or apocalyptic than the World War II scenario.
Oh, I know.
A man who has a vision of a master race, genetic engineering, and rockets flying through the sky, slamming, and then not only that, but the most advanced technology as far as like rocketry and
aviation.
And you think Churchill was that bad?
Crazy shit. It really is.
It really is. How many sci-fi movies have just been based on that whole idea? Is Star Wars? If Star Wars isn't fucking Nazis, the Empire isn't Nazis. I don't know what is.
Yeah, I watched Inglourious Bastards the other day.
Nazis?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Nazis.
Oh, you said if that isn't Nazis, what is? I would say Nazis.
You know what? Put that way, I really did sound silly there.
You ever watch that show Ancient Aliens on the History Channel?
I just got turned on.
Ridiculously stupid show for the most part. Yeah. But every now and then they talk about some interesting shit. And they had Aliens and the Third Reich, and it was all about the Nazis, how into the occult they were, and how into like Tesla's work, and all they were trying to come up with all this, the crazy technological advantages over the enemy. And they were doing some nutty shit.
How they never got the bomb first is pretty amazing.
Just a lot.
Well, because they were spending time on the fucking occult stuff.
On the occult stuff. See,
we were working on real
just
shit.
Explained it to you.
You say that, but if no one was working on the bomb and that occult shit, if they kept working on it and figured something out, well, who the fuck knows what they were up to?
No,
I'm not talking about non-science based. I'm saying maybe some of it had to do with science. What they were doing was some pretty intense, and they were looking like deep back into history. To
Hitler
doing
street magic. Take a card.
They were looking at the Bhagavad Gita.
That's just a thumb tip, sir. With all due respect, Hitler, that's a thumb tip you're using.
It's really interesting how fixated they were on like ancient cultures, and and then the
a lot of the
knowledge,
symbolism was taken from it.
Yeah, well, the whole
Roman
the swastika
Empire
itself, swastika wasn't a
good luck sign.
Yeah.
If you want to build an atomic bomb, and I know you do, Joe, if you want to build an atomic bomb, it's better to go with new technology than old technology.
Yeah, this is true.
The information on the nuclear bomb from 600 years ago, not that good. Not that good. Won't get you there that quickly.
Very true. Unless societies existed at a very high rate many times in the past and been wiped out.
I stick with my original point.
I think so.
I don't think there were advanced civilizations that exist. I think we know pretty much what's happened for the past 50,000 years.
Well, I don't think so. I think not only that, but more recently, they've been showing that there is, in fact, a lot of evidence that there is advanced civilizations that were wiped out. Have you ever studied any John Anthony West stuff?
No, not at all.
Robert Schoch is a geologist at Boston University, and he's one of the main guys that's working on trying to change the ideas of ancient Egypt. And one of the things he does is he's talking about water erosion on the Sphinx. The Sphinx is, this huge structure, and most people believe it's built about 2,500 years ago. But what the problem is, the Sphinx enclosure has massive fissures that were created by thousands of years of rainfall. And the only time they had rainfall, the last time they had rainfall in the Nile Valley was 9,000 BC. So what this guy is saying is that most of this stuff, there's stuff that's from, 2,500 BC, but there's also shit that's probably from fucking way earlier. And there's different styles of construction, very clearly different styles of construction. Zawi Hawass, who's the main guy, the head of the Egypt studies over there in Egypt, and he's the guy, the head of, he chooses who gets to, study things and where you get to dig and what you get to do. He's very resistant to any ideas of predating, the ancient Egypt culture. But this is geology. This is geologists look at this and say, you are dealing with thousands of years of rainfall to create these fissures. There's no doubt about that. This is very clear evidence. And the last time there was that kind of rainfall in the Nile Valley is 9,000 BC.
But that still doesn't get you back, to a ancient civilization that was as advanced as ours, and it still doesn't get you back more than 10,000 years.
Well, you're talking 9,000 BC is more than 10,000 years. It's 11,000 years ago, and you're dealing with someone who can make something incredibly complicated. You're talking about incredibly complicated, massive stone structures that were created back when they supposedly were just learning language. I mean, language is only thought to be 30 to 40,000 years old.
Yeah, but now you're talking about an advanced civilization that still just built something out of rocks. Show me an airplane.
And you're talking
about
what
would be left? What would be left? Though? This is the big question.
Landing gear.
If there was something like a super volcano, and North America was wiped out, and then thousands of years later, they come back here, 15,000 years later, and they start digging through the rubble. What the fuck are they going to find?
How
they're
going to find stone structures?
He'll be here. What are they going to find?
They're going to find that in 2011 there was a guy on the radio that couldn't add 9 and 2 and get 11. that one stupid motherfucker should have probably shut up. He said 9,000 BC. I said nothing more than 10,000 years ago. I'm still embarrassed.
Well, I don't think there's anything left. I mean, you look at those pictures of Detroit.
Flaming hot fucking nuclear piles from their nuclear power plants.
Have you looked at?
How about an iPhone?
One of them. One of them would make it. The iPhone.
No,
one
that
iPhone.
would be gone. That thing would be eaten up by the earth in 100 years. There would be nothing left. No, stone would be. That's the thing about the Egyptian structures.
Big parts of the iPhone.
Get the fuck out of here. Metal? This thing would be rotted away, man. This thing would be gone.
You would have a chip in there.
10,000 years later.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I mean, we were assuming that if there was an advanced civilization...
I bet you $5 that in 10,000 years.
You're on, Vegas boy. I know you Vegas fucks like to gamble.
Now, all we've got to do is live 10,000 years to pay this off.
I mean, if you see what's going on in Detroit, how the nature is reclaiming buildings.
Real quick.
Oh, and Russia? There's been a lot of ancient, not even ancient, excuse me, 50, 60 years buildings in Russia that are like eaten up with trees. Trees are growing inside of them, busting through them.
You look at the surroundings of Chernobyl and stuff where they just
that's what I'm
abandoned
talking
shit.
about.
It looks pretty creepy.
Trees just grow right through buildings, crack through the concrete.
Sure.
10,000 years. We can't even wrap our heads around what the fuck that is. 10,000 years. It wouldn't be much left.
I couldn't even add 9 and 2.
I know. That was.
There's a guy named Graham Hancock, and he's got this fantastic book called Fingerprints of the Gods, and it's all about ancient structures that defy explanation. And most of them have alignments that are they look exactly like constellations. And there's some sort of a connection between constructing these things and trying to recreate what they see in the sky. And that this is occurred not just at one part of the world, but many parts of the world, suggesting that this was something that was done on a massive scale, many, many thousands of years before we thought of, as human history. I mean, they've had to predate a lot of things very recently. There's a structure they found in Turkey, this really complicated stone structures that were like 12,000, 13,000 years old. And you saw the thing they found in Spain. They believe they found what might be Atlantis. I mean, this is like real legit geologists and archaeologists are saying.
But why just stone? And then you're saying what's going to be around in 10,000 years? How about the stone stuff we made?
Yeah.
So will that be around?
That will probably be around.
The
Big
lions
buildings,
in front of the
cornerstones and
in
shit.
front of the library, something like that,
Maybe. I mean, but not much else.
But what you might be seeing is you might be seeing remnants of how powerful slave labor is, too.
That's true.
The problem with that is they don't even believe slaves built the pyramids.
I know that. I know that stuff's out there, but I'm just saying you don't know that the older stuff couldn't have been that. I mean, when you have human life being cheaper, there's certain shit you can do really well, like carry rocks.
Yeah, but the numbers are so huge. I mean, some of those monoliths that they've found that haven't been moved yet, that are hundreds of tons and perfectly cut and fucking enormous. Yeah, there's a lot of evidence that leads to...
plenty of time on their hands. They really did.
I don't think that's enough.
They had 10,000 years.
Yeah. They also had to eat, and they're running around chasing squirrels and shit, trying to hit them with rocks to feed themselves. I mean, if you talk about 12,000 years ago...
You're saying the most advanced civilization are chasing squirrels with rocks?
Well, we're talking about what we're talking about.
Microwave that rotted away in 2,000 years.
That's his point.
Our vision of 12,000 years ago as opposed to what may or may not have happened. If we look back, I mean, we think 10,000 years ago we were basically throwing spears at woolly mammoths, That's our idea of humanity.
Wait, you went from a squirrel to a woolly mammoth? And from a rock to You just went 8,000 years ago?
Squirrels were very big.
I'm big at flipping back and forth between animals.
From squirrel to woolly mammoth.
Well,
that's
whatever you need to eat.
Your new book, isn't it?
Yes, that's the title of my new paper. From squirrels to woolly mammoth.
Yes. From rock to spear. The Joe Rogan story.
Shit we ate while we made buildings.
Gotta dumb it down.
It's a fascinating thing to me because when you look at what's going on with this giant earthquake in Japan and, when you see all these different cataclysmic disasters that happen and then you look at the fucking Yellowstone one is the one that freaks me out the most. The super volcano in Yellowstone is a caldera that's fucking 300 kilometers wide. 300 kilometers wide. It's a volcano that's so big that when it explodes, it doesn't have a peak anymore. It just leaves this big crater and kills like 90% of the continent. It's a continent killer. And it happens every 600,000 to 800,000 years.
Yeah, we got time, right?
Last time it happened was 600,000 years ago.
I think we'll make it.
Yeah, they have thousands of earthquakes there every year. Yeah. Thousands of earthquakes.
God,
they have no idea what's going to happen, whether or not. But if it does blow, there's nothing left. There's literally nothing left, and that's happened many times.
We've got to do something about this.
There's nothing you can. Enjoy yourself.
Stack something.
We just don't need it.
Somewhere out there in space is a 5-mile wide piece of iron that's going 45,000 miles an hour. When it hits, within the first second and a half, it will be 5 miles deep into the Earth. Within the first second and a half. And it doesn't matter. It's a reset button, and we're fucked no matter what.
Reset, yeah?
There's nothing you can do to stop
that. Just another fucking Gulf of Mexico somewhere.
No, the Yucatan.
Another Yucatan Peninsula. And
anything bigger than a fucking rat, it's done.
The rat's got to then evolve into something else. And
how does that happen? In 65 million years, the whole thing was done. Everything was done except for little tiny animals, and then it became this. Elephants, birds, giraffes.
From squirrels to woolly mammoths?
From squirrels to woolly mammoths.
We brought it all around.
You got to bring that around, sure.
It's amazing when you really think about that happened in 65 million years.
But 65 million years is a long time. And that was kind of the point you were making before. It's a really long time.
I find it amazing how long the dinosaurs were on Earth. As opposed to how long we are, and
so does my 4-year-old son.
And see, dinosaurs, they're fascinating. I love it. Little toys at home.
What's really
dinosaurs.
Fascinating is fucking crocodiles, like dinosaurs that are still here.
Still here.
Yeah.
If there wasn't a crocodile, and you saw a movie with a crocodile in it, you'd be going, could you imagine if that thing was real?
Well, that's
like
true.
a monster.
They don't have to fucking breathe
everything.
underwater.
Yeah, that's true for almost everything.
I mean, spiders.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
A praying mantis.
That's true.
Have you heard of praying, and then you see that motherfucker.
Have you heard of the Brazilian wandering spider? You want to talk about a motherfucker of a spider? The most toxic spider known to man. This spider's killed more people than any other spider, and this is how it kills
Was it
you.
one particular spider?
Yeah, the Brazilian wandering spider.
Just one spider.
One serial killer spider.
Serial killer
This
spider.
is how it kills you, with incredibly painful, unending erections.
What?
The toxin from this spider
Wait, from Brazil?
causes
Figures.
nitric oxide. Yeah, from Brazil, of course.
See,
More
again,
crazy shit from
hard
Brazil.
on.
You first, Joe.
Yeah.
You first.
And by the way, they're actually using it as a cure. They're trying to use it as a cure for erectile dysfunction. Because
first,
it creates
Joe.
nitric oxide, a massive supply of it, where your dick, if you survive this, your dick's broken. Because it's basically you redline your dick. It's like,
Blow it out.
and it just, boom, blows pistons through the fucking, through the manifold, and it's done. I mean, it kills people, but the people that it doesn't kill, your dick is done forever. You wrecks your sexual life. You're no more hard
Now,
on.
this comes from biting you anywhere.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to bite you on the dick.
That's
which
right.
would-
You run to the very tip of the
right on the tip of your dick.
It causes
And that's
very
because
painful.
guys try to fuck them.
massive pain in all your muscles, massive pain throughout your entire body.
And the spider's just walking around out
yeah,
there?
just walking. Well, it's a wandering spider, too. It doesn't have like a net.
I'm just saying, who's
It's
got a
not
little
walking, it's
stick?
wandering.
I mean,
Yeah.
a stick with a bandana with his goods tied on
Yeah,
it.
it was
really,
like a
actually
hobo.
8 of them, I guess.
It was really a setup to my point. Why would you ever go in the woods or hike in that area?
Don't ever go anywhere where money doesn't matter. Don't ever go anywhere where
That
money
is a
doesn't matter.
fucking
Words to
ethic.
live by,
That
Lloyd.
is- that is
I went
words
into
to
the
live by.
Everglades once, and when you haven't got, if you've got
putting that on
$1,000
Twitter.
in your hand and it won't help you,
Doesn't
you don't
matter.
want to be there.
Right.
You don't want to be there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Don't
man.
ever go anywhere where money doesn't
The
matter.
Everglades
You
are
can quote me on
so
it.
crazy because people, these fucking assholes, go to pet stores and buy vipers and all these crazy fucking snakes, and they go, I don't want this anymore, and they throw them into the swamp, and now they're eating crocodiles. Have you seen that shit? Have you seen that picture? There's a fucking photo of an alligator that's half eaten by a python.
I don't believe that picture's real.
Really?
Oh, you think it's shop?
I think there was something on Snopes about it, but I might be missing.
We'll have to look into that. But I know, well, first of all, there's a show where they go
But
after
there's
them and
dangerous
kill
shit
them.
in the Everglades.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not going on
But they're not
record as saying there's not
indigenous. They're
dangerous shit.
alien species.
I might argue with you about exactly when civilization started, but dangerous shit in the Everglades, we are brothers on that.
argument there, right?
There's no argument. I don't have any knowledge about when civilization started. I'm re-quoting some people who...
I was lied to by E.O. Wilson.
Who's that?
You know, the entomologist who's the real expert on all ants. E.O. Wilson's the biologist at Harvard, and Cock. And he, I always, whenever I say Harvard, I follow with Cock. And when people say, why'd you say Cock? I say, why'd you say Harvard? It reminds you that every time you hear the word Harvard, you should say Cock. Because then it just reminds you that might not be as important as they think if they went to Harvard. Cock. E.O. Wilson said to me, we want to do a bit on Letterman. Here was the bit on Letterman. I was reading something of E.O. Wilson's about pheromones, right? And that ants would follow the trails. So I thought, here's a boss thing we'll do. We'll go on Letterman, okay? We'll treat his desk with pheromones in the shape of the 3 of clubs. And then we will say we have psychic ants. We'll have Letterman pick a card. We'll force the 3 of clubs. Letterman will show it to the ants. We'll dump them out on his desk. And over the course of the whole show, the ants will spell 3 of clubs. How boss will that be? So I call E.O. Wilson and I go, will this work? And he goes, yes. I said, what kind of ants? We talked to several entomologists, and they're all talking about different species of ants. And then someone says they're in the Everglades. And I can't get entomologists to give me these ants. So I say to one of our crew guys, fuck it. We're going to go to the Everglades, find these ants. So I go with a guidebook and a rent-a-car. And the one thing he tells me is, because he's got such a good sense of humor, is he says, when you go in there, in order to find these ants and dig them up and use them, you can't use any insect repellent. So no DEET, no nothing. So I go into the Everglades, sweating like a motherfucker in a T-shirt and shorts with a shovel and a guidebook to try to find ants that I could put on Letterman. And as I walk into the Everglades, fuck the crocodiles, I get attacked by every species of insect. And I'm, Joe, as God is my witness, swear to God, there were at least 12 wandering spiders right on my dick. It was just horrible and a nightmare. And I was in the Everglades with my shovel and my guidebook to our crew guy, Robbie, crying, saying, never go anywhere that money doesn't matter. Never go anywhere money doesn't matter.
You want to hear a crazy ant statistic?
And it didn't work.
It didn't work
Yeah,
anyway?
I know. The biomass of ants is more than all the rest of life on Earth. You going to give me that one?
No, I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say
Shit.
it's the same the same weight as humans. The amount of ants.
No. All animals.
Really? I don't know about that.
I think
Because
it's
I read it
animals.
recently. I read it
It's
recently.
a lot
of fucking
I read
But
it
was
recently
probably
that it's
Wilson
humans.
that said it. So he's a lying sack of shit.
Ants
He
are
sent me to the Everglades.
Most dangerous thing in Africa. They eat more things than anything. They eat elephants. They climb into the elephant's ear and just start eating their fucking brain while the elephant's walking around.
Jesus.
Yeah, army ants are a motherfucker, dude.
For humans, it's mosquitoes, though.
Mosquitoes are the most because of malaria.
Yeah, because of malaria and because of us banning DDT in the most racist move ever done in history.
Banning DDT is racist?
Yeah. It was essentially saying Americans saying
BET.
We've
I always get that confused.
No, we've conquered malaria in the United
That's a
States.
different kind of bug.
Silent Spring comes out, and we ban DDT worldwide and sentence probably 500 million people to death that could be got by DDT.
The banning the DDT was because of what reason? It was really a racist reason?
It was mostly a book called Silent Spring by Rachel Carson, and about the eagle
person?
Eagle legs.
Eagle legs getting all soft and
probably not true.
That's right, the American eagle.
But if those people were dying of malaria in the USA, I contend that we would not have banned DDT. It's the fact that it was people in mostly Africa and India that we decided to ban it worldwide, which we kind of did. In India, they still use it some. But DDT is a wonder drug. DDT is like the polio vaccine for malaria, and we took it off the market. And
DDT is a pesticide, right?
Yes, exactly. But it really does take down mosquitoes.
What is the
really
bad part? There must be something bad.
There's all sorts of bad.
What's the bad thing there?
There's a lot of bad, but not as much bad as children dying of malaria. It's always a trade-off.
Wow, yeah.
I'm a big DDT fan.
I never would have. I never would have had you as a DDT fan. Tell you the truth.
I wear the hat and I cheer and I paint my face like DDT on certain holidays.
Well, what do they say is wrong with DDT? I'm ignorant about it.
There's a book called Silent Spring that said that it was going to go into our food chain and do all sorts of damage all the way up. Robin eggs were thinner, eagle eggs were thinner, the shells of them, and there was all sorts of damage. Whether that stuff is true, it certainly wasn't as true as they said. Certainly, you don't get anything good without trade-offs. There is some bad about DDT, but 500 million people, you got to have a pant load of bad to let those people die.
Yeah. Were that many people going to die from using it? Probably not.
Exactly. That's the point. But it's very easy to be an environmentalist, hardcore environmentalist, when you are rich and white and living in the USA. When you're not battling Brazilian wandering spiders crawling up your asshole,
biting your dick. Yes.
It's amazing how quickly the rainforest is going away too. You ever watch go to a website that shows you how much of the rainforest we're losing every day? It's terrifying.
I haven't noticed from my house. I just
look
sit
out the
there,
window.
I watch TV.
Cup of coffee.
Same
Same
pine
view.
trees out back.
Get it.
I don't care.
What
am I going to do?
Yeah, the rainforest is disappearing at an incredible rate.
And with the rainforest, a lot of wandering spiders.
A lot of other shit
homes.
too. The fungus, they're finding all these zombie funguses. Have you seen all these different?
Oh yeah, I just saw that zombie fungus that was going right through one of those
ants' heads.
Heads and
controls the ants and rewires their brains.
That's fucking.
But the article that I was reading quite a while ago about the rewiring of the ant's brain had this great sentence in it that said the fungus makes the ant do things no sane ant would do. I just love that our language is so great it can have the sentence do things that no sane ant would do. Hey, Bob Bob's climbing up on the top of the sheep is going to eat him. That crazy motherfucker. There's some sort of thing in his brain. Get him down. Get him down.
We're all reasonable ants, aren't
He's
we?
doing things no sane ant would do. Look at Bob. Now, I know all ants are female. Fuck you. But he can still be named Bob. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, just give me that, Joe.
There's men named Shirley.
Sure.
Bobby.
Right?
Bobby, sure.
Dale?
Bobby the female ant.
Yeah. I find one of the most amazing things is that it's Friday. It's
And
about
we're
a
still
quarter
here.
to 11, and I'm
only
still
you guys
here.
would make us. Only you guys we would stay late for. I'll tell you right now.
You guys usually leave.
10 o'clock.
10.
Really?
Yeah, but you guys are way too good to
oh,
pass
no,
up
it's too
on.
much fun. What are you kidding?
Well, you're talking about what sane ants will do and seeing a guy's asshole.
Yes,
That's a good morning.
that is true.
In the rainforest.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that guy that walked the entire length of the rainforest, the entire length of the Amazon? Took him 800 days.
How about this? How about this
do
guy
that?
that's going to run from pole to pole? They're calling him the Forrest Gump of Australia. I think his name is Farmer or something. He's a guy from Australia, and he's training by running 26 miles a day, a marathon every day. He's going to run 50 miles a day from pole to pole. I know there are problems with running
there
across
are
water,
some kind of.
but he's planning on doing that. And what I loved about this, being a fat guy, it's important to care about this. He has to take in 6,000 calories a day, so he has to. Oh, no, maybe it was 12,000 calories a day. So he has to drink olive oil to get enough calories.
Whoa.
And I'm watching this and going, boy, I hate the idea of running, but that drink of the olive oil is good. So, guys who climb Everest have to eat sticks of butter. You know?
Really?
Yeah. You just can't get enough calories into you. You're burning so many. So if you're running 50 miles a day, one of your big problems is getting enough calories, and the way to solve that is by drinking olive oil, which is very sexy.
Oh, man, that's got to make for some nasty dumps.
Just to run from pole to pole
Greasy
to say
dumps.
you did it. Who gives a fuck? What is that nonsense?
I agree.
I'm
I don't know,
gonna
50 miles a day.
show the world.
That.
They'll shut up then. They'll leave me alone then.
seems
Once I
so
run pole
silly.
to pole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But how,
There must
everything
be.
is. Everything is.
There must be some crazy motivation from childhood.
He's doing
wedgies that just will never get out of his mind.
He's doing some sort of charity thing. He's raising money for, I think, something that's undeniably good, like fighting cancer or something. But he's not doing it just to.
For the DDT.
I want to get New Jersey.
He gets
kids
to the pole, and right when he gets there, a polar bear eats his asshole. Just comes running after him and just starts tearing his asshole apart.
But
right when they have
12,000
cameras on
calories
him.
a day.
It's a lot of food.
12,000 calories a day. Yeah.
That's several pizzas.
Iraq, how do you get that?
Oh,
see, because we make fun because he's a little chubby.
Oh, the chubbiness. the
Yeah,
fat.
he's okay.
He's looking for a comeback right now.
Yeah, he's searching. Believe me.
Well, he's just going to
But
take
eating butter.
Yeah,
that part of
that's,
climbing Everest I'm okay with.
That sounds
As a matter
all
of
right.
fact, the list of things that I like about climbing Everest, eating butter.
Eating butter.
It's on the top of
End
the
of
list.
list. No, that's the
Yeah.
end of the list.
Oh, that's it.
There's nothing else. Think of something else good about climbing Everest.
Seeing
Wiggling
the
your
bodies.
toes every step so they don't fall
Freezing
off.
cold.
Not good. Freezing cold. Not good.
freezing.
Not being able to breathe. Not good. Falling to your death. Not good.
What about seeing all the bodies, the hundreds of bodies that
On
are
the
left
way
up
up.
there?
Not good. Or you put it on the
there.
positive.
Not
That could be
negative.
kind
Okay,
of cool.
negative. Good. That's negative for me too. But I just didn't want us to get into a little
But
thing
how
about.
old does a dead body?
From the
You don't wanna
internet,
see-
it's
you don't wanna-
positive.
What's that?
From the internet, it's positive. When you're there in person, it's like, what am I doing?
How old does a body have to be before it's cool to look at? Like, if there's some explorers from the 1800s
Yeah.
and there's their encampment and that's where they died, you look and go, all right, that's kind of cool. If it's someone last week, you're like, body.
With the North
Here's
Face
the
jacket on. Fuck
definition of
that.
Too soon.
Yes, too soon.
Too soon. Too soon to look at a dead body.
Too soon to look at the dead
If the
body.
gear looks
but-
old,
I think it's
you're-
once the
you're-
shit
you're
smell
in.
goes away, you're okay.
The first guy
Shit
to
smell
ever
goes
climb
away.
Everest.
Rule of thumb.
Rule
I
of
like
thumb.
that.
For
Rule of
all
thumb.
too soon. For
Yeah.
all too soon. Any joke you want to make, once the shit smell goes away,
That's it.
go crazy. You're in.
Now
What did you
it's
guys
okay.
think about Gilbert Gottfried getting in trouble for tweeting all those?
Yeah, the
things about
Japanese things.
Japan?
I'm from the school of thought, as they say. Anything. I think anything should be able to be said.
But there are
consequences.
There are no bad guys in this. Aflac is an insurance company.
Right.
Being edgy is not an upside for an insurance company.
No.
You know, I'm very good friends with Gilbert, and I talked to him a lot about this. And I didn't know they were 75% Japanese.
Amazing. Who knew?
But when Gilbert made those jokes, and everybody forgets this, Gilbert was making those jokes before he saw the future. You know, we didn't know on that Friday how terrible it was going to get.
Right.
And there is a certain line there. So Aflac did exactly the right thing, and so did Gilbert. You know, you have to say, when you are as brilliant as Gilbert, it is your job to society to say anything that pops into your head. Now, without Twitter, that doesn't happen. Because without Twitter, he doesn't get to say it until a week later when he already knows shit. But none of us, and I don't mean in entertainment, I mean in the world, know how to use Twitter yet. So it's a nutty situation that Joe, just while he was talking to us, sent out to 1 million people something that I said. He could have made a mistake there.
I was going to, but I forgot what your exact quote was. Don't go anywhere where money doesn't matter.
Yeah.
When we're done here, I'll do that.
But I think you've got a situation that's horrible with no bad guys. It's, once again, you don't see evil. It's not like the Affleck guy said, I want to stop all freedom of speech, fuck him.
Right.
He was like, oh man, that's really bumming some of our customers. We got to stop it.
Yeah.
And, you know, Gilbert...
Good take.
Gilbert did not say, I have no respect for people who are suffering in Japan. That isn't part of it. I mean, as Joan Rivers said, and it's, you know, she's exactly right on this, there are many, many ways of dealing with grief.
Entombing the reactor is a last resort. This is the next thing they're talking about when it comes to this.
Oh, so there you go.
Fucking so scary.
10,000 years from now, that's what'll be left.
Yes, a boiling
but not
nuclear
really,
core.
Not really that much more scary than the tsunami and the earthquake. I mean, the tsunami and the earthquake will kill more people than the nuclear thing.
Yeah, but the tsunami and the earthquake, when they're done, they're done.
Well, no, they're not done.
This fucking thing is a half-life of 20,000 years of shit.
They're not done, they're done. They're moving the whole continent inches, noticeable amounts. They're not done, they're done. There's bad shit that happens everywhere.
Well, I'm definitely not doubting that, but I'm saying that this is a scary thing, this not being able to shut down nuclear power plants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This scares the fuck out of me, man.
I was wondering about Japan moving. How far did they say it moved?
8 feet?
8 feet.
8 feet.
Was it that?
Is that going to fuck GPS up where it's gonna tell you to turn 8 feet before you're supposed to?
But look at the bright side. You're not going to be driving in Japan for a while.
No, no, absolutely not.
That's something you don't have to worry about.
Just get a driver while you're there.
The satellites have no clue that anything moves. They just have a grid.
But there's a gap in the ocean floor that's 50 miles wide and 270 miles long, where the epicenter was.
And is that where Godzilla is?
Wow. Yeah, that's what's going to come out of there, man.
Because I mean, if we were ever going to get Godzilla, this is the time.
This time it's got nuclear stuff.
I think we've shown that Godzilla's total bullshit.
What is this U.S. evacuation region? What the fuck is that?
That's where no
US
American soldiers or citizens are allowed to go in. Our zone's a little bigger than the Japanese one. They're like, nah,
we're not believing their zone.
Yeah, we're not buying that zone.
But I don't think. Don't worry, we're not evacuating San Francisco.
Well,
yeah,
that's the weird thing when you see online these cloud fucking scenarios.
Oh, they were showing kind of where radiation would go, picked up on the jet stream and dumped on the North Pacific. Yeah, that's
not good.
That's a little odd.
That's a little.
But I think it's supposed to be just a minuscule amount, just a little radioactivity.
Well, there's a lot of people that believe every time you go through the X-ray thing, the new thing at the airport, it's fucking up your DNA.
Yeah, but I think those are people that are politically motivated, possibly.
They said in Hong Kong right now, which is however many miles away, you're getting the exact radiation of 1/100th of an X-ray.
Oh, see,
that's we could take that.
Yeah,
you had a thing at the TSA recently. I was reading about that.
It wasn't recently. It just showed up. It was in 2002.
Really?
I was against TSA before it was cool. A guy, you know, was grabbing my what did the guy say? The guy was grabbing my cock,
junk.
filling me up. No, it was junk for that guy. But for me, what you always do at TSA, what I believe is if anything goes wrong, you ask for real police. Because real police hate leather sniffers. You know, they hate guys playing police.
Right.
Whenever you have a confrontation with a mall cop, you know, a fake cop, if you get a real cop in there, the dynamics always go to your side.
He's on
unless
your
you know
side.
you're doing something really egregious. And so I went through, and this guy just said, hey, don't do that. And he started giving me some attitude, and I said, call the police. And he said, no, we don't need to call the police. You've done nothing wrong. I said, no, I haven't. You have. Call the police. And he said, no, you don't have to call. I said, no, that's my right as a citizen. Get Metro in here. It was in Vegas. And then the real police officer says, you were grabbing his dick? And I said, I don't care. Really, anyone can grab my dick. You just have to ask me beforehand. I require dinner, anything.
Right.
I'm not homophobic. I don't care. Grab my
let me
cock.
know you're going to do
it. I also care a lot about the Constitution, a lot about freedom. So it's a weird combination.
You
I
just
don't
put
need
out
to
a
protect.
very strange invitation,
I don't need to protect my cock, but I'd like to for the sake of my country.
Right.
So my cock is a patriotic area. It's not. I'm not afraid of anything.
So do you think he was grabbing your dick just to humiliate you?
No. Yeah. It was just because I showed a little attitude. Imagine me showing a little attitude.
Oh,
He
no.
must have misinterpreted something. It must have been just I had a belch or something, and the look on my face looked like I was contemptible to him.
And in 2002, if you questioned anything, you were unpatriotic. That was the height of fever.
Oh, my
You know
God,
what they did, though? You know what the final thing they did was? Is after I did this little... And I tried to do it very politely and through proper channels and stuff, through the police officer. The TSA person in Vegas called up and said, Penn, we don't want to have any trouble with this. When you're going to fly somewhere, you just let us know, and we'll get you through without going through the security.
I'll see.
And I went, no, I don't want special treatment. It wasn't about me. It was about the idea of it. As a matter of fact, you're much more welcome to feel me up than the elderly ladies and the children who you're frightening to death. I don't give a fuck.
That is the worst.
But
when
it's
you see
amazing.
old ladies getting stripped, they get
why?
filled up and their arms stretched out. Like, come on, this lady's shaking.
She can't even hold her arms out.
Hunchbacked.
She doesn't know what it means.
Yeah, it's just horrible. But that's that's what they do. And the reason I didn't, the police officer said, I saw this, he was acting wrong, you can go with a lawsuit, is I felt it would come across as this fucking Vegas magician thinks he's special, doesn't want people touching him.
Sure.
So I didn't want to come off
Like,
as
that's
that
not
kind
the
of guy.
point,
But
right.
I want to add to this that I've never taken that special treatment. I turned them down.
Yeah.
Because it just seems so fucking wrong. It's like, oh, you can go on TV, you can complain about this, let's take you through the special line. Now, I also don't know if that offer is available anymore. I don't want people going crazy and saying there's a special line, people never get checked. I don't even know if it existed. She could have been bluffing all of that. I never found out.
You should go through it with like
one
layers and layers of clothes on, sweating like a pig. Looking.
But I mean, it's
knows what's behind that
security.
door.
It's security theater, and I think everybody knows that.
It really is. It's there to kind of make you feel like they're doing something, but things slip through all the time.
Yeah, didn't they just have a thing in the Post? But it was the Daily News or the Post. And They showed knives and shit. They just snuck
knives.
through.
Guy brought a box cutter on the plane, and I think because it was for his job or something, and he had it in there, and he's the one that said, like, look, I didn't mean to have this. And they freak out then. Oh, well, come on out. You got to come out. It's like he was fessing up to the fact that he had it on him.
We also have the point that they put pilots through that shit. The pilots go through.
Yeah.
And the pilots, they have a way to do it. Once you're the pilot of the fucking plane, you don't have to worry about nail clippers.
You really don't have,
Well, do you remember that guy in Egypt, the pilot that fucking took the plane
crashed
down?
the plane,
He's screaming, Allah Akbar.
Yeah, he crashed the plane. He laid a hammer over the co-pilot's head or something and just decided, that's it.
This is it.
I'm going in.
Time to wrap
the
it up.
problem is, once you're going to kill everybody, including yourself, in the plane, hitting a guy in the head with a hammer, not that bad.
Really not that bad.
If you're looking at what you're going to do
You're committed.
on the way to that, that's
Unless
okay.
it's
Once you brain
foiled.
him, though, that's a commitment.
You don't want to change your mind after that.
You can't
worse than saying no in improv.
There's an amazing story of a freight line. It was FedEx or UPS, one of the airplanes, using one of those L-1011s, and a guy wanted to kill himself, get the insurance money for his family, one of these old gags. So he flies on the jump seat, has a hammer on him, and goes into the flight deck and just starts beating the shit out of the pilot and co-pilot. And one of the guys got up, and they were major league fucked up in the head, like bleeding on their brains, and grabbed this guy. And as they're fighting, the guy pulls out a knife, he's stabbing one guy, and the pilot, who's also semi-conscious, just starts rolling the plane over. And now the co-pilot and the hijacker, at this point it's now a hijacker, are flopping from the ceiling to the floor of the plane. He's trying to knock this guy out using acrobatics with the plane.
Holy shit.
Finally got him to the point where the co-pilot was able to hold him down, and they landed the plane. They both wound up with really horrible head injuries and everything, but landed the fucking plane and thwarted the guy's attempts to crash the plane. An amazing story. I saw it on one of those minutes before disaster shows.
That's crazy.
Yeah, unbelievable.
How many people in the fucking main cabin got fucked up landing on their head?
It was a freight. Yeah, it was a freight. It was a freight thing.
plane.
And some of the freight was coming out and smashing these guys. And the way the story was told was just like, oh my god, that's horrific.
The way the story was told was like they had to fill cable television hours.
Yes, exactly. And I was right there watching.
Recreation.
I love a good recreation.
I know that way. That we have 800 channels. They're running 24 hours a day. You try to fill them up, motherfucker.
I love them. I can't get enough.
We got to get out of here.
Watch everything. Yeah, Ron and
Fez starting in like 2 minutes.
Beautiful.
You guys can stick around for Ron and Fez.
Hey, they love people.
What are the plugs? Joe Rogan, you could just
nothing.
Podcast, tweeting that.
Follow me on Twitter.
We're at
see tomorrow night. Chuck Liddell, anything? Just hanging. Ari, anything?
At Ari Shafir.
All right, Pendulum.
We're at the Rio Wall Street Hotel Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, and Teller's show Play Dead is at the Player Theater, and you guys should go.
I'm finally going.
Fucking play.
Didn't Jimmy see it?
Yeah, Jimmy told me I got to go now.
Jimmy saw it, said it was amazing.
Well,
I'm really
I'm going to go check it out.
What is Play Dead? What is it?
Play Dead is a show that Teller wrote and directed at the Players Theater, and it's like an old-fashioned spook show where you're in the dark and it scares you, and it's also funny and thrilling, and it's a really cool show.
And where's it at?
It's at the Players Theater.
Where's
it's right
that?
here in New York City.
Oh, okay.
And it's great. It's great. It's a one-man show by Todd Robbins, but Teller wrote it and directed it, and it's not really a one-man show. There's a lot of people sneaking around in the fucking dark. But now Teller's going to yell at me. No, it's a one-man show. No one's sneaking around in the fucking dark. There's no one sneaking around in the fucking dark. It's a one-man show. He's doing it all himself. Yeah, except for the people sneaking around in the fucking dark, you retard. But yeah,
it's an asshole all the time, man.
And he doesn't even do drugs.
No, it's amazing.
Thank God.
So far, it's just so far. There's still hope.
Yeah,
I
you
might
never
go
know.
get fucked up with you right now.
That would be amazing.
There's hope for the world.
We're going to start our weekend, man. Pendulum, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure just fucking checking
guys,
this out, man.
absolutely. A lot of fun.
See you guys
And
Monday.
go see his fucking show.
All right, we will.
Why am I introducing these buffoons? I'm William Shatner, goddammit.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Good fucking morning.
Hi, everybody.
We got Joe Rogan. He's here already.
Right off the bat.
And I think we already did 20 minutes of radio. we should have recorded that.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
We should get
where that came from.
Yeah, and we should get the plug in because we're going to just start rocking here. Fear Factor starting Monday at 8 p.m. on NBC.
Fucking A. I've been watching
That is awesome.
The ads they put the trailers on TV. Holy fuck! It looks like they completely threw out any rule book or any restraints. It looks insane now.
I wish I could tell you one episode that we did that may not air because it's so fucked up that NBC, they've watched it for weeks and they still can't decide whether or not it's going to air.
Can't figure it out.
Yeah. I may or may have not watched someone drink animal piss, and that's not even the worst. That's not even the worst part. I may or may not have. I may or may not have. I can't tell you. I cannot neither deny nor confirm.
Yeah.
But that's not even. I can't even tell you what I really want to tell you. During the break, I'll tell you.
Just let it slide. Just let it go.
No,
not you. I mean NBC. Just fucking air it.
It's too fucked up. It really is. Yeah, I'll tell you why. We'll discuss it.
Could it be on a DVD someday?
Yeah. Well, it's on my phone, so it's eventually going to get somewhere.
Did it happen at Penn State?
No, but it could have.
Is it an eggnog challenge?
No, but it could be.
We should do eggnog challenge
Yeah,
for
we
Fear
should.
Factor if you're interested. We can get Pat from
Munaki's still around.
Oh, fuck yeah.
But we need Pat Duffy too.
Yeah, that lunatic.
Was that guy still around? You don't hire him anymore, do
we
you?
just saw him recently at the Hard Rock.
Well,
is he still brushing his teeth with dog shit?
He'll do anything.
What a crazy fuck.
What he did was
amazing. Why don't we show him the video?
Amazing.
We just did a live broadcast for Thanksgiving at the Hard Rock Cafe.
And he did something there?
Well, he'd be good on Fear Factor, wouldn't he? A guy like that?
Yeah.
God.
You guys were at the Hard Rock in Vegas?
In New York. And
I wish.
and you know, the lawyers have kind of shut down a lot of our shit, unfortunately, but we're still doing a fine radio show. But we decided to do a mashed potato eating contest. Kind of lame, I'm not going to lie to you. And then Pat Duffy, who happened to be in the audience, there he is on stage.
Oh my God, Chug's puke.
Yeah. Well, watch this.
Some guy had puked his own potatoes into the potatoes.
Oh no.
What you're about to see is he's going to go for this guy's massive, they were huge bowls of mashed potatoes, and he puked a lot into his mashed potatoes. And then Pat Duffy wanted to just come up and say hi hi to everyone because it's been a while.
It looked like it looked like gravy.
God.
Yeah,
His stomach bile was brown.
It's a quick video, and you know what? He wanted to wish his father a happy 60th birthday, Joe. You can understand this.
This is so repulsive.
Well, if that was my boy.
Right. We're only doing this because you asked about Pat Duff.
The volume?
Well,
oh great, no volume today.
You need a beverage or? Wait, he's got a cup.
Oh no!
That's mashed potato cue. No, that's mashed potato
This kid doesn't give a fuck.
Oh, it's stringing. It's stringing, hanging down.
No, he just took his scoop of the mashed potato cue.
Damn it.
Joe looked away.
So repulsive.
Whoa. Rogan, who has seen everything, has looked away.
This is hard to watch. This is really hard.
That kid takes it to another level.
Yeah, he does.
He's still thirsty though.
You need to.
No,
he goes back.
Oh yeah, he has to go back for a second scoop.
Can you watch that yet?
Second scoop.
I can't watch it. It's so bad.
That's truly terrible.
And he's not done there, Joe. The video's almost over. He goes in for a third scoop, and then you get to see what the mashed potatoes really look like.
Oh my God!
Oh,
Jesus!
God damn it!
He keeps going.
Yeah, he does. He does.
What is wrong with this fucking guy?
You should get him for Fear Factor.
No, he's a ringer.
Yeah, he's a ringer.
No ringers.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You can't have ringers.
Definitely.
Well, I would like to see though. There's some things that we did that I know even he would gag.
You think?
Yeah. There was a time when we made them drink blended maggots. We had and it wasn't just a little bit. It was like a fucking big gulp full of blended maggots. It was so rough. It was so horrible watching people do it.
Did you take a sip just to see
no,
what? Not even take.
No,
Fuck
not
that.
interested.
You're not that guy.
I don't need to know that it sucks.
You don't need to know.
I know it sucks.
The host.
Yeah.
The fucking
I thought it was
host.
the
He
host.
doesn't
It's a
do that
fucking
shit.
disaster.
I thought as the host you might want to like partake.
But you need to know there's guys like Pat Duffy out there. We all grew up with that one kid that just will take it to the next level.
Do anything.
We've been doing this a long time. He's the king.
Oh, he's the monster.
Pat Duffy is the fucking king. There's no one that comes close to the shit he's done.
Baby Bird. Imagine how many fucking people would willingly do that.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that. That was the greatest moment of any radio show I've ever been a part of, without a doubt.
I don't think
when that kid leaned over that garbage pail and had fucking Pat from Woonaki unload in his mouth a cartoonish amount of puke.
Yes.
It was cartoonish. Remember? It was a goddamn broken fire hydrant. It was just unbelievable, the volume.
So repulsive.
And that was a tradition, and unfortunately that was shut down.
They shut that down?
Yeah,
the lawyer shut that down?
They shut that down.
Because somebody died in California doing a water drinking contest, and then no one in the fucking country can ever do them again.
No kind of like eating, drinking, anything like that. Socking, fucking.
Right.
Isn't it amazing that you can die from water?
Yeah, that is fucked up.
Who knew that?
It's so,
If
needed.
you hold that shit in. I mean,
Apparently it's happened with like fraternity pledges.
Sure.
Yeah. People don't realize,
What happens? What you drink too much water? What's the biological?
I think it gets super saturated in your system, and then it can just come out into your brain. You get like some kind of fucking it could absorb into your system, but then it just like comes out of your bloodstream.
Isn't that fucking nuts? When you think about when you talk about drugs, they always talk about the LD50 rate with his lethal dose for 50% of the population.
Right.
What you don't realize is most of the shit you take, like salt. Go eat a pound of salt. You're fucking dead. You're dead. But meanwhile, you sprinkle it on your fries, sprinkle it on your burger.
It's poison.
You eat a pound of that shit, you're dead
And
as
that's
fuck. You eat a little bit, you're fine.
How close do you think you've come to eating a pound?
In your whole life?
Well, I don't know, just in a weekend or something when you just went crazy.
Well,
with
you'd have
salt.
to do it all in one sitting.
Yeah.
It's not a weekend. It's like within an hour. You'd have to somehow or
There's
another
some
eat
salty
a pound
shit
of
out there,
salt.
though, man.
You're eating poison all day, man.
Yeah.
Like fucking, bananas got potassium in it. If you eat fucking potassium, you're gonna be dead.
Yeah, eat too much of it. Have too many aspirin, you'll fucking die.
Yeah, but
the water thing makes you a waterhead, is what Kevin from Connecticut is saying.
Somewhere around 10,000 people die from, I believe it's aspirin and caffeine. The aspirin and caffeine overdose in this country alone. It's like 10,000 people.
Caffeine? I didn't know caffeine could do it.
Yeah, now you're freaking
Kills
us
people.
out.
Yeah.
It's like fucking.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you could die. You ever heard of people dying from those rip fuels? Do you remember
Really?
those?
Oh yeah.
Well, they don't have the same ingredients anymore. I think they took out the really hard shit. I forget what the fuck it was called.
I don't remember either. But
Oh, remember that shit? Yeah.
there was a kid on Long Island that
diet
died from that
pills.
shit.
Yep.
People would love to. Girls were taking it. Diet pills.
Ephedrine?
How much coffee
Yes,
am I?
ephedrine.
How much
Thank you,
coffee
sir.
am I allowed to
It's a
have?
good question. I was
Now
just saying.
you're freaking me out with the OD.
I had
and
some this. I
caffeine.
mean, I have a cup here this morning, but which I will drink very lightly. But I took like 2 weeks off of coffee.
Yeah.
It was the first time in my whole life I've ever done that.
Headaches?
No,
Flu
I
symptoms,
did,
like they say?
I did when I was writing my book, and when I was writing the book, I was drinking like 5-6 cups a day, and then I took a couple days off and I had headaches. But this time I didn't have any headaches. But when I took like 4 days off, I had a cup after that, and then I was like, whoa, like it really hits you. And then I'm
Yeah.
like, man, I'm just used to this shit. Like this can't be normal to be used to this heavy duty stimulant. So then I just took a bunch of time off, and what I was amazed with was how much energy I had throughout the day. Like
That's
I
what
didn't
they
need a
say.
nap at the end of the day. It was like I
Yep.
was even.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, but I still wanted the coffee. You still want that charge,
You're
like a
still
little
jonesing.
junkie.
They say that though. You get your energy back if you get off the coffee.
So
Yeah.
you're not crashing.
Right.
I don't
Exactly.
I don't
So
deal with that.
what I did is I switched to
Water.
tea. I started drinking like herbal teas. So it's just I just wanted a warm liquid, you know.
Right. Does it work?
I mean, it's okay.
As far as
It's
the
the same
craving
thing.
goes?
Yeah, sort of.
right.
You know. And then you
Stick
get
to water
decaf.
all day.
But decaf still
Okay.
fucks you.
Why?
Yeah, decaf sucks.
Decaf still has caffeine.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Sucks.
Yeah.
I
That's
drink
not
that
a
at
lot.
night. I drink it at night. I didn't know.
Really?
Caffeine.
Well,
yeah.
you probably drink so much coffee that it's just like you could probably drink a cup of coffee and then take a
No,
nap.
regular coffee I can't. I'm a very bad sleeper.
Really?
It keeps me up. Yeah.
You drink a lot of coffee during the day.
Yeah, I
right?
do. I leave 2 or 3 cups. Now it's not as many.
Just
as
in the
it used
morning
When
for
you're
me.
doing
no.
radio or like even when I'm doing my podcast, I feel like I need a little something to just get
Something.
me fucking really fired
You
up.
just
and
need
get
something
going.
to just sip the whole
yeah.
time.
And you
Fucking
know,
Marys.
you need a little bit of a stimulant.
Yeah.
You know, you're
Yeah.
talking and thinking, and you know,
Well, you do a little, you know.
well, that helps too. Well, that, I
Gets the
took a little
mind
of that before I
going.
got here. I'll tell
I
you
do
that.
the opposite.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
my basement, drink.
What's that?
I do
Drink?
the opposite. I sit in my basement and start the webcast, and I'll just start drinking, and by the end of it, I'm just like, yeah, I'm sick of the fucking phone calls yet. Just no thought process, just completely sloshed.
And you sit there with your chick, and you guys get hammered together. It's
Yeah, we
hilarious.
get
You start
into
arguing.
arguments and shit.
It's like watching the Days of Wine and Roses.
Hey, that shit was in Stacker too.
Oh,
What's
right.
that?
That's
Yeah,
right.
man.
Ephedrine, right?
And we were big fucking advertisers for Stacker too.
Oh, really?
And they
It's-
had to change the ingredients in there.
Yeah.
Ephedrine, you mean?
Yes.
I don't know what the
Ephedra.
ingredient
Yeah,
was. Maybe it
ephedra.
was.
You remember when people were on that fen shit?
Yeah, and it was fucking their hearts up.
Ooh,
it
I
was
know
to
a
lose
girl.
weight, right?
I know a girl who lost like 40 pounds. She got hot. She was like a little chubster, and then all of a sudden she got on the fen, and everybody's like, "What the fuck?" Like it was quick, man. It was like a couple of months.
That can't be good for you.
Yeah, oh, it's terrible for
Can't be
you.
good
She got
for
off that shit and
right back up.
right back up.
Blew right up.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I mean, she was just fucking hitting it at the
It's
red
like-
line all day.
It's like fat flowers for Algernon.
You know how when you're on the highway and you're in your Shelby and you hit that fucking red line before you change gears?
Yeah.
That bitch was living there. That's what she was living. She was just living there all day.
Oh man, that's a tough place to be.
Drinking Diet Coke and taking fen. Just fuck the heart.
Yeah.
Fuck the heart. I want some good dick. I want some quality dick. For once in my life, I don't want some fucking sacrifice dick.
Some chubby chaser.
Yeah.
Why the fuck don't you live on the East Coast, man? We
I wish I did.
We don't get to see you enough, Joe.
Listen, I love you guys. I listen all the time, constantly, all day.
And we listen
Whenever
to the
I'm in my
podcast.
car, unless I'm listening to the news, this is what I listen to.
And I check out the
Or unless I
podcast.
want to get angry. If I want to listen, I listen to like, right-wing talk radio and see fucking idiots.
Who do you listen to?
Oh, whoever's on. There's a Patriot station on XM Sirius.
Yeah.
Patriot
It drives
radio.
you nuts.
It's fucking great. No, I mean, it's just you need to know that there's actually people like that out there.
People, people was saying to me, they're like, "Why don't you fucking call Rogan out and being such a lib?" It's
I'm
like
not.
he's not fucking. If you know Joe, he's not a lefty. He's not fucking
You're
a
in the
righty.
middle,
I'm
right?
more of a,
He's
I'm
like
more of a
libertarian,
Republican
but-
than I am a liberal.
Yeah, exactly. But it's
With
more
gun
of a,
laws and a lot of different things. I'm much more of a Republican.
Like, people think I'm completely right wing. That's not the truth, man. I love abortions.
Yeah,
Go for it, ladies. You like the Occupy Wall Street thing, though, right?
I'm fascinated by the rebellion. I don't think it's really focused.
We will crush your rebellion.
Most of the people that are involved in this, I think, are just there for the party,
right?
You know, and they're happy, they're angry. Like, did you see? There's a great video of Peter Schiff. You know, he is that fucking Wall Street genius, and he's down there talking to these guys, and he's got a big sign that says "I am the 1%." Right. And he's in a fucking $15,000 suit.
Yeah.
And he's like, come on, ask me questions, and they come over, and he just tortures these poor fucks because they really have no business. There he is. They have no business talking to this fucking super genius financial wizard, and these idiots are like, why do you need to make $100 million? Well, couldn't you just live on $40 million? He's like, I employ 120 people. How many people do you employ? And they're like, it's because of us that you should really listen to it because it's really kind of hilarious. He's playing right now.
9%. Maybe see if we can find some common ground. It's not capitalism.
Look at a big
that has
sign
failed
on
them.
I'm the 1%. Let's talk.
Corporatism.
Nice
it's
suit.
Crony capitalism. It's fascism. That is the problem. Capitalism is the solution if we can only fully embrace it. Anyway, we got a few
Meanwhile,
people
this guy's
around
been
here.
calling out
who
all
in
these
particular would like
assholes in the
to
banks for
address any of their
years.
grievances.
Right. Fucking genius. This guy's
Imagine compassionate capitalism. Is there such a thing? Could there be such a thing?
Well, it's the most compassionate system I know, by definition.
If you make 100 million,
This is my favorite.
imagine how many jobs could be created if you just made 50 million.
But what you're forgetting is, if I make 100 million, I had to create a lot of jobs to make that money. That's the point. When the capitalist is
there's
making
a
money,
thing called greed, and the problem with
we all greedy. Everybody.
No, we're not.
Well,
you cannot say that we're all greedy.
Yeah, the ambitious
You
people are
cannot-
greedy.
Well, don't you want
are
things
greedy.
for yourself? You don't want more. You don't want better things for yourself.
We
Better life?
all doing. That's the problem. Some of us are simple people. We just want a place to live.
Yeah, we just want a place to
some
live.
food in our refrigerator.
And capitalism
We just want to take care of our kids.
capitalism is the best way to get those things. I mean, you're standing here, you're not naked, you have clothes on. The people that made those clothes did it to make a profit. And to make a profit, they had to make clothes that you can afford.
Do you think that socialism is wrong?
It is wrong. It's absolutely wrong. But first, I employ 150 people. I employ 150 people, right? I've created those jobs. How many jobs did you create? How many people did you employ?
How much money have I given you?
But you haven't given me anything. But I've created 150 jobs.
Wait.
I'm writing paychecks every week.
I haven't given you anything.
What do you?
Everybody in this park has contributed to your fat ass bank account.
How do you figure?
In one way, shape, form.
How do you figure that?
You know something? You need to open up your mind.
Were the people in this park? Were the people in this park working 20-hour days, or when I started my company in my one-bedroom apartment? Were they there? No, they weren't.
I'm quite sure they have been. Where do you stand concerning our plight?
This guy's great.
I feel.
Where do you stand concerning our plight? What does it mean?
What does that even mean? I didn't want the government to bail them out. That's not capitalism. Capitalism would have let the banks fail. A lot of people on Wall Street would have lost their jobs if we had capitalism.
Do you see this as a left-wing movement, or do you see this more as a populist, apolitical movement?
Well, I think that people, especially young people, have a right to be pissed off. One of the problems people want is the forgiveness of the student loans. Why are there all these student loans? It's because the government guaranteed them. If the government minded its own business, then nobody could get a student loan.
Well, there's never been a monopoly without government involvement.
No, but my point is, if it wasn't for the government, college would be cheap. The tuitions would be low. It's only because the government subsidizes it and guarantees the loans. But who gets the shaft here? It's the kids. The colleges get all the money, and they stick the kids with the bill. They graduate with these worthless degrees with $100,000 or more in debt, and they can't get a job. And if they get a job, they're paying massive taxes. They're paying Social Security taxes to support a generation.
Yeah, don't fuck with a financial genius when you're wearing hemp clothes.
It's so fucking good. He just takes balls to go down there. I've been down there a bunch of times and fucking.
What's it smell like?
Pretty bad. Like the old
Pretty goddamn bad, Mikey.
like the old school Grateful Dead shows.
Really?
As
Parking lot.
opposed to good.
But you nailed it. I mean, the fringe people are all freaks. You want to you peel them away and see what this really is about.
That first guy was the classic attitude. This attitude that, why should you have this when all I want is a job and food on my table? It doesn't work that way, man. It doesn't work that way. You got to go get that job.
Get it.
Yeah, the system is absolutely fucked. Knowing that, go forward.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the game. Here's how the game works.
Right.
It's fucked up. It's rigged. There's a lot of holes in it. But you can get a pot of gold at the end. You just got to figure your way through the fucking funky maze.
When you're playing Monopoly, no one gives you the hotels.
Yeah, well, absolutely, though, he's right, though. I mean, and it would have been crazy if all the banks failed. It would really have been nuts. It would have been madness. But really, that's what is supposed to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is supposed to happen that way. I don't understand finances enough to comment on all that shit. But what I do know is that the guy like that first guy, that's a big part of this movement. This idealistic, hippie, socialist sort of attitude that is just fucking ridiculous. All we want is food on our table and... Man, who's going to provide that?
And by the way, no, they don't. Because once you have the food on your table and the shelter and the clothes,
then you want better
you'll look
food
at somebody
on
else
your
with
table.
a nice car and go, hey, I want a nice car. And I want this, and I want to take vacations. How come he gets to go on a boat and do this?
Well, that's human nature, of course.
Yeah, of course it is. And it doesn't work in socialism.
Right.
It doesn't work. In capitalism, it works, but it's not a guarantee. I don't know how these people are confusing your constitutional rights with the opportunity to make something of yourself in this country. It's not a guaranteed right.
What would happen if the banks did fail though? Like I don't know the answer to that.
It would be a huge change.
Yeah.
Like that would make big change. I don't know.
The thing is,
direction.
you would lose your fucking money. That's what's really scary.
Yeah.
Hell, I want FDIC.
Yeah.
We're not a bank, Jerry.
I'm here getting gold. That's all. I have all my money in gold. I have a buddy of mine who bought his son a fucking gold brick for his second birthday. Got the kid a gold brick. This is the start of his collection. Like why don't you get him gasoline and bullets? Because that's what he's going to need.
A gold finger prop.
Who are you going to sell that to?
If it ever gets to the point where you need gold, that gold's going to be fucking worthless.
Yeah, worthless.
Because someone will take it.
Someone with a gun.
It just won't mean anything.
Well, how the fuck did everybody agree on gold?
Right.
Out of all the weird shit to agree on worldwide, one fucking rare mineral.
Do you know the
just
answer to
takes
that?
precedent.
And for quite a while. It's not
I know
even like
the off-shelf answer.
It's not even like they decided recently.
Yeah.
Like gold has been fucking gold
10,000 years.
For years. Like people just decided, and we still look at it like, yeah, that's the shit. It's
Well, do you know
shiny.
the craziest explanation for that? Is by Zechariah Sitchin, who was a biblical scholar and a linguist who studied the Sumerian text. And the Sumerian text is one of the oldest written languages. It's in cuneiform. It's from Mesopotamia, Babylon, where
the cradle of
Iraq
civilization.
is.
Where it all began.
We think that's actually moving further back now, but because like they just found a fishing line and hooks and tuna bones from 40,000 years ago, so they know that people were going hundreds of kilometers out into the ocean and catching fucking tuna 40,000 years ago.
There were probably some badass looking tuna.
Could you imagine? Yeah. Could you imagine what kind of line did they have?
Where'd they find that?
They just recently have discovered this.
It was probably tuna that would walk up on the fucking shore and punch people in the face. They'd be raping their wife when they came home.
Come home, your baby's getting eaten by a tuna.
Where do you think that smell came from?
There's a tuna shitting in the yard. Can you go kill it?
So this guy Zechariah Sitchin wrote these books about the Sumerian text, and his deciphering of the Sumerian text is like very, very controversial, and a lot of people say he's crazy. But what he says is that the entire human race was created by aliens, and that what happened was there's a planet that's in an elliptical orbit that comes between Mars and Jupiter every 3,600 years. And these people, human beings, were created because they took their DNA and merged it with monkey DNA and created this advanced slave to mine for gold. Because they use gold they suspend gold in their atmosphere to protect their atmosphere, because they've lost their atmosphere, just like our atmosphere is slowly eroding because of modern machines and industrial society, and pollution. Their atmosphere is already eroded, so they suspend gold particles in their atmosphere, and it sounds completely retarded, but if you stop and think about, like, why the fuck do we like gold? Like, and why has it been that way for so long? Well, if we were, like, genetically engineered to mine for this shit by aliens, sounds stupid. But then you realize that this guy wrote this book in, like, the 1970s, and they didn't figure out, there's like a symposium on climate change in, like, the 2000s, where they were battering around ideas for how to combat, the erosion of the atmosphere. And one of them was suspension of reflective particles in the atmosphere. And this is like, no one knew this in 1970. We didn't even have that issue in the 1970s.
Right.
But this fucking guy wrote this book about this.
But let me ask you a question. Wouldn't a civilization that had the ability to genetically create something that could think and mine have the ability to mock a particle?
Yeah.
Or to
we can do that, alchemy really exists. You can turn lead into gold. The problem is it requires fucking nuclear engines. I mean, it requires nuclear reactors type power, and you can only get a tiny amount of it from a large amount of gold or from a large amount of lead. It's like, it's not efficient at all, but it is physically possible.
Yeah.
You can develop small particles of gold from lead.
God, I just imagine an alchemist with his mortar and pestle sitting there with a wizard hat on.
Imagine a bunch of Jay-Z records in the sky. Okay, you talk. I don't know.
We don't know. We don't know shit, is what it comes down to.
Well, we don't know shit about human civilization.
We don't
that's
know
for sure.
shit.
We don't know shit about how long people have been around.
Right.
There's a new thing that they found recently called Göbekli Tepe. It's in Turkey, and it's at least 12,000 years old, which is when people were supposed to be wearing animal skins. We're supposed to be hunter-gatherers and nomadic people. And they found this huge stone structure with fucking, 19-foot-high stone columns that are perfectly cut and animals that are carved into them and don't even exist in that country. They have no idea how these fucking people built this, who built this, why they built it. And on top of that, it was intentionally covered up. So someone 12,000 plus years ago covered this whole fucking thing up. They built this massive stone complex of huge circles, and they don't know what the fuck it is, why it was there. Some guy just found it. He was a goat herder. Yeah, I believe it was the 1990s that the guy discovered it. He was just herding goats.
I wonder why, though, it's always very mysterious and stuff, but it's made of stone all the time.
Yeah.
I would like to see something made out of some kind of really fucked up material.
Right.
And that would be like proof positive.
Yeah. Well,
because
the stone is the only thing that exists.
But it always leaves that element of, you're like, all right, people could have done that here.
Yes.
But if you see something like from Star Trek with a big monolithic fucking made out of some type of metal with symbols on it, you'd be like, all right, that's fucked
or
up.
Or false teeth and a dinosaur mouth. Just something.
Well, have you seen those things they find in, like, Egyptian pyramids where they find, like, little model airplanes? Have you ever seen those?
Yeah, yeah. And then you think, it could be a bird.
Yeah, but it has a rudder. No bird has a rudder. It has an upright rudder that doesn't exist in the animal kingdom.
I've seen that. That is pretty weird.
It's fucking amazing.
Or maybe they just understood flight to a certain degree, or understood what the aerodynamics would be.
Right.
I just stated something really obvious.
Understanding flight is nothing compared to understanding how to build a fucking gigantic, perfect complex of 2,300,000 stones, all cut. Literally, the tolerance has to be like micro-millimeters in order to get it perfectly to meet at the top.
That is crazy.
Well, that's insane.
You ever see some failed pyramids that just, they didn't quite, they started fucked up at the bottom and they get up top and it's like, we're flat. It's like a Frankenstein pyramid.
Well, the conventional wisdom is that those were the first pyramids, but there's a lot of people that believe that that's not the case. That in fact, what happened was there was a great civilizations from 30, 40,000 years ago, and then massive ecological disasters, whether it's a meteor impact or something happened, killed a huge percent of the population, and then people lost all that information and tried to rebuild these pyramids, and that's what the shitty ones are.
No shit.
Yeah, the shitty ones they believe are actually the newer ones.
Right.
There was a big rat in front of the new pyramids. They were non-union.
Big rat instead of a sphinx. It's a fucking rat. They can't even wrap their head around how those people built that shit 2,500 BC,
How do they reenacted it too? I've seen shows where they kind of think they can figure it out.
Guesswork. One professor will say this, another scholar will say that's not the way. There's some scholars that say it wasn't, that they were actually made out of concrete, and that they made a concrete a form of, that these were actually cast.
Right.
And that there's a lot of evidence to support that, too.
But it's amazing
Without
that we
Italians there? Come on.
It's amazing we can't figure out how it was built still.
Well,
with all the
there's
shit we're doing.
a massive amount of evidence that people have been around a lot longer than we think they have.
I believe that.
But this tuna thing, finding these 42,000-year-old fucking tuna bones and hooks and line and shit, like, what?
Dude, match the hatch, dude.
Caveman Bobby.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because I think as they find more stuff, you realize that people have been thinking and making tools a lot earlier than we thought.
Well, I had this guy on my podcast. His name is Graham Hancock, and he's written a bunch of books about this stuff. He spent his whole life studying it. He's got a book called Fingerprints of the Gods, and it's his assertion that somewhere around 10,500 BC, there was something happened, some massive ecological disaster, some massive, whether it was a flood or there's a bunch of different theories to whether it was melting glaciers. And it coincides with the end of the Ice Age as well. The end of the Ice Age happened really abruptly. And it killed a bunch of species almost instantly, like woolly mammoths and saber-toothed tigers. They find them dead, like thousands of them all in a field. And they have no idea what killed them, no idea how quickly they died. Because if a bear dies in the woods, there's nothing left in a couple of weeks. All the bones get chewed up, the flesh gets eaten by other bears, they cannibalize it. And it happens with almost every animal. So when you get a place where there's thousands of bodies, something fucking happened. And they don't know what that something was, but it coincides with the melting of the glaciers that covered North America. North America 10,000 years ago was covered in over a mile-high fucking sheet of ice. Most of North America was under ice. And what people don't know is when that ice is moving, it's like a fucking eraser. It's grinding everything. It's moving a couple feet a year, and it's a mile high, and it's crushing everything in its path. So any buildings, any construction, any computer you leave behind, that shit is gone, man. There will be no evidence other than the stone.
That is amazing.
Pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, it is. I didn't realize it was only 10,000 years ago.
10,000 years ago, there were saber-toothed tigers in North America.
And it took so long to build up the ice to that point. And then relatively short period of time to pull back again. And the stuff it left, though, when you look like in Central Park, all those giant boulders, that's directly because of the ice
The Great
age
Lakes.
dragging, the Great Lakes.
You ever fly over the Great Lakes? I've only flown over once recently. We did a UFC in Milwaukee, and we flew over Lake Michigan. I was like, holy fuck, that's an ocean.
Yeah.
It's a goddamn ocean of water.
We used to take boats across there when I lived in Western New York. It's giant. An ocean. Joe Rogan is right.
Used to be a giant fucking sheet of ice, and that's like a little puddle that's left.
Right. Yep. Wow. Long Island itself, if you look at the geography of Long Island, the North Shore being very rocky, very deep water, and the South Shore being very sandy and shallow. Into the ocean. It was directly because of the receding ice just pulling everything back. It's fucking
We can't even
amazing.
wrap our heads around that.
And the time frame is just insane.
But
it's like, what do we spend? 75, maybe hopefully 80, 85 years on this planet?
Yeah.
It's fucking nothing. You're not seeing shit.
Well, have you heard the black hole they just recently discovered that's 21 billion times the mass of our sun and 10 times larger than our solar system?
Could you give me an example I can understand?
Wrap your head around that. A black hole 10 times larger than our fucking solar system.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And that's nothing.
That's crazy.
And that's not. If that
that's
disappears, the universe won't even notice it. We didn't even find it until recently. Like, oh, look at that. Look at that little silly thing sitting there, eating up fucking galaxies, sucking galaxies down its maw.
Does this shit freak you out, Joe?
Yeah, sure, definitely.
You really study this shit. You know.
I got too much free time. When I have too much free time, that's when I start really going into this stuff. And
but it doesn't seem like this knowledge and pot would go together.
Really? Why is that?
I don't know.
It's perfectly.
I think it would
in
just,
sync.
I think it would just freak you out.
That paranoia thing might
I
get
think
you.
it would just freak you out.
If you start thinking too much about something. And
I think paranoia is a good
enormity
thing.
of things. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I think a lot of people walk through life with blinders on, and I think one of the things that marijuana does is it makes you realize, like, oh my god, I'm like a fleshy little water balloon of fucking blood and tissue.
I'm amazing goop could work like a machine. Like, we're just goop.
Yeah.
Yet we work like a machine.
We're so
It's
fucking fleshy.
It's fucking amazing.
I've got this back injury that I've been dealing with. I pulled a muscle in my back a few weeks ago doing jiu-jitsu, and I can't train. I go back and I'll like work out a little bit, then I'll pull it again, and I'm trying to like figure. It's just you realize how goddamn feeble you are. You know, even MMA fighters. George St. Pierre just blew out his ACL. Done for like a year.
Is it really?
Yeah. They canceled the Diaz fight for Super Bowl weekend, and now Condit is going to fight Nick Diaz for a interim title. Yeah, we're tissue.
What was he doing when he did it?
Wrestling.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've had both of mine done. It's common. Your knees just are stupid design.
You could drop a fucking ant from the top of a building, which would be equivalent to, skydiving from the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And they'll just hit the ground and walk away. And
Yeah.
It's like, why do we have to be so fragile?
What the fuck are they made
What the
of?
fuck do
Can
we
you
have to be so
imagine
fragile?
that?
I want an exoskeleton.
That would be cool.
Someone was describing
mass to gravity
LSD to
ratio.
me. Someone was describing LSD to me, that LSD, if you, on a molecular level, it's so potent that it's like an ant that destroys the Statue of Liberty in 30 minutes. That's how potent acid is on a molecular level. I don't know if this is true. I don't know what the real numbers are, but someone told me that you could take like a fucking milk gallon full of acid and throw it into a reservoir, and everyone in whatever fucking town you live in, everyone in whatever city, New York City, whatever, just be fucked. Just fuck a milk gallon full of acid.
That's it.
Just chuck it in. I have a friend of mine who accidentally poured acid. You know Yoshi.
Yeah.
Yoshi.
We all know Yoshi.
Yoshi accidentally poured acid in his eyes. He didn't know. He had a friend had an eyedropper, and it was acid in the eyedropper. And he was in the guy's bathroom, and he was searching around for shit. And he, opens up this thing. Goes, oh, he's got a little eyedropper. I got a red eye. I'm gonna put it in there. And he drops. He goes, I go, how much did you put in? He goes, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 drops. Jesus Christ!
What
right
happened
into
to
his
him?
just
you
fucking
gotta be
gone for who knows how long.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Insane. Yeah.
Oh, hey, Joe. Russell Peters, say hi.
Do you want some anal porn? He works in the porn business.
We know.
We've gotten some gifts.
We know Yosh.
Yeah.
He's always
Great
giving you
gifts.
those gaping videos.
Yeah, and then you accidentally get a few Joey Silveras in there, and you're like, I'll look at these later.
How did we go from
we're
Yoshi.
we go all
we
over
went
the
from
place.
Egypt to
He's the link.
It's just just all that stuff. And a lot of people call it pot talk and shit like that, but
It's not. It's
just-
thinking.
It's thinking.
Yeah.
It's wondering, where you came from, what it's all about. I was thinking about how vulnerable we are as a being, but then how amazing we can be at times, just in something so silly as you ever get very proud of yourself when you drop something and move your foot out of the way at the last split second as to not crush your foot with something and go, I didn't even have to go like, all right, something's falling. I better move my foot out of the way. I'll move it to the right. I'll pivot it on my heel. It's just automatic. You don't think about it. And it's like, what does that take to do that?
It's just
an amazing thing.
Yeah, it has to fire up without consciousness.
Yeah.
It has to.
In the time it takes for something to fall 3 feet,
Right.
that's not a lot of time.
I want to go back to that stone thing. Where was that in Turkey? You said
Göbekli Tepe. It's in. It's in.
Because
it's in
Anko's,
Turkey.
if we found some kind of metals or something else, then he'd be impressed.
Well, this isn't the aliens. This is people
but I'm just
that
saying
made it.
The fact is, a lot of that shit would not last 10,000 years. Only stone would last that long.
Well, that's one of the arguments
I
about
don't know how
the
long
ancient
metal-
civilizations.
Yeah.
This guy named John Anthony West he's an Egyptologist, and he's written a bunch of stuff, and he's got a great DVD series called Magical Egypt, where he goes really into depth about how amazing the Egyptian culture were. Right. The Egyptians were fucking aliens, man. I mean, they weren't really aliens; they were people. But I'm saying, like, you compare them to all the other civilizations, all the other cultures on Earth. These motherfuckers were on not just another level; they were on several different levels above every other fucking scratching, clawing human with a sharp rock on the end of their pointed stick.
And what's the theory there?
Why
well,
were
the
they like
theory
that?
is that they existed a lot longer than we think they did. And what he points to like some solid geological evidence. There's a guy named Robert Schoch, who's a professor at Boston University. He's a geologist rather, and he did some work on the Sphinx. And they're saying that the enclosure of the Sphinx has water erosion on it, like deep fissures that could only be attributed to thousands of years of rainfall. And the problem with that is that the last time there was rainfall in the Nile Valley was like somewhere around 9,000 BC. And so it had to exist thousands of years before that. So this stuff was cut, and then thousands of years of rain, and then, somewhere along the line, if you look at the Sphinx, it's got a very different head than the rest of the body. The head is too small. So they think some pharaoh came along many thousands of years after it was initially built and then put his face on it.
Like, I don't like that, whatever it was up there.
Yeah.
Get that off of there. Put my face on that
But
motherfucker.
if you take that away, and if this guy's right, and geological evidence is about as fucking hard as you can get. The evidence that they have, archaeological evidence, a lot of it, they're piecing things together. There's a lot of theories. There's a lot of question marks. When they're doing carbon dating on stuff, what they're doing carbon dating on is, is basically stuff that's left behind, like whether it's food or something that's burnt, or they can't carbon date stone. So if they find something that's, carbon dated that's near the stone, and it's like 10,000 BC, that doesn't mean that the stone was created in 10,000 BC or cut in 10,000 BC. It's really just guesswork.
Right.
But the geological evidence of water erosion is pretty fucking solid. They've taken pictures of the Sphinx and put masking tape over the head and masking tape over the feet and brought it to all these different geologists and said, is this water erosion or is this sand and wind? 100% of them say it's sand. It's not sand and wind. 100% of them say they show this Sphinx enclosure and they say, well, this is water erosion. This is deep fissures. It's curved and smooth. It looks like water ran through it, like thousands of years of water cutting stone. So just that alone. But when you bring this up to the Egyptologists, they get all pissy. They're like, what evidence is this culture from 10,500 BC? Well, there is no evidence. That's the thing. There would be nothing left. There wouldn't really be anything. We're going back so far that stone is the only shit that would exist.
Is it possible that the stone they brought the stones from other places?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything because it's cut. See, it's an enclosure. And what is they built the Sphinx? Say, like, if it's a giant quarry, they cut the quarry. You know how they cut, like, walls out of the quarry? Well, those walls are where the deep fissure marks are.
So
it's the area where the Sphinx was built. They know that they cut these massive stones and they moved them from that area and constructed the temple of the Sphinx.
Once you make the cut, the clock starts ticking.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So once they made that cut somewhere around 10,000 plus BC. Which is fucking way earlier than we think people did that. We think people were building the Sphinx in 2,500 BC. And he also has a lot of other evidence, too, this John Anthony West guy, where there's massively different construction methods from the older civilizations to the newer ones. And he can show them. And the older ones, a lot of it is still underground. They've dug up a bunch of them. And the ones they've dug up, there's like temples on top of them. Jesus. So you're dealing with a civilization, a culture that existed thousands and thousands and thousands of years, potentially before we thought. And it pushes back the inventions of things way earlier. The inventions of like amazing things, like mathematics and the ability to construct these perfect geometric patterns.
Being able to design some of these structures. I think when you get these pockets of communities, that's when shit started rolling.
Yeah.
When you just get a family or a clan or a fucking a group of hunters, perhaps. Yeah. I think until you start really getting a community with a common language, some type of way to communicate with each other, then you're going to start rolling out invention and structures and make a kind of a community.
And they have to have weapons because they have to fight off those other fucks.
Those other fuckers that are still.
Well, that's when Egypt fell apart. Egypt fell apart when the Nubians conquered them. The Nubians, though, the blacker Africans. They're Sephardics, the original Egyptians. The southern fellows.
Little southern fellows
came up and caused a ruckus. And by the way, that's also the face of the Sphinx. The face of the Sphinx is a Nubian pharaoh.
Yeah.
It's not one of the Sephardic pharaohs.
After the
we were talking about that.
I was saying that.
Damn.
My face, bitch.
And I told you.
And that's why they shaved the nose off.
Shot it off. It was shut off.
shot off the nose.
They say Napoleon did that. Nobody knows though. That could easily just fell off. No one really knows.
How humiliating if the nose just fell off. Shoddy workmanship.
Well, they built it over an old construction of a lion's head.
Yeah.
And the idea is that at 10,500 BC, that Sphinx actually points to the constellation Leo. So the thing called the precession of the equinoxes is one of the reasons why they can calculate all these things as far as like dates and times and astrological things, because the Earth doesn't spin evenly. It doesn't spin like perfectly. It wobbles, and when it wobbles, that wobbling is a 26,000 year cycle of coming back around. So they can go back in time and point to when this structure would have been facing the constellation Leo, which we know in Mesopotamia, in Iraq, and in Sumer, they knew about constellations. They had them all marked down, and they had already had Cancer and Leo, and they already had all those things. So they know that this is possible, that could be why this line was built. But there's two times it lines up. One is 10,500 BC, and the other one is 26,000 years before that. And this John Anthony West guy is convinced because of hieroglyphs, because of the hieroglyphs that depict the pharaohs that go back 30,000+ years.
Yep.
But the Egyptologists don't want to accept that because it's too far outside of conventional wisdom as far as like how long people have been around. They can't accept that 36,000+ years ago there were pharaohs and Egypt was in a modern, or at least an advanced state.
That's a lot of history that isn't accounted for.
Yeah.
If you can wrap it up in 2,000 years, then you look like a fucking genius.
Yeah, but even 2,000 years, man, when we stop and think about 2,000 years, I mean, fucking 200 years ago, man. I talk about this in my act, but if you want to picture something, you got to fucking draw it. Right. There was it wasn't like you had to go to Washington where they had all the photos. No, there were no fucking photos. It hadn't been invented.
You know how annoying that would be after a gig? Some fucking girl who can't even operate a cell phone. She wants to draw a picture of you and her dumb boyfriend.
And that's only
imagine what her Facebook page would look like.
And that's only 200 years ago, man. That's nothing.
Yeah, how about 50 years ago? How about 50 years ago, walk up to a phone and say, someday someone's going to watch people fuck on that.
Right.
Go, there's no way. How's that phone going to eventually have video? How's that phone going to internet? Even on Star Trek, they never figured out the internet.
How about only 10 years
No,
ago?
they never figured out that. They never figured out fucking.
They didn't even figure out something. They had walkie-talkies. Right? They would say over, Kirk out.
This is only 10 years old, what we're doing with our phones, basically.
It's incredible.
I love Star Wars, how the image of Leia, because when they zapped in that horrible image of her, they have to continue with that. The hologram. They didn't figure out smartphones.
They thought that was awesome back then.
Yeah.
Totally awesome.
People are saying brain overload. This shit is fascinating, man. I love when Joe
Hell
does this.
yeah.
It is.
Love this shit.
The world is strange, man. J.D.S. Haldane said, "Not only is the world queerer than you suppose, it's queerer than you can suppose," and it really is. The deeper you go into this shit, the more you realize, like, God, like.
What do you think?
It's a blip.
Civilizations just over and over again. They come and go.
Get wiped out. The Earth is very volatile. The environment is. Look, we know for a fact that we've been hit at least. I think they said there's been 6 major extinction events on Earth in the course of Earth, and that's not counting super volcanoes, which they're just starting to comprehend. They're just starting to wrap their head around the fact that there's volcanoes that when they blow,
the one out west,
the fucking Yellowstone one, thousands of earthquakes a year. People don't know this. The Yellowstone, and this is something they didn't realize until satellite technology. Yellowstone is a caldera volcano that's, I believe, it's 300 kilometers across. And what it is it's essentially a mountain that blows up, so the mountain doesn't exist anymore. The volcano is so big and so powerful that when it explodes, the whole mountain just shoots fucking lava straight up in the air and just kills everything. Kills everyone. It's a continent killer, and it happens every 600,000 to 800,000 years.
And we're overdue.
600,000 years ago was the last time it happened. Wow. So,
are we safe on the East Coast here?
No, I don't think so. I think it's
we're pretty far over.
People are going to be eating people when this happens. Whatever people that are left,
the sun will be blocked out. The fucking plants will die. Everything. It's just
and nuclear winter. It'll be a disaster.
And as humans, there's nothing we can do about it.
Well, you remember that little baby one that happened in Iceland, and they had to cancel all the flights. And you see how thick that shit was. It was coming down on people while they were driving. It was like it was heavy snowfall.
Right.
It was just ashes.
And that's a small one.
That's a little baby. Oh,
yeah, that's nothing.
Little cough. We can't even wrap our head around a fucking super volcano.
Yeah.
Or there's a gigantic shelf in the Canary Islands, and it's going to fall off into the ocean. It will happen eventually. They don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen.
Tsunami, yeah.
And when it does, there's a fucking tsunami that's going to hit the East Coast and come 6-7 miles in.
Ooh,
6-7 miles in with water.
I think
Just
my
fucked.
house might take a hit out on Long Island.
I live in the sky, though. We'll be all right, Jimmy.
Oh, and
we live in the sky.
You know what that would be like?
Cloud City.
I hope you have a fucking life raft in your apartment.
You just look out your window and it's underwater.
Yeah, meanwhile, you might not be okay. It might be that high. You know, I mean, they have had 1,000-foot waves before.
The video you sent of the solar system, that was about a year ago.
Oh, that's a great
how
one.
small we actually are.
It's ridiculous, right?
What the fuck?
It's ridiculous when you see how small the Earth is in comparison to some stars that
And
we
it just
found.
got bigger
It just
and
keeps
bigger
going.
and bigger.
Yeah.
Most of us have seen the video by now. We all tweeted it. It was all because of Joe Rogan. That was unbelievable.
All that shit is very hard. It's impossible really to put into context because in our little temporary worlds and our temporary life, you know, we don't have the ability to see that. Our life is about moving forward and using the two eyes in the front of our head to find food to stuff in our fucking mouth and find someplace to put our dick so we can make more people.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for. But we're evolving into something else, and we're in the process of it. You know, you and I and all of us, and especially, you know, through the medium like satellite radio and the internet and your phones, and you know, all that stuff is causing us to evolve. You know, and it's happening incredibly rapidly, so fast that we can't even imagine.
You think when you die, you just shut off, or is there some kind of crazy thing?
You might live this whole fucking thing over and over and over and over again. And not only that, you might not really even die. You might shut off, and you might just wake right back up in some other state and not even know. I mean, like the idea of parallel dimensions and parallel universes, there's a bunch of different theories about that. But if parallel dimensions exist, they exist simultaneously. They coincide with us all around us all the time. And it's like changing radio dials or like anything else that we don't really quite, you know, that we can't really
Imagine
quite
if you
wrap our
died
head
3
around.
times already.
Yeah, well, you might die every fucking day, man. Who knows? Every time you go to bed, you might be dying. You know, in some world, we might have lost Anthony. You know,
and then you know,
in our world, Anthony's up in the morning, and
pop up.
in some world, you know, Patrice is making people laugh right now.
Or he's talking to an in shape Jim Norton, like, you know, or
Let's not get crazy.
Joe Rogan.
Calm
Let's
down.
not get nutty. Yeah,
Let's keep it.
The idea is that
Real.
every decision that you make and every possible alternative and every chance and every, you know, all the variables, that all these open up doors for completely different universes.
Yeah.
Not only that, but that your own consciousness is somehow involved in creating this universe. And whether or not it's involved in the actual manifestation of physical things, like you invent something and create it, and then it exists where it didn't exist before. Not just that, but that your ideas and your mind actually shape the events that happen around you. There's some people that say, oh, bad things always happen to me. Well, it very might be that you're making bad things happen to you. We don't understand the amount of control that people actually have over reality. No, you know, you ever heard about double slit when they do subatomic particle things, and you know, when they show that the observer actually changes the reaction of the particles? You've seen these things, right?
Wow, no.
You've never seen these things? Pull that up, because that'll fucking blow your head. If you look up Dr. Quantum double slit experiment. You're gonna shit your pants when you see this, because I can't believe you've never seen this before. But when they get into quantum theory, that's when the universe really falls apart. Because quantum theory is real science, but it's real magic too. In quantum theory, particles can exist in a superstate, a superposition, which means that they can be moving and still at the same time. Not only that, they blink in and out of existence. And the latest experiments at CERN, you know, CERN is the Large Hadron Collider, the latest experiments have shown that particles can travel faster than the speed of light. They've recreated this already. And there's a lot of people that are speculating this doesn't make sense, but particles don't make sense anyway.
They
It
put
doesn't
their
make sense
data
that they
online,
can disappear.
actually. They put their data online because they thought we might have made a mistake, and they never do that. But I think they did like 15,000 tests on it. And
Yeah.
so
what
far,
is
no
what are
mistake.
we about to see?
Particles are actually affected by you watching them. It's not just a matter of you see something happen, but when you watch things happen, you change actual physical particles. Just check this out. This will blow your head. This will blow your mind. Turn it so these guys can see this. Crank that shit up.
Daddy of all quantum weirdness, the infamous double slit experiment.
And this is explained as simply as possible.
Of
You know,
course, it's a
it would take
cartoon.
an hour for a genius.
little
We can get
balls
Michio
of
Kaku
matter.
on here, and we'll like, I don't know what he just
We
said.
randomly shoot a small object, say a marble, at the screen. We see a pattern on the back wall where they went through the slit and hit. Now, if we add a second slit, we would expect to see a second band duplicated to the right. Now, let's look at waves. The waves hit the slit and radiate out, striking the back wall with the most intensity directly in line with the slit. The line of brightness on the back screen shows that intensity. This is similar to the line the marbles make. But when we add the second slit, something different happens. If the top of one wave meets the bottom of another wave, they cancel each other out. So now, there is an interference pattern on the back wall.
Holy shit.
Places where the two tops meet are the highest intensity, the bright lines, and where they cancel, there is nothing.
This is the beginning of the mind fuck.
When we throw things, that is, matter, through two slits, we get this. Two bands of hits. And with waves, we get an interference pattern of many bands. Good so far. Now, let's go quantum.
This guy's crazy.
An electron is a tiny, tiny bit of matter, like a tiny marble. Let's fire a stream through one slit. It behaves just like the marble, a single band.
Right.
So, if we shoot these tiny bits through two slits, we should get, like the marbles, two bands.
What?
What? An interference pattern. We fired electrons, tiny bits of matter through. But we get a pattern like waves, not like little marbles. How? How could pieces of matter create an interference pattern like a wave? It doesn't make sense.
No.
But physicists are clever. They thought
This is where it
maybe
gets
those
really
little
weird.
balls are bouncing off each other and creating that pattern. So
That's what I
they
thought.
decide to shoot electrons through one at a time. There is no way they could interfere with each other. But
Aw,
after
shit.
an hour of this, the same interference pattern is seen to emerge. The conclusion is inescapable. The single electron leaves as a particle, becomes a wave of potentials, goes through both slits, and interferes with itself to hit the wall like a particle.
That's crazy.
But mathematically, it's even stranger. It goes through both slits, and it goes through neither. And it goes through just one, and it goes through just the other. All of these possibilities are in superposition with each other. But physicists were completely baffled by this. So they decided to peek and see which slit it actually goes through.
This is the mind fuck.
They put a measuring device by one slit to see which one it went through and let it fly. But the quantum world is far more mysterious than they could have imagined. When they observed, the electron went back to behaving like a little marble. It produced a pattern of two bands, not an interference pattern of many.
Just by watching it.
The very act of measuring or observing which slit it went through meant it only went through one, not both. The electron decided to act differently, as though it was aware it was being watched.
That's fucked up right there.
And it was here
Beyond-
that physicists
beyond strange.
stepped forever into the strange, never world of quantum events. What is matter? Marbles or waves? And waves of what? And what does an observer have to do with any of this? The observer.
Cartoon Sandusky.
That's where it's impossible to wrap your head around. Your mind and your focus and your intent and the human mind may very well change things. may change reality.
My theory is they put the camera too close to the thing and it was just bouncing off it. They probably
right.
They probably put it in front of the thing.
Could be, Jim.
We unfortunately we got to take a break because we have a million fucking live reads.
By the way, Dr. Kaku would not explain that. Like he would explain that too simply. Like, and I think he's a genius, but he oversimplifies it, and he would have it like, it's like two Lego people are rolling bowling ball. It's like, we know that. To tell us as a physicist.
Well, it must be so hard for a guy like that to try to break things down to monkeys like us.
Yeah.
You know? I remember like we had him on the phone that one time. We were talking to him. I was like, how do I not offend this guy's mind with my stupid fucking questions?
Yeah. He tries to put it in layman's terms, and he's just like, because he started talking cartoons. Yeah. It is like when Bugs Bunny goes into his hole. You're like, is this what you really got to do? You look at us and just think, I better talk cartoons.
He's seeing a giant chalkboard filled with numbers and symbols that we don't even understand and hieroglyphs.
He looks at us like we look at ants to be just hit with rage.
We should have him explain that now. It would be completely different.
Oh, very exciting.
Yeah, don't you guys have a hotline where you can call him up?
Oh, yeah, we call him up all the time.
We should actually ask him about that split.
The observer, quantum observer.
We do have to take a break.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
what time we got to get you out of here, Joe?
I don't
7:30?
know. Today Show, man.
Today's show.
They're just going to ask you Fear Factor questions, which we're all excited about.
Because it's only a few minutes away.
Anthony Bourdain is here later.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
I'll do that. You know him.
You love him, right?
He's in my podcast.
9:15. NBC is a block away, so you could do this if you want to. But Fear Factor starts Monday.
At 8:30.
From here?
Shit. I should fucking just bail on it. I should just hang out here. And what time was I supposed to be there?
Bail on NBC for
I thought I was
us?
supposed to be at 10:30.
That's pretty sweet.
I just said it on the radio. Too late.
Yeah, right.
All right, quick break. More with Joe Rogan, but Fear Factor starts Monday at 8 on NBC.
Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Loving Joe Rogan on the show today. Fear Factor starting Monday at 8 p.m. on NBC.
The cookie I ate this morning just kicked in.
I don't think you're going to be discussing quantum physics with Matt Lauer today.
I don't know. I have to talk to Matt Lauer. I got to go to the Plaza. I think it's who's the other guy?
Al Roker.
You're probably doing the Al Roker.
I think I met Al. I think Al Roker was on News Radio back in the day. I believe he was.
Yeah? Was he really?
I don't know. I'm trying to remember. Somebody else who watches the show knows more than I do, and I was on it.
We're not going to get Kaku. We left him a message.
Damn it.
So a message.
Dr. Michio Kaku.
He'll probably just fuck our heads up some more.
Oh, I know.
We'll just hang up and be like we have cotton in our brain.
We're stupid. He's brilliant.
You know who knows a lot of physics? Dr. Steve.
Yeah,
he was a physics major, and he explains it a little more technically than Kaku, because he doesn't have to, because he's closer to us than Kaku is.
Yeah,
and he
Dr.
hates
Steve is
Kaku.
cool as fuck.
He's
Yeah,
the best.
why does he hate Dr.
I don't know. It's the way some comics hate other comics. He thinks Kaku's a hack.
Isn't that the worst when someone says, "Hey, what do you think about this guy?" You're like,
But why isn't he doing it for a living?
Because he's got to practice now.
Yeah.
But he has to look at vages. He probably got creeped out by all the other physicists. Yeah, they're like, Dr. Steve is just creepy.
Yeah.
It's a strange world, man, when you see those guys. Whenever you watch any of those quantum physics documentaries, you see those guys just sitting like in a park with a notebook, just going over shit that, it might as well be make-believe. You don't know what they're writing down. I mean, you ever watch remember that Goodwill Hunting thing?
Sure.
When Matt Damon solved some puzzle? What is that puzzle?
Right.
What is that? It's make-believe.
How many people on Earth understand that shit?
That's a good question.
What do you think, though?
It's a tiny fraction. Well,
less than 1%, obviously, right?
Well,
I love that when somebody looks at the blackboard and everything's written on it, and someone just walks up, takes the chalk, and goes,
"No, this is a little wrong
at the bottom," and it's like, "Oh my God, how did you get that answer?" It's like, oh, you see, you just too
There was
embarrassed.
a Russian scientist or a Russian mathematician who just solved some what thought to be impossible equation, and he won some massive prize, like over $1 million, and he decided he didn't want it.
Wasn't he young?
Didn't claim it.
Was he really young?
Yeah.
Why? But who came up with the equation to begin with?
I mean, young, like he's like 30 something.
But who came up with the equation?
Oh,
that's
I don't
impossible?
understand. I'm an idiot when it comes to math.
So wouldn't that guy
brain
know the answer?
is fucking. There's people's brains that are designed for certain things. I'm really good at pointing out stupid shit. I can talk some shit on stage. I understand when fighting. I understand human nature. But goddamn, if math just fucking stumped the shit out of me, you make me calculate 20%. I just like, huh?
Wait a minute. I know 10, so I'll just do that twice.
I was trying to figure, taking a shit yesterday, trying to figure this girl had tweeted something, but she tweeted the same thing over and over to a bunch of different people. And, and I said, honey, you wrote the same thing to 100 people. And she goes, you better learn how to count because I only did to 4 people. And I was like, okay, 4, but you only have 73 tweets. Now, what percentage of your tweets have been dedicated to this exact same thing? I was like, it took me like 10 minutes to figure out that it's somewhere around 5.
We could help you with the 20% thing.
I tried to do it in my head, though.
Yeah,
but I'm like, let's see how much of an idiot I actually am. Well, it's what a shit mind I have here. I'm just working with this shitty tool.
Not quite the beautiful mind, right?
No. Is it a girl? Is it a girl tweeting a song that she wants everybody to listen to?
Well, no, but
I just blocked her.
I made a mistake of retweeting her one day.
Never.
Now she won't leave me the fuck alone.
I emailed her once.
I'm like, go away.
And I'm like, you want people, you don't want to just be a joke. You want to have something that's good. I actually sent her a nice email. And she's just sociopathic in her desire to be noticed. I blocked her.
I retweeted her as being an asshole, and that just got her going. Like she was psyched that she got a retweet.
Yeah, I have no desire.
Some chick tweeted a Michael Jackson lyric: "If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change." And she tweeted that, like, "Ooh, profound."
Really?
You're talking to a guy who carved his fucking face up and he slept in a fucking oxygen chamber, and eventually was getting anesthetized every night. Yeah. Well, he made a change. Good quote.
He looked at the man in the mirror and saw Diana Ross. What a creep.
How fucked up is it, though? You go to propofol to fall asleep.
Yeah, that guy went deep. Well, I think when you have enough people yes-manning you,
it gets to that point eventually, right?
You know that guy, was it Conrad Murray?
Yeah.
How funny was him, man? There's a video of a stripper. It was on fucking CNN.com like this was news. It was a stripper that was on the witness stand. And they were, do you know Mr. Conrad Murray? Yes. This is how she said. Every question was, yes. And when did you meet Mr. Murray? Was it at your place of business? Yes. And do you work as an exotic dancer? Yes. And, it's just basically establishing that this guy liked strippers.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And, it's like, it was so funny because the chick that was saying this, the prosecutor, it was like, you could tell, like, she was so confident that she had something really great here. This guy likes strippers. Like, he wanted, and it's
we're going to totally
it's a hot
get at his
button.
character.
It's a gotcha.
Right,
you're not allowed to like that.
Right.
You're not allowed to like that. Oh, you're a doctor and you had a relationship with a stripper.
Oh, boy.
Who cares?
This guy was flying him around and fucking just banging him left and right. Michael Jackson was giving him like $100,000 a week. This guy was balling,
really?
son. Yeah, here it is right here.
The defendant.
Listen, this
seated here in
is
the courtroom
news, man.
the
Meanwhile, she's
purple
hot
tie.
as fuck.
Yes.
Yes. Murray, the defendant.
Yes. Did you meet Conrad Murray in February of 2008?
Yes.
Look how hot she is.
Did you meet him at
Listen,
a
I will give you a
social
job.
type
You don't
club?
have to work.
Yes.
Were you working in the club?
Yes is weird,
Yes.
Was that club located in Las Vegas?
Yes.
Spearman Rhino for the
Miss
win.
Bella, from that first meeting with Conrad Murray,
It's all questions.
did he give you his telephone number?
Yes.
And at some point,
That would be hot if she was sucking your
after
dick. Let me tell you that.
Oh,
you
man.
met,
You want to
did
suck
you
some more dick?
contact
Yes.
him on
you
the
want
phone
me to
number
come
that
in
he
your
had
face?
provided
Yes.
to you when you met in the club?
Can I put it in your ass?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
She
You like
really
that?
does
And after
string that
your
ass almost.
first meeting, did
'Cause she's a dirty
you
girl.
and Conrad
Stayed her on
Murray
that.
communicate back and forth?
Yes.
Describe
I just
for
wanna
me
hear
the
her
types
do
of
that all day.
communications that you had with him, please.
Oh, now. You see, don't get her to talk.
No
talking.
Just yes.
Your
Yes.
question's irrelevant.
Miss Bella, did
Miss
you
Bella.
call
The fuck
Conrad
outta-
Murray
Bella.
on
Lexus.
the telephone number that he provided to you when he met you in the club?
Yes.
Did he call you back, or did he make contact by calling you?
Yes.
Did Conrad Murray
really hot.
send you
Lawyers,
text
yeah.
messages?
It's a hot yes, though.
It's hot.
Yes.
Did you text message
What's hot
Conrad
about it?
It's
Murray
pretty
back
fucking hot,
the
Joe.
number
Girl.
that he had given you?
Yes.
Girlie, if you're out there, holla at me. Find me. We need to talk on
Bella.
Twitter.
Conrad Murray looks like beef jerky.
Conrad Murray send you
Joe Rogan
a
finds the best
text
shit.
on June 25th
You gotta check out his podcast, obviously.
Yes.
You never know when he's
Yes.
doing it, but
Yes.
yes.
She's fucking hot.
But don't
man.
you hate
and look at her.
lawyers?
She shows up at court and her tits are hanging out.
Yeah.
What a dirty girl.
Yes.
She doesn't know how any other way to dress. Like, this is how I'm supposed to dress, right?
Is
Do I
there any
look like
videos of
business?
her online or anything?
I don't know. I don't know where her name was. You know, and
I'm sure it's
and he
findable.
had a hot baby mama too. He had a very attractive baby mama. It's hilarious, man. This guy was just balling on Michael Jackson's money.
That's right.
If you want to,
He had a good life.
make a change.
Yes, make a change.
Na, 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 na. Yeah, hilarious. What a strange. You talk about like a real epic story. The story of Michael Jackson. If anybody ever does it, they'll have to use CGI to actually do it, right? I mean, no one's willing to fucking do that to their face. For imagine if someone,
For a role.
Daniel Day-Lewis that and go, I'm going to get all the surgeries and everything. They filmed it over a course of like 5 years, and it's the only role he could ever do again.
Or just hire different actors to play him.
Yeah.
Like, like a black
But that
male
would suck.
and then
They
a
would
white
never
woman.
totally get it. I hate a movie where you see like the guy's a kid and then you see all of a sudden the scene merges and he's a grown man now. Like, how did that fucking kid become that guy?
Yeah, a couple of times they did a good job on it
Couple
with some
times.
movies, but for the most part, it's like
It takes you out of the movie.
But the Michael Jackson story of him being, this amazing child prodigy, he was such a bad motherfucker that they let him sing, and his older brothers didn't get to sing. His older brothers were like, check this little motherfucker out.
They were
Like,
shaving at
They were
that point.
grown men.
Right.
They were dancing, getting pussy, and
Yeah.
the little 5-year-old is in the front.
Right.
Jackson 5, and the 5-year-old is the bad one. He's dancing, and everybody's cheering and loving him, and these guys are like, what about us? What about us?
Yeah.
You imagine you're the older fucking brother, and your younger brother comes along and just shocks the world. Like, no one's ever seen a talent like that. And then you watch that guy slowly evolve into this complete fucking weirdo. Remember when he was in that interview with that Indian dude, the guy with the British accent, and the guy was like asking him all these questions about
Bashir.
sleeping with men,
Martin
or
Bashir,
sleeping,
sleeping
Yeah.
with children.
He lives in the
yeah.
neighborhood.
Oh.
Does he live in your neighborhood?
Yeah, I
I
see him
didn't know
all the time at the dumb juice store.
Do you ever talk to him?
I
What
should.
was it like to be around Michael Jackson?
I should.
And then you see
He's
he
not
had
approachable,
a
though.
bank of lights in front of him. He had like all these like crazy lights
Yeah.
to make himself, he wanted no shadows anywhere. He wanted just completely flushed out skin, really weirded out. Yeah. I mean, Michael Jackson controlled like that whole interview, and it's so uber bizarre. He doesn't even know how to be normal. When they took him around, he was like buying things, and even the way he buys things is odd. It's just
strange. Yeah, he's just picking things up.
I want that.
Giving.
It's
Yeah.
just so strange and fucking crazy. But you go
He had
back
no
from
idea how
this
to be a
kid.
human.
You think he touched kids, Joe?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't think that many kids come out and say you touched him if there's not something up.
Yep.
I don't know if he fucked them or if he, maybe masturbated in front of them, or that's what a lot of the stories were. None of the kids say he actually fucked them. The kids said he did stuff like he went down on them and stuff. I think. There's another theory that Michael Jackson was castrated, that he's a castrato. That's why he can hit those notes. But that's not the notes that a man with testicles is capable of singing. That sounds completely fucking conspiracy theory.
Well, he
but-
obviously didn't father those children.
Yeah, exactly.
They're a little,
You know why his nose was made thinner too, like to help with the air passing through for certain notes? I heard that was one reason that he wanted to keep his nose thin. Yeah,
the fuck out of here. He didn't want to look like his dad. That's why he changed his
he
nose.
hated his fucking dad.
Yeah, he might have used that excuse, but get the
He
fuck
had
out.
such
That's
a
not
big,
that was,
wide nose as a kid. Yeah.
And then he became this weirdo, man.
Yeah, this
fucking
was a great
stranger.
interview. Yeah, that's Bashir.
It was
Martin
so.
Bashir.
He became like some weird leprechaun monster character. I mean, to go from Michael Jackson, the young kid, to this weird high pitched voice man who lives this fantasy life where he has an amusement park in his backyard and brings little kids over, and clearly his childhood sucked hard. He did not enjoy it, and he wants to recreate it and recapture it and sort of make it his own now that he's a man. That was like sort of what I was getting out of it. But as a story, we've never seen that happen before.
Nah.
Someone getting really famous when they're really young and then becoming this thing. That's
Totally
a relatively new possibility.
Right.
The possibility of becoming a child star, the Lindsay Lohans of the world. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Shirley Temple was probably the first one, right? But even then, the kind of exposure that she got was nothing compared to
nothing
what people get
compared to what they
today.
do now, forget about
he
it.
was literally the biggest star on the planet.
On the planet.
In
And still
Africa,
was.
in
He
Asia,
couldn't go
here.
anywhere.
Yeah, and even with his fucking crazy face, they never abandoned him. They just sort of accepted that he fucked with his face. I mean, he was like uber bizarre, man.
What's he in Vegas?
Yeah, and he goes and that's when he was living in Vegas. Remember that?
Yeah.
And then he moved to Dubai. Remember that?
Yep.
He had a bunch of boys with him in Dubai.
Did he have boys with him?
Yeah. Yeah, there's photos of him and kids wearing turbans and shit. Or kids wearing burqas.
Vegas with the luckiest manager in the world.
I bought that.
You bought that? The globe?
Yeah.
Right.
Where can you go upstairs? We're taking you upstairs.
Yeah, he just decides, I want this, I want that.
Hi.
Everywhere he goes, there's people just watching him.
Giant crowd of people holding cameras.
Bought these.
I need that.
Bought this one. This one.
Why?
This one.
Yeah, like what is he
all
buying?
weird shit.
What is he buying?
Yeah.
Like,
just weird shit. You can't even describe it.
Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, chess
this
set,
set?
sure.
He just walks on, I want this chess set.
So this one's bigger. This one's bigger.
Wow. Oh, it's so
I could put the
I bought this
bishop
one,
up my
right?
ass.
Is this yours?
Yeah, that's the soul sign means for me.
Okay, how much is that one?
The soul
Did we ever
sign
get
is
this
for
one?
me.
These ones?
It's only 89,000.
$89,000 for a
No wonder
chess
that
set.
asshole was broke.
$89,000.
Where's all
chess
this
set.
shit now?
Did you ever see his house? Like when they showed like the interior of his house? It's fucking amazing, man.
Where's
Yeah.
all that stuff
Oh,
now?
I bet the family fucking
Family
dove in
fucking,
like
yeah.
vultures for that shit.
Well,
89,000.
he's worth
Had a nice
more
garage
now
sale.
than he ever was when he was alive.
Right.
Once he died,
Elvis syndrome.
yeah, I'm sure.
That shit just never goes away. It'll
Yeah.
just be a cash cow.
Yeah, especially
Forever.
when you go back and see
his closest friends.
his Matt Lauer.
It was a room filled with artwork. These walls had huge paintings on them, some depicting Michael
Do you think that guy
Jackson
ever
in
tells dirty
whimsical or
jokes?
magical
Lauer?
situations.
Oh yeah,
Matt
Lauer
Lauer
tells a stinky
all
pussy
kinds
joke.
of
I bet.
Fuck yeah.
Do you think so? He is a man, but I think he's been neutered.
A lot of these news guys are fucking filthy, man. You ever hang out with like news people in a bar? It's hilarious. They have a few drinks and they're fucking racist and dirty and fucking. It's
because they're suppressed all day.
Yeah, they're totally suppressed. And
What
you know
about that
a fucking
weatherman in Arkansas that died in the bath? His friends died in the bathtub.
He woke up next to the dead body.
The guy who owned the house came downstairs because he heard snoring.
Right.
And he comes down here, he's snoring, and there's a guy who's the weatherman, and next to him, touching him, leaning up against him, is a man with a purple face, dead with a dog collar on. And meanwhile, he's snoring.
Yeah.
He's asleep,
Yeah.
touching this dead guy. Like, he didn't even know this guy died on him.
Then he woke him up. The guy woke up. He looked at the dead guy, ran out into the guy's living room, and just started puking.
Yeah, isn't
in the
that
guy's living
hilarious?
room and shit.
He
What a
threw
scene!
up.
That's a hell of a fucking scene,
That's
man.
a party, man.
That's a hell of a party.
That's how you know you're partying when the guy you're partying with fucking dies.
What about the weatherman that we fucking knew and ran into a few times? That just
Meanwhile,
is
there's a weather guy
pussy
right there while we're
magnet.
saying this. See, like
Yeah.
up on the screen?
Oh,
They're
yeah.
all just odd
yeah.
fucks.
Which weatherman?
That guy that just loves fucking telling filthy jokes and just you don't see him.
What's his name?
When he's not on the TV, he's just telling horrible, filthy jokes, being completely inappropriate to any female in the workplace around
yeah.
him and shit. And they all just know. It's like, when I was going out with Jill, we're around him every so often,
There
and
you go.
he would just say,
That guy.
"Yeah, there he is."
I don't know if you want to mention his name.
Yeah,
He is beloved in this
we'll cut him
area.
some slack right now, but
I'll tell you this much: he loves the Asian broads.
oh yeah.
Oh, really?
Only
Asian
Asians.
What was he talking about?
Only
And they don't.
Asians.
And he doesn't like if they know too much English.
he goes to the overseas ones?
And
He's
it's all
beloved,
about-
man. I've seen him with a few different.
I was at a party
Nice.
once, and
Yeah,
he
that's-
came up
don't
to me.
say his name,
he just
man.
started
That's a
saying shit
lawsuit
like,
waiting to happen.
"Would you love to shove it in her asshole?" Fuck it. I'm like,
Dude, he's
Jesus
dirty.
Christ, this guy is filthy.
Because he met us and he was excited to meet us. Like, oh fuck, I can
Someone
finally-
I can talk to.
I could spew some filth.
These shock jocks will listen to me.
You imagine what it's like to be in that fucking really suppressed
God.
world?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
You imagine if you had to do that, if you had to be like a radio DJ?
And
Or
really-
not a radio DJ, an afternoon guy on one of these
I wouldn't be doing
news
this
talk shows.
If we were neutered, fuck that.
That's not just neutered, man. You're reading off a prompter.
Right.
You have no input into
No
it.
real thought
There's
at all.
no thought at all. You're just like I watched Ryan Seacrest when he's talking about Kim Kardashian's wedding or something like that. I'm
Yeah,
like, do you really give a fuck about this? And you're not connected. You're just reading this stuff
Right.
off of a prompter. Imagine if that was your whole life. Your whole life was
I
just
guess it
only
depends on
doing
the
that
money
kind
they're
of
gonna
stuff.
give you.
Right.
Yeah, but after a while, you
I mean,
still
he's
go fucking
making-
crazy.
Yeah, you'd need an outlet.
He's making close to $100 million a year.
Who, Ryan Seacrest?
Oh, fuck
Yeah. He's a rare, though. He's a rare case.
But
what
you're
I'm
right.
saying is, like, any of these guys, any news reporter guy.
But you know they're all full of shit.
Well, remember Pat O'Brien? Remember when that guy went nutty?
Oh, yeah.
Best
That was
audio
some of the
ever.
great-
Beautiful.
What do you mean
the
remember?
audio was
Of course.
great.
It carried our show for a year.
Yeah, it's that thing. It's
Hey,
the
you,
guy who,
Betty.
on one side,
Betsy. It was Betsy.
Betty.
on one side, he's this like, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, another show with a family comedy, and there's another program, and what a great movie to take the whole family and the kids to. All right, back to you, Tim. Meanwhile, the whole time he's thinking about blow and sticking fingers in assholes and coming up people's noses. He's just ready to get crazy.
And he's got to say to the girl, if you like this, when I walk by, just wink.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
he just wanted her to acknowledge that she wanted to suck his cock.
This dumb fuck
Yeah,
is leaving
secret
messages.
Fucking secret languages.
Well,
in the
Bill O'Reilly,
hallways.
too. Same fucking thing, that
Yeah.
dummy. Bill O'Reilly.
Oh, yeah.
Bill O'Reilly.
Same fucking thing.
But he got her to shut up.
He was able
he
to
had to
sweep
pay
that
her.
shit away.
Yeah.
I wonder how much they paid that shit.
I would love to know.
Because that
what
sounded
the whole story
that
was.
sounded like audio the way she described it. It sounded like a transcript.
Yeah.
The way she described it, like I think he knew there possibly could be audio of something. That's smart.
Well, it was a transcript.
Well, Joe,
yeah.
we got something for you because you're talking about the news guys.
God.
This just came out today. A drunk news anchor.
Drunk on the air?
Oh yeah, this guy is just a fucking trip.
It's a girl?
It's a girl. Sorry.
Oh, she's drunk.
How about that one girl that had that sort of half a seizure?
Deportation.
And then she was fine.
Yeah. Weird, huh?
Some residents were celebrating a new addition at the New Ulm Medical Center this afternoon. The Virginia Piper's Cancer Institute opened, and new members were invited to an open house with the food and tours. The new institute is twice the size of the old center and incorporates more treatment options to employees. Clinical trials and genetic testing are also offered with the expansion.
Families in to help design.
Wow.
How do you know
Can we see her face?
Yeah, I want to see her.
How do you know she's drunk? Did they say it?
Can we pick it up from your video?
Is
there,
that her
Sam?
right there? Is that the video?
Yeah.
The big girl?
Let's take a look.
From Sam's.
I feel like the Christmas season is here and near Wasika.
She might just be stupid.
Farm
Yeah, she looks
America
retarded.
the fucking thing says, is news anchor drunk or just Minnesotan?
Today's event
That's what it says
featured
on Gawker.
Christmas music, food, and a chance to meet the Santa dog. They felt 3 ways for Christmas, parents and grandparents.
She might have just got hit with a fastball.
Really, our first major thing is springtime on the farm. So even though it's snowing
on drive.
and wet
She
and cold,
has like fucking stupid
it's
eyes.
one day
though.
closer to spring.
Yeah, she looks doped up.
Other events today included holiday card making, tree lighting,
Well,
and
also she could be
Play-Doh
on
for
pills.
the kids, and
Yeah,
all
yeah.
aimed at
Pills are more likely
increase
because pills make people
to
pretty
Christmas
functional.
spirit
Look
there.
at Rush Limbaugh was
Well,
taking
bringing more
100 of
people to
them
Farm America
a
will
day
also bring
and doing
in
his radio
donations to the
show.
local food
He
Amazing.
took so much OxyContin he went deaf.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that what happened to his fucking dumb ears?
That's what Alex Jones says, and I'm sticking to it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alex Jones says it.
He was
Yeah,
taking
you like
a
Alex, right?
fuckload of pills.
Good old
Yeah,
Alex
he
Jones.
was like taking massive amounts. We
Yeah.
don't, but at one point in time they said he was up to like 100 a day.
Oh my god. That's like just
How does
taking
your body
pills.
handle that shit?
But that's taking pills all day.
Yeah,
Like you just
all
have
day.
to constantly.
Well,
be
not
taking
really.
Pills.
If you're taking 10 at a time, you only have to do it 10 times.
That's true. Okay. Look at me.
10 times,
dummy. I'm just thinking one at a time.
Flooding up with OxyContin.
But that's 10 hours.
10
hours of pill taking.
It's amazing.
Every
That
hour
was
you're
good
doing
math,
another
by the way,
10.
Joe.
Yeah.
What a nutty, crazy motherfucker he is, huh?
You think you're not good at math? You fucking came right out with it when
Yes,
it came to a
10,
pill analogy.
10.
Fucking-
Rush Limbaugh.
How ridiculous is that guy? Talking all this shit about drug addicts. Meanwhile, he had his fucking housekeeper going and buying pills. That whole situation in Florida is really set up to make junkies. They have no database. So,
really?
Yeah, if you are a doctor in Florida and I go to Dr. Opie and I get a prescription on, my back hurts, they have these things called pain management centers in Florida. They don't exist anywhere else. And what it is you go to a doctor, you go to the pain management center, there's a doctor, he writes your prescription for OxyContin, and you go right next door to the same fucking building, and there's a prescription. The pharmacy, they fill out your prescription,
Why the
and
fuck
then
they
you
allow
go
that?
across the street to Dr. Anthony, and you go, Dr. Anthony, my back hurts,
Hey,
and they
I
can't
need
even check. There's no database.
Why do they allow that?
Because they're trying to move more OxyContins. It's that simple. It's 100%. That's the only reason why they wouldn't reform that law. Is because the pharmaceutical companies are making fucking billions of dollars this way. Not only that, there's a lot of suspicion that the pharmaceutical companies are leaking drugs into the black market because there's more in the black market than corresponds with the amount of prescriptions written.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so they're like, well, these numbers aren't even fucking
from?
adding up. Like, they'll find people with giant fucking stashes of OxyContins. You know, they'll arrest someone. Like, where'd you get this shit? And then, oh, I got it at the Pain Management Center in Florida. They call it the OxyContin Express because people drive from all these other states all the way down to Florida. Vanguard did a whole piece on it on their TV show.
Why is it only Florida, though? How come other places don't have it?
Because they're corrupt. Because Florida figured out a way. I mean, the pharmaceutical companies figured out a way to bribe one state, and they got that one state wired. There's a couple other states where it's similar. I think West Virginia and one or two others, but none of them are as lenient as Florida.
I bet they get away with it, too, because it's like, oh, well, we got a lot of old retired people here. We're at the twilight of their life, and they need pain management, and... Yeah, let's set up a bunch of
that's probably exactly the argument that they use. Yeah, it's fucking completely insane.
The feds off their ass.
Meanwhile, they'll arrest the shit out of you if you got some weed.
Krishna from Jersey knows what that report is on.
Oh, yeah?
Krishna, go ahead.
Hey, that chick's high as a kite on Xanax.
Oh, yeah?
The verbal slurring, that kind of demented look in her eyes, those are all very, very common signs of Xanax.
I've been a fan of a little Xanax buzz every so often.
I've never done Xanax. What is that like? What's the buzz like?
Well, I've never done it either, but I teach EMS, and we see people...
What's EMS?
Emergency Medical Services. You see people that get these prescriptions from doctors that really don't give a shit about their patients. They just want to shut them up and give them pills. And I had a student actually once trip on Xanax, and she was totally lucid the whole time. She was actually teaching part of the class. Like,
wow.
Xanax is like a lot of NyQuil, it feels like. You kind of get a little euphoric, but a little like sleepy. And yeah, I always thought it seemed like, you know that scene in Pulp Fiction where Travolta shoots up and he's driving?
Yeah.
And his face is just kind of half a smile and he licks his lips and takes a breath. That's kind of how you feel. Just kind of,
relaxed. And it's for anxiety, right?
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense that she's kind of a big girl. Maybe she gets real nervous about being on camera, and so she popped an extra one.
Somebody left her a horrid Facebook message. Hey, you fat bitch.
You fat cunt. Your fucking reading sucks.
Give me a fucking
Read that teleprompter, you stupid bitch. You're never good at anything. Go suck some more dicks.
Yes.
The meanest shit, man.
Yes.
If you want to know what the fucking future of the world is, read YouTube comments. If you don't think this race is a cancer, read those little negative fucking virus humans.
Virus human. Fuck you. Virus human.
Yeah, the little bugs.
I love that.
Every now and then, you just you'll read you'll have a video and like a bunch of people will like it, and then you.
I'm a virus human.
You see it, just one negative fuck hanging on to life.
Great court case, too. A fucking
really
blogger
funny, man.
who tried to claim journalistic protection for defamation against a lawyer.
They
Lost.
said, fuck you.
The court said, no, you're not a mainstream journalist. Because journalists have protection against defamation for certain things. And,
what did this guy do?
You said that a lawyer was a thief, like a lawyer who handled the case, whatever. This lawyer was a thief and incompetent. Things you can't say about a lawyer. Like, you could say, I hated my lawyer, I think my lawyer sucked. But to say your lawyer is a thief is defamation.
Sure.
And, I bet I could have gotten better representation. You could say things like that. But if you're like, he's a liar and a thief,
that's bad things to say.
Right. Yeah.
And a judge said you do not have journalistic. So all these fucking cunty bloggers, you should be able to express an opinion, but I love the fact these little cunts are going to start getting stuck to them.
The saddest thing about a lot of these bloggers is that's the only way they feel that they get attention. So it's almost like that is the job. The job is to be cunty.
Right.
The job is, this is the only way anybody's paying attention to you because it's the only thing unique about your opinion at all. The only thing unique is that you're willing to be like really unaware of this person's feelings is going to be hearing this, and you're really like, you don't care at all. This is what I have to say. Fuck them. Fuck you.
It's the easiest way to write stuff, too. It's like, you don't really have to put a lot of thought behind just bashing somebody.
So
it's easy.
Everybody's flawed.
We do it here every day.
Yeah, it's fucking. Well, at least you guys are funny, though. That's
sometimes.
Look, that's half of life.
But they're anonymous a lot of times.
Everything's fucked up.
The anonymity is what I hate.
Yeah,
I don't hate a guy using his real name. It's a really weird thing when a guy comes out and just says shit I don't like. If he's being himself, I have a certain amount of respect for that because he's entitled to it. But it's when they have this
showing his face.
It's when they fucking hide that I just love when they're uprooted and fucking humiliated.
I was trying to get I was thinking of getting into a Twitter argument last night. I read something and I'm like, I started and I'm like, I got 140 characters.
I'm not in the mood.
Yeah.
And then I just blocked them.
I block everybody.
I'm like, I don't care. I would have argued this point. I was like, fuck it, block.
You know, they busted another chick in Louisiana, a really hot chick who fucked some 13-year-old boy at Bible camp. Loved it. So I tweeted with a hashtag, where was this hooker when I was 13? And I, it's like everybody would, just joked around about it. Like, this is, to me, and whenever you as a comic or you see a story like that in the news, you laugh, and it's easy. I have to put something like this on Twitter. People want to read this story. And so some fucking asshole takes this tweet and tweets it to Anderson Cooper and TMZ and says Joe Rogan endorses rape, because, he asked me, like, that you're saying that the standards are different if it's, if this was a man who's doing it to a woman as opposed to a woman doing it to a boy. And I go, yes, if he's 13 and she's hot. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Completely different.
There's no sexual equality when it comes to child molesting. Right. It's a completely different experience.
Totally. Every guy at 13 dreamt of having sex
I was
with an
molested
older
by a
woman.
chick when I was 13.
And did
sort of.
Well, yeah.
I mean, sort of. She sort of grabbed my dick and kissed me and made out with me and stuff, but I was fine.
How old was she?
I was fine.
Everything's good. She was 21.
Wow.
Yeah, she was hot, too. She was crazy. She had a boyfriend that was a man, too. This really freaked me out. She was just a neighborhood slut.
Man.
And her boyfriend was a fucking construction worker, and he had a big hairy chest, and he was a man. And I remember seeing this guy. I'm like, this is her boyfriend. He's a fucking man. Meanwhile, she was just a freak.
Yeah.
You couldn't get enough dicks in front of her. She was just some girls.
That's the exact same
Young
thing
dick,
happened to me
old
on
dick.
California. Same fucking
But
thing.
if it's an older guy, if it's an older guy with a 13-year-old girl, then
I think some girls, they just want to be the first. They see a guy, he's young and he's 13. He's like, I'm going to get him before he even becomes a man, and I'm going to be the first one to rock his fucking world. Because I think every girl secretly wants to be remembered forever by a guy, and their number one fear is that the guy's just going to use him like a fleshlight, just dump a load in them, completely forget about him, and run away. They all want to be, even if they don't even, if it doesn't work out with the man, what a woman would love is in the back of her head to be that fucking fantasy that, like, when the baby's crying and the wife is fat and she's screaming at you and you leave the house for a cigarette and you're standing out there in the driveway, you wish maybe I could have been with Mary. Because Mary sucked my dick when I was 13. That crazy 21-year-old bitch. God, I never should have stayed with her. Like, for a woman to plant a romantic seed like that, it sounds crazy, but that's what a lot of these bitches are doing. A lot of these bitches are just getting their first licks in.
Yeah.
They know. They're like, this is not ripe yet. It's not ripe. I'm taking a bite anyway.
I'm
taking a bite anyway. There's a lot of people looking at this piece of fruit, and I'm going to bite it.
And there's my legacy right there. He's going to fucking keep my pussy alive in his head.
Well, that's the reality TV right there. The desire to be extremely famous all comes from the same source. The desire to be special. The desire to be special for no reason whatsoever. Just to fucking get in there.
That's it, man.
I think we got to get you out of here for NBC.
Fuck NBC.
Do you still, by the way, before I forget, do you use your say now
I think
number?
I'm good for another half an hour.
Oh, then let's fuck it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think I'll leave
8:30.
at 8:30. Yeah,
Stupid
yeah.
Roland telling me 8 o'clock.
Roland's an idiot.
Do you still use your say now number?
No, I haven't used it in forever.
I haven't used mine either.
I don't think it works anymore. People have been tweeting me that it doesn't work anymore. They might have went under. It was fun, though.
It was.
I used to do like little things where I would get on it and I'd just answer phone calls from people.
I never actually went live. I mean, once I did.
It's fun because all the other people can hear you. So all the people it's like being on hold on a radio station, and a bunch of people are calling in. And so, one time I had 30 or 40 people on, and I was just answering one after the other, and I put it on Twitter. It was really fun.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
But I don't know if it exists
They
anymore.
were tying into something else. They were really nice people, the people that ran it, and they got bought out by somebody, and they were trying to do something with it, and I just
When
don't
did
know.
they get bought out? How long ago?
I don't know. My Jonathan told me, and I just went in when they were.
It's all changing so fast, man.
It really is, dude.
All of a sudden
Twitter's here to stay, though, I think.
Yeah, but it'll
How are they
become
making
something
money
else.
off of Twitter?
That's the problem.
No,
But
Say Now. It doesn't exist anymore. Wow.
Say
Which
Now
is
is
acquired by Google for media increase. Wow. It doesn't exist anymore. Say Now. It's done.
Why did Google bought it, and now they're probably doing something with it? Why don't they fucking stop?
No, they're taking over everything. They're Skynet.
But they're also what didn't work? Google Buzz didn't work, and this fucking what's this one now they got?
Google is
Plus.
rocking.
Google
What about
Plus
you heard about
stinks.
this client
it sucks
IQ
right now.
software issue that they're having? Massive class action lawsuit about the client IQ software. Everything you say, every fucking dirty text you make, every phone number you press is all logged and stored in a database somewhere.
Right.
That's fucked up.
Every Google phone has it. Every Droid, unless you root it and put in a different operating system like a lot of those super geeks do. But some guy had to find this, man. Some fucking genius kid
yeah, I heard about
found this stuff. No one knew that this was in there, and everybody's like, what the fuck are you doing, man? The guy shows every text he wrote, he goes, hello, world, and it shows it in the computer that it's sending out.
Wow.
Yeah, everything he wrote. If you send a picture, every
When
number that
think
you press
about
on
it,
the dial.
You just take for granted that you're sending it from point A to point B, and
Yeah.
it's going through so many channels
Yeah.
during that transfer, and you take it for granted that it's just
Nah,
gonna
it's gotta
you're
go
gonna see it, and then the
other
end
places.
person's
Yeah.
gonna see it at the end of the line. No,
We're becoming part of one. It is a really weird evolution.
collective.
One giant collective conscious. Where eventually, when we start thinking like Bernie, what the fuck is it? Not Kozar.
Ray?
Ray Kurzweil.
Kurzweil.
Yeah, was saying that we're all going to be part of this. And I believe when computers are part of our brain and we can just think Google and think what we want, we're all going to know what each other's thinking. Thoughts will no longer be private. We'll be punished for certain thoughts.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that that's wrong. It's where we're going to evolve to.
That's a step along the way. What it is there's a bridge between the monkey and whatever the fuck we're going to become, and we are the bridge. We're the halfway mark, between whatever event. It's unquestionably there's going to be no secrets. It's going in that direction. With Facebook already, you see the lack of privacy that people have, and how much
And they're willing to give it up.
Yeah,
what you know about people you just do not even know is amazing. The amount of information you can get on a person
and that's just
you ever feel like a creep because someone sends you a message and for whatever reason you see someone's face and you go, wow, she's really pretty, let me click on her link. Oh, this is her husband's page and this is what he does. This is who he works with. And then you just go into some strange person's world for like 20 minutes and like, what the fuck am I doing? Looking at pictures of them with their babies. Here's them in the snow. Here's them on the beach. And you're like, I don't even know these people, but I'm looking at their life.
I'm now part of their lives.
Yeah, but
that's so fucked up.
I get fascinated by it, man. That is the allure of reality TV is just a voyeuristic sort of, looking into people's lives thing.
Yeah.
They say it's related to the fact that we don't live in tribes anymore, and that we used to gossip amongst each other in tribes, and that's sort of gone because very few people are even in contact with your neighbors anymore. Very few people have like real communities.
My neighbor's an asshole.
Yeah,
I don't talk to that fucking
That's what he says.
Yeah, yeah.
No, in this case, he's the asshole.
What does he do?
He's just a dick. He every time he sees me, he goes, "Can I help you?" I'm like, I live on this fucking.
Does he want to
floor."
help you?
Yeah, maybe he looks at your cock bulge and thinks you need a release.
Maybe he's just got an aggressive way of picking up on dudes.
Just a fucking
tries to make you
Maybe he's
feel
helpful.
uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That's his move. It's just his one-upsmanship move.
Right.
Can I help you? Well, I was thinking about sucking dicks. Yes.
You want to
were
say, yes,
thinking
I
about
need some
sucking
painting done.
dicks.
Please do.
Yeah,
and maybe
help
he'll
me.
come in and help you out.
Hey, how you been?
He thinks I'm just wandering around on the floor. I'm like, well, you just fucking go in your stupid apartment.
Is he an old guy?
Yeah.
He's just,
He doesn't come around,
dumb.
and he doesn't come around often, so it's like a second place for him, I guess.
Oh, so he's probably just out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's a dick.
Yeah, it's hard to fucking find a nice group
Most
of people
neighbors
you
are
live
assholes,
next
right?
to. Yeah, man, I have a buddy of mine who moved into a house in Oregon and they fucking poisoned his dog. Someone in the neighborhood poisoned his dog. He doesn't know who it was, but his dog just moved there from California. Dog's barking at shit. That's what dogs do. What the fuck am I doing here? Ruff, ruff. So someone gave him poisoned fucking dog food, man.
Wow, that's brutal.
Welcome to the neighborhood. I killed your dog.
Yeah, that's...
Holy
Here's how you find out who did it. Find out who's working the day shift. Or the night shift. Find out who's working the night shift and sleeps during the day.
Right, because that will drive you nuts.
Yeah.
We should. We got a break just because of live reads. Sam's panicking. Joe's going to hang out.
What happened to satellite radio?
I know,
Didn't
right?
satellite radio
breaks,
have
too.
no commercials at one point in time? Wasn't that why you were paying for it?
Yeah.
What the
now
fuck
they
happened?
say, well, the music
They slowly
channels.
started to sneak them in.
They're like, well, the music channels don't have it, but the talk channels.
Why does the talk channel have to have it? You would think that it'd be.
Oh, they say it so it gives us a chance to take a break. I don't know from
You
talk.
need a break?
So
Just need a
babbling.
break so they can make some more money?
A break that I'm fucking talking.
Right. So listen,
Sure.
Joe's going to be here for another 15, 20 minutes. Let's not forget Fear Factor starting Monday at 8 on NBC. We're
It
all
looks
psyched
so
that-
fucking cool.
We're psyched it's back.
I was
I wish
saying-
I could show you the video. I don't have it on this fucking
Can you
phone.
tell us the one episode that...
I'll tell you as soon as we get off the air.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. Go to break. Exactly. I'm in a bad mood. I was just telling Joe Rogan. I fucking hate Twitter because people like turn me on to shit I don't want to know about. And someone just retweeted a tweet from Kim Kardashian. She had a life-changing experience in New York City. The life-changing experience was a reading from that fucking hack John Edwards.
Oh, really?
You don't believe John Edwards. Please, Joe. Please.
No, I don't. The only psychic phenomenon I believe in is the ones that we can't control. Or the rare instances where someone knows something's going to happen right before it happens.
I believe in some psychic fucking abilities, but John Edwards is a hack that's just making money off
Anthony?
people.
I don't know. I'd like to.
There's no evidence. That's unfortunate.
I know. That's just it. No evidence with all these people. I'd like to be able to, move a matchstick or something like that.
We've talked
about mind. So cool. Bend that spoon.
We've talked about John Edwards a lot on this show.
Not a spoon.
And we've had people on. It's
There's
like
no spoon.
He's got fucking microphones. He's using all the tricks in the.
Yeah.
Oh, Penn Jillette.
Yeah, he torches that guy.
Him on our show, explaining how it's done.
Well,
because you want to believe, so you lead the person on. Like, I'm thinking of this relative, and you give up the answers for the person.
There is psychic shit that they can measure, like whether or not someone knowing that someone's looking at them. That's actually measurable.
Oh.
They've actually proven that people can statistically that there's numbers that show that people can actually tell when people are looking at them.
Right. That is a weird feeling that you get.
Yeah. What the fuck is that?
That's an instinct in nature. So you're going to get attacked by something. You can feel you're being looked at.
Right. Yeah, but how's that even happening?
Yeah. Where is that
the
come
reason?
from?
There's a guy. What is it? Sheldrake. Robert Sheldrake? No, I forget his name. Shit, I forget his full name.
You got everything else right.
He's got a theory called the morphic resonance field, and the idea is that there's some sort of a field that connects everyone together, and that's why dogs know when their owners are coming home. Rupert Sheldrake. And that's how dogs know, like, in advance. Like, that's also provable. Like, you could put, like, cameras on dogs, and, like, the owner will
they
be like,
freak out, yeah.
There are weird times in the day, the owner will be on his way home, and the dog will, like, perk up,
Could it be chemical more so than electrical?
It could be all the above.
Like, even somebody looking at you, perhaps, there's some kind of a chemical reaction that your body picks up without smelling it. Or
twins always say, all twins say this, that they can sense when their twin is in danger, and then they know when their twin is hurt. How the fuck do they do that? What is that?
Yeah, that is
and maybe
weird.
that's just a more extreme version of some sort of a connection that we all share.
Right.
It's probably something that's evolving. If you think about human language doesn't exist in the form that we can communicate in. As far as we know that dolphins have ways of communicating and orcas do. We can't see the evidence of how far they can take it because they're not able to manipulate their environment and change their world visibly like we can. They don't have thumbs and shit. But what we can do is, a fairly recent discovery. It's only been around for about 40 or 50,000 years. And the idea that we can do this is a fairly new thing. It's a new beast. The idea that we can communicate with our mouths, and essentially we're reading each other's minds. You're able to relay all your thoughts, about anything. That's why
vibrating air.
Yeah, through air. Well, how do we not know that there are a bunch of other senses that are slowly coming out of the amoebic form? They're slowly coming out of the embryonic form, and that they're going to eventually become a part of our everyday life. These senses and these abilities to communicate.
Yeah, maybe what picks up the other senses can pick up other things. Our ears right now they're made for sound.
Yeah.
You pick it up, but perhaps they can do another thing that we don't quite know of yet or haven't really developed
there's all
yet.
sorts of weird shit. I mean, like appendixes. This used to be a fucking thing there to process certain types of foods that we don't eat anymore. There was an organ. It slowly shrank away.
What did it process?
Just drying up.
I thought it was raw meat, but then I've been told that that's not true, that it's actually like certain plants and fibrous plants, like before we cooked plants, that people had to be able to eat break down some shit. I haven't really looked into it. You want to look into it?
Just sits there and gets all fucked up on some people.
Whatever it is. Our diets evolved and changed, and we don't need that anymore.
You could take that out. You could take the spleen out, right? For the
look at our fucking bodies. At one point in time, we had to be able to exist outside in the cold and shit. We were hairier. We were whatever the fuck we were. We were more monkey-like.
Yeah.
At one point in time, right?
Yeah.
Something had to change, slowly become us. It's a real mind fuck.
It really is.
It really is. You really wrap your head around it. Like, where you can imagine if you could like peer into what human life is going to be like 1 million years from now.
1 million years.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Yeah.
If you could just like look forward. They give you a virtual reality goggles, and you pop forward 1 million years and take a quick peek. Maybe if they could figure it out on a computer, maybe a computer could extrapolate probabilities, take out natural disasters, and say, okay, with the current extent of evolution and technological innovation, where are we in 1 million years?
How about the next 100?
Next time is going to be nuts. The next year is going to be nuts, man.
That would even be cool to know.
I mean, this is the big theory is that technology increases at an exponential pace. Meaning,
Ray Kurzweil.
Ray Kurzweil. And
we had him in, by the way. What a bore.
Was he a bore?
He's
He
got
was a
great
genius,
theories,
but
but he's a
talking.
bore.
Yeah.
And his documentary was like slow as shit.
Well, it's cool they cut in and out of him, and they have a bunch of other people and dissenting points of view.
His thoughts and his theories are fascinating.
I think his time frame is off, though. He thinks 40 years, and I think that's wishful thinking on his part.
Because he wants to
in
still
his
be
50s.
around.
But I think that his time frame from singularity is off.
Some people think it's even sooner than
Oh,
that.
right.
Yeah, McKenna thought that it was going to happen so much quicker than anybody could ever imagine because of the
Can
fact
you explain that for the people that didn't hear the Ray Kurzweil on our show?
Well, the idea is that, it's not what it means by an exponential increase is that it's not like 1 + 1 is 2 and 2 + 2. It's every year it gets faster and faster and faster. And with every new piece of technology, more new pieces of technology, more new innovations are built forth on that foundation.
Mm-hmm.
And it eventually gets to a point when the way McKenna described it is a fascinating way. He said it's like, think of a funnel, and at the top of the funnel there's a large mouth, and if you spun a marble around the funnel, at the top of the funnel it will take a long time for the funnel to go in a full circle, but as it gets to the bottom it's going faster and faster and faster and faster and faster, and it will continue to do that, and the funnel will continue to get smaller to the point where more information is stored and shared in a moment than in the entire record of human history. And that's where we are now. There's some sort of a statistic about data use, and the statistic said something like up until 1980, human beings used X amount of gigabytes of data. Well, now they use that every 2 hours.
Yeah.
Whatever people accumulated from the beginning of human language and 40,000 years of culture all the way up to 1980, we do that every couple hours.
When you think about how much of a pain in the ass it was to not know something, and what you had to go through to then learn it, it sucked. You either needed encyclopedias in your house that had the answer to what you were looking for, or you had to go to a library, or it just wasn't right at your fingertips. Or God forbid you couldn't remember an actor's name. You'd be there for hours just going, God, it's right there at the tip of my tongue. Now, boom, IMDb, bam, you're there.
You don't have to type
you got
it.
the
You
name.
just talk it in your phone
now you just talk it into Siri or something.
Or Google
it's
Voice.
Google Voice.
The Google
and eventually we'll just
little
think
microphone button on the Google thing.
Yeah, it's just like
it's incredible.
anything.
Question.
But it was it sucked back then. You just went around not knowing shit,
and people could bullshit you. Remember the goddamn conversations you'd get in? Do you where the Illuminati is set up? Fort Knox is underneath the White House. There's 9 million pounds of gold. Like what?
That's hilarious. Yeah,
remember those stories?
People could bullshit you, and you really had no recourse. You're just like, I think you're lying. Yeah.
Well, that's how all the best theories and conspiracy theories got for with UFOs and fucking Roswell. They were basically like Bible stories. They were just told. They were passed on in verbal form over the years before anybody ever put it on Wikipedia. It took a long time before anybody wrote down all that information.
I got Charles in Santa Cruz with something for you, Joe. Charles, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Hey, look what happened to Hitler. He brainwashed all those guys without the information. Anyway, there was this kid in the 20s that was deaf, and they started noticing that he was able to react to them 10 years later. So finally the kid died. So they opened up his head, and they found out that he was growing a little piece of bone in the back of his head that was picking up the vibration. So he was adapting somehow to hear, and that was a trip. I was like, what the hell? So
Is this true, Joe? Where can we look this shit up? You're not going to bullshit us today.
In the 20s?
It's not the 80s.
What? Yeah, what do you think?
How do we look this up?
Look it up.
Look it up. Hey, Google it.
Google it. So what? He was growing a fucking bone in his brain to hear?
Yeah, he was. Oh,
I've never heard this before.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. But how would a bone make you hear?
Yeah.
Picture of the vibrations.
Yeah, Charles.
Yeah.
And now he hung
floats.
Up.
Got panicked.
Freaked
He's
out.
beating off right now.
Freaked out.
The guy probably could hear all along. He was just faking it.
He just panicked.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah, it's odd shit. Odd shit.
Mm-hmm.
Just the ability to hear is odd in itself. You know, the fact that sound waves. You know, when you hear something like I have 1.5-year-olds, my youngest daughter, and I watch her wander around the house, and like a noise will come, and she hasn't really figured out where noises are coming from yet. And I've observed that. Like I'll say, I go, Rosie. And she like looks around, and she kind of eventually tunes into where but when they're 1.5, they have these giant fucking heads, and they could barely run. They run, they have to slow down because their head's too big. And when you yell at them, they don't, like my 3-year-old, I go, what are you doing over there? And she turns around and looks right at me. She knows exactly where the sound is coming from. She's pinpointed it. But it's kind of a fascinating thing that we can pinpoint sound.
Yeah.
And we're really fucking good at it.
Ears.
Like you hear like a rat in your walls or something, like shut the fuck up, shut up.
Yeah.
This motherfucker, where is he?
And you kind of turn your head around a little bit and look. And the thought that, you're using your both ears and it's invisible. And then it's got to work its magic in your fucking goopy gray stuff that's your brain to let you know that it's coming from that direction and then move the muscles toward that direction. Like it's just a whole cavalcade of weirdness going on.
Yeah.
Processes and things that just... And that's just one small thing. Sight is another thing that's just fucked up.
Yeah, crazy.
When you think about eyeballs and optic nerves.
Just
how the
shit.
fuck are you changing a picture into some fucking thing that can then go into my goopy brain thing and I could then see it?
And you see it so well that you could be on the highway switching lanes at 80 miles an hour, just dodging bumpers left and right like an asshole. I mean, think about the trust that you have and your ability, the refracting lenses and light and distance, and you're fucking stomping on the gas.
Yep.
You know.
I was thinking of this too. You ever try to do anything in a mirror to yourself? You got to reach around, and you're all awkward. Yeah. Yet when you're driving, your mirrors are just like, all right. I know
used
exactly
to have a van. I used to deliver newspapers, and I had a van with no windows. It had no windows. I bought it for $500 just for delivering newspapers. And I would drive this motherfucker. I knew how to parallel park with that bitch. Everything.
Work those mirrors, man.
Two side mirrors.
Wow. I'd back a trailer into a ramp down at the water to get like my jet ski in there and stuff. And you wind up just figuring it out. Where 2 seconds
becomes
wham back in.
Because you're a gamer. And you like myself like the mouse and keyboard setup. Way better. Way more precise. But you remember when you first started using it and you couldn't figure out where the fuck your guy was spinning?
You had to think about if you have to think about what you're doing, you're fucked. It becomes second nature where you're walking sideways when you come by a hall and then you spin around the other way. And you're not thinking like, what keys do I have to hit to spin around? You're just...
It's
going
becoming
like
an extension of you.
You just, all right, back, that way, boom, 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 boom.
WASD going for forward, back, side to side.
Yeah, you're just kicking ass.
And the mouse, it becomes, it really reacts to your brain, it becomes an extension of your eyes.
It's so fucked up. It's just so weird how that shit works.
It's amazing. It's just fucking amazing. It's amazing, and it's probably only the beginning. Whatever the fuck we're gonna be, 100%, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why I get angry when people want to like save things. So save the Komodo dragon. No, we didn't just save anything. 90% of everything that's ever existed is fucking dead. All right, and we're gonna be dead too. And if we're not dead, guess what? We're gonna be like this forever. We're never gonna evolve. We're gonna be this retard monkey with nuclear bombs forever. This is gonna be us. No, we're gonna have to become something better and greater than this eventually. It's if we came out of the primordial slime and we were single-celled organisms and we eventually became people who make rocket ships, for sure that trend's going to keep going.
Yeah, it's not just going to stop. You got to keep evolving.
Yeah, so fuck the Komodo dragon. The Komodo dragon can suck my dick. Take a picture of it, store it on a file,
and we'll get back to it.
Yeah, and then kill all those baby-making freaks.
We'll make new ones eventually.
We are just we're very short-sighted and we think much too much of ourselves as individuals. To think like, we have to save the planet. It's like, in the little speck of time you're here, it's nothing. You're not going to do anything to this dumbass planet. And it probably has wiped out complete civilizations and entire populations of the planet time and time again. So it's like, you better worry about just saving yourself, having some fun.
Well, that's what save the planet is. It is save ourselves. We're not caring about the planet itself. No one's trying to stop rocks from hitting the moon. It's just about we have to make the environment more livable for ourselves because we're all concerned with things that are going to affect us. Like, no one thinks that stuff is going to fly off the earth. We're trying to make the environment more livable for us.
So really
we have a guilt issue. We have a guilt issue with like the spotted owl. Oh, we lost the owl.
Yeah.
Spotted the dodo bird is gone. Human beings, the Tasmanian tiger, wherefore art thou? You know, fuck them, man. They're all gonna go. You know, and guess what? We need to be more concentrating on the fucking rainforest and the ocean. The oceans are polluted, and we're sucking all the fish out of it. And there's a giant Texas-sized patch of floating plastic in the middle of it, and it gets bigger every fucking
Is that
day.
true?
Fuck yeah,
Some people say it's not true.
Fuck yeah, it's true.
It's gotta be true, right?
Vice.com. That guy was on my podcast on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Shane Smith
Do we
said
have
that they
pictures
went
of
out
this
there.
thing?
Fuck yeah, they do. They don't have pictures. They have video of it. They have footage.
Can we see this video?
Yeah, 100%. The garbage patch is fucking huge. It's giant. And it's not stopping. Not only that, there's several garbage patches. There's an Atlantic garbage patch. There's a Pacific garbage patch. There's a couple garbage patches all over the world.
That's fucking
Just all the shit that we have these currents, these natural currents that the water flows in. And these natural currents just automatically pool this fucking shit that we throw up. It all comes into one big pile.
I want to see the video.
Enormous. We're just so disgusting.
We
you know,
really are.
think about it. We go into the water, we pull all the fish out, kill the fuck out of them, and then poison whatever's left. Throw our nuclear waste in the water, and
But you know what? We'll just fuck ourselves up, and then in time, the Earth will just be this pristine, nice place again.
Yeah, we'll
we
be gone.
The thought that we could ever do permanent damage to this planet is really kind of silly.
The amazing thing, though, is how quickly we did the damage. We've done the damage through the industrial age. That's it.
Yeah.
Before that, nothing. We didn't do fucking shit. Go back to the cowboy and Indians days.
Yeah.
What'd you do? You made
Think
a
that
campfire?
campfire is
That affecting the fucking ozone layer? No, we had no effect. So essentially in 200 years, we've completely changed the surface of the Earth and our impact on it. Like all of a sudden, we've become toxic. It's like we were in gestation period, and we got to a certain point in time, like AIDS. You know, all of a sudden we decided to come out. You know, and boom.
Yeah, there was an incubation period, and then we just
for a million years, Earth is like, yeah, I got herpes, but it's no big deal. Like, yeah, I got people, but it doesn't even flare up. And then one day, the Earth's immune system got a little low. People got fucking badass. We invented nuclear weapons and garbage, and then boom, now the Earth is sick as fuck. Now the Earth is a serious case of human herpes.
It kind of was necessary, though. I mean, I don't think we have the ability to make some of the great shit we can make without leaving a lot of waste and garbage and poison.
It's just we do it so quickly. It's what it is you know, our rational minds haven't caught up with what we're capable of doing. We haven't really like planned it all out. We're just doing whatever we can do while we can do it.
Yeah.
It's
I just find it astounding that you know, you just pull things out of the earth and manipulate them with heat and other chemicals, and then you make things that fly. To me, that's astounding.
Well, what's even more astounding is all this comes out of the imagination. We pull all this from the ether. So from the ether, this one thing has these ideas. Like the ideas are out there in the ether, and there's this thing, this animal that's like a little antenna, tunes into these ideas, and then manifests.
Now you got to make it work with
world.
what's around you.
Yeah, metals and rocks, and melts stuff down and creates these things, and these things build onto other things that other fucking monkeys create, and next thing you know, they got a large hadron collider that's making black holes.
It's like, hey, I want to travel like 3,000 miles an hour.
Jesus.
I got to build something. All right, let me take some of this rock, some water, some of this shit, some of and then you mix it all together, and you're fucking propelling your ass at, you know, a few times the speed of sound. It really is fucked up, like the mind. For how fragile our bodies are that we were talking earlier, the mind is that is like an unlimited thing that we really haven't hit the wall with yet.
Not even close.
Yeah.
It's not even close. And the experiments that we're having now are so far and above and beyond anything that anybody's ever done in the past. Like all the large hadron collider shit, where they found that they've managed to create this quark gluon plasma that is so. I think it's 400 billion or 40 billion tons for a sugar cube of it.
Oh, shit.
A sugar cube of it, and they've managed to create particles of this stuff.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
it's like neutron star stuff.
Yeah, no, it's more dense. It's more dense than a neutron star, and they've created it.
The E-Rock.
Yeah.
We got to get Joe out of here.
I got to hang out with Al Roker in an hour.
Well, that's a little different than what we've been doing.
Great. Back to dick
gonna
jokes.
suck.
I know. Back
to dick jokes.
Back to shitty shit. Fear Factor starting Monday at 8 on NBC. We're all looking forward to this. This show should have never went away.
I guess I was happy it went away.
You needed the break.
Yeah, I wanted a break.
But now you're
But I
back.
enjoyed it doing it again.
Yeah.
You know, it's all about having the right mixture in me when I do it.
I was going to say something. I was going to say something earlier. I forgot the trailers that I've been watching for the show. It looks not so much the eating and disgusting thing, but I'm seeing people physically being fucked with in ways that like there's a person, they're right in front of you. Bah, they're 300 yards away.
Oh, you see
what
that
the
bungee
fuck
cord thing?
happens?
That bungee cord thing in the helicopter was one of the nuttiest ones we ever did.
insane.
We had these people. One person was attached to a tree, and the other person had to free them. And they're connected by all these, fucking chains and shit. And when the person undoes the last thing, they get launched through the fucking air. I mean, launched like 600 feet in a matter of a couple of seconds.
It was crazy.
Yeah, and then they're suspended over this giant rock quarry. It was really nuts.
That helicopter.
Have you tried any of this shit?
No, they don't allow me to do any of those things.
You're not allowed to try it out?
No, because it would have to be, I would have to be insured for it.
Crazy. Look at these shit.
Yeah.
They're just catapulting people
amazing.
and the moving vehicles and the crashes.
It was way bigger and crazier this year. The best way to describe it is that if you look at the old Fear Factor, like look at that. That's
Oh man,
the old Fear Factor, we had an A, B, and a C stunt. So the A stunt was like the first thing, and the B was like the disgusting eating thing, and then C is like the grand finale. Well, the A stunts on the new show are way bigger than the grand finales on the old show. It's fucking way over the top. Yeah, I mean,
oh fuck that.
We went deep, dude.
You saw that?
Jerry's like, no fucking way, man.
Out of a window.
It was
Through the
really
window, I
weird
should
to
say.
do, man, because like Matt Cunit said it best. It was like we went into a coma for 6 years, and then we came out and did the show again.
You're clean shaven on this too. You look different than you do for on UFC.
Yeah, they want me to shave for some reason. I don't understand
just
that.
to make it a different look.
So America
like a gentleman.
loves you.
A gentleman.
They want America to fall in love with Joe Rogan.
This is collegiate Joe.
Yeah.
They all know me
Wow,
by
it's
now,
a
I
fucking
think.
fire.
I know the explosions.
Get the fuck
That
outta
this
here.
just looks great, man.
We're happy for
Yeah,
you, Joe.
that's my buddy
Yeah.
David Hurwitz. He's the one who got me the job in the first place. When I was first doing Fear Factor, when I came in for the audition, I was making fun of everything, and they didn't want to hire me because of that.
Right.
They're like, we can't have this guy. He's going to make fun of everything on the set. We want this to be scary. And then Hurwitz was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Look what we're doing. We're supposed to be making fun of this.
Yeah.
If we're not making fun of it, other people are going to be making fun of it for us.
Right.
But
Wow.
it was,
What was that you're holding? A big
a
bat?
giant thing
You guys-
of Madagascar hissing cockroaches.
The famous hissing cockroach. Did you find anything new to eat?
Yeah, we did. The stuff that I was telling you about.
Yeah.
We won't give that away.
We won't get into
There'll
that,
be a
but
time.
wow.
Anything else though?
No, I think it's all like along the same lines. It's just they made people do things. It wasn't just eat this. It's like, you got to play horseshoes, and then, whatever the distance is, then you do, everything became a game. It was much better thought out, and, you got to realize that stunt technology is really advanced. And on top of that, that guy right there, Matt Cunitz, he's the executive producer of it. Great guy. And Matt also runs Wipeout, and he runs 101 Ways to Leave a Game show. Remember that show?
Sure.
He does that as well. So, they have so much experience with stunts and with producing and creating stunts for TV shows. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
This is crazy. We're just watching the
way over
trailers.
top. It's so much. It's hard to remember.
Bees.
The other show
Holy
was
shit.
nuts, but this show, as nutty as the other show was for the time, for 2001,
Yeah.
this is just as nutty for
Is that how
2011.
long ago that was on?
2001,
amazing?
yeah.
Holy till when?
Till 6.
Oh my god.
And then we were off for 5.5+ years, and then all of a sudden we're back. It's very strange, man. It was like really like the first day was surreal as fuck. Like it didn't even seem real. But then the second day was just, I'm going to work again.
Yeah, it felt like you just never
Normal.
left. Yeah.
How long did it take you to shoot?
One episode. For 3 stunt episodes, it's 3 days, and for a 5 stunt episode, obviously, it's 5 days. Those are for the
How
the
cool
two.
are helicopters?
Pretty fucking awesome.
Fuck yeah.
We have these badass helicopter pilots too that can fly side by side. So there's the wings, like one guy will go up and another guy will go below, and they'll move around like that.
Fuck.
But if they go like this, tink,
Yeah, the
everybody
rotors
dies.
hit and everyone
Tink.
dies. Great.
Yeah, but they managed to not do that always.
That's for the camera work, right?
Yeah, and
Those are great
obviously we have to
looking
be
helicopters.
really careful and not do that anywhere near gusts of wind. And that was a big stunt. We had people drive a truck into an ammo dump. They were attached to helicopters by these giant cords, and they had to run and then jump into the back of a remote-controlled truck. And as the remote-controlled truck is bashing through these barriers one after another, it's headed towards this giant ammo dump. And at the last second, the helicopter pulls them out of the truck. The truck keeps going. Boom! Hits this ammo dump. And when I say the explosion was fucking intense, I mean, we were 7-8 football fields away, and my clothes moved. It went
shit.
like you felt it. You felt it from like 700 fucking yards away. It was insane.
That's crazy, man.
It lit up the sky. I mean, it was just like way crazier than any shit we ever did
and
before.
we can't do eggnog drinking challenge anymore.
You guys need to just go straight internet.
Yeah, no shit.
At a certain point in time.
We're pretty much heading that way.
I hear you, man.
It's pretty obvious.
What are we
to
looking
everyone.
at? December 12th, Monday, December 12th,
Monday,
8
December
o'clock.
This coming Monday, Ann. 8 p.m.
7
on
Central.
8 p.m. on NBC.
Can't fucking wait,
With
man.
that, we got to get Joe out of here. He's got to talk to Al Roker.
Well, thank you, boys, for having me on.
Joe,
Always
thanks so
awesome.
much,
And it's
man.
a pleasure to have my podcast on your network. It's an honor. I really appreciate having me on your channel. It's cool as fuck.
We fucking love it. Joe Rogan on Twitter, of course, too. And UFC this weekend.
Of course.
Yeah, John Jones, Leo Machina. We didn't even get a chance to talk about that.
It's going to be a
fucking
great one.
Al Roker.
All right. Joe, we'll see you soon.
God damn it.
Joe Rogan.
This is the Opie and Anthony Show.